Okay,
It's
I'm going to
tough.
start streaming now, and let's see if
Okay.
this works. So I'm starting the stream. Let's see if the... Now, I've never done this before, where we've actually started the stream and then had the call already on. So we're going to see if this works, and we're going to ask everybody if they can hear us. Okay, so we're on call, and this should work. And well, the image, my photograph of, was the emperor's birthday. And of course, this is the after party effect. That should tell you everything you need to know as to why I'm in the bad shape that I'm in. So when I got home, nothing was prepared, and as soon as I started preparing it, I fucked it up by the numbers, and we had to stop and start over again. So we are live, but we need immediate feedback, and of course we need upvotes.
Mm.
So everybody slam an upvote from whatever IP address you can. And what I'm going to do is pretty much leave these two children in charge of the stage while I grab my tea and proceed to actually eat, because I have to get something in my stomach or I'm going to be nauseous.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so I'll be chewing, and I don't want people to hear that. But in the interim, we definitely need feedback and to learn whether or not anyone else can hear us. We can hear each other. We've confirmed that.
Mhm.
But this is the first time I had the call first before starting the live stream. So let's see if
Chris
that...
Collins is telling us that we sound good.
Oh, thank
Okay, cool.
God.
What's up, Chris?
Yes, yes. Now, of course, this is none of my business whatsoever, but did Chris and yourself exchange communications as a...
Yeah, we've become quick friends. We've been talking back and forth, and it's been really cool. And
Wonderful.
it was really cool to meet him, and it's been a neat, like, sort of happenstance acquaintance. And yeah, we connected, and yeah, it's been really cool.
Wonderful, wonderful. God bless you both. So, Chris Collins, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm totally wasted. I have finished heating up my food. I'm going to eat it. I'm going to try and link hyperlinks while these two young kids talk. And let's let the kids talk. And you can start off where you stopped before. I will remind everyone who's coming in to listen now. Yeah, obviously, by the photographic image, it took a lot of help to even get me home. Yeah, I am not even in shape to be here. Jacob Water says we sound good. Bless you, sir. Thank you so much. And all I can say is I'm hungover. I've got a executive producer who's fucking altered, as
Oh
always.
man.
That's the norm.
I think it's funny. It was so funny last time because when I had it was my first time on, and I had like kind of disappeared for a moment to go grab my tea water and stuff, and I come back and you were saying that I get altered and stuff, and I was laughing because at the time, like during that live stream, I was completely sober. I mean, I'm sober now. I've got like coffee, but it cracked me up because yeah,
Well,
it's like I
we're
smoke weed.
yeah, well, we're all bad. We all are bad. We're
I smoke weed.
yes, we're
I
bad
smoke
people.
weed and
Yeah.
it's like I've got my weed, I've got my tobacco, my caffeine, and occasionally like I will commune with the machine elves via like mushrooms and watch
Delightful.
my. But it's rare, it's not like I'm not like constantly,
I wouldn't mind
altered.
if you were, honey. It's just
Right. Yeah, it's not I'm not like defending it or anything. I'm not ashamed. It's
yes.
just it was really funny because at the time, I was like totally sober on my first live stream with you guys. And I don't mind that you guys are, altered. That's fine.
No,
I'm not.
honey, I'm not altered. I'm hungover, which is
Right, you're
worse. I
hungover.
would
You're
rather be
feeling
altered. Yes.
right. Yeah,
Oh,
you're dealing with
I'm
a
I'm
hangover.
actually a combination of both.
Yeah, there
Right.
we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jameson's been going through it.
Yeah, Jensen's the worst of all worlds. He put
He's
together, he's like Crisis on Infinite Earths, and all the Earths have collided. All right, and okay, Vicky Johnson says hello, Douglas. Hey, honey, mwah, love you, and a kiss to our lovely lady Amalia Willard. Mwah, I love you, honey. I couldn't do this without you. I'll probably be in better shape at the end of the hour, meaning towards the top of next hour. So, but this open hour, honestly, you two kids hold it. I'm going to take the hyperlinks, put them in the promotional banners, get the hyperlinks up on the Facebook pages beside that. And then, in the meantime, remind everyone that hit the upvotes because as soon as we start transmission, they hit us with all of the downvote bots, the Autobots attack. And so the only thing we can do on behalf of the Transformers, or however you interpret this, is to go to your different IP addresses, any IP port that's got a different IP address, your cell phone, your laptop, your PC, your tablet, and just put a upvote, because that's the only thing that counters them and puts us back on searches. Because otherwise, with enough downvotes, the YouTube doesn't put you on searches. They operate on a popularity aggregate, and they ultimately do, to their credit, filter out the Autobots and their downvotes. But by that time, we haven't been on searches for people to find when the transmission starts. So it's up to you to. It's your war, you have to fight it. So get them upvotes up. And Jacob Waters says, nothing wrong with some boomers to make you more intuitive. Cool. All right, then. I love these kids. We couldn't do it without them. So Amalia Willard, honey, it's yours. And Jameson, do the best you can to act as foil. All right?
Will do. Will do.
I love the way Douglas says my name. It's so funny. I mean, I don't care either way because I know it's a weird name, but yeah.
Am I doing it wrong, honey?
Well, no, I mean, it's Amalia, but I mean, it's just everyone's got their own.
Okay, Amalia.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get
Amalia.
it.
Yeah, everyone's got their own unique way of saying it since I was young, so I'm used to it.
Okay.
Really.
Amalia. I'll get used to it. I'm slow, but I get there.
It's okay.
And so, honey, it's all yours. And believe me, I'm so excited to have you here. You have no idea. And,
wow.
So let me go mute, proceed my linking and my chewing and grabbing my tea. I'll be back actually physically in about 10 minutes. So
okay.
Anyhow, you kids are all here and just take it over.
Wow, I don't even know I don't even know what to say or where to start.
Oh, honey, there's so much. Believe me, Jameson will start you. Yeah.
How's your day been?
Yeah, so it's been an interesting day. How's your day been?
It's been interesting. To say the least. There was a bike marathon in New York, and I had to sort of like veer through the madness just to get to Manhattan and back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. A lot of cyclists, they're doing their thing. And I had the privilege of seeing one of the cyclists, shoot me a middle finger. And I was like, okay, I don't care.
Wow.
It's probably some dope from my past who well, honestly speaking, he's not even worth a spell. That's how much contempt I have for that creature. But these are the characters that they sort of sick on me with the gang stalking and whatnot. It's just another day.
Wow. Yeah, I've had an interesting
Why don't you share with our
day.
listeners how you were communicating with him and basically helping him deal with his problems he was going through because you saw him exploding all over the news feed. How about that?
Yeah. I mean, I just kind of reached out. I just wanted to make sure he was okay because, I mean, that it can be, it can really put people into kind of a dark night of the soul if they've been, dependent on alcohol. I think alcohol is probably one of the most underestimated substances out there. And it's one of the most pushed, and we've just normalized it. It's ubiquitous in culture. And, unfortunately, it's one of the hardest ones for people to, regain equilibrium from if they're trying to get off of it. And yeah, I just kind of sent him a list of like foods high in GABA, for instance, because alcohol basically what it does is it kind of arrests GABA receptors. It basically makes the body dependent on alcohol for GABA. And that's huge. GABA is linked to anxiety reduction. Low GABA or, being depleted in it can really, really make a person's anxiety and depression like skyrocket through the roof. And that's terrible for people that, for instance, have trauma. A lot of people that have PTSD, even war veterans and stuff, it's unfortunate that they turn to alcohol because it's one of the worst ways that you could try and deal with trauma. It really is, because it's only going to make it worse. There's really no blasting trauma away through substances. And it's sad because it's like, I understand why people turn to like, drugs, alcohol, etc., to try and self-medicate it away. But that's, unfortunately, it's only going to wind up making it worse. You can't erase, there's basically no quick fix for that. And
yeah, it's well, I think it's the sensation of like oh my gosh, it's the sensations of it that I think I'm drawn to more so than the medicating aspect, because it's like that sensation of not feeling anything. It's like almost being a spirit again, rather than being a meat factory that's just
kind of reactive and reacting to all the external stimuli and stuff. It does tend to, it's a depressant. It sort of numbs that out, and I understand that. I think it's really, it's trippy because it's like, I mean, not only do we like drastically underestimate, the potency and the effects, the ravaging effects of something like alcohol, but it's like we aren't even informed about basic like neuroscience. That's a huge one. We aren't even informed about basic neuroscience, the original drugs that our own bodies endogenously produce, for instance. I mean, the orgasm, for instance, is the original fucking drug. It's like, that's the quickest way to produce all of these like neurochemicals and get our rocks off and stuff. That's the first basically dopamine train that we jump on as people, just as a living mammalian, and these things are, it's almost like deliberately sort of, I guess you could just, the appropriate word is occulted, It's because to have an informed populace in that regard, it's like people would be a lot harder to control and manipulate if people actually knew, what they were doing to themselves, for instance, or what, I mean, basically they would be making more informed decisions, or in the very least, like being more aware. Like, it's not like these, principles have to be, a person doesn't even have to like apply certain things, but just knowing what's going on, just knowing what they're doing to themselves would be monumental as far as like creating a more empowered populace, which obviously is the opposite of what any sort of like ruling elite would want, is like, an informed populace. They want a reactive, divided populace. They want everyone fighting over everything from skin color to gender to, identity to politics, left, right, red, blue, male, female, and everything. Like, they just want everyone divided. I mean, that's how you rule a populace. You get everyone reacting, hating one another. And that's a really easy to control population.
Not only that, you can profit easily off of it, because you can profit, you can sell one side this and the other side that, and you can just keep, the more the divisions, the more customers you have.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like the whole Goldman Sachs business model of medicine, for instance. It's like, I mean, I was just not even surprised at all when I saw pretty much immediately in 2020, it was pretty ridiculously obvious what they were doing. It's obvious that like, it's so easy to like rip on the right wing, it's like really easy to do. We've all been doing it, but they turned the right wing into this really interesting straw man in 2020. And it's like, I woke up one day and all of a sudden having any sort of knowledge in natural health was suddenly right wing. And it was suddenly right wing to not want to be injected with some experimental injection that was bum rushed through under Trump, by the way. And this is something that like, that's what blew my mind, is like, people were like, you're a Trump supporter if you won't get the injections. And I'm like, you guys realize that Trump was the one that authorized this whole Operation Warp Speed. Like, the cognitive dissonance was mind-blowing to me. How easily this, and these are classical propaganda tactics. This is classic propaganda tactics. You take a straw man, a hated straw man, everyone projects all of their hate onto this straw man, and then you start little by little taking things that are actually based reality, based facts. For instance, like just the fact that, vitamin deficiencies obviously are going to wind you up in the hospital, make you more prone to common illnesses and things like that. And then you start associating those basic facts with this hated straw man, and they were very clever how they went about this, and it was very successful. And then they started telling people, you're racist if you won't get these vaccines. And it's like Bill Gates came out and he was like, we need to target the first people that need to get the vaccines are the black people and the brown people and the indigenous, the First Nations. And it's
what was
it was like,
that?
hello. It was like, hello, guys, do you not see the fucking eugenics? Like, this is the dude that, like, his parents fucking founded the Eugenics Society in the United States. And here they are saying all of the fucking black people need to get the injections first. And it's like, it was disgusting, and it was also,
yeah, by the way, I'm so sorry, that is funny the way you said that.
It was
so I do want people to know I've finished putting up the hyperlinks. At least I got that speeded up based on my disgust with myself at getting everything else fucked up from the beginning. I'm going to go grab my tea now. I'll be back in a matter of moments, but these two have it well in hand. And so thank you, honey. You're doing great. You can just continue with exposing what you're exposing. Go on with that. And Jameson, I'm sure you can act as a good foil in that regard with encouraging her. And okay, so I'll go mute again. Thank you. And by the way, God, one more thing before I go. Mirth Ling, who's this wonderful lady, very supportive, she said, as soon as you finish food and drink your tea, please ask if there's a way to fix chat visibility. But everyone else who's in the chat seems to be able to see it, so I would like people to give us some feedback and let us know if there's any problem with chat visibility. Now, what Mirth Ling might be doing is looking at the video that I deleted, so she needs to reset the page. Refresh the page, and that should open up the chat, because that's what I suspect is going on. Hopefully that makes sense. And so Jacob Waters says, DMT will get you there. Laugh out loud. I agree with interesting how the term vaccine has been redefined in the last few years.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have redefined the words anti-vaxxer the same way that we have seen the word anti-Semitism redefined. It's like, it was really creepy to see that, by the way. And it's like, okay, all of a sudden questioning, the Israeli apartheid, like racist fucking, just whole Palestinian genocidal thing they have going on over there. To even question that is now, as far as like legal definition in the United States is concerned, anti-Semitism, and we're seeing the same thing about you're an anti-vaxxer, if you won't take some experimental, injections that were really, we saw so much ethics dumping in 2020. We saw science be usurped by rebranded eugenics, and it's basically that's transhumanism is rebranded eugenics. Epstein was fucking obsessed with transhumanism. And granted, I'm not trying to say that like positive, technological advances can't come out of these like psychotic ideologies. It's like, I'm not, I'm very nuanced and I'm able to be nuanced. I'm not like an extremist or anything, but it's like, the approach that these people are taking is extremist. It is very extremist to want to basically completely eradicate bodily rights. Like that's one of the principles of eugenics is basically saying the state decides what goes in your body. The state decides who breeds, who doesn't, etc. I mean, it's completely, it's just Zio-Nazi like science, basically. It's not actual science based in the observations of like natural phenomena. It's something it's an ideology. It's completely different.
Yes. And to support what you're saying, I knew a guy who worked in a psychiatry. He was a nurse practitioner, and he had also pushed drugs for pharmaceutical companies. So yeah, he says, he told me that, a lot of these studies, they don't even like, they'll use like, maybe they won't even use people who are representative of the population,
Right.
and so they're already biased studies from the beginning. And this is the reason why these pharmaceutical industries have like, millions and billions of dollars on the side for lawsuits and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's
And
absolutely insane. It's completely insane. I remember one doctor in 2020 who was, of course, banned after he just tried to speak about this experience. He was ordered to inject a First Nations, basically like reservation, uh, and it was like pretty much right when this kicked off, and like right when it became like bum rushed into the populace, the vaccines. It was like the first people that they targeted were all the First Nations people, Black people, brown people, disabled people. This is all eugenics. This is all fucking eugenics. It's really creepy. It's really fucking creepy. It's like, I saw footage of a disabled person who, they came to this person's door, came inside and literally held the person down against their will. The person was screaming. They were obviously mentally challenged or had some sort of disability, could not fight back. And they just force injected the person. And it's like, who knows what happened to that person? That person is probably not even alive anymore at this point in the game. Like, but this doctor who had to inject a bunch of people, First Nations people at a reservation, he started seeing some very disturbing outcomes of these injections. He was noticing increased heart events, strokes, blood clots.
It's interesting you bring up heart events, because my mother had suffered. She went through a sort of tachycardia after the second
oh my God.
shot, and she had to get everything looked at. So I mean, things are
yeah, it really, like, it makes me want to cry, because they're targeting people, it's like people are being targeted and they're taking advantage of, for instance, civil rights issues. It's like they're trying to paint it as if they're on your side. We see how oppressed you are, Black people, brown people. We want to help you. And it's like, these are giant pharmaceutical corporations that fund like horribly inhumane experiments. They've funded forever wars. It's all the same fucking corporations and crime families that were involved in funding, the Holocaust and, just the whole Zionist operation of that whole thing. This is all the same exact crime families involved in this. And I don't understand how, for instance, the 2010 like Rockefeller lockstep document, how were people able to psychologically bypass that? It's just beyond me.
Now, can you explain what that document was? Because this is the first time I'm hearing of that.
Are you kidding me? Wow. Okay, I would be happy to. So let me see if I can. So you can find this document. You can look it up. It's available for the whole public to read. It was released in 2010. And if I remember right, I believe it's called The Future of Technology. Let me see, The Future of... I'll try and find it. But basically, you can look it up even, I'm sure... Oh, man. Just by typing in 2010 lockstep Rockefeller. Those keywords will probably bring up the document for you, I'm sure. At least, I don't know if it will on Google at this point, because Google is just, Zionicon is all hell. It's really creepy. It's like, basically they released this document and, you guys are familiar with the occult. You're familiar with abracadabra, the concept of it, the fact that I create as I speak. They write everything down before they do it. It's
that's spelling.
It's all out in the open. Everyone can read it. It's all out in the open. It's very plain. So they wrote down in 2010 this fictitious scenario where this coronavirus, this pandemic, scourged the earth, and the only thing that could save everyone was a totalitarian global lockstep. of totalitarianism, like tyranny, essentially. And the world that they created in this creepy totalitarian vision, was exactly what we're seeing them try to unfurl here now. They're trying to essentially just push through this really creepy, almost like apartheid, like a global apartheid where it's like you can't,
Now I'm
access
looking.
certain things if you don't get in on the, the biosecurity control grid and all of
Uh,
that. And it's right wing to question it. And they're pushing everyone to the right deliberately. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. It's very
well,
obvious.
actually, the polarization seems to be going both ways,
Oh,
because
absolutely.
for a person, for us of color, we're being pushed into the left, because
Uh-huh.
the right, they're a lot of the things they have are just so reminiscent of the Jim Crow days and
Oh,
whatnot.
yeah.
It's
What's
like, get the
creepy
hell away
though
from me.
is that what's creepy though is I like that you bring up Jim Crow, because what I find interesting is that when you looked at statistics, for instance, on people that had a higher refusal of the vaccines, I don't even feel right calling it vaccines. We can't. These are gene therapies. Um, the people that had the highest refusal rate statistically, and this was according to census polls of the populace, were all people of color, were all black people, brown people. They had the highest refusal rate. They had the highest suspicion. And what's interesting is you saw this like particularly on the East Coast. It's how Jim Crow is it to say you can't get into this restaurant or this grocery store or this place unless you get these injections. And it's like, wait a minute. Meanwhile, the statistically highest, like, quote unquote, anti-vaxxer population was actually in the minority groups. So that's basically just a reinstatement of Jim Crow. So people are essentially being completely mind fucked. Most people don't even know what left or right even is anymore at this point. They're just they've been completely psyoped and taken advantage of. And this was kind of why, initially when we had like a little kind of misunderstanding, and
Yes.
disagreement, because like you were trying to, and I understand completely, like you were trying to figure out like, well, where are you on the, like, what are you politically, and because of the age that we live in, we're living under a psyop. I really feel that the wisest position that anyone can take is, basically apolitical, and I don't mean that in a sense of indifference.
Sorry.
I don't mean to say that everyone should be indifferent. I mean tactically apolitical, because they're both wings of the same bird, for instance. But
Yes.
I think Chris Collins, he had a great word for it: politically atheist. And I love that term, because that's exactly, this is actually the wisest position to take, because the wings are weaponized. They're psychological weapons at this point. I mean, it's completely absurd to say that a person who tends towards natural health, has a knowledge of vitamins, basic human biology, how the immune system functions, how to prevent and cure the common cold and flu, that makes you right wing. That's completely absurdist. That's an absurd thing to assert, and to even politicize that at all is obvious, propaganda. It's obvious, like,
Yes.
fuckery. It's obvious mind fuckery. And it makes me really angry to see how the minorities and even the disadvantaged and stuff like are being basically preyed upon by these huge corporations, these predatory entities, because it's like they're basically convincing people that they're on their side. We're trying to protect you from the racist anti-vaxxers. It's Russian propaganda if you're against, if you're hesitant to take these injections. This is narcissistic abuse on a macro scale. The first thing you're going to hear in an abusive relationship, you're going to start to hear, the abuser in the relationship is going to start calling you things like selfish. They're going to basically devalue you, try to shame you into, these are all methods of mind control, essentially. And most people that have encountered abusive relationships have encountered this on a personal level, but we are seeing this on a macro scale. It's literally narcissistic abuse.
This is Michael Aquino's Mind Wars playing out right before us, and he had his hands in both the right and the left side of the political
Exactly.
spectrum,
Thank
and
you.
he also had a lot of control over people who were influencers, people who were very big, prominent names.
Yeah.
In fact, if anyone would have known more, if anyone would have had more information than the book of Epstein, it would have been Michael Aquino.
I wouldn't doubt it for a second. I mean, that's one thing that, if you look at the right and the left in the US, one thing that they have consistently over the decades and since 1948 agreed upon is Zionism, political Zionism. They shake hands on that issue. They're like, we are going to support Israel. You can even listen to fucking Nancy Pelosi say it in her own words. She's like, if our nation were to crumble, one thing would remain, our dedication and commitment to Israel. And people think like, oh, the US is the evil empire. The US is just a vassal state for Israel and has been since 1948. And I mean, I don't care.
They and the Saudis.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like basically what we have going on here is a vassal state. The US is just kind of it's like a host. It's basically like a host, and there's these like multiple parasitic entities. And yeah, it does come across as like the world's greatest evil because all of its money, all of its riches are being funneled into forever wars to fund these like absolutely psychotic, all of these agendas are being led by like ideologies, and the leading ideology now that we're seeing in the world is transhumanism, for one. That's the major one. The major one is it's basically Zionism and transhumanism. This is like the major one. One of my favorites, I mean, I don't trust any politician as far as I can throw them, but I do have kind of it's almost like a litmus test for like whether or not they're, truly on the side of like truth is basically whether or not they will call the beast what it is. So then basically the litmus test is like, are they going to use the word Zionism or are they going to call it out? Because that's something that even Biden has come out and said, I'm a Zionist. There's fucking video footage of him coming out and saying that. This is what all the fucking right wing, the left wing, they all say the same thing. They all stand for that. So if
none
that's
of them become president if they don't. That's the thing about it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like literally a prerequisite to get in on this into the White House. So you have to be politically Zionist. You have to stand up for that. I thought it was hilarious when I recently saw what was it? It was the ADL coming out and saying the Nazis in Ukraine aren't a problem. They don't attack the Jews. They leave us alone. They leave the Jews alone. So we're fine with all of the other racist shit that they're doing. Like I remember hearing.
Well, I tend to think that there are two sides to that story as well, because yes, you are correct historically that these are remnants from the Third Reich, but in actuality, again, that when you consider what Russia is doing,
it's all they're working for the
same. You're fighting evil with an evil. They're working.
I think that the thing that a lot of people have a misconception about is that there's even a difference between.
Well, there is a difference. There's a big difference. They're two separate countries. Russia and Ukraine. They're not the same. They're not the same empire.
No, I'm not talking about the countries. I just mean the ideologies behind these wars. It's all basically what I'm trying to say is the dominating ideology behind all of this has controlled both sides of every war. And that's something that mostly people are like, it's the fact that people can't see that actually perpetuates the whole thing, is that it's like basically what I'm getting at is that the nemesis is theater. It's theater for an agenda. I mean, the whole.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just like how the right and the left, they're shaking hands behind the scenes. It's the same thing with the wars. It's like they've got the same agenda, and they all play their part. They all play their role, and it's like theater, even down to the fact that most of the presidents now in the world are all like, why are they all trained actors? Why do they all have a history in acting?
Oh, well,
Really?
by the way,
Yeah.
honey, just coming in for a second, I want to thank you so much for your patience with me when I had my little tray of my heated Meals on Wheels here and my home delivered meal. My microphone fell into it, which is why people might have heard me shouting a bit earlier about that. So I'll go back to chewing in a second, but I did want to say that I'd be interested in hearing. Let me see if I can get this right. Amalia, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Amalia talking about the Rockefeller takeover of all of the hospitals. Of course, we had many
Yeah.
independent hospitals in the United States, literally thousands of them, prior to the homogenization of healthcare under
Yeah.
Rockefeller, who purchased all of these independent hospitals and hospital universities, medical
Yeah.
universities up. So
Yeah,
tell
the
us a bit about.
academies.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up
thank you.
because that's actually a really big deal. And I mean, it's fascinating seeing like there's certain hospitals that still seem to have some sort of independent operation, and those are the hospitals that are not using ventilators, for people when they come in for like, oh, I'm scared, I'm scared, I have the COVID. Oh, let's put you on a ventilator. And what's interesting about that is just putting a person on a ventilator alone has such a high mortality rate. The procedure itself is extremely high risk. There's a number of studies that say that, if you can avoid doing this, please do if you value the patient's life. It's incredibly dangerous. And most of these people, like for instance, the New York hospital, obviously those are owned by, Rockefellers or some other like Goldman
Yeah,
Sachs.
it's
Goldman's,
Northwell Health. Yeah, they
yeah,
bought up everything.
they
They
did.
because I remember when I was in rehab, the rehab used to be Phelps Memorial Hospital used to be it wasn't under Northwell when I went to rehab like years and years ago. But when I went recently last year, it was under Northwell Health, and I noticed that the quality of everything had just gone down.
Oh, it's so sad.
There were some. I think if anything, what was the most threatening thing was the fact that they had armed security,
Hmm.
and
Yep.
and these weren't like police; these were armed security.
Right.
And when I had an altercation with an individual, which was just a shouting match, when they had approached my room, one guy already had his hand on his gun, and I was like, "Why do you have your hand on your gun?"
It's traumatizing.
And they were telling me, "Oh, don't let this get in the way of your recovery." I'm like, "No, I'm going home. I don't feel safe here." But
Right.
your security walks up. You want to dispel a shouting match by putting your hand on a gun,
Right.
by
That's a
shooting someone.
terrible approach. Yeah, that's
What
only going to escalate
I mean,
things.
what the hell are these people thinking? And so
Hmm.
I will never go back there,
Yeah,
ever.
it's understandable. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, it's really like I think the saddest thing about 2020, for instance, with the whole I don't even like the COVID psyop, essentially. Like that's the only thing you can really call it. And I'm not saying it isn't real. They certainly like released something, and I mean, obviously, I mean, I it's hard to even get into this stuff, especially when we're streaming on YouTube. But I mean, the flu shots prior to the whole COVID thing. I mean, I've never had a flu shot in my entire life, and I never had like issues with like the flu. But every time I would see all of my friends, particularly when I lived on the East Coast, it seems like the East Coast has a much stronger sort of like pharma lord, like Rockefeller type presence, and everyone over there was way more obsessed with like credentialism and all of these doing everything by the book. And I understand that when you grow up or you live in a society like that, it's kind of normal, it's normalized. Everyone just kind of goes, oh, it's flu season, let's all automatically go get our injections with whatever the fuck, by this highly unregulated industry that has ties to like DARPA and let's just not think about any of that and just keep injecting ourselves with this stuff. I would watch friends of mine when I lived on the East Coast in Maine. They would all just line up, like, you know, every year when the flu shot was like being pushed, they'd be like, it's time to get my flu shot. They would all go get it, and they would all get sick and get everyone around them sick through viral shedding. And none of them put two and two together or thought, what if I just didn't do this? You know, what if I just didn't get the flu shot? Nobody thought of that as like a possible, you know, reality. And it was just mind blowing to me. But I mean, I'm from California. We have a much stronger, we're more like, the East Coast is more the industrial center, and the West Coast is more like the agricultural center. But they're both heads and tails of like the Zionazi, like, you know, operation. They have a strong like Ziacon presence over here too in California. It's like the head and tail of the beast essentially. But it's just, it's crazy to me because prior to COVID, all these people got their flu shots and whatever, had horrible reactions to them, got really sick. I mean, just the people I knew anyways, like I witnessed this, you know, and then they were like, oh, COVID, you know, but nobody tied it to these industries. Nobody tied it to the shots. Nobody tied it to, they were just like, this came from fucking bat soup. And I mean, that's been disproved. You know, they've disproved that. They've shown ties to like we have all this like weird bioterror operations going on where they're just tinkering with viruses, and they've been doing this since well before the 70s. I mean, that's what genetically modified foods is. The way that you genetically modify a food is you do it through a viral vector. So they've been dicking around with viruses. I remember one time they actually gave a whole town fucking hepatitis through berries, through frozen berries, because they had used hepatitis as a viral vector to genetically modify these berries. People ate the berries, got hepatitis, and the company was like, we're sorry, guys. You can get free vaccines, you know, and it's like, they've already got the fucking vaccine through the berries, guys. It's just absolutely insane.
Well, now, they've definitely been experimenting with viruses for quite some time. I mean, we can go all the way back to Cornelius P. Rhodes, who was injecting Puerto Ricans with the virus that causes cancer. You know, which is like, I think, what is it, like a HPV type virus or something like that.
It's one of them. I mean, cancer is a really interesting subject because you can, you know, cause cells to mutate in the body in a number of ways. But that's there is one kind of HPV, you know, that can make someone more prone to it, and they really milked that. That was like a cash cow for them. They did the whole HPV vaccine, and that was disastrous. You know, that caused horrible impacts in young teens, and there were lawsuits around it. There's still lawsuits going on about that particular injection. And they've started using cancer cell lines, you know, in these injections. I mean, there's just so much that's controversial about this industry that to not question it at this point, I mean, I understand, though, too, that depending on where you grow up, depending on how and where you were socialized, and even depending on whether you have a military background or not. I know plenty of friends that were in the military, and it's totally normal for them. They're like, I've been injected with fucking everything under the sun. It's no big deal to me. I'm fine.
Yeah, they don't give you a choice in the service. Yeah,
They don't. And then that makes it more normal, you know, for them later on in life, for them to just keep rolling out this shit and saying it's time for your fucking 85th injection of like whatever we deem necessary. And it's just that protocol is normalized. If you've been exposed to that protocol before and you didn't have a choice, then as a civilian, you're going to be more accepting. And this is just like how abusive relationships work. Slowly over time, your whole value system, your boundaries will be eroded. You will no longer have a strong grip on reality anymore because you've become accustomed to like having your whole value system gutted and replaced, you know, with the abuser's value system and like their agenda and what they want to see happen. And so I have a lot of, you know, empathy and sympathy for that because I mean, I know people, for instance, in certain professions, like healthcare professions, or, people that have to work with like autistic kids or something like that, where every year they're basically forced to take like whatever injection. They're forced to take like a flu vaccine or something. Usually they would have a say, but it would be strongly pushed on them. And so it just kind of became normal. And now we're seeing basically what we witnessed in 2020 was we saw science as we know it be usurped and replaced with a rebranded version of eugenics. They can't just call it eugenics anymore because that's obviously fallen into disrepute for obvious reasons. But they call it transhumanism. And if you really go deep into the transhumanist community and you listen to the way that these people talk, or even if you just listen to the way that Epstein spoke, like, for instance, Whitney Webb, I don't know if you guys are familiar with her, but she's an amazing independent journalist, pretty much banned on YouTube, but she did an interview with Maria Farmer, Maria Farmer is, she's basically an Epstein survivor. She was around all of that. She witnessed all of it and just was subjected to all of this like crazy shit. But she was around all of these billionaire, like Ziacons, basically. Epstein, all of his scientists, like buddies, all of these billionaire, rich, transhumanist scientists, doctors, and they were all extremely, extremely racist against black people, white people, everyone that wasn't Jewish, which is insane when you think about it, because Jewish is a religion, it's not a race. This is one of the biggest misconceptions a lot of people have, and it's like, it shouldn't even be taboo to say this, but it is.
In other words, those are people of Slavic descent, and Slavic pretty much. And the honesty, the real, what do they call it, anti-Semitism, is the fact that we have these Slavic people who identify as worshiping Judaism, who are free to kill the actual Semites and tell everyone else that if they disagree with them, they're anti-Semitic.
But by that, I presume you're referring to Arabic people. The Semites.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yes. You need to clarify that. But by the way, just to clarify, I want to say hello to Sarah Thomas. She's got 3 pink pulsating hearts there. If Peter weren't coming on so soon, I would basically invite her on as well to join. So sitting here in the hot tub as we are, of course, I definitely appreciate the fact that, let me try this. Amalia? Amalia.
Amalia, yeah.
Amalia. That Amalia has kept this going. And so we're going to be bringing Peter on in a few minutes, but I do want you to stay with us to help with the transition. I'll probably go into a bit of a subject of transition that I think will help smooth the transition. Not that it needs to be bumpy at all, or that I foresee it as being such. So our individual in the chat room named Troy Bellamy, wonderful man, he's been with us quite some time. He says some Jews try to have it both ways. It is in fact an ethnicity and a religion in everyone else's perception. So just let me try and bring this up a little bit so that I can clarify some things. When of course, Jameson Reese, who I presume is the source of that chair squeaking sound, right?
Oh, yes, that was me. That was me.
Okay, yes, because we've been hearing that, and just want to make sure that's you. And Troy Bellamy says, many would argue that the original Hebrews were black. Well, there's certainly no way to argue against that, since there is such a thing as, obviously, Ethiopian Jews, as well as the Jewish DNA having been confirmed in much farther south in Africa, very much near South Africa, as a matter of fact. So
the whole term Jewish DNA like cracks me up. I mean, can you guys imagine Christian DNA, Catholic DNA? I mean,
I appreciate what you're saying, honey.
Really? Really? It's kind of mind-blowing.
You leave me at a loss for words. So what I will do is, at least let's do this micro steps, baby steps at a time. I will say that what Jameson Rees said was that these are really Slavic people. No, they're actually ethnically Turkic. So they're Turkic. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, if
yes.
they were, yeah, I
Yes.
mean, this is
Sorry.
what
Sorry. Yeah, that was that's a mistake I continually make.
No worries.
this
No
is
worries.
what the author Shlomo Sand, what he argues, and he has a very compelling, he's written quite a lot about this, and I mean, he's Jewish himself. He's, essentially a Jewish scholar. He's written books about this, and yeah, I mean, he basically argues that if there were to be any sort of genetic commonality between people that are of the Jewish religion, it would basically be like this weird sort of, it's like kind of a mix of Eastern European descent, like different.
Well, it's Turks that have settled in Eastern Europe for so many hundreds of years, thousands at this point, or at least over 1,000 or around 1,000.
Yeah.
That it's become fairly blurred, but honey, the fact remains that I don't want to overdwell on this right now, but I do want to point out the fact that there is a ethnic composition to Jews in the sense that they have very specific diseases that nobody else gets, hundreds of them.
It's
like
really
Tay-Sachs
interesting.
disease.
It's really interesting that you bring that up because one of the main causes of that.
Oh, by the way, and you can bring Peter on while she goes on. Yeah, so go on.
Oh,
honey.
Peter's
One
on.
of the
Peter's
main causes of that was there was a time where they were very obsessed with quote unquote keeping things pure. So there was a large obsession with inbreeding, and this caused all kinds of disorders. And then they got into eugenics because of this. They wanted to try and continue
Got it.
to do
Okay. So that's it. That's fascinating. By the way, I'm not going to argue with that. That's actually quite compelling. There's components to that I could easily integrate. So
I mean, this stuff can even be sourced, so it's not like I'm just pulling this out of my ass because I'm like, some sort of like anti-Semite.
No, I got it. And by the way, the proper term would be Judeophobe because anti-Semite would actually mean that you're, antithetical to Arabs, really.
Right,
and,
exactly.
And Sephardim. So we're going to transition to Peter with a topic both of you, Amalia and Peter, can speak of. Venus is in Aries right now, so
it hasn't reached it yet. It hasn't quite reached it yet, but soon. It's about to be.
May 2nd, yes. Yeah, tomorrow. So it's getting really hot. The planet of love is entering the sign of the Ram. So this means that, well, honey, you were talking about being a virgin living up there alone in bumfuck red California. I can help you solve that problem now. This is the time for us to shoot. Yes.
Where are you in California?
I'm in a small county called Lake County, essentially. It's about 2 hours north of San Francisco. So I'm not far from where Douglas is.
Yeah,
you're on the Grove, but you're near the Grove, on the coast.
Okay, you kind of, but not. I mean, I think that's more in what is Sonoma, right?
That's on the coast.
Yeah, that's on the coast. I'm not that close to. No, I'm not near the Grove, but it's probably close to me. But I'm about
Lake County.
Yeah. It's a very small.
That's
small
right.
county.
So we can actually make this happen. And yes, so there we are. That's how exciting these times are. And so with that in mind, honey, you can tell us a bit more about what Venus in Aries represents. And also we've got Jupiter and Venus. It looks like they're going to collide, right?
Jupiter's going to follow suit in Aries. This is a big deal for Jameson. He's Aries rising. He's ruled by Mars. So, this is, if you're feeling down right now, Jameson, this is really good for you. This is good news for you because that'll be your first house. But yeah, Venus and Jupiter in Aries, this is really, I'm excited. I'm excited personally because that's my 4th house. I think it's really interesting because there's been a couple of friends of mine who are actually Aries suns. And they both hit me up at the same time going, we need to hang out. I want to come by and hang out at your house. Aries is my 4th house. I'm a Capricorn rising, as you are, Douglas. Yeah. So I thought it was really funny that all of a sudden I'm getting inundated with friends of mine that happen to be like under the Aries sun, and they want to come hang out at my house.
Wonderful. Yes. Well, I can see
Yeah.
why. And so that being said, honey, what do you recommend for people during this time that they basically go for it, I would presume. So take it from
Yeah, I
there.
mean, a lot of people are doing it's really interesting. A lot of people are doing some really deep healing right now in many ways. I think it's interesting because we are finishing up Saturn in Aquarius. And I mean, this is kind of more thinking long-term projections because it doesn't move into Pisces for quite some time, But Saturn in Pisces really, it trips me out because when I think about 1935 through I believe it was 1938 when Saturn was in Pisces around that time. One of the first things to happen when that transit kicked off was that guy, what was his name? He founded Alcoholics Anonymous,
Ah,
essentially.
I forget his
Yeah,
Wilson,
name.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
yeah, yes. Thank you. Yes, so it was really that's an interesting thing to think about, because Pisces is kind of our unconscious, and it can also rule, escapism and even debauchery, in the worst case or the worst expression and whatnot. But Saturn is like mastery, restraint, restriction, bringing some elements of understanding to these things. So I just think that's really interesting because I know that a lot of people, and I've actually seen quite a few people posting about these themes of recovery, themes of like trying to regain a sort of self-mastery, self-control over their own consciousness and things like that. Um, so we're going to see probably a lot of that. We are living in interesting times. I mean, we're being subjected to quite a lot of propaganda and manipulation and stuff. So it's our consciousness in these times is everything. It really is. We
Yes.
can't underestimate the power of basically keeping uh, stewardship over our own minds,
Yes.
self-control over our own minds, our own consciousness. It's going to be imperative.
Mhm.
And also solidarity, because it's so easy to become divided in these kinds of times, anti-vaxxers against vaxxers and, right against left, black against white, men against women. I mean, look at the way that just this trial that they keep putting in everyone's face is affecting even the genders, the sexes, the way that it's like kind of pitting men against women. I've noticed that.
Yeah, you're talking about the Johnny Depp
Yeah,
defamation trial.
yeah.
Yeah.
I am so tired of seeing the footage of this trial. It's having it in my face like anytime I go anywhere on social media. It's just there, and it's uh
Johnny Depp is disgusting. But such being said, yes. So I'm so glad you were able to join us, Peter. And we have this wonderful young lady with us. And, you can just kind of retreat into the gentle night whenever you wish, honey. And at
yeah.
about 9 p.m. On the our time, we might probe and see if you're available again, okay?
All
I
right,
want, I
yeah.
want to, I want to
Yeah.
question her
Of course,
about
take your time. She can stay
about
here as long as you want.
California here,
Yeah.
because I'm getting an I. You're in the direction. This is in like Clear Lake area.
It's near there, yeah. I mean, that's one of the
Generally speaking,
that's
I'm not asking specifics. And you can. How far away are you from Calistoga? About an hour?
Yeah, it's about an hour away. Yeah, it's
Okay,
down the hills.
Calistoga is north of the wine country, which used to be very beautiful
Yeah.
uh, in Napa, and Calistoga is a sort of a spa area,
Mm-hmm.
very
It's very pretty.
beautiful, quaint area. So I've been to Calistoga. I have not been north into that area.
Mm-hmm.
Although, as I say, as people are familiar, I was in Shasta earlier last month for the first time. Uh,
Wow.
I was there, so I've never explored your area of California. It's yeah, I'm sure it's very beautiful.
It is, yeah, and I mean, it's been quite ravaged since about 2015 or so, but it's been bouncing back quite phenomenally, fortunately.
And you
We've had,
also have an astrology blog,
yeah, I have a website, yeah.
and this looks interesting. I will look at it. I look at Susan Miller's Astrology Zone.
I love her. I love Susan Miller. She's great.
And by the way, honey, don't forget to tell us where everybody can access your channel and your blog, okay?
Okay, yeah, my blog is thecuriousgirl.org, and my channel is The Curious Girl. You can just find it on YouTube, The Curious Girl Tarot.
And your music?
Oh, and my music is all over like Spotify, basically any. I've got a few albums released on, all the major platforms, and then my unreleased stuff can be found at The Curious Girl on SoundCloud.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Peter, go on. I didn't mean to interrupt you, please.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
I
was like,
because you're into astrology and music, I just want to hit another point.
mm-hmm.
When I was going to my first book fair, releasing the Montauk Project, at one of the book fairs, I met a man named Gerald J. Marco, Markoe. And he lived in the city, and he was an astrologer who did music. He did a music about the Pleiades. It's very popular music. I liked it. I got it myself. We enjoyed it. But the interesting, and I had him come out and do an event in Long Island. It was very popular. He sold a lot of his music out there, but he was an astrologer, and he would do people's charts and put them to music. He would do
That's amazing. Wow. That is so cool.
Yeah, I assume he still does it. I'm looking at him. I don't know whatever happened to him. I mean, that was like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
But his music is still available. And I'm just, okay, music, what's to say, music from the Pleiades. This was classic stuff. Melodies from the Pleiades, music from the Pleiades. It was the sort of hallmark of New Age music. It was very ethereal. And I just wanted to share the idea of you, if you're a musician, putting people's charts to music.
That's a really interesting concept. I'm definitely intrigued. I'm gonna have to look this guy up. Thanks for
and more to the point is just like, if you look at a chart, see what it inspires. You're going to get the archetypes.
Absolutely.
And the squares are all gonna, jump out at you and hey, this guy's really screwed up. It's like, I want to share something else with you too.
Okay.
I once had a rapport with a guy, and a very good rapport. And I looked at his chart, and I saw that his chart was really screwed up for finances.
Oh man.
And I didn't want it, and I never got back to him because I didn't want to tell him your finances are really screwed up. And they were screwed up.
Right.
They weren't absolutely horrible, but he was struggling. And the chart said, you suck with money. And I didn't say a thing. And then he found his way back into my life, and he was doing well.
That's beautiful.
Financially. Now, I don't know if it lasted. I hope it did.
Right.
And I said, this, and it's very important when a reader sees something negative in a chart or in the person's aura, it's very important that they do not feed the negativity.
Oh, absolutely.
You can kill a person, you can cave in a person.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so important to see the higher potentials of the promise of someone's natal chart and to focus on that, to emphasize that, to try and help call them into that.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this for you so much, but I'm saying it for those in the audience who might do readings.
Yeah.
You can kill a person, I say that metaphorically and sometimes literally. And it's like, say, so if the person's really screwed up in money, you might say, okay, any challenges you have in finances, you need to, invoke the, antidote for, money, which would be whatever it would be. Venus, you need to.
Venus, yeah, Venus is the antidote to Saturn, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know all the antidotes. You do. Well, most people don't know the antidotes. Now, so I say antidotes for each, if you have an affliction with Saturn, Venus is the solution. If you had a affliction with Venus, Saturn is the solution. It doesn't work that way with all the different planets. Saturn is an antidote for Uranus. It's an antidote for Neptune, which is too dreamy.
Yeah, yeah.
Saturn is sober reality, but Saturn can be too sober and too real. So I'm very impressed that you know the antidotes for the different. That's great. So
yeah, no, it's cool hearing you talk too, because you're clearly very well, well versed in astrology as well, and yeah, it's definitely really cool to meet you.
Yeah, I got to tell you something else about this since we're going. But Douglas, I got to tell you something else, Douglas, because at some point in the next few hours, I'm going to get called away to help move some furniture. A friend's coming by, bringing some furniture over. So
okay,
I'm just letting you know that. So I'll have to pop out.
Okay.
And maybe that's a good time to talk about the trolls.
Okay.
But to get back to the astrology, one of the things that I've learned from Stephanie South, who is the curator of the knowledge of Jose Arguelles, the man who started Earth Day, not Earth Day, Whole Earth Week. And they're going to be celebrating this on Mother's Day in UC Davis. They celebrate it every Mother's Day, Whole Earth, because it's the Earth Mother, Whole Earth Week. And it started at UC Davis in March 1970. Now, Jose Arguelles was a professor at the time at UC Davis, a professor of art history, and he took all of his students from all of his classes and he divided them into 12 groups by their astrology signs.
That's wow.
And he said, okay, I want each one of you groups to collectively work on your dreams and manifesting your dreams. And they're out of their dreams grew Whole Earth Week, which was a phenomena that exists to this day. It transmogrified into Earth Day. And now they still have Whole Earth Week in Davis in memory of him. And I've learned so much more. I talked to Stephanie yesterday, and she had been in darkness for about a week. She'd emerged about a week later. She was in darkness up in some mountain in Idaho where she had nothing but blankets, a bathroom, ate fruit and water, and tranced out or whatever.
So that was like a sensory deprivation type of retreat, it sounds like.
Yeah. Now she's I was hoping she could come to Shasta with me in September to present, but she's going to South America, to Brazil, where they have a community that's based on this. Out of the dreams grew a community. So what I'm going to do with her, we're going to set a template to recreate what Jose Arguelles did with his professorship, only we're not doing it under the auspices of a university. We don't know how we're going to do it. We're just feeding a dream. And so that means when I go to places, like when I go to Shasta in September, I will probably do a part of the presentation. I'll say, okay, 15 minutes. Everybody in the audience, get all the Capricorns over here, all the Cancers, all the Scorpios, all the Tauruses, get them all together and say, I want you guys to share your dreams. Create a network of dreaming and share your dreams with each other and how you can all help each other manifest your dreams. This is a mini quick, Yeah. But any place I go where I have the means and time to do that, I'm going to do it.
That's
I'm
beautiful.
going to export this meme modality idea to divide people. And what you really do is feeding the dream. So that is a very, very incredible thing I've learned. And of course, she also introduced me to these geodesic domes, this dome
the geodesic
activity.
dome.
And she gave me a link. I think I might have taken the link away here, but it was a link on all these domes where they have holographic domes. And she had sent me a picture of herself presenting in this huge dome down in Brazil, where they're she's talking, and there's all these people from that community, and there are different domes for different purposes: healing, living, and this is something. It's like a whole sub counterculture to what we're living in, and I'm being introduced to it by her. I really only know her, and she's got a much bigger following. She's a celebrity in her own world. I only know her as Stephanie, who's written some books. I have a personal relationship with her, but I don't know the magnitude. I know the legacy of which she's a part of, but I have no idea of her audience or even what her support system is. So this is something I'm being introduced to, opening up to new energies. So that's, it's very positive. We started our collaboration on a new moon. She called me yesterday on another new moon. So I was a little disappointed that she can't be there with me at Shasta, but it's okay. I will.
And this new moon, I mean, we got to see the Venus-Jupiter conjunction. Were you able to catch that? It was so gorgeous.
Oh, I didn't go out and see it. I had a very busy. Of course, I felt it. I was thinking about it, but
it was I felt it too. It was. I can't even explain it or articulate it, but it was so compassionate. There was a lot of compassion in the air. It was very empathic, very. I don't know how to describe it. It was just really unconditionally loving, very compassionate, very spiritual, very a very wide circle of compassion is really how the best way I could put that. It was a really beautiful aspect. I was able to see people caught some really beautiful photographs of it. It was gorgeous. I did see it at night here.
You have good, you don't have light pollution up there, do you?
No, I'm very fortunate that we have some very good sky here. I'm in the forest though, so we have quite a bit of trees, but.
Did you grow up in that area?
I did. I grew up in Lake County. Yeah. I mean, I've lived all over the place, but I mean, this is my home. This is my little shire. I'm definitely a mountain person for sure.
Ooh, wow. So I definitely appreciate that, honey. And I'm so glad the two of you are talking. Please go on as long as, you keep this rolling. It's fine by me. It gives me a chance.
The only thing I would say is that, as I say, I'm from California, all over the place. I like to say or think, because I've been to so many places in California, such a huge state, that having gone to high school in Davis, and I never really got anywhere north of Woodland, except for maybe Tahoe. I went to Tahoe once, but never went up to Chico, Marysville. And when I did on this last trip, it was beautiful to see all that farmland until you hit Shasta, and it's just like, wow, this mountain comes out of nowhere. It's just incredible. But no, I never snuck over there into Mendocino or anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't think I was born. Much north of Calistoga is the highest I've gotten.
Yeah, and that's pretty nearby me. That's pretty near me. Calistoga is about right down the hill from me. One time I actually, I rode my bicycle from Cobb, where I'm at now, to Davis. And that was it took about almost like 3 days. And I had it was like a weird little tow thing hooked up to my bicycle. And I had like all my supplies, my guitar, my dog.
Was it safe?
I mean, yeah, I had a safe time. It was definitely an interesting adventure. I mostly slept in like vineyards and orchards and things like that. It took about almost 3 days.
Did you take the bike back, or did you put it in a truck?
I took the bike back part way, but then I got a ride. God, I can't remember where it was. I think it was Williams. Got a ride from Williams on the way back.
Going back is always a lot more stressful or strenuous than going to.
Yeah, it was quite a time, and rolling into Davis was it was trippy because at the time, the bike lanes were bigger than the car lanes, and I rolled into, God, I think it was a Long's Drugs or something. I had to get some feminine hygiene products. But then I was able to I was taken in I wasn't really taken in, but I was invited to go to this, they called it the Domes in Davis. And it was like really weird it looked like a little Ewok village, really. And it was all of these domes. There were goats, chickens.
Was it at the university?
Yes, it was like connected to the university anyways. It wasn't like at it, but it was like this weird project that was connected with the university. And
it probably was. The university expands outward ridiculous amounts to the west.
It was absolutely amazing though to see, and they let me charge my, devices, and like they helped me with my bicycle. I had to get my tires pumped and things like that. It was basically a bunch of bicycles there and domes, and they had like chickens and goats running around, hammocks everywhere. It was like a little Ewok village, literally, and it was pretty beautiful to see. It was kind of like a weird social experiment where students at the university, I guess, could stay there as an alternative to a dorm, and it was kind of a social experiment that they were running, and it was really trippy to kind of be there and witness that and experience that. And
there's a lot of community energy in Davis. A lot of community energy, and it was, as they say, it extended outward from the university, which was kind of very unique.
Yes.
Also, when I lived in Davis, and it's still the same way, there was no poverty. Nobody in Davis was poor. And right now, I mean, the houses are so expensive, poverty couldn't enter. In fact, it was pretty much tended towards upper middle class.
Right.
Some areas, but it was so idyllic in that sense of the word.
Right. By the way, because I'm so hungover and I'm feeling the repercussions because I had to eat to make certain I didn't get nauseous, I really need to go vomit. So I'm going to leave the two of you to hold the stage for several minutes.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I'll be puking my guts out.
Can.
Thank you.
Oh, poor Douglas.
Man. That's it's I can appreciate those experiences you had, and with this whole astrology is the artistic science or scientific artistry of synchronicity.
Exactly.
And it's how many ways can you look into a lens. Every astrologer has a different lens because they see things through their own references or orientation. And there are literally an infinitude of vantage points you can take when you look at the heavens. Some people will focus on even asteroids or things that normal astrologers wouldn't do. And they will evaluate this by that. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just how clear their view is by reason of this, that, and the other thing. I would assume that you work relatively conventionally.
Well, I mean,
I don't say that as an insult.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out, what exactly you mean by conventionally. I mean,
well, in other words, you would go by planets and houses.
Oh, yeah.
And
Definitely. Yeah, I'm a Hellenistic astrologer, so it's like, I mean, I use the whole house system, which a lot of people, I try to encourage people to use that system because, Placidus, for one, it hasn't been used for very long, and for two, it's not even universally, applicable. So I use...
just explain houses for those who are not familiar. The zodiac is divided into 12
12
pieces
houses. Yeah.
of the sky. You look at it, and it divides into 12 slices of pie, so to speak. And each one of those houses is I don't know how you say astrogeographically. I don't know how you what the word is for geographic. I suppose that would be applied. Astrogeographically, you look up in the skies and you see that Taurus dominates the constellation. Taurus dominates one pie, Sagittarius another pie, piece of the pie, and Capricorn and so on. So that this gives different aspects, and of course, some of the houses are in winter, some of them are in summer, and some of them are in spring. Whereas Aries would be the time, the first house of the zodiac, because it's on the horizon, on the eastern horizon during the spring equinox. And that's sort of the beginning of the year. So it goes, Aries is the first house. And then, but when you're born, the pie twirls around. So what's on the horizon in the eastern horizon, what slice of pie is going to be different from when you're born. In my case, Virgo, so I'm a rising Virgo. That means you hear the rising sign.
Oh, you're a Virgo rising. Nice.
Yeah. So I'm just explaining to people what people hear the rising sign and they don't know what that is.
Yeah, and the rising sign, it truly is like the most important for astrologers because it tells us the entire layout of your chart. And so we place quite a bit of importance on the rising sign. And in fact, like if you're interested in, if you tend to like to read, daily horoscopes, general horoscopes and things like that, I always recommend to people read for your rising sign. It's going to be the closest to a personal reading that you can get because it represents your first house. And so that's going to give you basically the information on what transits are impacting your personal natal chart.
And Wonderful. Of course, transit, for those of you who are not familiar, means what's going through that house.
Yeah.
The transit is the planets or heavenly bodies, because these words people don't always relate to.
No, they don't. They're too specialized. So what I will say is just to enlighten Peter on the one topic, he said astrogeographically. The word is astrography. So you would just say astrographically. That would be that. Now, of course, I'll go back to what I was doing. I was just checking in with both of you in between, attempting to purge myself. I'm sorry.
Did that go well, Douglas?
No, it was just dry heaves this time. I'll go back to it in a few minutes, probably the real thing. But nevertheless, the problem in my situation, of course, being what I am, I don't really process solid foods very well. And, I'm kind of trapped. I do need them to get some calories in myself, but handling them, especially after I was combining every drug known to man during the Emperor's birthday, Japanese Golden Week, then, you see the results, as Peter probably is able to see in the photograph embedded in thumbnail of the live stream. So took a lot of work to get me home, and then when I got home, I wasn't even prepared, and then we had a lot of bumps in trying to get the program started. But thanks to this young lady and, of course, Jameson Reese, we were able to do that. And let's see if he's back. And, good, he is back.
I want to ask her another question, though.
Oh, take your time. You can keep her all night.
Astrologically speaking, I was fighting off, I guess, Friday through Saturday through today. I was fighting off some sort of illness, for lack of a better words. It was fever, but it was very light. I had to go. I went into the Brooklyn on Saturday yesterday, which was an ordeal. I was getting all ready to go to this, football draft that we were doing for Friday, and it was 5 hours of fun and games. But I had to get ready for that. It was tough, and every time I get into being with people, I get better. And I think I've just kind of evaded it. But everybody I'm talking to, whether it be at football this morning or in Brooklyn yesterday, or even with my wife talking at work, that people are not feeling well. Now, Doug says he has
I'm
a
glad you
stomach
brought
thing.
this up. I'm glad you
Pardon?
brought this up. I'm glad you brought this up actually, because I actually got hit up by a friend of mine today who he said him and his girlfriend and her kid are all kind of under the weather. He said that they had come down with some sort of illness, whatever the latest designer bullshit is circulating around. And I was really sad to hear that. And I asked if he had any vitamins, and he said, I don't know, I'm going to have to check. And I said, well, basically bare minimum, you're going to want at least 15,000 to 20,000 IUs of fat-soluble vitamin A and 15,000 to 20,000 IUs of vitamin D. Like, those are the major, as far as our immune system goes, like, that's the most important protective factor from any kind of cold or flu going around. And
Yeah, and so, but I wondered, astrologically, was there anything? Virgo is the stomach.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything opposing Virgo. I mean, all those planets are opposing, the stuff in Pisces would be opposing Virgo. I don't know if it has anything.
Yeah, you do have a lot of oppositions going on right now. We've had this whole stellium, in Pisces, and so if you're Virgo rising, that's definitely that's your opposites. That's your descendant. That's your seventh house. But because, Virgo and Pisces is kind of like the mental and physical health axis, and Pisces can be kind of dissolving. It can be kind of a weakening influence in regards to that. But it's interesting that you're bringing this up, because I am seeing kind of a lot of that. A lot of people have been dealing with either some sort of illness or feeling under the weather, even addictions, or some people I know are, like even losing like pets right now. And it's very strange. It's interesting.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to comment on that because Douglas was seems to be
feeling all that great.
Not feeling all that great, and it won't until I actually purge. But in the meantime, both of you are doing so well, and Jameson has rejoined us, so all three of you can help when I finally take care of this issue. But in the meantime, I think that while Peter's with us, doubtless you had some other things to speak about tonight. If you care to bring those up, I could always start us by reading this wonderful letter that was sent to me by Mr. Mike Miller. I will provide him a shout out later because he sent $40. But he was someone who, along with Eric Laystick, they both got money to me in time where if I had needed that for rent, thankfully the rent was already covered by Chris Collins. Then what that leaves for me is this. Yes, God bless Chris Collins, and he gave $20 to me, which covered the rent, and I was able to get that money order for it. But that, of course, leaves this it leaves this desert in between the paying of the rent and when my check deposits, which is on the 3rd of every month. So it leaves this desert of sometimes like a work week's worth of time where I have nothing. But thanks to Mr. Mike Miller, who lives in Montrose, Colorado. I honestly, the first time I saw the envelope, I thought it was California till this moment I really looked at it. Montrose, Colorado. And he also, along with Eric Laystick, who sent $25, together between the two of them, I had $65 to last me until the check deposited. And then just today, our friend, because it's the first of the month, Salman Sheikh, provided another $25. So these two other men actually got their money to me in time where if I needed it for rent, I would have had it towards that. So all of Eric Laystick and Mike Miller, they're very deeply appreciated. Chris Collins was definitely the man who was pivotal. And with these two gentlemen, Mike Miller said, "Hello, Douglas. Here's a small contribution to your continued endeavors. I first heard about you 24 years ago. I mean, it may seem like 24 years ago, but even I have a hard time believing that I've been a public informant for 24 years. I guess I have, yes. And ordered 2 DVDs of yours near Sacramento, I think, speaking about Roswell. And yes, he's absolutely right. I was in Sacramento, speaking about Roswell. He said, I enjoyed the video and mentioned your take on events to my late father, Gary Eugene Miller, who was former U.S. Air Force intelligence. He listened carefully and responded, that makes more sense than any other I've heard. This is how he wrote it. So if we were like to reproduce that in print, then I would add in parentheses the SIC, the sick, meaning that's the way he wrote it. That makes more sense than any other I've heard. I believe that's what he's saying. I mean, that's what he's saying, but I believe what he means to say is that makes more sense than anything else I've ever heard. Anyhow, you might find it interesting to hear that he shared, or what he shared with me, and in our final phone conversation 9 years ago, while I was living in New Zealand, and he was living in Ely, Minnesota. He was a man of few words, tight-lipped, half German, half Norwegian, patriotic and very Christian man. He was sharp-minded and always spoke accurately, but in the last conversation, he misspoke his own age. He was in fine health, but this caught my attention. So he asked me this question. When I was in military intelligence, I kept hearing and seeing this phrase, perception management, and he put that in quotes. Do you know what it means? I had never heard of it. I paused, gathered my experience, and thought and responded, well, Dad, maybe our entire worldview is cherry-picked for us to make us more controllable? After a pause, he responded, that might very well be right, Mike. Was he dropping me a bone, testing me, or sincerely asking? Anyhow, these last few years, it has become very clear to me, our corporate governments, religious institutions, medical whores, and media companies have been manipulating public perception in a huge way. Like Peter hints, I guess we deserve what we get based on our deep inner proclivities and actions, or lack thereof. Thanks for sharing your broad knowledge base. I stayed away from listening to you because I felt your perspective was jaded. As it goes in life, our perspectives continually evolve. And recently, I find some edification in your and in yours and Peter's discussions. Sincerely, Mike. So it's very important. And of course, as a straight, cisgendered, heterosexual white male, Peter Moon does make, he does act as kind of a, how do I say it? He makes it easier for whatever I have to present to go down and be assimilated by the general public. So that and his own broad experience helps in that area. Of course, our young lady, Amalia Willard, I don't know if you would find that to be the case, but you do feel that Peter acts as kind of like a buffer to help the general public hear what I have to say, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's so many different perspectives on the show in general, and that's what I think is so fascinating about it. It's kind of a hodgepodge of different viewpoints, and I think that that's important, and I think that, it's just really important for everyone to basically, if anything, combat divisiveness and be able to interact with other people that think or live differently than themselves. I think that that's just a testament of that's something that we should strive for. It's something that we should hang on to. We shouldn't try to oh, you're this or you eat that way or you're, I'm not talking to you. I'm just going to shut down. It's we need to stay curious. We need to stay curious and we need to stay united and not divided, because that's one of the biggest things that any sort of psyop type of operations would strive to do, is divide people based on these kind of ideological or identity politics.
This is a good point, and I want to bring this up with reference to Douglas. So much we live in a world that is afraid to offend anybody who's has a sexuality that is not, average or not
right,
strictly female or male, or any of the variations. If any criticism of that, the news media goes hog wild about, and the Republican Party can go wild over these issues. and it gets where it gets really absurd.
Yeah,
I would say my first experience with this, because I have had reason to go to the Center for Gay Lesbian Studies in Greenwich Village, often doing talks there, because it's a place that offers a room. So, I've attended lectures there, I've participated in them, and have a lot of reason to go there. The subjects are not gay, lesbian, or transgender. It's just you're just using it. But when you go into there, you're subjected to that culture.
Mm-hmm.
And often the attendees will be of that persuasion, because this is what's happening today at the center.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, one of my lesbian friends was shocked to even hear they had such a place. She didn't know about it. And what they do there, as far as gay lesbian studies, I can't really talk about because I haven't really gotten into it. But when I first went there, they have one bathroom. This is long before transgender bathrooms were chic.
Right.
It says transgender.
Yeah.
So, I go in there because I need to, I need to go, It's like,
right. That's people's main priority is they just got to go. I don't care what gender it is.
You see a person next to you it was in this case a urinal,
mm-hmm.
and all of a sudden you're thinking in ways you've never thought before. What is this person? What is their persuasion? I can't really tell looking from the side,
mm-hmm.
Because they looked very gender neutral in their face. I think they were mostly male from the waist down, I think, but all of a sudden you start thinking in ways you never would normally think, because the bathrooms, usually it's like the boys' bathroom and the girls' bathroom in school. It's very clear. There's no lack of clarity in this regard. But to get back to what I was saying is and then it gets extreme when somebody starts exploiting this. Like they want to go into the ladies' room for the wrong reason, or they want to go into the men's room for the wrong reason. They want to go into the what is the other transgender issue I was thinking of? When they have these ridiculous situations where a man wants to go in for electrolysis to get the hairs removed from his pubic region, whereas the woman who's doing the electrolysis is going to be subjected to having it, right in almost her face, so to speak, in her intimate zone. So she feels it's violating her, her sexuality to be subjected to this professional request. And so there becomes a lawsuit over such a thing.
Yeah. It's almost like
well, this is the absurdity.
It is. It's like they want everyone hating each other, essentially. They just want everyone to hate each other.
Exactly. But this is what I was going to say. And I suffered this with Preston Nichols. I suffer something similar, not the same, with Douglas Dietrich. So with Preston Nichols, it would say, all sorts of things would be hurled at him. I won't even say what they were, but about his alleged sexuality, which was not viewed by certain or many people to be heterosexual. And the same with Duncan Cameron. And they would make these sneering, derisive comments. And of course, I was not unfamiliar with why they were reacting. But I was always interested in Preston because of his his research into time. Now, there's no question that time bridges into consciousness, as Douglas was saying in the last transmission or two about, consciousness is what it's all about in his Kabbalistic iterations.
Thank you.
And so, it's like, wow, well, the sexuality is tied to consciousness very deeply because it's the, consciousness of creation. And so I didn't have any judgment on Preston's orientations, which were clinical. And as Duncan said to me, even though they were clinical, sometimes the human element could slip into things. This is very honest. And so, but here I was trying to present a topic and a subject which was of critical interest to humanity with the Montauk Project, but there was so much derisive iterations that really all they did was muddy up the topic. And of course, Preston could muddy up the topic himself. When it comes to Douglas Dietrich, I will get similar derisive comments by reason of, the fact that he dresses like a woman. And it's like, it's really irrelevant to the topic. But my point here is that we live in a culture that is so ultra sensitive to these topics of gender.
They're using identity politics to basically distract, divide, and psychologically manipulate and socially engineer, frankly. I mean, this is a fascinating thing that you're bringing up, and I'm glad you're bringing it up because it reminded me of a tweet that I actually wanted to share with you guys that I saw. So here's a woman, and I want you to hear what she has to say, and it's going to be interesting to see, like, what social profile or caricature people concoct in their head of what this woman looks like, who she is, what color her skin is, etc. So here she says, "Hello, new followers. Thank you for coming. I'm Gabriel Clark. I filed the first federal lawsuit against indoctrination in America. My son William was being asked to list his identities, race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic background, and disabilities. Then attach privilege or oppressed to those identities. We refused. The school then threatened him with a failing grade, rendering him unable to graduate. We sued. After the months of torture our family endured, William was ultimately allowed to graduate. However, the damage had been done. Our family struggled through the process, and I spoke out to help others. But while I was fighting CRT, which is critical race theory, by the way, for those of you that don't know, for my son, SEL took my daughter, which is like some gender stuff. Like, we'll get into that. She says she was socially transitioned into believing she was a boy. And these are young kids. I pulled her out of that cult and she's recovering nicely. I had to devote all my energy to bringing my baby girl back. She was very traumatized and I was completely devastated. I have now had 2 of my baby's lives nearly ruined by indoctrination, but I'm not quitting. So many parents have come to me with horrible stories just like ours. We're continuing to fight for the justice our family so rightly deserves. Our landmark case would help everyone fight for their own freedoms. It would help children and parents fight all indoctrination. In the meantime, I help other parents by guiding them through some of these scary issues. I help point them in the right direction, provide resources, and give them tools to fight. So please help us if you can. There's lots of outstanding legal expenses, and I truly want to continue giving the parents support. They need to fight grooming and discrimination. I provide parents who come to me with the most desperate issues a strategy to fight back. Anyways, I'll stop there, but essentially, like, what blows me away is that I don't know how many percentage of listeners are listening to this, hearing this, and picturing, like, I don't know, let's say some blonde, blue-eyed, like, lady in, like, a MAGA hat or something, right? She's black, first of all. this woman she's not like some white lady, she's not like some MAGA like Republican sort of like anti-gay, like this is just a regular woman. And it's like they're using, basically what this illustrates is how they're essentially using a sort of oppression Olympics and identity politics to sort of groom kids and also, you know, full-grown adults, not only into like, I mean, not only does this stuff wind up kind of generating racism as opposed to eliminating it, because it's basically teaching kids to walk around hyper-focused on skin color, hyper-focused on gender ideology, and all of these different identity politics. And it seems progressive on the outside. It seems like, oh, this is like for the higher good. But people do need to be very aware about how these sorts of movements are being hijacked, usurped, and appropriated for not so great ends, essentially, like used against them, basically. It's like, I don't know. It's just really interesting to see this kind of stuff like happening to kids, because these are like 4 or 5-year-old kids, you know, and it's like, do they really need to have this stuff like pushed on them? So
well, I also wonder how much of it is actually happening versus how much the media is feeding it. But it certainly does happen. But in the case of what I was talking about with Douglas, people will basically troll him, not in the sense that they're going, well, they will sometimes on Facebook and start hurling insults
and that's
in a way that is completely undermining and irrelevant to what he has to offer.
Yeah.
And I even went through this in the court system because when it was over custody battles, and my wife was into alternative lifestyles, and the court was so aggressively positioned to defend what were clearly deviant lifestyles. I'm not talking about homosexuality.
Right, more like pedophilia and shit like that.
Well, they would not condone pedophilia.
They kind of are trying to normalize it in a lot of ways.
No, that's a different issue. But what I would say is that in the DMS, whatever is the medical diagnosis, which is not recognized in Europe. They think it's all about the psychiatrists in Europe, because that's where psychiatry originated from, in Vienna. But in America, they use it. And first, it was like anything that was deviant from normal, or what would be considered normal sex, was considered a psychological malediction. Mm-hmm. And then homosexuality was removed as a, psychological flaw. And then they were targeting sadomasochism was normal. That was the big thing. Mm-hmm. Sadomasochistic behavior. And then after that, they will go for pedophilia is normal with, and this was some of the issues. But again, the point is, people should be cheering Douglas on for being a transvestite, because this is politically acceptable.
Yeah.
If not correct.
And ultimately it shouldn't even matter ultimately. And that's like the thing that gets to me. It's like this hyper focus and fixation on like identity politics and the way that it's.
What I would also say is that, in general, people despise, generally speaking, they despise homosexuality or afraid of it. They despise anything that's not typical. They tend to not voice these feelings because they will be, punished for it in some way. This is another fact. So people are already being not everybody feels that way. And of course, I grew up in California where all this stuff was happening, and it was just, I didn't even, it was just all these people were gay, and it was,
Yeah,
you didn't meet that many. You hardly ever met them. Where I lived,
I know
occasionally
plenty of gay
see
people. Yeah, it's like pretty much
let's
normal,
go to
you
San
know.
Francisco. Pardon
Yeah,
me?
it's pretty much normal in California. Like we see it all the time. It's like, it's like who cares? It's like as long as you're not hurting anyone, like it's never been. It's really not an issue. And I think that the media and I mean, just the architects of these sort of psychological and social engineering operations try to make these things out to be more divisive of an issue than it actually really is. I mean, even in the South, like when I went to Florida and stuff, it's like, it was beautiful because I was at this hostel, and it's like under the roof of this one hostel, it was just like people of all races, all genders, everybody's vaccination status was different. There were people anti-vaxxers, it's like I don't have the injections, and then there were people that had the injections. We're all shaking hands, sharing food, hanging out with one another. There's nobody fist fighting over like who's fucking who and whose skin color is this or that. Like everyone's getting along and nobody's fighting. Meanwhile, if you looked at the media, you would think that we would all be like brawling and fist fighting and trying to be like who's right and who's wrong. And no, everybody was.
It's a very good point, because I've heard this takes place in Israel as well, where many of the Jews and Palestinians get together, get along together.
They're fine, yeah. Yeah, and then but there are instances of like really bad like racism and stuff in Israel, and it's like, it's fairly normalized there, mostly because of upbringings, conditioning. There's a lot of
Well, I certainly appreciate both of you covering this, and I do want people to understand, of course, that there's a difference between, just so people get a little education here in terms of how to address these topics, understand that transvestite, like the word homosexual, is something that comes out of that old psychiatric manual that the Europeans have come to hold in contempt. It's viewed as diagnostic and therefore insulting. So the term to be used would be simply cross-dressing. But however, I do need to make the disambiguation, which I think that many people still don't understand, and why they would not get it is beyond me. But do understand that my cross-dressing is affiliated with a subculture of Japan in particular that is well over hundreds of years old at this point in history, bordering on something like maybe around close to 1,000 years of history behind it. And it has to do with maintaining the ability to present oneself as the weaker gender, quote unquote, so that one can perform better as an assassin. So there's quite a lethal, there's a lethal purpose behind what I do that I've explained to people, so they would have a better comprehension of why I keep in practice with it. And I still don't think that either people are simply in denial or they're simply shutting down.
That's like some 48 laws of power shit right there. That's like a rule of power, is, basically displaying more weakness, than just being weaker, appearing weaker than you actually are. This
That's
is
right.
like it's like some art of war. This is like some Sun Tzu, like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you're very good, honey. Thank you.
Fascinating.
I'm sorry,
Douglas,
Peter? Yeah.
Thank you for that. While we still have her with us,
yes,
I would like to switch gears and address another astrological topic, if I could.
You bet. Ooh. Of course. Take your time.
Okay. I don't know how familiar you are with the astrology or the biorhythms of Montauk, what's sometimes called the Lion's Gate, approximately every August 10th to 14th. This is the great biorhythm of the Earth. It was scientifically explained to me when I was in Shasta by Jonathan Shin, and I want to get that video. I want to break it down, and hopefully in time for my next newsletter to explain. It was the best scientific explanation of the biorhythm that I've seen. But aside from that, it's a recognized point. And the biggest biorhythms are every 20 years. 1943 with the Philadelphia experiment, 1963, the ITT Brentwood project, which was the forerunner of the HARP project. 1983 was the Montauk project. 2003 was the discovery or the opening of the chambers beneath the Sphinx, which all the Romanian, Transylvanian series is based upon that I published. The next big one is astrology, or is the biorhythm of 2023, August. Now, I did the astrology, and I will send you the newsletter if you can send me an email address.
Oh, yeah. You're on Facebook too, right, Peter Moon?
I'm on Facebook if you can friend me if you haven't, and I can send it to you there.
Awesome.
Send you but I will read it to you.
Awesome.
And I did the astrology just off of a, do a chart type of a thing, and I interpreted. It's, and of course, the location I've chosen to do the chart for is Choclavina Cave in Romania, which is a center of time phenomena. And I don't imagine that the kite is going to be much different, or excuse me, I said the word kite, that the configuration astrologically is going to be much different for any other location. But what appears in the chart is a very strong, firm kite. And you're familiar with the kite pattern in astrology, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. It's just some astrologers, well, I don't know very much about kites. I don't even do anything with kites. Anyway, a kite is and I'm reading this for the audience, a kite is a very rare pattern, and it has extraordinary significance. Traditionally, a kite is associated with fate or destiny. A kite requires at least 4 planets, 3 of which are in a trine, that's a triangular formation, meaning they're 120 degrees apart. You know this, but I'm reading it for the audience too. A trine represents harmony and cooperation, as opposed to a square, which means strife or a struggle to work things out between 2 archetypal forces. In this case, the trine is between Pluto, Uranus, and Mars. As Mercury is so close to Mars on this date and moves much faster, it will also trine with Pluto and Uranus a few days afterwards. Mercury is communication, meaning these positive aspects will be communicated, but with conflict. The trine, however, is only one aspect of the kite. The top, and now for those people, I'm saying a kite is, when you put it out on the chart, it looks like a kite with, what a kite looks like, and then it's got a cross in the middle of a kite. You have 2 pieces of wood that the kite is formed on. It's a cross. So the top part of the kite is called a sextile, representing 3 planets that are 60 degrees apart. It is a positive aspect of cooperation, but not as strong as a trine. The 2 planets that make the bottom of the kite, in this case, Neptune is at the top and Mars, Mercury at the bottom, represent an opposition of archetypal forces. Ordinarily, Neptune, representing dreams, spirituality, and illusions, opposing Mars, action, aggression, initiative, suggests that one will be struggling with a Don Quixote complex, fighting windmills that one thinks are really knights in armor. The fact that we are dealing with a kite, however, suggests that Neptune, instead of diluting one, will be augmented by the sextile aspect. In other words, we are dealing with a very positive aspect. In astrology, an opposition is a conflict and an opportunity to create a positive. A kite, however, makes this far more possible and suggests a great opportunity. With a kite, one might go after a knight, a metaphorical knight like Don Quixote, and when you see that it is a windmill, you might find that it actually shapeshifted from having been a knight. In other words, you're realizing that the knight you are going after is a windmill and not a knight. And further, when you subdued the knight or the windmill, you might find that the windmill contains a subterranean passage to the inner earth or a vortex to another world. In other words, you're following an illusion, even a delusion, but somehow there is a silver lining in it as per this particular configuration. So you might be engaged in an act of fallacy or stupidity even,
Right.
but there's some thread that's really substantial. So what you were seeing is almost like a spirit communicating to you, luring you in to teach you and get and deliver a pot of gold, so to speak. Besides representing illusion and delusion, the positive aspect of Neptune represents the higher octave of spirituality. So on August 12, 2023, this kite represents an opportunity to grow and transform that will be assisted by cooperation on a very grand scale that will lead to spiritual harmony and transcendence of the sublime, most sublime nature. Now, what I'm hoping to do in this area, and this did not occur when I wrote this article that I'm reading to you. Now I'm planning to do a conference in the Choclavina area with at least 12 people, and we're going to work on this dreaming of the astrology. I'm not going to necessarily pick, somebody from each sign of the zodiac,
Right.
because that gets too weird and too awkward. It could happen that way, but we're going to represent the zodiac and work. And I want people from different disciplines, whether they be scientific or artistic, and to work on this part of this community project I was talking about. And
Very Captain Planet.
Pardon me?
It's very Captain Planet. It reminds me.
I don't know Captain Planet.
It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon show that us '80s kids grew up with.
Somebody mentioned it to me, but is it about? It's just about fixing the planet?
It has a heavy environmental theme, if I remember correctly. Yes. Yeah. And so Captain... Yes, there's actually... You can look up, there's actually a Captain Planet meets Hitler for about 10, 20 seconds in one of his cartoons, and Captain Planet pretty much melts down because he says, the power of Hitler's evil is just too much! Yes! I'm sorry, honey, I couldn't resist that. You take it. Take it.
That was great. That was hilarious.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hitler was too much for the planet.
Yes, that was right. Yeah.
And in many ways he was. Yes. They couldn't process him. But anyway, because, I'm dealing with such loaded topics that have to do with time. And Stephanie South's website is The Law of Time. So she's working on getting everybody back, or this is Jose's idea, back on the lunar calendar, so we have a proper consciousness of time and the rhythm of the moon. And the moon, when you want to get into predicting day-to-day astrology,
the moon is what
the stock market. I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
Oh, I just said, yeah, the moon is definitely what to follow for that.
Day-to-day gyrations in the stock market or fluctuations in emotions. You could even, because the moon is moving all the time. So it's going to angle up with different planets. And I knew one astrologer who used to help a friend of mine. He would know into the exact hours of when her mother was going to have a medical incident. She was nursemaiding the mother through astrology, saying, oh, well, you got to watch out at this time. You better be home at this time because you might have to call the hospital or call the emergency. So it was like all predictive via the moon and the gyrations and aspects of the moon, because that's moving all the time if one is skilled at interpretation. So kite pattern involves destiny and fate. It has everything to do with free will, and it creates a flow of energies that will resolve oppositions of forces at play. In this case, Mars and Neptune. That again was the Don Quixote thing. will resolve those two forces.
Yeah.
And this is fascinating because it's like, wow, it's almost encouraging. It is encouraging a Don Quixote-esque, let's go after these windmills. But look what comes after. So this is just something I wanted to share with you. I will send you my article on it.
Yeah, definitely do. I'll definitely friend you on Facebook. That would be really cool to look over that. I got a lot of impressions off of just what you've shared so far.
Yeah, and it's a whole article on this. The Sun and Venus are in Leo. Leo is the 5th house of children, entertainment, creativity, and pleasure. They're being squared by Jupiter, which is expansiveness, generosity, and excess, and Uranus, innovation, creativity, technology, and unpredictability. It's all happening in Taurus, the 2nd house of natural resources and possessions, suggesting that people will be challenged to mature spiritually, and this will come into contact with materialistic values. Mm-hmm. On a collective basis, it is a challenge that can be overcome by the entire human race. Mm-hmm. The fact that Uranus is also tied to the kite formation makes it all the more possible. And it will test people's character with opportunities for success, changes, disruptions, and healing. And now this is so much of what we live in, a society that is completely, well, it does have welfare systems. It has a very rough edge to it. Yeah. Society has a very rough edge to it. It always has. Mm-hmm. But it's gotten those rougher edges. You know, back when I grew up, it's like, you know, if you don't get a job, you're going to be screwed.
You're fucked. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you could get a job. If you sobered up and got a job, you could get a job and survive. Now, getting a job doesn't work so well. Getting an education doesn't work.
Even a degree, even degrees and, you know, higher education, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, the system has betrayed, because also you have, you know, academics who are, the money that goes to schools is just ridiculous. And it doesn't go towards helping anyone but the fat cats who run the system or that they feed. So it's just all of the negative aspects have gotten worse. And it goes away from taking care of people. The community, Davis, had enough, I guess what you'd say, largesse to be able to accept somebody like yourself who wasn't a part of the system, but fit into the system.
Right. I mean, they were state funded, of course. Like that whole project, I would imagine, was state funded through the university.
Yeah, but the point is, if people started coming in there by the bucket load, they're not going to. They're going to have rules, and they're going to turn them down. And that's unfortunately, but most people aren't going to do what you did anyway. So that
was during the Bush presidency, and it was funny. My reasonings for doing it was I had this sign like on the back of my little bicycle train. It was like, no war for oil required. And, you know, because obviously I was riding a bicycle, and that was the whole thing back then was, you know, the 9/11 and that whole operation. And so cars were a big deal. They still are a big deal. It's like, it's the only reason I even have a car is because I lucked out and was able to find a Prius at a decent price like several years ago. Other than that, I had a bicycle and a motor scooter, which after I found my Prius, like I gifted to my sister and her boyfriend who live in Sacramento. So yeah, it's weird. We're definitely transitioning into, we need a different, you know, way of life, obviously. And I mean, that's kind of the crux too, is that amidst all of these like psychological operations and what have you, I think that a really good mental exercise for everybody is to not only empathize with people that are different from yourself, people in different, you know, political like spectrums and things like that, but even to be able to empathize with the elite. And that's a difficult exercise for a lot of people.
Yes.
I mean, I can't even imagine having that kind of money and like, that kind of power and influence, and seeing the impact of just human existence, on the planet at large.
But in regards to that, what my friend David Anderson, the time control scientist, said is that I don't remember the word he used. He didn't use the word disconcerting or surprise, but he commented on how people in positions of power could be so petty over stuff with his technology because it was something they couldn't control. It was something they couldn't control, so it sent them off the deep end, and they could react very poorly. Now, people like ourselves, or most of us who are listening, say, wow, time travel, interesting, technology. Wow, we'd like to learn more about this. What can you teach us, David? What else can be done? Instead of that attitude, it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And this was very, this was really, really odd, because my ex-girlfriend was showing some of this to a scientist that she knew, who also had a severe alcohol problem. If he wasn't an award-winning scientist, he could have been or should have been.
Right.
But the point is he saw David's technology. He understood it scientifically better and before I did. He explained it to her. But he said, this guy really knows his stuff. But he says, if this were to happen, if this were to, be brought out, he says, I would lose my job. And this guy was rich. He was rich without the job. I'm not going to say
he could lose his job.
But he had other endeavors that had made him rich, maybe not deservedly so. This guy didn't need money. He didn't need that job. And if he didn't have that job, he could have had another job, because it was with aerospace, NASA and all that. But the thing is, see, I would lose my job. And that's like saying, if David would come out and explain all about time and do his own publications, and I wouldn't have anything to write about. Or if Radu Cinnabar came out and all this stuff came online, I would, okay, that's okay with me. I can move on. I'm trying to open a dam of information. And in actual fact, I'm not going to lose my job. I'm not going to lose it if all that were to happen, because there would be other things to do.
Right.
There's other scientific problems to figure out. David needs scientists to work with.
Yes.
So it's the pettiness. Of course, this guy was an alcoholic. But what's the difference with these world leaders? What are they addicted to? If it's not pedophilia, if it's not they're blackmailable, whatever it is.
Right. Can you even imagine having that kind of like money and power and influence? It's like their reward circuitry it's probably so blasted out that it's like, in order to even feel any sort of like dopamine or serotonin, they've got to like shoot cars into like space.
Yes,
like
yes.
all of this insane shit, and it's really fascinating to me. I wanted to ask Douglas, because I've just been so blown away by meeting you guys, really, because just of the connections that you have. Obviously, I was intimidated because, for obvious reasons, it's like, first of all, you've got like government connections and things like that. You've got like history with all of that. The whole Aquino thing was, or however we say his name, Aquino. Oh man. Like their whole, it's weird. It's really weird, that kind of stuff, because I don't know. it's had a lot of things like kind of circulating in my mind about like why, I don't know how to even articulate some of the things that have been kind of circling in my mind, but
Well,
a lot of what
it's certainly
I
time
sort
for
of
the world to learn about you. And despite our disagreements on so many things, that's hardly the most important thing between us. But, honey, so go on about, in terms of what Peter Moon has brought up, do you have any recommendations for his gathering there of, and a better word than astrocartography would be like cosmography. That would probably be easier, or simply astrocartography. Either one of those two words would deal with what
Astrocartography refers to
the mapping
lines that run across the planet. And
it's basically taking your natal chart and, astrocartography is taking your own natal chart and kind of seeing how various locations geographically would impact you
right.
personally.
So how does that apply to Shaklavina Cave, or do you know where that is, or he can give you?
Let me say one thing about that to qualify astrocartography.
Yeah.
I learned about it from an astrologer who was doing my chart. Mm-hmm. This was somebody who had helped me with the Montauk project. And years later, I saw him, and he was now working mostly for billionaires. Mm-hmm. That's mostly what he was doing. But he looked at my chart. He could see trouble brewing in my marriage, astrologically, before I did. But then he did an astrocartography thing, and he says, "Oh, here's your signs." Yeah, he says, "You've got Mars and Venus running off the coast of California." Yeah, he says, "You're bicoastal. Yeah, it's good for you to go out to the West Coast from time to time." And he had a chart, I think it was my Neptune line, going right through Centerport, Long Island. Centerport, it went through the very place where I got married. At least in one of my I had two weddings with my wife, and one of them was in Centerport. It was a Long Island wedding, and practically right through the damn church that I got married in. And then he says, "Oh, look at this. You've got a line right through Montauk here. Right through Montauk." He blew it up, and it actually was coming right through Block Island, which is an island off the coast of Montauk, he says, "You should go there sometime because you got the line." But he says, you should be living within 50 miles of your astrocartographic lines. I also have a line which is my asteroid Chiron, the wounded healer, goes right through Sarmasejatusa and Chaklavina Cave, which is the wounded healer.
Yeah. Chiron is one that I pay a great deal of attention to when I do people's, natal. It's something I pay close attention to.
And same with very important, and it's in Aries right now. So when Venus goes through that, it'll address people's issues of wounded healer in terms of Venus.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jameson will be happy to know that because I know he's been feeling it in his first house for sure.
It might bring up more pain before the healing happens. But when I say Sarmasejatusa in Romania and Transylvania is where I met my wife, which did so much to heal the first marriage and is still working on me today because Chiron is bouncing around her Venus, and Venus was on my Chiron on my solar return. So the point is, the astrocartography plays itself out, and you have different lines for each continent. They go, so there are different aspects when you look at this. But that's just clarifying what astrocartography is, as opposed to this word we're trying to find the best one for the geocosmic.
Oh, cosmography. Cosmography would be the best for that then. But so, honey, with when you said you had all those flashes of images while Peter was describing what he was describing about his plans for Shaklavina Cave, and of course the first image that came to mind was Captain Planet, and of course he would be fighting all the toxins of pollution, and one of those toxins they portrayed in the cartoon was hatred, who they portrayed as a blonde bitch, as their stereotype of the personification of hatred. 1800.
Yeah.
And yes, you remember that. But
Yeah, I do.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Then they had
Man, Douglas, I've got so many questions for you too. Like, holy shit. Just what literally you said earlier when you were like, even though we disagree on so many, I'm like so curious. Like, I mean, because we haven't really talked that much, you know, and I don't know.
We'll have plenty
I'm
of
curious.
time, but for
Yeah.
now, just to give Peter the attention he deserves while he's with us before they make him move furniture. I don't understand wherever they got the idea that he would be ideal for that, but
Well, it's actually furniture that Paula wants from her friend, and it can be useful. It's an extra bed, it's a extra armoire, and it just guy's going to show up with his van sometime, and we need to
be prepared for your
bring it in where it's going to go. It just saves the purchase of such things.
Yes. Oh, no. Good point. Your point's well taken. And of course, so honey, when it comes to what he's planning, do you have any readings, or is that something that you need to hit the computer?
She's going to really have to look at the chart. She might have.
Yeah, I'd like to look at the chart for sure. Like, that's something that I'm looking forward to taking a look at.
Got it. Okay, so what he's sending you.
If you Facebook me right now, if you can, I will send it to you right now.
By the way, I gave you both Facebook links to each other in case both of you didn't notice. I took the time to do that while I was dry heaving.
Cool.
And in the meantime, feeling better now.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Good, I'm glad.
And, I mean, don't you love her pervert T-shirt? I mean, that is.
Well, I haven't seen it.
It says it right on there, pervert. And I mean, her and we were just meant for each other. But that being said, so our man Lucifuge, or Jameson, he missed it while you said that he would appreciate this, but apparently things are looking good in the stars for you, but they might get a little worse before they get better, Jameson. And obviously that's probably go on, honey.
Well, I mean, that's it. I mean, I think it's important that Peter said that, because Chiron is, as he said, the wounded healer, but with Venus and Jupiter coming so close to it, it's actually going to be almost like a healing balm for people with Aries rising. Okay. There's definitely some it's going to be a period of renewal for people with Aries on the rise, and it's actually going to be like a healing balm, really, if anything, because that is having Chiron run through your first house. It's very vulnerable feeling. It can be, it can activate a lot of wounds and make a person feel kind of vulnerable, and it can be very triggering transit for sure. But yeah, he should definitely that'll be kind of an empowering sort of healing balm once Jupiter and Venus enter there. Like, that's going to be great for people with Aries rising. So Jameson should look forward to that, I feel.
Right. Well, while Peter's with us, I do want to kind of go over this, because I sent Peter an email and forwarded it to my manager, Selena Khan. And just as a shot in the dark, I also forwarded it to Brandon Zogit, but the responses are just non-existent from himself. He instead gives me weird, haphazard, erratic, little things that he throws at me inside of the message box once in a while, but there's no rhyme or reason to his behavior, so I just don't expect anything, and that's the best that one can expect from people like that, I propose. But that being said, some of the history I have with some of the people that everyone else on Team Dietrich has interacted with in the past, dear Amalia, I'm just trying to kind of catch you up on that. I don't expect you to know these people or remember them, but the one thing that I was bringing to Peter's attention with this particular email was that lately I've been getting a lot of copyright claims on old videos that were produced in the year 2018, 2019. The reason for this, of course, is that at that time, and this is, of course, where you deal with elements of the world that we live in that border on paranoia. And the reality, as Peter has come to know through hard experience, is that paranoia is really not the case at all. Obviously, in my case, there's certainly much easier to document and certainly much easier to point out any number of things about what has happened while I've been transmitting, and all of these people who supposedly, by the way, what Jameson says bears reading. He says copyright claim sounds like some catty shit Lena Shea would do. Actually, no, but I appreciate your saying that. Lena Shea did do something strange about a month or two ago. She contacted Selena Khan, asking that she somehow be totally severed from the website, the Douglas Dietrich website. Now, what makes that so bizarre is there's no way we can do that because she's the one who originated the website, and it was all originated under her name. So whatever links are buried in the foundation of the website traces to her, and there's no way to remove her from it without just shutting down the website. So what she's asking for is something that she must know is impossible. So unless I'm losing something in translation through Selena, which is possible, it's very bizarre that she would even ask for something like that. And, I'm not going to bother to try and read into it as, and basically like our man Jameson says, she has to ask herself. In other words, she would have to go in herself, get us to give her the new passwords and everything, go in herself and remove that. But that would effectively kind of dismantle the website. So it's like something that's not going to happen. So is she trying to communicate something? I'm not going to bother to ascertain. But in the meantime, that's just an example of the kind of bizarre nature of everything that we deal with. And she was hitting me simultaneously with so many other assaults, one of them being from this individual named Pavel Edward. Now, Pavel Edward is the person who is the reason for the copyright claims. Basically, what had happened was during the time that he was producing for me, and of course, because I'm a creature of the 20th century, unlike Our Lady Amalia, who was able, did I get that right this time? I'm getting there, right? Yes, Amalia, who had the opportunity to... I'm sorry, did I fuck it up again? What?
No, it's
Amelia.
just off.
Amelia.
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 Oh, yeah.
So Amelia...
Perfect.
Yeah, Amelia got to, in a sense, grow up with the technology. Now, bear in mind, I'm not going to go much further into saying this other than that she adapted really well. She wasn't necessarily born into this technological world, but she was born almost alongside it, and
on the verge of it, yeah.
Yeah, and she adapted really well. And so, by the way, Jameson reminds us to pronounce your name. Think of Alia the singer. So Amalia, right? Amalia,
Amalia, yeah.
Amalia.
Yeah.
Amalia.
Yeah.
And so
Perfect.
when it comes to Amalia, she was able to adapt, and that's to her credit. I myself was born far before that, and my attempts to adapt, we don't even need to go into, but suffice to say they all failed because they had to do with poverty, extreme poverty, where I could never buy a computer. And so people were constantly handing me old computers. And because people were handing me old computers, it's the same as handing me no computer at all. It was just awful. And so I wound up with like a miniature computer museum in the back, so to speak, and it's just wretched. But such being said, I was very dependent on people offering me their help to produce until I was able to force myself to get to the point, or was forced really by circumstance to get to the point where I'm producing now. And when it comes to that, one of the people who threw themselves on me was this Eurotrash named Pavel Edward. Now, what makes him such a reprehensible person in so many ways, and this does bear some going into, because we talk about these trolls and a pattern of, shall we say, this kind of assault that is just intended, really, and there is a conspiracy behind this, to make myself look as paranoid as possible, as if I'm constantly kicking people away who are helping myself. But that's not the case, and everybody who's been following me for years knows that. The first person who was working with me that I remember consciously was this woman named Amber Rose Dio, who was homeless. And yet, as a homeless person, she would go in and upload all the shows for me using the library computers. And she was someone who could access all of my emails, even though I never gave her any of the passwords. So there was obviously, she was supported and sponsored by Michael Aquino, because all of her channels would connect me directly to Peter Levinda. She would always just recommend all of my blood enemies on her channel, which there was nothing I could do about it because she's uploading my shows. but she was uploading them on her channel. So on her channel, she just had all of my shows, which brought her all the hits, and she just linked them all to Peter Levinda, who is a blood enemy of mine, and along with Alex Jones, and these are all people who are thelema practitioners. Peter Levinda, in case you didn't know, is a outspoken thelema practitioner. So it's just, on and on with that sort of thing. And when I finally got rid of her, then this Eurotrash shows up and volunteers himself. Now, normally, of course, I wouldn't use that dismissive term on somebody, but you're talking about what makes him so reprehensible in one sense is he was born in Canada. He was a person who was born in Canada, and yet he spoke with a European accent so thick you could cut it. It didn't even make any sense. How is it that someone born and raised in Canada and you sound like, Henry Kissinger? It's like you couldn't even understand what this fucker was saying. Just like most people can't understand what Henry Kissinger is saying and never could.
And fuck Henry and fuck Henry Kissinger, by the way.
Of course, yes, of course. That's why it's such an appropriate parallel. But this individual, of course, like every loser, the biggest losers in the world who really are just limp dick and impotent, he wanted to be a DJ. He always wanted to be a DJ because that's the only chance he has of getting chicks, right? Is just DJing. So he just kept putting music on my episodes. He would upload them at the last possible minute to delay them as long as possible so the relevance would be over, and then he would upload them with tons of music so that he could. And now he's calling in the copyright claims on the music. So that's what's going on now. Now, the only thing he's succeeding in doing is, of course, making someone else money. And it's not him because he didn't produce the music. It's just whoever produced the music is now monetizing my videos. So they're not conducting any strikes. They're not conducting any strikes against my channel. They're just monetizing my videos for various other people who the music belongs to, which doesn't bother me at all so long as people can still access the fucking video. But the thing that's in common with this individual and all the trolls that Peter Moon was bringing up, and what Peter's really trying to point out, is that he was a pedophile. So we know this for a fact because he spent time in a Canadian jail. And another man who spent time in a Canadian jail who has trolled me in the past, and they were in prison perhaps around the same time, was Bruce McDonald. And Bruce McDonald is this Canadian author who writes these books, these mystery thrillers or suspense thrillers about pedophilia. In other words, it's about children being abused and exploited, and then the villain gets his comeuppance in the end in some suitably horrifically violent fashion. But nevertheless, what this caters to is somebody who's basically reading a lurid novel about child abuse and exploitation. And so it's basically softcore porn. It's basically softcore.
What the hell is up with all of these, like, occult weirdos and pedophilia?
Yes. Thank you.
I mean, the only thing that I can, and this is one of the things that has circulated in my mind since, meeting you, because of like Aquino and all of that, and the only way I can put it is, it just seems to me like ever since like Crowley and like all of these, I don't know what to call it, but it just seems like in all of these different orders and cults and things like that, it's almost like people are being instructed wrong on purpose as a joke. That's the best way.
I think that these are their natural proclivities, and then they find a way to somehow camouflage it.
They've conditioned themselves that way, though. I mean, a person doesn't just like, it's like, for instance, how I brought up orgasm being the original drug. It's like, for instance, every time we have an orgasm, it actually takes the brain 2.5 weeks to recover equilibrium. Dopamine plummets, initially, and then the hormone prolactin skyrockets. And prolactin is associated with depression, suicidal thoughts. In women, prolactin is responsible for postpartum depression, but both men and women produce prolactin in high amounts after every single orgasm. So just like any other drug, you develop a tolerance. Yes. And you need more and more extreme shit to get the same level of arousal.
Yes.
And this is what, and in magic and the occult and things like that, we all know that sexuality is the root of all creative power. It's the crux, and it's like it's kind of the crux of any sort of initiation into the occult, into the esoteric. A person is, intended to master and deeply understand these energies. And what I find very disturbing is that it's almost like talking about Crowley, for instance, is really weird, because it's like he was aware of these things. He became aware of a lot of things, mostly oddly through women he was acquainted with who had like schoolings in like tantra and like most like Eastern, esoteric wisdom and things like that. But it was almost like he rejected it. He didn't like it. And he wanted to just basically bastardize it and do it his own way. Mm-hmm. And rather than controlling those energies or mastering them or having a deep understanding, he was like, I'm going to do this my own way. And he just went down this like hedonistic path of just getting more and more like weirder and weirder, like bestiality, like child, like all this really weird shit that it's like, yeah, you can go that route, but why? That's what I don't understand, is like, why do they want to blast out their reward circuitry to the point where it takes such extreme shit to experience, the peak level arousal, essentially? Because it's like, if a person were to actually master those energies, for instance, through, philosophies and approaches such as like Tantra, you can literally program your reward circuitry to where you literally feel like you're on ecstasy like all of the time naturally. I've never done MDMA. I avoided it like the plague myself. But I mean, when that's possible in the reward circuitry and that kind of power, that level of natural arousal through reward circuitry is possible through simply understanding and controlling these energies, why would you want to go in the opposite direction and be like, no, I'd rather like blast out my reward circuitry to a point where it takes really extreme, even just like a psychotic, sort of, like abusing kids, for instance, to get me off, to get me like feeling aroused, like to experience high levels of arousal and thus like accumulate power.
Could I say something?
Please.
About this?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
People, of course, are, as you're clearly pointing out, are all wired really screwed up. This and society encourages more screwed upness. The analogy I would like to offer people, and this is in a tantric or Taoist tradition, is the analogy of the tortoise and the hare. This is very hair. Talk about hair-brained.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes people think it has to do with a physical follicle, a hair. No, it's H-A-R-E, hair-brained.
Yeah.
Being in pejorative towards rabbit brains. They think like rabbits are considered to be very smart. It's very interesting because hares are very sexually active. And they reproduce. But I'm saying the tortoise brain, the turtle brain, that in Qigong, you want to breathe like a turtle because they live hundreds of years, long, slow breath. So when you're engaging in this type of activity, you want to definitely invoke and include the breath, and you want it to be long, slow buildup, because in that long, slow buildup, it's like the difference between enjoying a piece of art for hours as opposed to going in and looking at, well, okay, I saw that, let's go to the next one.
Savoring. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I mean, and this is just some stuff that, I don't know, it was really funny to me, like right off the bat, when me and Douglas met essentially through Skype. and stuff. Like, he was like, hold on, I don't want to see you. I don't want you to see all this weird porn. And like, of course I laughed, you know, it was hilarious.
Yes.
Because I have no judgment. It's like, I'm not seeing this stuff through coming from some sort of place of like, you know, judgment, shaming, or like sin or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the logistics. You know, it's the logistics and just, yeah, I suppose ethics, because it's like when you start to get into things like, it's like if a person is like, it's normal to them to just, I don't know, sexualize little kids. I mean, that's kind of, that's not consensual at that point. It's no longer like a consensual activity. The kid is obviously not, you know, mature in that regard and can't consent. So it's like, yeah, ethics come into play in that regard. I mean, I don't care what people do with their sexuality as long as they're not harming anybody. It's like, who cares? But these cult people, you know, this and the pedophilia, the link between that, like,
yes.
What the fuck? Why?
Well, that's the point. So when it comes to the people who have been constantly thrown to quote unquote volunteer to produce for me or technically assist, then when it came to Pavel Prevara Edward, or Pavel Edward Prevara being his last name, and he was another individual who would switch his names. And by the way, that's always a definite
Red
sign
flag.
of a pedophile. Is when they have three names and they switch them around constantly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it would be like, obviously, I have the name Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. You never see me present myself as Dwayne Douglas Dietrich or Dietrich Douglas Dwayne. You know, it's a terror. This is what child predators do, and they do that because, and this is what Pavel Edward Prevara would do. He would call himself either, you know, Edward Pavel Edward Pavel Prevara. It was depending on which he was using, emails or Facebook timelines. So the horror of the situation was that when he had introduced himself and admitted he had done jail time, he had presented this for a bad enough reason, which was the fact that he was, quote unquote, beating up his girlfriend. And that in Canada, they forced them, it was so typically Canadian, they forced them to go through like a series of courses like you would if you were a drunk driver. You know how in America, when you got a DUI, you have to go through a course in driving? And that's when in Canada, when you're caught beating up your girlfriend, then you go through this course in, you know, how to have a healthy relationship without beating up your girlfriend.
How to not beat up your girlfriend.
Yeah, right. This is like, that's so Canadian. So I just took that at face value, and there's no point in doing due diligence because I needed the fucking help too bad. And then it came out, of course, that he said, well, they had put him in isolate during the time he was in prison, which is highly unusual. By the way, just in case you didn't know, in Canadian prisons, they have no division whatsoever. The serial killers and the child predators and all the pickpockets and just people who they're all together.
They all hang out together. Wow.
Well, they're all shoved together. Involuntarily, they're all shoved together. There's no disambiguation. In America, it's pretty much like that, but there's differences. There's gradations.
High security prisons for particularly dangerous criminals. Yeah.
Right. But in Canada, my understanding is they're just all shoved together. And in his case, they put him in isolate. And he was explaining to me that, well, they took my sketchbook, and my sketchbook wound up, and the way he was presenting it, and I didn't really care, and I didn't want to dwell on it. The way he was presenting it seemed like it made sense. Like they found a sketchbook that he had been bored, and he was sketching the prison floor, like the prison floor plan. So they thought he was attempting a breakout, and that's why they put him in isolate for several months. But then I found out his sketchbook was full of drawing young kids being violated, and they put him in the isolate for his own protection because all the other prisoners wanted to kill him because they're the ones who took his sketchbook from him. So that combined with the fact that when I was forced to use his timeline, again, because Lena Shea, who was operating at that same time, got me permanently banned off Facebook by just slapping up all the swastikas she could on Facebook, on my timeline. So that she could get me permanently banned from Facebook. So once that bitch did what she was assigned to do, and he basically was doing what he was assigned to do, together they just were hoping to get me wiped off the media completely. But in at that time, because I was banned off Facebook, I was using his timeline. And while I was using his timeline, he pretty much had just seemed like he wasn't publishing anything for months on his timeline. So I had my son's picture up there actually as the icon. And while I was like trying to identify as much with myself as possible, the timeline, even though it was under his name, it turned out, and we found this out thanks to Maria Gregorich, using my son's icon and his own name, but with all of my posts on the timeline, he was befriending all these young kids in Europe. So he was basically going back to Europe and trying to befriend all these young kids. So this all, he's most definitively a child predator, and he does so online. And so this is what they shoved upon me. And now he's back to calling in copyright claims for music that he published on my timelines. But then you combine that with, say, for instance, the individual who tried to steal the Vampirology book, which got published by Peter Moon and I on Amazon, because we had to publish it, incomplete though it was. We had to publish it immediately to prevent it from being plagiarized. There was this individual named David John West, who was Mormon, and that's not going to surprise many people. And but he was a Mormon, and this is not, of course, to define all Mormons by this at all, by any means. But in his case, he was a Mormon, and he had a wife who basically felt it was abusive and felt he was pretty much lame, and came over to visit me at one point, and he was all apologetic over that. And as far as he knew, she never made it to see me, and I never really wanted to talk to him in depth about it. But he wound up like sending this notarized message onto the blog spot of this person who's been stalking me ever since I didn't have sex with him in the Marines, which was an illegal order where, the Marines, by the way, the Marine Corps is this mill for just churning out gay porn. It's so bad that they actually had to distribute orders for the Marines not to produce gay porn while wearing the Marine Corps uniforms or showing off the Marine Corps tattoos if possible. By the way, people can look this up. This is not something I'm making up to disparage the Marine Corps. It's like, it's just, these are guys who are overwhelmingly gay, and they go in the Marine Corps so they can be in the company of other men. And this is something that is a factor. And so when I was ordered to produce gay porn, which is, by the way, an illegal order, they have an actual term for this. This is called an illegal order. When I was given orders to produce gay porn and I didn't carry them through, this is one of those things that led in a very indirect sense. It didn't have anything to do directly with my dishonorable discharge, but it was one of those things that I was happy to get a dishonorable discharge because it got me out of the Marine Corps, and it got me away from people like this individual named Richard K. Cole Jr., who was convinced I was en route to San Diego to produce a porn film with him. And he was stalking me ever since. He basically, apparently didn't know where I was or how to access me for probably decades after that, like at least 15 years or so. And then when I became a public figure, then he began stalking me earnestly, and just has dedicated his life to nothing but that. So it wound up with this David J. West, who was basically supposed to help me write this vampirology book, get it published. He was trying to turn it into like a romance story. And if you've ever even looked at the book, it's just like a medical case file. There's no way you can make a romance novel out of that. It's like taking an anatomy textbook and trying to make a romance book out of it. It's preposterous. So he was ultimately fired from the program 2 years before we even got it published, at which point it never even reached distributors, and probably wound up in a landfill. And then I know that's what happened. But I asked people to see if they could find a copy online, and it has an ISBN number, which is like a social security number. You don't get that unless you're born, and you don't get an ISBN number unless you're published. So we had the book published, and it never made it to distributors. So then he signs this like notarized letter, which he has published on this Richard K. Cole Jr.'s timeline, who's the faggot who was producing gay porn, specifically with young boys from across the border, because it's San Diego, and they were getting all these young boys who were promised that they would be helped into the United States if they had sex with the Marines. And basically, he published this guy, David John West's notarized letter that I was promoting a conspiracy theory, which is bizarre in and of itself, because as someone who's had books published, he knows that you can't get an ISBN number without being published. So he perjures himself. So he, in all of this is apparently in a desperate attempt because his name was co-author on the book, even though he never wrote any of it. And we fired him from it. I kept his name as co-author because I felt, well, we never paid him. We owe him that much. And then I realized, well, now he'll just use that co-author title and just claim that, I never published the book. So then he'll publish it and claim it as his own. You see what I'm saying, right? So he rattled before he struck. So we published it first. So we preempted him on that. But he was reported, I know this for a fact, he was reported several times for incest with his underage daughter. So here you have this person who's incestuous, is exploiting his underage daughter. You have this other individual who's a pedophile. And then recently we got trolled by this guy, Dr. Daryl Hamamoto, this professor who everybody called the smutty professor back when he was employed. He's not employed anymore because he's not even allowed on campuses anymore because all of his female students, or a good deal of them, were accusing him of rape. So you've got this guy who's obviously been pointed out as a rapist, is obviously never been absolved of that, which is why he's not allowed on campuses. So so you've got this guy who's a rapist, the other guy who's incestuous, and then you got another guy who's a child predator. All of these guys were thrown on my show at different points. And of course, who was it that Daryl Hamamoto kept promoting? Michael Savage and Alex Jones. And he was trying to do this while he was on my transmissions. So these people are promoting these toxic people who are complaining about pedophile all the time. They themselves are guilty. So, I mean, you know the game, and this is like...
Alex Jones he's a controlled op. He's just a CIA controlled op. And I mean, and this was one of the reasons why initially, like, I was honestly, like, I was really nervous about coming on because there was... I mean, you've got obviously a lot of haters and for various different reasons, but I mean, also...
But when I've outlined what I did to you, you see it's all the same reason. It's really all the same. Yeah, exactly. They're all from the same group. Go on.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird stuff, right? And it's like... And then there's the people that... I don't know, there was like shit flip. I could see that there was a lot of people that were like, oh, Douglas Dietrich is a controlled op. And it's like, I could understand why some people might come to that conclusion.
Well, why would the deep state throw someone out there like myself who's a cross-dresser and so unrelatable? No one can relate to Douglas Dietrich. Douglas Dietrich is not some white guy who's screaming all the time, which everyone can relate to. If you take a look at these... Yes.
Most people can't really relate to Alex Jones. I mean, he's totally out there. He's wacko sauce.
They can relate to him because they think because they listen to him. Yeah. That means they.
Well, I mean, the thing is though about controlled ops, it's like the controlled ops operate in a particular kind of way. It's like they basically take based fact, truth, and things like that, but they associate it with a person that comes off their rocker. It's like obviously kind of like. You doubt their sanity. You're like, this person is completely fucking high as shit on way too much bone broth. He's screaming, he's off his rocker. And then, at the same time, he's interviewing people like his last interview with
he interviewed Daryl Hamamoto. He interviewed Daryl Hamamoto after Daryl Hamamoto tried to ambush me on my own program. This is the point that I'm making, honey, is that these people who are the controlled opposition, they have to be someone that the public can relate to, or they wouldn't be of any use. They would have to be your average Joe, except exploding in rage, and the rageaholic expression of that which people feel they're forbidden to express is what makes them so popular, is because this is someone who's screaming what many people want to say, but they're afraid to say. In my case, it's totally different. There's nothing that I present myself as that anyone can relate to. No one can relate to what Douglas Dietrich does.
Right.
You know,
but I mean, yeah, but I mean, you will drop things that are based fact that can be sourced. You can look it up, and but then there's people that are like confused because they're like, wait a minute, but he's all these other things that we can't relate to and whatever, and and he got he got them back.
I'm sorry, Peter?
People have very poor discernment in general.
Yes, it's true. And it's like, I mean, one of the things that, I could see why people would get confused is like certain things. I mean, there's certain things, for instance, that would be talked about, like, for instance, on some of your episodes where it's like you could hear the same exact narratives on CNN or MSNBC. Like, for instance, the whole, like, all anti-vaxxers are, they're right-wing, like, they're right-wing fucking nut jobs, and they're all, like, it's Russian propaganda and all that. Like, you could go hear fucking Rachel Maddow fucking just spout off the mouth for that. And also, if you want to go hear somebody spout off about Orange Man bad, I could just tune into MSNBC and hear that same fucking shit all day long. It's like, so people, I can understand why some people get confused and would be like, well, what if he's a controlled op, because, yeah. I mean, I get it. I understand. It's like,
well, you do realize I'm the only person in alternative media who says any of that. There's no one in alternative media says any of that. Everybody in alternative media comes up with reiterating each other. And that's pretty much all the other same shit that you'll hear when you hear Alex Jones. They source and reference each other. They're stuck
I don't even consider him to be like alternative media. I mean, he's a controlled CIA
No,
op.
I understand. I appreciate what you're saying. I certainly appreciate that. But when it comes to the majority of people, unfortunately, that's where they're coming from and where they go to. That's where they source. And that's what they consider to be radical. Now, he may have been a bit tarnished and tainted by being exposed to a great degree, but, they're still bringing him back. And in terms of what I would say about some of the other things that you're speaking of course, as I said, it's important to try and place a balance on what's coming out through alternative media. The one thing I can say about you, honey, is that at least you're not saying they're putting microchips in the vaccines, okay? So that's one reason.
I can't believe that there's people that are still like, Trump is a white hat and he's a good guy. I'm like, what? Are you guys kidding me? Like, sure, they go really hard on the Trump hate and whatever because he's, it's part of the whole like psychological operation.
Well, part of the problem is
he was a straw man. And it's like they got everybody.
People are answer hungry.
Yeah.
They're answer hungry because they don't find answers. They come up short when they look at things, and they're not dismissive enough. You can be too dismissive.
Yes.
But people can't recognize, what is true, so that they know. Many people know not to trust the so-called establishment.
Yeah.
So they will begin to trust anything that's anti-establishment.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. And that can get convoluted very, very quickly.
Or vice versa. They don't trust that. Yeah. They can't trust anything that comes from the establishment because it has to be bad.
Right.
And
a lot of it is,
say is that I spoke to a couple of my fellow Qigong students yesterday, and they both got vaccinated, but for different reasons.
Right.
The lesser student was giving everybody advice, you got to get the vaccination, which I'm sure my teacher would not have, would think he was crazy, I would think, but I can't speak for him. But he told me he got very sick.
Oh God.
Yeah.
He's still recovering from it. He's almost over it.
Yeah.
The better student, the elite student, got vaccinated, and he did it because he had to go out of the country for work.
Right. Yeah. That's the sad part is people aren't even doing it for health reasons. They're doing it for tyranny reasons. Like I have to go to the grocery store.
He said he did it. This is the thing. He says he did it, and his chi was all messed up. But then he cleared it and he broke through it.
Good
And
job.
the
Yeah.
fog lifted and he recovered right away from
Good for him.
the infection that it does give you.
Yeah. I mean, I
and-
would recommend, whether people get inoculated or not, like it's important to optimize your fat soluble vitamins, for instance, like, even just any kind of injection you're going to get, like
The point I'm bringing here is it's a chi factor. It's a life force factor. And say the one guy, he processed it. The other one didn't process it, and he doesn't do his qigong right either. I'm told. So that's from a qigong perspective. Of course, the vitamins you suggested are critical for the human system. So yes,
another interesting thing about these particular injections is they switched some laws around. They changed some laws. Normally, when a company produces a particular medical product, there is a sort of uniformity that needs to be adhered to in the product. They changed that law to where they can alter any batch for any reason. So there's basically batches circulating that are different from other batches, and so it's really kind of interesting how certain people have gotten these injections and have had no issues whatsoever. Other people have gotten them, and you see 26-year-olds getting fucking strokes and blood clots.
Ooh.
For no reason, no medical history, perfectly healthy diet, healthy, active, and boom, strokes, heart events, myocardial issues, and so there's batch alterations and things like that. They changed these laws to where they're able to manipulate the batches, change them for any reason, and, with really no notice. I mean, initially, I just don't understand how people were comfortable with taking something that the insert was blank. It was blank. It was fucking blank. I mean, if that's not sus, I don't know what is. Like, I don't think that it's irrational to be skeptical about taking a product that was bum rushed through. I don't see why that would make a person right wing. I don't see why that would make a person a Trump supporter either, because they did this under Trump.
By that you mean the Operation Warp Speed to produce
Operation Warp Speed, yes. So I mean, the cognitive dissonance at play here is just unbelievable. It's completely unreal. I don't understand. Like, a lot of people's reactions are just, I can't even wrap my head around it, how people are able to almost cognitively bypass all of this obvious bullshit and fuckery and obvious mental manipulation, while saying with utter certainty, you're absolutely 100% right wing, crazy nut job if you're not getting these injections. That to me is you've got to be fucking high and not on weed.
Well, because
that kind of shit.
Because it's been politicized. That's why it's been politicized and it's been turned into a kind of identifier. So that's why people.
Tactics. These were the same kind of tactics that were used in 1918 and all throughout Nazi Germany. Same exact tactics, same exact kind of Goebbels style propaganda.
But by 1918, do you mean during World War I?
Well, that and the influenza.
Oh, okay. The influenza.
People are unaware that the Rockefellers had a role in all of that. That was all engineered. That history has been horribly butchered.
But you do know we go into depth in that in our book, The Roswell Deception. You do know that, right? Or
I haven't been able to check out your book, and this is my introduction to you has been being on your show, and I'm just blown away that you guys even wanted anything.
How did you find him on Skype?
Do you?
Actually, we found each other very casually. It was casually on Facebook. We just started. Basically there was.
He found me he started tagging me in his shows on Facebook, and I don't know how.
Somebody had to friend each other.
Yeah, he friended me. He found me, so I don't know how he found me because I'm kind of a nobody in the middle of nowhere. But for whatever reason, he found me, started tagging me in his shows, and it was just sort of peripheral, sort of acquaintance. And yeah,
Yeah,
he
it
had
was
extended
actually her
an,
quirky. It was her quirky fortune telling on YouTube that. So
yeah.
then I looked
I
her.
think,
Yeah.
Douglas, I think you tagged her because, and this is not an insult to her, but because she's looks like a biofax simulacra.
A what?
Well,
I look like a
that's a whole
what?
other story.
Wait, what
It's
is,
a
can you
doll,
explain to me what that is? Oh, I look like a what?
a biofax simulacra. Douglas can explain that better.
Please
Uh,
do.
you can give her a whole new reality if you talk about this stuff. Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
honey. So what
please.
happened is like everything else that makes Japan so special, they are profoundly advanced and always have been in technology. Now, just to
Mhm.
give people an example of this, there were, say, for instance, these mechanical chess players that were actually produced in the Middle Ages. That you will, if you look up various things about them, you'll see these. The normal conclusion that's drawn is that a number of them were exposed as quote unquote fakes, where they had some guy who was basically behind the puppet, so to speak, that was supposedly the mechanical man playing chess that's able to beat the human being. It turns
Mhm.
out there's a human being who was basically behind the mechanical puppet. And this was certainly the case in certain frauds and hoaxes, but that really wasn't always the case. Man has kind of surged forward with technologies at various times, and then those technologies get lost. And some of those technologies were incredibly advanced. And with the Japanese, they were always very far advanced with mechanical application. And so they
Mhm.
would produce these little robotic dolls that are hundreds of years old. And we're talking about literally some of them are bordering on 1,000 years old that
Wow.
are mechanically very, shall we say, prehensile. They're ambulatory and they're able to do incredible things such as sewing or writing calligraphy. Granted, this would be a repeat rote motion kind of facsimile of human behavior, but nevertheless,
Mhm.
it was produced 1,000 years ago. So, with that kind of background, the Japanese really have been far ahead in producing simulacra or the facsimiles of human beings. And so the term that's
Mhm.
used is biofacsimilacra. It means like an artificial animal or artificial human being. And so the Department of Defense, and I'm of course debriefing this and condensing it in such a way that I don't do it any justice, understand that one of the factors that makes this possible is, of course, the Japanese religion and their spirituality, both the concept of the Shinto, which implies the kami or the spirit that can reside in not only inanimate objects but in objects that are created by human beings, that the human being imbues the essence in the object they create just as much as someone would imbue their essence in the creation of a child. And because of that, it is implied that these objects are very much alive. So
Mhm.
there was a book written about this in English by a Japanese roboticist titled The Buddha in the Robot, which helps to explain this phenomenon to the West. But because of this, they produce what are called biofacsimilacra, which are essentially androids. And so the androids do exist. They are extraordinarily advanced, certainly beyond anything the West can produce, albeit the British have been coming close. And so the British have been devoting themselves to this kind of production as well. At least they were doing so before Brexit. I don't know how Brexit may have derailed that, but
Right.
the point was that the Japanese were contracted by the Americans to try and produce a number of these so the Americans could practice interrogation techniques on these artificial humans. Now,
Wow.
these were dealt with. The Japanese have a very complicated social structure, and no normal Japanese criminal would deal in something like this. So, these kinds of creations were sold on that kind of market to the Department of Defense by what in Japan are known as Borukaman. And Borukaman are a reject, untouchable Japanese population that is considered beneath contempt and outside of the law. So that is very different from the Japanese underworld, which is known as the Yakuza, which is actually respected by the law and actually considered a vital part of Japanese society, a necessary evil, in other words. And people can enter the Yakuza who are deemed otherwise very respectable, but something's happened where they're considered dead. A great example of this would be during World War II, when many Japanese were assigned to the suicide units and therefore signed their own death warrants. I mean, literally signed their own death certificate so that they were considered no longer alive. And when some of them survived the war, because when the prosecution of proactive hostilities came to an end and they hadn't been sent on their missions, they were already dead and could not return to living society, so they joined the Yakuza. So they became, in other words, these people weren't disgraced in any way. These people were simply no longer considered alive, so they couldn't move back home because it would be like a dead, like a zombie coming home. It would be wrong. It would be just considered immoral. In that sense, it would be like cohabitating with a dead person, like a necrophiliac, if they were to return to their wife, for instance. So they instead joined the Yakuza and started a new life. So the Barukamen are very different. Nobody joins the Barukamen. They're born into that, and they're an untouchable caste that is never spoken of. These are the kinds of people who will then go to the United States. And I've had one of them, and his name is... he called himself Suzuki. I forgot his first name he was going by, but he was going by the name Suzuki. I remember that because he would sign...
Pete Suzuki.
Pete Suzuki is a Barukaman. Thank you. Jameson Reese also remembers, as well as Peter Moon. This individual was so repulsive. The interesting thing about him was that he was the person whose family dealt with the biofacsimilacra and traded them to Michael Aquino and the interrogation department for military intelligence. And this Pete Suzuki, for whatever reason, I mean, we know the reason, but when I first ran across this phenomenon, it made no sense to me. He was continually harassing all of these people who were calling themselves quote-unquote super soldiers, or people who had been victims, basically, of oh God, what was his name again? The man you worked with at Montauk, who everybody was coming down on? Your original, shall we say, the guy that you were sourcing for much of the information in your book.
Preston Nichols.
Preston Nichols, thank you. It would be like Preston Nichols would talk about the Montauk boys. That would be like these super victims, these super soldiers. And for some reason, Pete Suzuki was constantly stalking them and harassing them and trolling them. And it didn't make no sense, because your average Japanese person this wouldn't even be in their reality. It would be like your average Japanese person is in such a different world that these people would not register or compute to your average, even Japanese American. So this person claimed he was born in Japan and he was stalking and harassing these people, and that didn't make any sense. It was only when I remembered his connection, because I started paying attention to him when he started stalking and harassing myself. I remembered, this is the guy who was connected to the family that was dealing with Michael Aquino. Then all of it made sense. All of it fell together. But he would try and claim that what I said was false, and he was Japanese, and that he could, and therefore, since he said it was false, it had to be false since he was Japanese. But this is somebody who would not even be considered Japanese by Japanese people. If you were to approach Japanese people and say, "Is this guy Japanese?" they would say no, because they don't consider the Baruka men to be Japanese. They consider them permanent foreigners on Japanese soil. So this is the kind of crap that we're dealing with, and these are the kind of people that you will see trying to attack me. People have to understand the context of these people and where they're coming from. For somebody like that idiot Daryl Hamamoto, who was ethnically Japanese, more ethnically Japanese than myself, yet this is a person who's so acculturated in the American culture spectrum, for all intents and purposes, he knows nothing of Japan, and therefore considers himself consistently trying to fit in with white society. And so that's his trip. That's his whole purpose in life. Whereas I try to not fit in at all. There's no real need to in my situation. So when it came to the biofacsimilacra, these are truly victimized entities. They are basically automatons that have a minimal intelligence that is somewhat comparable to a developmentally disabled child. And so they have been heavily traumatized by a lot of abuse and even sexual assault, and including torture by American interrogators as practice dummies that would respond. And they're made to look as charismatic as possible because that way the interrogator divorces themselves from any sense of human bonding. So that's the horror story behind them. And they are of all ages. There are some produced in the likeness of infants that were subject to torture and interrogation, and many in the form of children. And all of this is because children do retain an enormous amount of information. And the idea is, can you get that out of a child through traumatic technique that will be much more time expedient than sitting around and talking to them? This is what the interrogators were trained in. So basically, I was able to steal pretty much everything that they had in stock, which was hundreds of these biofac simulacra. By the way, we're dealing with something that's the size and weight of a human being, if not more heavy than a human being on average. But fortunately, my gang brothers were all very familiar with human smuggling, and we were able to do this at a time when Presidio military base was in terrible disarray, and fires were breaking out everywhere to cover up all their other crimes I had exposed. So we were able to steal all of the inventory they had of biofac simulacra and burn the housing unit to the ground, to their storage facility. It was just another fire that was going on at that time. So that was an enormous effort. That was an industrial scale effort. And we're still having repercussions from that today, where, I'm transferring a lot of the storage of these biofac simulacra to my son's husband's estates because I simply cannot maintain them. And so just hopefully now you understand what that means. In other words, what Peter is saying is that you look like a doll. You look like a, yeah.
Right. Wow. That's thank you.
but there's one other part to this. Well, there's many other parts to it, but those were patterned to look after in the image of his mother.
Many of them, yes.
Movie star in Japan.
That's right, the originals, yes. And just so people understand this, a lot of people don't get that. Just so people understand the all of the nuances of history, when it comes to the movie stars that existed in the early 20th century, there were world famous movie stars like my mother at the time who no one knows about today. There are some that people still know about only because of a degree of infamy that was combined with certain other factors. It's like the creation of a fossil, where multiple factors have to combine for the creation of a fossil, and miracle upon miracle. Otherwise, the majority of bones just simply disintegrate along with everything else. So when it comes to movie stars of that era, many of them are not remembered at all. And I brought up the fact that we have like films that were produced that movie stars would star in dozens of films, and then not a single one of their films survived because all of this was produced on highly flammable material that was literally considered dangerous after a period of 10 to 20 years. In other words, these reels of film were stored the way you would store nitroglycerin, because that was an element in the film, and it would lead to many fires. Jameson Reese brings up cellophane, which was another ingredient. All of this combined to make highly inflammable materials, and they would disintegrate and become unstable. And then, like nitroglycerin, they would become explosive. And the end result was many films were treated, in those days, their concept was it was like live theater. In other words, they never intended this to be permanent. They would like show it like live theater, where once the stage was cleared and the actors were no longer performing that play, then any trace of it would be gone other than the memory, which very few people retained. And so in those days, with many of the films, They were destroyed for safety reasons, many of them. Many of them simply destroyed themselves, disintegrated and burned up and brought entire warehouses down with them. And then in other cases, they were destroyed by the war. So I brought up multiple examples of this in the past. One of them was, of course, the film that I brought up with Peter Moon. I can't even remember the title now, but it was one of the first films produced about going out into space, where it was a science fiction film. And this was relatively recent. We're talking about something that was produced maybe in the 50s. It was after World War II. And yet not a single copy survived of that film, except one man who was hunting it down for years finally found a single canister that had an extant copy in the 1970s, and then remastered it and re-released it, and you can find it on YouTube now. But if it weren't for that one individual putting that effort into it, you never even knew that film would have existed. And so that's just one of countless examples, and most of them never had a happy ending like that. I've pointed out the fact that another two examples, there's only a single frame that survives of the first Frankenstein film ever made, and that was made by Thomas Alva Edison. The first thing that Thomas Alva Edison did, one of the first things he did to prove the viability of cinema and film, was to produce Frankenstein as a movie. So there's an Thomas Alva Edison produced and directed Frankenstein film that existed. Only a single frame is left of that survived. Nobody has ever found the original film. It's all, even though he made hundreds of copies at the time, none of them survived. The same with the original Japanese kaiju, or giant monster film, was not Godzilla, it was King Kong. They were inspired by the 1930s American King Kong film. They produced their own film called King Kong in Yedo, in which King Kong was Godzilla size and raids the samurai capital of Japan, which was Yedo, prior Tokyo, that later became Tokyo. And yet, because of the Tokyo firebombing, all we have left is a single frame of that film. There's not any films that survived other than a single frame that we were able to preserve over time. So these are countless examples of that. So my mother was a movie star during her day who was indeed world famous. Nobody remembers her now. I'm not bitter over that, and neither was she. It was just she considered that to be collateral to her career as basically a spy. And that was the days in which you had celebrity spies like Mr. Harry Houdini, who was world renowned to be an espionage agent for hire, and yet at the same time was known to be an entertainer. In fact, entertainers made ideal espionage agents because people tolerated their going all over the world, and people wanted them to go all over the world. So they were invited everywhere, and they would constantly mingle with the elite. So they were the ideal spies. And pretty much everyone knew they were spies, but everybody just tolerated it because they had enough charisma where they could get away with it. So my mother fit into that category. And so, yes, she even did pornography. So this was a woman who was very much a pioneer for her time. She was one of the first modern women in Asia to get a divorce. And that was long before she met my father, of course. But, or rather the man who raised and guided me. And, so there we have that. So she's, definitely incredible. And soon it'll be Mother's Day, and I'll have to produce another illustration and poem for her. And that's always a painful process for me. But hopefully now that puts the Biofax Simulacra in some perspective for you, darling. And you do fit into that kind of mystique. You do have that kind of, you do carry yourself in a way.
Yeah, basically you're cute.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. Shucks.
There we are.
Doug, there is a 12 minute YouTube of or video of the Frankenstein. I don't know if it's the whole movie, but it's a good 12 and a half minutes of the of Thomas Edison's Frankenstein.
Oh, thank you for reminding me of that. That's right. And that's fairly recent. They were able to find something. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And that's important.
I don't know if it's the whole thing.
No, no, it's not.
The Frankenstein he's ugly, but he's a lot better looking than the Karloff version.
Actually,
he's much more human. He's much more human.
Interesting, because the memory I have of him from the one cell that I saw, he looked hideous.
He is hideous.
Yeah, okay.
But he's more human. I don't know what he's saying. He just has a lot more human gestures than the Karloff version.
Okay,
But you
interesting.
might prefer the Karloff version. I don't know.
Well, it's definitely, I think, historically important, and definitely, I think he represents. He would be, in my opinion, kind of like well, let's put it this way. I'll have to look at it. I never had a chance to review that. I do know that they found some minutes and they cobbled them together. The original film was 2 hours.
Well,
So,
it says here running time 16 minutes.
yeah.
So that what I found was 12:45 or something.
Okay.
One reel. So apparently, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if it's 2 hours or not.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, the original was supposed to be. The original was supposed to be, and it was supposed to be a big production, but it would be like some people prefer the Nosferatu presentation of Dracula to Bela Lugosi's. It would be like that kind of difference. Maybe he would.
well, this is what it says.
Yeah.
It says the film was reported in the Edison kinetogram as having a length of 975 feet, giving it a runtime of approximately 16 minutes at silent film rates or closer to 11 minutes at modern rates.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that's, I mean, I don't know that people watch 2-hour films in those days.
That would be a lot you might think to ask, but don't forget, there was probably a lot that went on the cutting room floor. I think that he had really intended it to kind of pioneer a new kind of experience. And probably, I think a lot of people, from what the records I could see, because Michael Aquino was very interested in this, the records I could see said that he was just kind of, in the end, forced to, cater to the public short attention span. It's kind of like what we got today. Nothing ever changes.
People are definitely being conditioned to have shorter and shorter attention spans.
Oh my
Definitely,
God.
especially with apps like TikTok and things like that. It's like, yeah,
Yes.
it's unbelievable.
It is.
I hate to interject or anything, but I really got to get going. It's been a pleasure. I've got to pee and.
Oh, we love you dearly,
Thank
honey.
you for that important information.
It's been a huge pleasure talking with you both, and thanks for having me on.
Oh, by the way, do look at your Facebook message. I sent you the
chart. Thank you. Yeah, I will. I will do that definitely.
Yeah.
I've got to write the astrology for the week ahead. I usually publish it Monday mornings, so I get to work on it typically Sunday nights or Monday mornings.
Well, we love you
But-
dearly.
Okay, I'll try to look at it as well.
It was lovely being on. And Douglas, I look forward to know more about you, and I'm especially curious about the aspects that you brought up where you're like, we disagree, on certain things. I'm curious about that because I tend to take a really nuanced approach to a lot of things, but granted, I do have my opinions and things like that, but
we've plenty of time to explore.
Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued to discuss certain things.
Wonderful. Thank you, honey. Well,
Yeah.
you have a blessed
Thanks for
night.
having me on, you guys.
Oh, it was an honor. Thank you for
Yeah.
gracing
Hi,
us with
Amelia.
your presence.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. It was nice to hang out with you.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good evening. I'll look forward to your article.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
You guys have a good evening. All right.
Take
Bye.
care. And so, Peter, I'm surprised that they haven't. I'm surprised we made it this long. I thank you for your patience with us. How did you avoid lifting the furniture? It hasn't arrived yet.
It's not going to arrive. Paula came down, and it won't fit in his vehicle, so we'll have to go check it out and see if we can, check it out, see how big it is, and if we can find a vehicle that we can fit it into. But that it'll be done in a few days.
Right.
So we've been relieved of that responsibility for tonight. So I'm happy for that. I can go to sleep without.
By the way, before you go to sleep, I thought you would find it entertaining to, at least with our audience listening, to go over the fact that this is National Loyalty Day. For those of you who aren't familiar with the history, this was started by Harry Truman. And this was part of Truman's loyalty program, which has its origins in World War II, particularly the Hatch Act of 1939, which forbade anyone who advocated the overthrow of our Constitution constitutional form of government in the United States, to work in government agencies. And after the war, basically, well, it wasn't after the war. You see, it was around 1946, and the midterm elections had taken place, and the Republicans gained control of Congress for the first time since 1931. And to examine the issue, in November of 1946, while we were still legally at war with the Empire of Japan, Truman created the Temporary Commission on Employee Loyalty, which basically instituted the day that we have today. It is in direct counterattack to the International May Day of the Communists, which is celebrating international labor, and therefore it's to make certain that all Americans are loyal and that they reaffirm their loyalty on this day. Most people don't even know this day exists, but if you were to check it out yourself, you'll find that statements are issued from the White House itself on this day. They were issued on this day from Donald Trump. They were issued on this day from Joe Biden. So no matter who's president, they do emphasize straight from the White House that this is a day that we should all reaffirm our loyalty to the United States. So there you go. This is part of the loyalty.
Well, I'm looking deeper here, Douglas, and it says that it was first in 1921, after the first Red Scare. This is Wikipedia. During the 20th century history of the United States, early 20th century history of the U.S., marked by widespread fear of far-left extremism, including but not limited to Bolshevism and anarchism, due to real and imagined events that included the 1917 October Revolution in Russia and anarchist bombings. It also had its origins in the hyper-nationalism of World War I. So it's interesting. Communism is, of course, trying to get justice for the worker and prevent exploitation. And it's both systems are double-edged swords, but they both are screwed up. Particularly the communism.
Yes.
Wow. I didn't realize this day existed.
Thank you. That's what our purpose here is at Critical Omissions. It's a critical omission, right?
Well, yeah. And, capitalism has its negatives, and communism is even worse.
Yes. Thank you.
Because of the leadership. It's all about the leadership and the human factor in leaderships. It's God, it's what a horrible history both have.
Yes, very much so. And it's the leadership, and then again, the fact that the populations tolerate it. Oh my God, it's amazing what we tolerate. And you can grind people down to the ground, and they'll just keep taking it. So all of this is something that, of course, our young lady is opposed to. Of course, she's certainly much more of a free spirit than myself, but obviously I can forgive her. So, such being said, with Peter Moon with us tonight, and this being the strange day that it is, Loyalty Day, Peter, what else was going on in the world that you might bring to our attention? Obviously, you'll be taking your leave of us probably any minute, and we wish you the best of nights. But
I'll talk a little bit about, just
take it wherever you want it, and you're welcome to stay for as long as you want to.
Well, I'll just talk for a little bit. Friday night, we had the draft lottery for football, the Blitz League. It was, I wouldn't call it a black tie affair, but Terrell, who you met, was on here. Yeah. He's channeled a lot of his protest energy into creating a football league. Wow. And we went to the Marriott in Uniondale. He rented a room for $500, and they were picking draft picks. He was picking draft picks. Everybody was dressed up. Paula came.
Wow.
and she's not into football. She only knows these guys a little bit.
Right.
She was totally entertained by his enthusiasm. I told him he's a better announcer than he is a football player, and he's making this like the NFL draft. And the NFL draft, I couldn't believe it. They had like I think 600,000 people in Las Vegas. Terrell's brother and his girlfriend went to the New Jersey stadium where the Giants play. There was a mostly full audience of people just watching the draft on video. It's like, I can't believe what an addiction this country has to football. But okay, so I'm participating in this with young people. I'm having a great time just watching all the, fooling around but it's like formal, people are dressed up in suits and ties. And then, we went out and had our first league games today. It was really neat. It was like, wow. It was so much, I guess what you'd say, togetherness. And Terrell told me, I told him he was such a good announcer because he doesn't stop. He's just a mile a minute. He said he was channeling his energy from the protests into doing something more community oriented. And he told me he was deeply involved with the Jehovah's Witnesses when he was younger. His mother got him involved. I had no idea, and he got kicked out, which didn't surprise me at all because he's so
Did you tell him how lucky he was?
Got kicked out. Pardon?
I said, did you tell him how lucky he was?
Well, I think he understood that. I didn't need to tell him that, but yeah, he got kicked out. He got shunned. They shun you. He says, "Oh, it's terrible," and then he, I guess, got back in and got kicked out again. So he's over that.
He's a two-time winner as far as I'm concerned. Go on.
Oh yeah. So I mean, he's just. I just really enjoy the hell out of this guy. I'm taking him out after football next Sunday for a lunch for his birthday. Wonderful. I think he's turning 30, 29 or 30. But
oh my God,
it was just so much fun. And then Paula enjoyed it. She enjoyed it. Then we all went to Buffalo Wild Wings, where nobody could hear each other because it's so damn loud. It's not loud because of Buffalo Wild Wings. It's because everybody's talking, and you have to practically speak at a very loud voice to hear each other. But so Paula really enjoyed that. We were out for 5 hours doing this stuff. But then I wasn't feeling very good until I got there. And then you're talking to everybody, you feel good. Then I have to struggle to get my ass for Tai Chi Day to Brooklyn. And I'm driving into Brooklyn, not far from the heart of downtown to Fort Greene Park. Try parking there. What a circus it was to park. They're having farmers market. It took me probably a half hour of driving before I lucked out. And I found a parking spot, very narrow. I could get in pretty easily. I knew the area well enough to say, okay, I know where I'm parked. Big mistake. I should have written it down. I had an incredible time. I was supposed to meet with, okay, so how many people showed up? There were 5 of them besides myself. Very disappointing turnout. A very great time, though. 3 of the students, God, they looked older. They shouldn't have looked older. Then my friend Jadiel, who was a very advanced student, he was there with one of his students, and he says, okay, let's do some stuff. And these other 3 guys weren't even interested. They blew him off.
Oh, my God.
Big mistake. I was going to share some very important information with them about Jadiel.
Right.
But they weren't able. I said, I can't cast pearls before them because they weren't ready to hear it.
Yes.
I was going to give them a great gift. I did give them one gift, but in other words, they weren't up to hearing it. So I began to interact with Jadiel, and he showed me, wow, well, I could say 3 great secrets or 1 great secret. And I can't tell you what the secret is because it wouldn't make any sense to you. It's like talking about, what can I say? talking about fine pigments to somebody that knows nothing about painting.
Yeah.
It's like it's not going to make any sense to you. So I'm not even going to try and say what the secrets are. But they were imparted to me, and it was, wow. I haven't interacted with anybody with Qigong. Well, I did go in December to see my friend Stan. That was a great thing. But it was, what I learned, most of what he was showing us was very martial oriented, which is okay. And I'm more interested in stressing the more healthy aspects. But this is the thing. Okay, so I was there for 3 hours. I went back to my car, but I couldn't find it.
Oh my God. That's so terrible.
It was, can you imagine being in Brooklyn? And it's much more jam-packed than San Francisco.
I can't imagine. No, that's got to be terrifying.
It's like I go,
and if you weren't feeling well, that's just got to be, it's like hell.
The Qigong made me feel better.
Okay.
We did some stuff, very active, and I felt better. So I wasn't feeling bad, but it took me an hour before I could find my car. I had to call 311 and say, hey, here's a license plate. Have you found it? No, check back in an hour. It might have been punched in. And finally, I had to use my mind to track back and realize they had these no parking signs that said, don't park here on Wednesday because we're doing shooting, film shooting in this area. And it wasn't Wednesday. So I remembered and I said, well, I parked where these signs are. None of these places I've been looking. I went up a street and I finally found the car, which, kind of made me very happy. Because you can imagine you're being alone in this huge city and what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
And at that point I said, you know what? If my car got towed, which was very unlikely because it was so jam-packed in between two cars, a tow truck couldn't get to it. But I said, if this is going to cost me hundreds, they can, I don't know what they do in Brooklyn, but in Manhattan, they used to have a $200 tow fee in 1987, 86. That could be up to $1,000 by now, certainly $500. Just if they tow your car, you got to pay hundreds of dollars just to get it back.
Yeah.
Plus any tickets you have. Parking tickets.
It's obscene. It is highway robbery.
I learned this with a company car that would rack up tickets, not by myself, but by other people in the company. If you park, you could double park with the commercial plates in certain areas, but not Midtown. So I'd always tell, idiot number 1 or 2, when you park in Midtown, do not double park. Don't do it in Midtown because you'll get a ticket. And inevitably it would run up. So I'd have to go down to the Pound on the west side and get I'd pay over $1,200 just to get the car back. $1,200 cash because they didn't take a check.
Yeah.
And I'd have to do that to get, it wasn't my money, but it was like, so I learned all the ins and outs. You could just stack up parking tickets. Yeah. But anyway, so I didn't know if I was going to have to pay hundreds of dollars or even $1,000 to get my car back. And I realized that what I learned, that told me that what I learned, and I gave him some money in appreciation for what he taught me, was worth the money. So I said, wow, that was a lesson saying it was worth every penny I had to spend to get here, including the miserable drive back, which was like, I think it took a long time just to get out of Brooklyn because it was so jam-packed, and then the expressway wasn't much better. All told, I think I got home in an hour and a half, which wasn't too bad.
No, not at all.
But it should have taken 45 minutes or something. But anyway, that was quite an experience. And for me, it was an experience in what is the value of learning. And I remembered all the times I used to go into Brooklyn to see my teacher, fighting all the resistance, all the reasons not to go in.
Right.
And I never paid attention to them But after 3 years of doing this, I said, you know what? It's 3 years later, and I'm so much better off for it.
Yeah.
Well, now that was 2007. Now it's 15 years later, and I can't argue or complain. So he also explained to me how so many of our other fellow students were just doing the same thing or not really moving on to learn new things, just stuck in one paradigm.
Oh, that's so sad.
Well, but it's typical. And I realized from these three guys, I took Qigong much more seriously than any of them, and certainly than the majority of the students. I won't say all of them, because I can't speak for them, and I have tremendous admiration and respect for so many of my fellow students. But it's like I took it so damn seriously, and it's like, wow. And some people, their whole attitude, or one particular person, was dismissive. They didn't even remember certain things. They treated it sort of like, oh, wow, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. Where these are things that have been ingrained into my head.
Right.
If I could ingrain what's into my head into my practice, I would be, like Bruce Lee and beyond.
Yeah.
If I could integrate it all into which I'm not. Not even close.
but we get the point. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you integrate blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to be delivering a seminar on Saturday, May 7th in Seekonk, Massachusetts. And under the sponsorship of Jojo, who I will look forward to seeing on Saturday morning for breakfast with my friends, other friends from Massachusetts who I met in Shasta, hoping to see them Friday night as well. Paula and I are going to go there together on Friday and spend the night and do this seminar. And it's going to be very interesting. Not just because I'll be teaching Qigong, but because of the people who are interested in meeting and interactive. It's all, so anybody who's in the Northeast who is interested is welcome to look at Peter Moon, Seekonk, Sekonk, Massachusetts, Qigong, and you can find the website and come or sign up if you're interested or if you want to.
Wonderful.
So also, before I leave, I listened, your transmission, you wanted me to listen to it for Kabbalah purposes, which I did. Yeah. And I kept listening to it. It was very long. Mm-hmm. I don't even know that I've absolutely finished it. I got through most of it. But you were talking about the necromancy of the Russians.
Yes.
And how the Russians were in concert with the dead. They were, facilitating their necromancy by killing millions of people and then tapping into their
souls, essentially. But go on.
Pardon me?
Their souls, essentially. But go on.
Yeah, yes. Their souls. And so as to...
But by the way, I think we hear Jameson. So Jameson, if you could go.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Yeah. So
I want to ask him if it's juicy fruit or doublemint.
But
it's okay.
Go on, Peter, with what you got out of that. It's important.
Well, yeah. It was very interesting because the one thing is the Soviet Union was never anal retentive about accepting psychic information.
Right.
They were always one leg up on the Americans, at least publicly.
Right.
And then this was the justification for the Americans doing their remote viewing and stuff like this.
Yes.
With Joe Swan and whatnot was, if they're doing this, we better do it too.
That's
and
right.
One of the early, I don't know that it was the first, because I remember seeing, it was either in the San Francisco Examiner or the Sacramento Bee. perhaps even the San Francisco Chronicle, where they were showing remote viewing experiments in the late 60s in the newspaper, like I think trying to get people interested and possibly recruiting them to do stuff like this. But this was, and Jack Anderson, who was a famous columnist in Washington, D.C., he was the protege of Drew Pearson, who was a famous / infamous muckraker, a journalist who dug up stuff. He could kill careers. Yeah. He was very powerful. Jack Anderson succeeded him, and Jack Anderson was a Mormon. And I was always told that Mormons cannot lie to each other. I think they do.
I would presume so, yes.
But there is a certain aspect where they don't. And this is how he found out the information on remote viewing, and he published it, or the psychic wars going on with the Soviet Union. But more to the point is Douglas was talking about them basically harnessing the energy of the dead to manipulate consciousness is basically what they're doing. And, the one thing is that always puzzles, I guess what you call naive people who look at politics.
Yes.
And it doesn't just puzzle the naive people. It puzzles people who've been around a long time and may not be too naive. Why the Russians and the Chinese, who both happen to be communists, portray themselves and always take a stance as a bad guy. They never move off the bad guy position. Just like in wrestling, they're always the bad guy. Whereas in wrestling, the bad guys would often switch to being good guys, and sometimes vice versa. But the Russians were just always had to be the bad guy. And the Russians too. In other words, they always play this hard line. They always play the strong man, and they're always outraged when anybody accuses them of being dehumanizing people, when that's what they specialize in.
Yes.
And it's like they take a position that you'd be flunked out of humanities class for, but they take it and they never get off of it. And what Douglas has explained about them being representatives of the anti-gods is just so perfect in terms of understanding the political science of the situation. So, but see, we're also, now, I had told my dear friend Nicole Veselkovsky, who's in China right now, and this limits her interaction. I wanted her to come on sometime with a show, but she really can't because of Skype. They don't like her using Skype.
That's right. They want everyone to use Zoom, which they control. Go on. Yes.
Well, anyway, she is a professor, a PhD in economics.
Yes. But
her real specialty is language.
Yes.
She can speak anything or she can learn it. And I had said to her once, I said, when you study economics, I said, if you don't study conspiracy theory, you can't possibly understand or evaluate economics. It doesn't mean you need to study Alex Jones or David Icke, but you need to at least study some of the basics of the subject, which could include some things that David Icke writes about, or other people. Eustace Mullins, who he borrowed extensively from. Eustace accused him of plagiarizing him.
Which I'm sure he did, but go on. Yes.
Yeah. But anyway, yes, you have to allow for the fact that there are people who are exploiting, or as John von Neumann said in game theory, he says game theory never works in terms of economics because there is always the proposition that somebody is going to cheat. So you can look at all the laws of economics, but you have to account for the cheaters. And we saw this in the I think it was 80s, the Hunt brothers, Nelson and Bunker Hunt, who owned or who cornered the silver market and just made it go up to ridiculous heights, and then it crashed. But they were found out for trying to manipulate the silver market. So that was a clear example of cheaters. You find them, I mean, the stock market prosecutes them, or not the SEC prosecutes them from time to time.
Right.
Somebody is always going to cheat, and they will cheat in a big way if they can get away with it.
Yeah.
So that is the way things work. So I was telling her, I said, so if economics does not include conspiracy theory, it's irrelevant. You can't be talking about this chart and that chart. You can, but you got to account for the conspiratorial factor. And so when we're talking about geopolitics, well, of course, one of the things in geopolitics control of the media is they go, conspiracy and roll their eyes. Oh, he's a conspiracy theorist, which immediately is meant to discredit anybody who's countering a mainstream, meme. Yeah. And then you have, Democrats being played off of Republicans and vice versa. But what Douglas is an expert in geopolitics, even if you consider that he might not be right about everything, he's got enough expertise that, drowns everyone else.
Thank you.
So, but the thing is, what's so special here is that he brings in the dead. He brings in the dead. So, conspiracy theory, yeah. Okay. That's kind of even accepted in politics nowadays, because Trump will tout conspiracy theories, some of which will be true, some of which are not investigated. There's the Jeffrey Epstein. Everybody knows that the Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy theory has not been looked into. There are other people who tout conspiracy theories that everybody damn well knows is for real. So, but now we're getting into the dead and the occult.
Yes.
When we bring in Douglas Dietrich, and those cannot be dismissed either. This is my main point I'm trying to say. The dead, what is the X factor concerning the dead? The Mormons voraciously baptize dead people.
That's right.
They may have baptized your dead ancestors. They will do this to control and manipulate the dead.
Yes.
There's a lot that's done with the dead that you aren't aware of, that the dead aren't even aware of. So I wanted to acknowledge Douglas for doing this and bringing this stuff to light. And this brings us into, it's very interesting because sometimes he talks about the apocalypse and protecting people from the apocalyptic times. But what's so fascinating is that apocalypse in a Christian sense, or a New Testament, what's that called, Revelation sense,
yes,
has everything to do with the dead getting up out of the grave. So I'm not saying it's going to be that way, but I'm not saying it's not going to be that way. I'm not saying how it's going to be, but when you consider the archetypal process of the Last Judgment, which came out of somewhere archetypally, is that you have the dead rising out of their graves to be judged or, it's like the last judgment, the final judgment. So it's very interesting that what is the role of the dead in today's day-to-day living? And that could open up a whole new dialogue for Douglas. But I just wanted to bring that up and mention it in response to listening to what you said about the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union, those people were, in a sense, dead.
Yes.
Their spirit, their esprit de corps, their élan vital was gone. It was a miserable place to be.
To subsist. Yes, they merely, yeah.
So the people were dead because the whole, population had been finished off. Yes. And there are various versions of that today in the world, where people are kind of, what do you call them when they're, walking stiffs?
Oh, Jesus.
You
may as well say zombies.
Yeah. There's a certain zombiehood that America is involved in. And the more you watch the media, the more you get plugged into it.
Yes.
So it's good not to watch the media because, I think the most disappointing thing with the media is that, they don't do, there's no interesting coverage of the war in Ukraine.
Yes.
It's not interesting. They don't have any interesting thing. Well, Putin, what's that place that he can't take? He had totally
Mariupol.
Yeah. In other words, he beaten the hell out of that city, and he was fighting over in Kiev, and then he got beat there, and he all went back to the east. Now he's still trying to take this city that he tore the shit out of, and he still can't take it, which I think is astounding. Oh, the other thing I want to comment, Douglas.
Yes.
I saw on the news today.
Yes.
It was only a few minutes. It was about 5 minutes maybe. And they're showing, okay, here is how we're taking the missiles and all this stuff to Ukraine. Mm-hmm. Here's a big airplane. It's being flown by these pilots. Here's we're putting it all in the cargo bay. We're interviewing the public. Well, you must be targets up here. Yeah, well, you just have to do it. You can't think about that. And they're taking this to Poland. Like, how on earth can you be telling the enemy that you're taking all of this equipment, you're putting it in these planes, you're taking these planes, you're flying them to Poland? Now, we're not going to tell you how they get from Poland to the Ukraine, because that's a secret. Well, how on earth can you... Now, I would like to think they're doing this as a distraction. They're telling you maybe they're flying planes to Poland as a distraction, where they're really flying the planes into, Romania or someplace, which would make more sense because Romania is right close by. And then, but how can this be so stupid? I would like to think it's a ruse. And they say, yeah, well, here's these planes. We're taking them to Poland. Just shoot them out of the air if you want to. They're telling the Russians how to prevent these things from getting, these weapons from getting to Eastern Europe. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, the comment that needs to be said about that is...
Could I drop an idea?
Oh, sure.
It's a flex, because it's more or less saying, here we're doing this and that, and you can't do anything about it. It's basically showing how much Russia doesn't have, because they can tell you where where we have our strategic targets, and they still can't shoot it out of the sky. So how humiliating is that?
Yes, no, you're absolutely right.
It's a psychological warfare.
Well, if that's a legitimate psychological ploy, if it's truly that, I tend to think they're so stupid that they would do it anyway. I tend to think they're so stupid. I mean, it would be, but I'd say that the flex is inadvertent.
I could make a case for that too. You're both right. You're both right. In other words,
we don't really know.
It's without conscious thought. It's a flex without conscious thought.
Honestly, they are, Peter, to give you credit, they are dumb enough to probably do that.
Yes, yeah, they're that dumb too. Yeah, and but honestly, I can't let Peter escape just yet. I do want to say that what you haven't heard yet, Peter, puts it in probably better perspective, so that we will have more to talk about when you're back with JoJo on Wednesday. And the one thing that I did do was I talked about it a lot with Sammy Romero. It impacted him deeply because I don't know if you remember this. I don't expect you to remember everything about everyone. We all have so much that we're dealing with. But Sammy Romero's sister, all her life, has been involved with the mortuary industry involving the funerary preparations of the bodies. She's essentially a mortician, and he was practicing with her for a period of time so that he could have extra income. So he's kind of interning in that practice, and so he's very familiar with the dead bodies and the kind of feeling he has around them, that they are aware of what is going on around them, and he treats them with the utmost respect. So in terms of what we are dealing with, in terms of what the Soviets recognized, was simply an aspect of the afterlife that if you went past a certain level of security clearance, you were made aware of this, and aside from that, the general public was made to believe that there was no afterlife. But this was the closest thing that the Soviets would come to acknowledging it, which was so that they could exploit it. And when it came to the reality of what I got into, it was how Michael Aquino was introducing this art of exploiting the dead to the American intelligence. But it had already been introduced by others. They were simply emulating the Russians, trying to catch up with the enemy, and therefore employing tactics that were simply beyond the comprehension of what most Americans could ever imagine. So what I described was essentially the violation of a grave that was performed by Michael Aquino, training a young man in the art of thanatophagy, which is the eating of the dead, that you would absorb their memories. With the freshly dead in particular, this was possible. And so I do describe that in detail in that episode that you're reviewing.
Is that maybe that I haven't got to the end of it yet?
No, it goes on. So do review that.
But it's towards the end, right? The last couple.
I wouldn't say it's towards the end. I'd say it's towards the middle. I really got started in it fairly quickly. So if it's the episode before last is when I think
maybe I might have missed the part about the consumption. I remember something about Aquino.
You might have been very busy. You might have been very busy while listening to it, or else you would not have missed that part. That part is a part most people don't forget. Let's just put it to you this way.
Well, I would say this about cannibalism. Yeah. That because I met, this voodoo priest, yes, and he told me, I don't know if he told me, I think he told a group of us, because I went to his seminar, and he said that the reason you eat, meat of another human being, now obviously that human being is dead, but he says you eat it to transcend the human condition, because once you eat that meat, you're not human anymore in a sense. So you're trying to transcend. This is a justification for it. The so-called, the justification for it. And I definitely got the impression when he said that he'd probably done it, but I don't know that. I just got the impression.
I think that's a safe assumption.
Yeah. But in any case, the consumption of that is a practice of voodoo. And of course, we know voodoo is about reviving the dead. So you're definitely reviving them because you're having communion with the dead. And this is a very sticky point with Christians.
Actually, it depends on the practice of voodoo, because there is like light voodoo and dark voodoo.
Yes.
If you think about it,
Yeah.
And this was and he practiced the negative of the negative.
Obviously, yes, yes.
He did that. He said,
So he was a Bokor, basically.
Negatives make a positive in algebra.
Right. He was a Bokor.
That was his reasoning or justification. And he said there was positive, negative that's more positive than negative, and negative, positive that's more negative than positive. So, he covered all of those bases. But as I say, it's a sticky point with Christians because the Christian Eucharist, mimics cannibalism and has to do everything with the raising of the dead. Nobody would dare call Jesus a zombie because it gives a context that they don't agree with or want to identify with, which is very understandable.
Peter, I have seen Zombie Jesus. There's a certain drug people should stay away from if you don't want to see it. You don't want to go there, folks. It's not cool.
Yeah, so just to explain to Peter just a bit more before I let him go, when it came to Michael Aquino, what happened was I discovered during this period of time, by working with the various talents that he was amassing on behalf of the Defense Intelligence Agency, the DIA, and working for the Department of Defense, these various psychics, then I found out that he was also a thanatophage. Now, what is so incredible about this is that I didn't even really do it justice, and I do want people to know that if we're able to bring Sammy Romero on, we might speak of this a bit more with him. I'm not going to overdwell on it tonight, but I do want Peter to know just how visceral this was. So this is something that he either missed it because he was very busy and had things going on while he had this in the background.
How do you spell Fanatovich, the eating?
Oh, I will put this in the messenger box for you because I'm so lousy at spelling. When at spelling bees, I'm lousy at spelling.
Just try it. I want to try and find it on Wiki or somewhere else.
Thanatophage. I'm spelling it out for you in the private message. So give me a second here. Thanatophage. I can spell anything when I write it out. It's when I say it out loud is when it becomes more difficult. So thanatophage is a very specific term, and it is to be disambiguated from thanatophone. Thanatophone. So a thanatophone would be a speaker for the dead, whereas a thanatophage is an eater of the dead. And when it comes to the thanatophage, or the art of thanatophagy, honestly, if anyone's ever dealt with bodies that are prepared and buried in any formal sense, what people don't understand is cadavers can be interned for years, and they will bleed. They will bleed their embalming fluid, which looks just like blood. So understand that the eating of the dead, as I saw this young man do under Aquino's tutelage, and came to know that Aquino had done the same himself, this is simply astonishing to me. Even though the cadaver in this case was freshly buried, the stench of the dead is still there and already strong. So when you get past the smell, which when we broke open, and this was quite dramatic, this was literally the equivalent of a grave robbery. We literally, with two of the army men who were with him, we blew open that mausoleum with plastic explosive. There was no other way to access it. And so they conducted this like a military operation. And this was in the dead of night. No one was in that graveyard to hear. There is no...
What were you exploding?
It was a mausoleum. A mausoleum in California.
Why did it require an explosion?
Because Aquino was not doing this with anyone's permission. This had been his former commanding officer. And...
dead?
Yes, he was dead and buried. He was...
Okay, so, but in other words, he couldn't open it legally, so he was using an explosive.
That's correct. With two
I got it.
of his... Yes, these were two enlisted men who were following his orders, and they considered this a military operation. So they considered it like a commando operation, like a covert military operation that was to be conducted as if we were on enemy territory.
And you were accompanying them.
Yes, I was ordered to accompany them by Michael Aquino, and certainly he was training myself as much as he was this young boy, but I did not have the quality.
He was basically using a trick to implicate you in these things.
Absolutely.
So that Absolutely. He was entrapping you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But with so many other people involved, I didn't take it personally. In other words, this was enough of an operation where that was the least of my concerns. This was hardly even that which would have been taken as poorly by the public as the crimes against children, which of course I've already described to some detail to the general public so that they understand what I was confronted with that was more immediate in the need to report rather than something like this, because the desecration of a corpse is ultimately considered by the public to be as almost nothing. That would be something that they would consider almost juvenile. Even though there are many people who would consider it evil, they wouldn't necessarily.
You weren't going to get him.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that
shut
would never
down
have even
with
landed him
this.
anything other than fines. He would have been fined for it, but theoretically, you can go to jail for grave robbing, desecration of a corpse, but he wouldn't have been busted for any of that. If somebody had caught him or us, everything would have been done away with the whole national security trip. He would have said that there was something he had to access that wasn't available otherwise, or some shit. He would have been covered. And but this was his former commanding officer, and there were secrets that he wanted to ascertain, which could be ascertained by a thanatophage eating into the body. Now, you really got an image, or just, which I never described this to Sammy Romero when I was speaking the last few episodes, but just to send you off into the gentle night with the image that truly sticks with me. When you imagine the stench of the cadaver, the fact that we had blown open the mausoleum and there was no aeration. It wasn't that the body was decaying to the point of putrefaction, but it was simply the fact that the body was in the process of heading towards that. Certainly rigor mortis, everything else had set in. It was buried maybe a week or two beforehand. And this individual was already beginning to, I would say, kind of, well, certainly when the boy began tearing into the body, then that's when you saw the bleeding begin. And that is the formaldehyde. But I think before all of that even began, what struck me probably as the most horrific aspect of that night was seeing Michael Aquino remove the burial shroud. And when he took the burial shroud and brought it up to his nostrils and inhaled deeply, the way I would sniff some woman's panties, that's when the whole horror of the situation really sank in. That is probably the image that I should have stuck in with the narrative that I just had blocked actually out of my mind until recently.
That's the reverse of Qigong. It's like the breath is going in, the evil of the breath. Wow.
Yes. Yes, very much so. And so at any rate, so I look forward to your review of that. And
This prompts another question.
Yes, of course.
I never really thought about this, but there's no way with what you're talking about with the dead that Aleister Crowley wouldn't have known and been active in some respects with this type of stuff.
Yes.
And I don't know if, I don't necessarily trust anything Aquino says, but do you have any information of Crowley being involved in anything like this?
He never spoke of that, but I appreciate your asking. It sounds logical. Of course, we might attribute to Crowley a bit too much evil. I mean, obviously, the man seemed to have no boundaries and seemed to try to push whatever boundaries he could. But I've never heard anyone accuse Crowley of pedophilia, for instance. So,
well, the thing is, if he wasn't involved in it directly, eating dead flesh, he might have, he would have known about it.
Well, he certainly claimed to be a cannibal. He certainly claimed that. He told the Sherpas when he came down from climbing a mountain alone, and his climbing partners were dead and he was the only one to return, he told his Sherpas he had eaten them all. So we do know he wanted that reputation. He sought it out. And so that...
Well, I tend to think there's a certain point that even he wouldn't go beyond.
Yeah.
That's just the impression that I was given by that weird experience I had, which was...
It's a fair impression. It's a fair impression.
He was.
But yeah, it's a fair impression.
Yeah. And so anyhow, so my dear man Jameson, what you missed you can catch up on later by the replay. But I was describing an element of that grave breaking that I really had pushed out of my conscious mind until pretty much this morning. So I relayed that to Peter now, and hopefully he's reviewing the right episode. It's the one before last, and it would be. Let me take a look at the. Just let me make certain it would be on. It would be the Byzantine Orthodox Easter episode that I spoke of this. So that would be the one where I'm dressed in white and I'm welding the excoriare blades. The excoriare are the Skinner blades. So the one where I'm welding the Skinner blades while dressed in my assassin's lingerie, so to speak. Again, really puzzles me that people really don't get the cultural aspect to this. But
I don't get why more people don't comment on the beauty of your weapons.
I think they're just afraid.
Am I the only one who sees the fine craftsmanship, or is it just one of those artist's eye things?
I think that they're just afraid. I'll tell you one thing. Here I can do the screen share with Peter before he leaves. We had one, I believe this may be someone who's Russian. Certainly they seem striving to present themselves that way. But I don't see what they
have the box.
Let me share something with you. Yeah. Well, before I go, and this is a quote from Aleister Crowley in Equinox 1:8. I've read this before, but I forgot about it. Human sacrifices are today still practiced by the Jews of Eastern Europe. This is our friend. She will like this. She follows this stuff. Human sacrifices are still practiced by the Jews of Eastern Europe, as is set forth at length by the late Sir Richard Burton in the manuscript which the wealthy Jews of England have compassed. Which the wealthy Jews of England have compassed heaven and earth to suppress. The manuscript Crowley referred to in this passage was Human Sacrifice Among the Sephardim or Eastern Jews by Sir Richard Francis Burton. It was thought so inflammatory and damaging to the author's reputation that it was never published. And in her will, Burton's widow, Isabel, asked for it to be destroyed to protect her husband's name, and evidenced by the ever-recurring pogroms against which so senseless an outcry is made by those who live amongst those degenerate Jews who are at least not cannibals. So this is saying that cannibalism was practiced by the Jews. Sir Richard Burton is somebody who traveled all over the world, and he even got himself circumcised so he could go do the pilgrimage to Mecca just to study humanity. He wrote the Kama Sutra, or translated the Kama Sutra. He translated the Arabian Nights. He was completely familiar with India and with the different religions of India and with that of the Mideast. So it's just an interesting comment. He's talking about cannibalism with Jewish people, the Jewish priesthood.
Interesting. I mean,
leads me to believe,
that might have to do with the circumcision ritual.
Exactly. I was just going to say that if they bite off the.
Oh, geez, I did not know they did that. That's.
Yeah, they bite the foreskin, and they must consume it.
Well, from my understanding, and that may be the case. I mean, what I originally heard, I didn't believe either. But my understanding was whatever they do to circumcise the skin, then the rabbi will basically suck the blood out of the forehead, and then that helps to cauterize it. They're helping with their saliva to kind of, suckle the penis head, and then that basically helps to.
Don't they do that medically? Don't they have a medical
Well, they have
equivalent to that
it's
these
the
days?
moil.
No, they use their mouth. I didn't believe any of this until
They still do this shit?
Yeah, I didn't believe any of this until it turned out that a lot of these Jewish kids were being infected by the rabbis with herpes and AIDS and all this other shit. It was like it came out that this was a big scandal. So because these young boys who were just infants were being infected with all of these sexually transmitted diseases because the rabbis were doing this, then this became exposed. And I just thought, until that happened, I just thought that this was a Judeophobic myth, but this is apparently what they do. So at any rate, aside from that, if I bring your gentleman's attention to the what this individual wrote, I did not hide this comment. I do want everyone to understand this. I did not hide this comment. And then this guy actually wrote a reply, which I didn't even see till now. So he must have just wrote this. And so God knows what this is going to say. I'm afraid to follow up. But let's see if I can make this accessible by shrinking the screen a little bit. And so if that makes it more accessible, then such is what it is. It may not be made more accessible by that. But anyhow, first thing he said was, tell us what you think the deal is with the Ukraine. Now, he writes the way a Slavic person would write. Russian has the FOAB, F-O-A-B, father of all bombs. They have missiles that can pinpoint an ant in the desert, and they act as if they are having a more difficult time conquering the Ukraine in 2022 with all this technology than Hitler had taking over most of Europe with the technology of the 1930s and early 40s. It's one big joke, but why is it happening? Of course, they are having all this trouble because they're completely incompetent and they're unprofessional, and they're riding off a World War II propaganda myth that they, all over YouTube. All I
Douglas,
see.
Could I add one more thing?
Yeah.
Also, Hitler was not operating with 1930s technology. His technology was far more sophisticated than anyone else in the 1930s.
Oh yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, but only in certain regards, and it was applied only in certain areas. Understand that in terms of reality and logistics, the Germans were actually operating with World War I technology and World War II. Whoa. Everybody was romanticizing and concentrating on their mechanized columns, but the overwhelming majority of the German military was World War I era cavalry. Now, in terms of the what he's saying here, this is because the Germans had no industrial base. I mean, let's be real. The Germans had no industrial base because they had no resources. So understand that this is why they had to conquer other countries, because they had a modern economy that needed colonies like everybody else had. You see, the Brits had all the colonies, the French had all the colonies, the Americans had all Latin America, and which was a colony. Ford built a city in the Amazon. You can look that up, Fordlandia. So he could grow rubber because the Asians grew all the rubber, and when they declared war with Asia, the Americans had no rubber. So he had to start a whole city in the Amazon basin to grow it. And of course, you had the Soviets had all the resources they ever needed. All of these people, Germany and Japan and Italy, had nothing. So they had to conquer in order to get enough industry to even run a modern economy. That's what made the war inevitable. But in the fact was they had no resources to produce any goddamn tanks. So what few they could produce, they produced the best in the world. And but other than that, they had to operate with World War I era cavalry. They just didn't have the money or the resources to make it all mechanized. Everybody else was far more mechanized than they, but nobody could beat them because they were far better organized and had a superior culture. The Russians, you can look all over YouTube, and all you're going to find is the heroisms of the Russians in World War II. How this one Russian bitch killed hundreds of Germans. This one Russian kid at the age of 6 killed hundreds of Germans. This is all the bullshit the Russians have been feeding you for 100 years now. And this is what they believe. And it's all shit. It's all lies. They didn't do any of that. So now they're paying the price for all their lies and believing their own lies. So anyhow, hey, Douglas, I've been a fan of yours for a long time. History is fascinating, but it seems most people lack the common sense to follow it to its logical conclusion. People who deny, I don't even know who this person is. I always wanted to ask you something. At the start of one of your shows, it plays an audio clip from Charlie Chan over Treasure Island. Probably my favorite Charlie I can't even read the rest of this because the problem is there's a limit to what it'll show about film, and if I shrink the screen more, it's not helping. So yeah, basically we can't read what this guy says. But the point is, for whatever reason, and it wasn't me, YouTube hid his comment. So we can only access it indirectly. And
interesting.
Yeah.
He's someone who has the same shit going on that I have going on, where they're suppressing the comments.
Right.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
So this person seems like a potential ally, maybe. I don't know.
No
Maybe
idea.
I'm being too optimistic.
I don't take him as an enemy, but for whatever reason, they're hiding his comments. So with that, we should let Peter go. We've kept him up long enough, and Peter.
Well, I got something to say before I go.
Take your time. Stay as long as you want. You're welcome to stay throughout the night, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
But if you want to understand what we're talking about, if you look up on Wikipedia, Brit Mila, B-R-I-T, Brit Mila, B-R-I-T space M-I-L-A-H, it talks about circumcision and that how the sucking of the blood, it's only practiced by a minority of today's Jews. The most of it, I would imagine, would consider it repugnant. And that's why they don't do it. But it's actually sucking the blood out, as Douglas was alluding to. But this prompts me a whole philosophical, existential question for a new book. Who sucked Jesus? Because
oh shit!
It's what?
I was going to say that's a pretty good lead up to a joke. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, it's like you can take a thread like that and say, what happened? Who was that rabbi? I mean, there might even be some literature on it for all we know. It's obscure, because how could you take that and then what happened with that piece of flesh that he consumed? And what did this guy go on? And he went on to be, Simon Wiesenthal or somebody,
Well, maybe those became our ruling families.
Yeah, but it's like, Douglas has talked about, Eastern Airlines and Frank Borman and all of the residual energy that was in the Eastern Airlines planes. And I felt it because I flew in those planes. God, they had terrible energy. It was the pits to fly on Eastern Airlines. You felt like you were riding in, a clunker. And it was the main airlines in the 70s and 80s if you were on the Eastern Seaboard. But in any case, it's like, it's an interesting concept. I mean, I'm start looking up some of these Jewish terms, matzitza and Jesus, and see what it says. There could be there's probably some literature in the Vatican about it. But anyway, I'll leave you with that, and everybody have a good night. I'll be back Wednesday with JoJo.
Bless you, and we love
Good night,
you dearly.
Peter.
Share that
Good
love
night.
with Paula.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, so that was Peter Moon. Don't forget to order the book from skybooksusa.com. That would be The Roswell Deception, and as well Vampirology through Amazon. You can also order The Roswell Deception through Amazon. Our dear friend James said, see who you can get online. Shouldn't try. Let's try with Sammy Romero and whoever else first, of course, and
yes,
see if we can find anybody with any energy there before I start going into. Might take me a while to work up to our monologue tonight. Certainly, I'm just pretty. How would I say it? Just in general, as you can imagine, left rather enervated by what has everything that I was dealing with. And that makes it sound like I was doing something I didn't enjoy. That's not the case. Obviously, I was enjoying myself far too much. And I would appreciate any comments people have on that. As a matter of fact, let's take a look into the chat room.
I honestly wish I could have fun like you do, man. It sounds like you have a dynamic time, and fun for me is like sitting down and drawing sigils, which is actually which can become very engrossing. I kid you not. It can become hypnotic.
You're the luckiest man on earth. You had Amalia contact you personally on her own initiative to try and pull you out of a funk. I mean, you didn't even pay for that, dude. This is like, I think you're a pretty lucky man. So, honestly, be grateful for what you have. And with such being said, of course, as I said, much that she says I disagree with, but there's no point in turning it into a shouting match. And at least she's not saying...
Let me see if I can add Penny Bradley as well.
See if she's up for it. She seemed feisty enough. And if... she comes on, then of course there's another person who funny I disagree with, but I'll try not to talk about it. Oh my god.
Yeah, I've tried to add just about everyone, and there's no takers yet, so we'll see what happens.
We'll certainly keep trying, and you and I will just do the Punch and Judy routine until somebody responds. How about our dear lady Sarah Thomas Lyons? See if Sarah Thomas Lyons responds. And,
all right.
In the meantime, let me.
I'm still good. I'm still like. I tried Amanda Ute. I wasn't able to get through. Let me. All right.
All right. Jesus Christ! I haven't heard from her in forever, and haven't had a chance to follow up with her in any way, shape, or form. Oh my God! I am.
Yeah, unavailable as well. Damn, I'm sorry, man.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I mean, for what it's worth, I'm not what you would call the best company, but I'll figure something out. What I will say is, as a guy who is circumcised, this is very disturbing to learn about. You understand that's very fucking traumatic. Idea of some dude just doing that. It's.
Well, I don't think that's what happened to you.
I certainly hope not.
You weren't circumcised by a rabbi, so.
I don't know if I was circumcised by a rabbi or not. I never asked who circumcised me.
I presume he was a medical doctor, and.
I should hope so. I should hope so. It's.
I mean, obviously, there's no reason to imagine that your family would have a rabbi in company or in tow, unless they were experimenting with a Sammy Davis Jr. type of.
Oh hell no! I don't think so. Not that that's a problem. I mean, it's whatever religion. I'm not a religious guy anyway, but I respect everyone's desire to practice whatever the hell they want. It's just it wouldn't make any sense. So yeah, it's like trying to find an explanation for why you're fucked up when it doesn't really matter. Just do something about it.
Well, I can assure you that you don't need to worry about that. That's one thing in our life you don't need to worry about some rabbi sucking you off while you were an infant. That's I'm pretty certain that we could bet the farm that didn't happen to you. So among all the other things in life to be concerned about, that wouldn't be it.
Because in all honesty, that childhood and all that other stuff, I got holes that are like chasms. I mean, everyone has holes in their childhood memories. No one's going to remember day from when they were a kid growing up. Some people do, but yeah, it's like the Marianas Trench here.
Honestly, yeah, I appreciate that as well. In terms of Penny Bradley, I'm rather surprised that she doesn't come on because she was leaving comments on my promotional banner a few moments ago. So why she wouldn't come on now?
I'm going to try again,
Sure.
and
And,
I'm just going to just keep trying to connect with people because it would be way too awkward leaving the guy who's monofocal mind on. Well, I'm not going to say it's monofocal. I'm going to say that I consciously repress it,
Mhm.
so I don't have to face certain aspects that make me more human.
Mhm.
That's a better way of putting it.
Yeah,
I keep them running in the unconscious, so I don't have to focus on things like relationships, sex, etc. And
yes.
regular human shit that most of your audience can relate to, but I can't.
Well, yeah, I mean, perhaps someday we'll find out. It's and so I'll give another shout out as the evening progresses to our man Stephen Miller as well. He sent Stephen Myers, excuse me, Stephen Myers sent $70, and that certainly helps at times like this, most certainly. And oh, God knows. I'm buying my potable water, of course, soon, and that will be a couple $100 for many bottles that'll last a while, throughout probably a month and a half or 2 months. But aside from that, paying the, again, that Veterans Group life insurance, and I probably can only pay that if I get the money from our man Ben Estenius, so I'll have to remember to ask him, give him a call. Stephen Myers here, just making certain that I'm getting the name right. A wonderful human being. He is, of course, the man who lives in the heart of New York City, in the Manhattan Island, in the middle of it all. And
Yeah, I wouldn't want to live there at this point. There was a time I entertained the idea, but no. I think Staten Island's
yeah,
good.
you've grown up. Yeah, I mean, people who live in Manhattan, they're stuck there. They're
Oh
either
man,
very wealthy
that's
or they're stuck.
yeah. It's not a good place to be anyway because it's like the amount of crime that's happening is just
I
absurd.
understand. Yeah, it's really
It's
skyrocketed.
and
Yeah.
and and
Tell us
and
about
and
that.
there okay, so there are people in the city council in Albany who want to, they want more lenient bail. They want to make it so anyone could apply for bail. It doesn't matter if you chop someone's head off and like you butchered their family into a billion pieces and whatnot. They want to like release all these nonviolent offenders and whatnot. I don't know, nonviolent, like, I held a gun to your head and said, give me your car, and I stole your car or some shit, that kind of stuff. And so, apparently these people are all going to be let out in the summer. And so whatever shit we have going on here now, it's going to look really nasty. We're just going to say that I'm getting used to not going to the city these days.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what was it that you said before I came on, or while I was busy originally trying to throw up? You were talking with our young lady, and she didn't really know how to respond, about your gang stalkers. I believe you went out for a walk or something, and you had some encounters that
Oh
were.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. There's always some assholes, and they're always men, and people wonder why I see men as automatic punching bags.
Mhm.
Because men go out of their way to be assholes.
Mhm.
That's all it is to it. I've never had a very rarely would I encounter a woman who went out of her way to be an asshole, and that only happened like once. But other than that, yeah, this guy's riding a bike, and all these people are riding their bikes, and they're like they're fenced off by this police barricade and whatnot because it's like this bike marathon, and I'm walking up Bay Street, and some guy he decides to give me a middle finger, and I'm like, okay, I don't care. It's like, why is and because I'm the only one walking up the sidewalk, so I mean, who else is he trying to say fuck you to? Of course, I could just easily just give them the peace sign, which is also "fuck you" in Japanese, and
Yes, that's right.
that would have made sense.
Or
But
Pan-Asian, really. But go
yeah,
on, yeah.
yeah. But other than that, yeah, I'm not bothered too often at all these days. In fact, it's
So
odd.
that's what you
It's
were
not.
talking to her about when basically I came back in and she was kind of
Yeah,
like, she really didn't have a response for that.
yeah.
And so that's when I took it over to what I guess was a healthier direction in the sense of, something she could respond to. And so there you have that.
Yeah, it
And
worked out well. It worked out well. And
yes.
was one of the movies you said you had on the must-watch list was Horror Express, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw it. I saw it.
Oh,
It was
okay.
quite
So
interesting.
give us a movie review. Give us a review. Don't worry about spoilers. Give us a
Okay,
review.
honestly, I like the idea. I like where they were going with it. The idea of an intelligence that takes over the bodies of many creatures and is able to transfer itself through gazing at the eyes. I loved it. Um, Although I sort of wish that the alien thing would have survived in the end, and the people would have crashed
Oh,
at the
well,
end
that's so
instead.
horrible. But go
Because
on.
that would have been that would have been actually cool to have like a horrible. And I love horrible endings. I hate. I gotta say it. I'm a sucker for horrible endings, like where like people are just like no. But
Well, I mean, you're into depressants. You get a depressant high. Such being
but
said, yeah, go on.
the idea of being able to r- steal memories from someone's brain by gazing at them in the darkness, that I found really creative.
Hmm.
That was very interesting. And then to be able to raise them from the dead and like command them like an army, that was pretty freaking cool too.
Hmm.
And then that brought to mind some of the things you talk about, like people who are doing stuff, who are trying to do stuff like this.
Yes, yes.
It really I can see how someone who's versed in the occult would want to try to emulate some of the features of like the monster.
Yes. Yeah.
And it makes me wonder if there are people. This does bring something to mind that I do find coherent. Now, if I were to go back to how far I got, which isn't that far at all, because I have barely done reading. I've been just doing spell working these days, and it's a lot of work. It's more like a arts and crafts, but when it works, it works.
Hmm.
Um, but now, in the bicameral period, there were people who I think people were chosen as kings by people who were able to exert this kind of influence, right? Almost like people, for some reason, felt like they were hearing this person's voice and whatnot, and they sort of congealed around that person as being like the king of the tribe or whatever.
Hmm.
And so it makes me wonder if there aren't people who or bloodlines that are extant where people do possess that sort of ability.
Hmm. Well, that's what many people say. Many people say this, that unless you're of a certain bloodline, you don't have the capacity for higher magic. That's kind of like what that individual was saying that Penny Bradley was discussing the other day when she was on with us. And of course, that individual was the personal mentor, so to speak, of Tracy Twyman. And,
No, I don't quite agree with that. I have a sort of mindset where I think magic's accessible to everybody.
Mhm.
It's just it's just like the sort of charismatic magic that's and again, Michael Aquino called that low magic, where you're like influencing other people uh instead of like casting spells to like say such and such gets hit by a car and all of a sudden the person gets hit by a car, rather than that you just have people, you always have the right people coming to you and all this gravitating towards you and whatnot. That uh, that I mean, I wonder if there, it begs a question as to whether there are bloodlines or people who have those types of abilities and what they would be used for. Would these people be groomed for certain things? Would these people be sought?
Well, I think that that's a question that deserves some kind of answer that I'm not even really capable of coherently providing right now. Definitely, I am. How do I say it? I'm just kind of really out of the loop. It's going to take me some breathing, maybe a few lines of coke to really get myself into even doing the monologue. And the problem is, I certainly don't know if I have enough to cover the time we have remaining. So I was hoping to buy some time with some roundtabling before we get started on that, but I may have to just start. In terms of your questions, I mean, they're on another night, I could actually confront them.
Yeah.
But tonight is just one of those nights where that's territory that is just too deep in terms of its waters for me to probe into right now. I couldn't even touch my toe into them. It's probably easier I stick with current events, and even that takes some organizing of my mind. Now, we've only been on for about 4.5 hours. We've got quite a lot of time left. And so in order to cover that amount of time, let's see what we can do. Think about anybody we brought on the past that we might reach out to, or that.
Okay. I don't know if you want to go the route of what's her name? Oh my gosh. The lady who went to Australia with you. What's her name again? Um, I
You know that would be oh my god. uh
what was her name again?
yeah,
Oh,
what is
I
this?
can't remember.
Somebody wrote me this in Skype, the curious girl in Sammy Romero Jam. She says, Sammy Romero Jam, what is she can't come back on, right? So she wrote this about Sammy. What this? Here's
Wait.
that doc I mentioned. So she must be sending me this in private messages. And let me take a look at Crystal River here. And okay, what you could do is send Crystal River a message. Don't try and call her. Send her a text message
Okay.
in Skype asking her if she's available. And then you
All right.
can do the same with Noreen Halpan. And so let me see. Sammy
All right.
Remote.
So
So
I'm going to say,
now our girl, our lady, curious girl, she calls herself girl. Our girl says, okay, coach is all as well. Okay, so there we are, and let me do a little finagling here. Okay. Oops.
okay, so I'm going to ask Noreen Helpan if she would be available. All right. Would like to know if you would like to be added to the call. All right. So this is going to be a really interesting night, and I'll just, try my best to, not
Be civil.
go apeshit. Yeah.
Be civil, be patient, and honestly, if the two of you can hold it for at least an hour or so, that should buy me enough time to get my head out of my ass. And Brandon Young, you tried him, right? I mean, though he's probably has to go to bed early because tomorrow's a Monday, right? So he's probably in bed. He's on Eastern time. But yes, let's see what we can do. After
All right.
all,
So I'll see if I can try
and in the
Brandon.
meantime, to everybody in the chat room, I'd appreciate it if you all became more active and were interacting in the chat room. It's important that we do so. And honestly, I'll be honest. I think it was extraordinarily frustrating with some of what our young lady Amalia. Am I getting that right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, you got it.
Okay, Amalia was certainly spouting. She is a product of her environment, and she is in red California. And you notice she did keep going back to the right wingers. Oh, you see, they keep classifying us as right wingers,
Yeah,
right wingers, and
yeah.
that's because what she is regurgitating is right wing rhetoric, which is directly sourced from the Russians. It's very much so. So, of course, if I were to, I would never present that as personalizing it with her, but certainly.
Now, there is something she did bring up that I wanted to kind of go further into, and that was when I was now my impression of looking at the Rockefeller lockstep scenario was that this prediction wasn't something that the Rockefellers put all this time and money into orchestrating. I don't think they would want to waste their time and money orchestrating COVID-19 or something. I think they might have had something much like the Vox Arcana, where they were able to peer into the future and see what was probably going to happen.
Well, by the way, Sheila Sampson says hello, everyone. So a shout out to Sheila Sampson. Mwah! Just for your courage in stepping up, young lady. Thank you very much. As for the Rockefellers, I think that's rather a dead end in terms of speaking about it. It's not that they don't exist or that they don't have influence in their own right, but honestly, as she said, now, of course, and she's full of insights, the young lady, Amalia Willard, did say that you need to be able to empathize with even the elites. And certainly try and imagine what it's like to be at that level of money and power.
Let's see. If I was at that level of money and power, I would just have a lot of attractive women I would be banging all the time. That would be just about all I would do with it.
You would think. Yes. I mean, but
then again, I'm not someone who has that money, so I can't empathize because I don't.
Well, it's not. She said try. She said try. It's not that it's something that's necessarily easy or that will necessarily.
Well, in my case, it's not possible.
Yeah. Well, for none of us it's possible. It's just you try. You see, that's the point. You just try, and that counts. Because it enables you to do something you weren't able to do before. So it's not impossible in the sense that you just put yourself into that space. So is anybody responding? If not, then
no, I can't seem to get anyone.
Oh, okay. That's is there anyone else you can think of that we know? It's a pity we can't bring Stephen Miller or Stephen Myers on.
Unless you want to get our NSA agent.
Oh God, no. No.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't. I literally can't come up with anything. I could just go over like current events or something while you know.
Well, I mean, in terms of current events that we can go over, perhaps you could give us some enlightenment on. Oh my God, what comes to my own mind when it comes to things that just irk me or okay, that poor lady, I don't know if I can use that term, Zara Fythian. She was the actress on Doctor Strange, the movie. She's been accused of sex abuse. Maybe you know something about this?
Who? Can you spell her name?
Oh, my God. How do you spell her name? Zara, which would be Zara, and Phythian, 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 the actress who was in the Marvel Cinematic Comics universe, Doctor Strange, and she has been accused of
abusing a 13-year-old girl.
Oh my. And so,
whoa, okay, that how do you, I'm sorry, my mind can't comprehend this right now. Okay. So this woman, I guess she is a woman, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Supposedly she had they're saying that she was grooming and having sex with a 13-year-old girl. 14 charges of sexual activity with a child in United Kingdom. Wow, that's pretty bad. That's that is really bad. What the hell was she thinking? What the fuck? The woman looked up to Fythian. She said in a police interview, according to BBC, "I knew it was wrong. I didn't know how to get out of the situation or say anything." The woman said. And what woman are they talking about? What? I'm not able to make sense of this.
Oh my God. Well, it is certainly shocking. It's shocking.
It is shocking. It's horrible. For her to, well, she'll have to do the time.
Yeah, that's
rightfully so.
She apparently has confessed to this.
She has.
Yeah. Oh my God. So,
yeah. Well, she's got to do that.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, but she's a young lady. This is horrible. How much her future? How much is this?
What her future? She sexually abused a child. That's all there is to it. Why have a future after that? I mean, if she was a man, we would be.
It'd be different if she was a man, because it's just worse with men.
Wouldn't even be anything. Yeah, but how do we know she didn't sexually abuse her with a curling iron or something, you know? I mean, we don't have the details.
So that's something that would help. So well, look around and tell me if are there any details? It's like you might be able to find something if you probe around, look around a bit. And
all right.
By the way, are you getting any photographs? How does she look? Is she a looker or
who?
The lady in question.
Oh, I guess. She's like your average. She's like a blonde white chick, I think. Well, I mean, as in terms of descriptions are concerned, okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can find a picture of her.
Well, look in images. Images will help if you. You go to images with her name, look up her name, and then images. Yeah. Oh my God. So, by the way, this is as low as we can go. We're just digging up something to keep us occupied until I'm ready to die.
I mean, she's okay. She's doable, okay. I guess. That doesn't sound right to the audience. I mean, yeah.
I don't mind it. I mean, I don't think it's offensive. It's it's definitely the way men think. So it's
I mean, if she said she wanted to screw, I wouldn't say no.
Well, there we are.
I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
But
It's just that we are so we're dealing with somebody who has taken advantage of a very young girl, but not that young, 13. I mean, it's like 13 can
now
be pretty jaded,
Now I'm wondering if this woman might be trying to. Now, see, this is the fucked up thing about us men is that if a woman does it, I'm going to try to rationalize it. Whereas if a man does it, it's like throw him to the wolves and rip him apart.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's where I'm coming from.
This is why we men are fucked up. We're sorry. It's just something about the Y chromosome. But anyway, it's like I wonder if she wasn't doing that because she herself might have.
Well, that goes without saying. She was probably molested, right? So she should be taking that into defense. That would be her defense. And I don't know what that would get her in terms of. But as it is, how did she get caught?
I do not know. Let me get out of the images and see if I could find some more on this. Why the fuck
anything? And
okay.
At any rate, and then I will do my best to.
So it goes deeper. It's the actress and her husband accused of sexual assault. Okay, now this is fucked up.
Yes.
This is really, really fucked up.
So there's
the woman
is
now an adult, but shared that the abuse started when she was 13 and carried on between 2005 to 2008. So the woman just came out about it. The accuser went on to share she was looking for a sense of belonging when she became involved with the actress 36. I remember trying to copy Zara's reaction at the time because I looked up to her and tried to be like her in every way. Ladies, be your own boss. Don't try to be something else. That's where shit starts to go wrong. The victim claims that Phythian tried to ease the situation by asking her to play a game of dare and proceeded to dare her to give her husband oral sex alongside her.
Oh.
Wow, that is really lame.
Yeah, that's daring.
The couple has shared that they are shocked by the allegations, yet the accused had noted that she has known them for quite some time and can pinpoint when the sexual activity started, when she turned 16. When she brought the allegations to the court, she was grilled as to why she never came forward before. Well, gee, you're a 13-year-old girl. How the fuck are you going to come forward with something like that?
Well, I mean, you go report it. That's what you do.
I mean, yeah, you go report it, but then you're dealing with like the fact that these are people who have a lot of influence and have a lot of money and will rip your fucking life apart. And
they potentially. I mean, we're not talking about the richest people in the world. We're talking about a couple of actors, right? So
yeah,
they might be moderately influential. But
now there were 20 unwanted sexual encounters with Mark while Phythian continued to coach and encourage the minor. So there we go. Yeah, they were playing out this sort of sick fantasy on this little girl. I say burn them both to all hell.
Or here's another thing you can attack while I try to pull my head out of my ass. The horrible thing is that all these black conservatives are praising Elon Musk as an African American.
Oh my God! Please, no, I don't want to. That is super cringe. That is like forcing me to relive slavery.
Yes, black conservatives are praising Elon Musk as a fellow African American. They say, as a matter of fact, one of the
all you have to do is like have a threesome with fucking Joe Rogan and Dave Chappelle, and all of a sudden you're black.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And look that up, and you can go off on that. That'll buy me some time. That's yeah. And also, Putin's being treated for cancer is what apparently is true. That's so.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get worse for him. I mean, the curse has to see its way through.
Yeah. Yes.
So he's going to be fucked. He's going to be fucked up really badly in the end. Make no doubt about it. No. He'll get what he fucking put out.
Yes.
And sicked on this, and sicked on, our communities of color here in the United States with his bullshit. Yes. He will get that back and then some. Okay, in light of Elon Musk's $4 billion Twitter takeover, black conservatives on social media have hailed the South African-born billionaires.
I never even knew he was born in South Africa. I mean, that just adds.
Yeah, he was born in South Africa as a feat for African Americans. He's not American. One, he's not American. Two, he's not black. What the What? Holy fucking shit! This what? This is like a guy who's like ethnically Irish, who grows up around black people in the hood, and except he's the only one living in the mansion, and everyone else around him lives like the projects.
Thank you.
And then he bangs some black chick and says and all the black guys like, oh yeah, I knew that nigga was black. I knew that nigga. It's like, what? That's the equivalent of that. It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Thank you. It is.
But then again, these are black conservatives, so technically, there's
already something wrong.
Yeah, they're self-loathing, and they're doing everything they can to discredit the black race, because if you're a black conservative, your agenda is to discredit the black race and make them look as inferior to white people as possible, to the point where everything you say has to be completely asinine and stupid.
Yeah.
And so that's exactly what they're doing. They're black shaming themselves so that they can, ride up on Whitey's cock. It's sickening.
Yes.
You know, so I wanted to ask you about, how did Tiamat get imprisoned in the earth?
Dude,
Can we go there?
Dude, I'm after all the drugs that I fucking did over the past few days, I'm seriously considering doing a few lines of coke just to be able to do monologue tonight. And this fucker asks me how Tiamat got imprisoned. The chaos dragon from which the universe is built and shit. It's like
there is a reason for my asking.
I'm sure.
At this point,
it's just beyond me right now. It's like, holy fucking shit. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
You revealed this to me. How the fuck can I not want to do that?
It's
how tempting this is, man. Jeez. Then again, honestly.
By the way, look up that black billionaire who says that all blacks should emulate. They got a name for this idiot who's leading the charge. He's saying that all blacks should emulate Elon Musk. Like it's that fucking easy to just wake up as a multi-billionaire. This is something for blacks to emulate. This is like, why doesn't he say, this is like, you may as well say, why don't you imitate that black gangster rapper who's on death row? It would be, that's doable at least. No,
it's like asking, why don't you emulate, I think Arnold Schwarzenegger is someone.
All the muscles too. That you need the muscles too. You need the muscle suit.
I mean, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Without the muscle suit, it doesn't work. So, yeah, you got to be buff billionaire. Buff Billy. And okay, right now we're just being silly, but we'll get there. We'll get to seriousness.
People are really calling Elon Musk African American when African American is its own unique ethnicity and strictly for African descendants of slavery.
Yeah.
Basically, it doesn't mean someone from Africa who moved to America.
Thank you.
This is basic, and so someone wrote down. I'm sick of this fucking. I'm sick and fucking tired of people trying to erase our ethnicity.
Oh.
There you go. It's a way of erasing us from history.
So
again,
that's a comment that was actually entered then. Okay.
Yeah. This is what someone actually wrote. And this is sparking a debate. Now, I knew this was coming because I knew this was going to be the outcome of the alignment that occurred on the 25th, I think, of April, 26th, when communication is going to get fucked up in something. It's something to do with Mercury. Oh my gosh, I don't know what the hell's going on with that.
Mercury retrograde is usually what's blamed for miscommunication.
Let me see here what Mercury is doing. Mercury's retrograde in Gemini, so that's not a good thing. That's a horrible fucking thing. That means communication is going to be clusterfucked, and any type of way you can mislead someone is going to be used. We're going to see every trick in the book. So, unfortunately, next thing they'll be trying to call Next thing they'll be trying to call Tucker Carlson black.
You gotta admit, all this is pretty fucking funny. It's sickening.
It's beyond hilarious because it shows just how.
By the way, and that Trevor Reed they brought home in a prisoner exchange, rather than Brittany Griner, they brought back the Marine who was in Russia. I mean, this is a guy.
Yeah, that was something I was really pissed about last week. Yeah, yes. I found out. So now it's going to be like Marine solidarity. We need solidarity for the motherfuckers who are gay, will rape you and fuck your kids. Yeah. It's like, oh great, there we go. Yeah. Instead of letting a black woman out of prison, yes, who probably is being raped and going through all manner of torture in there, which they're not allowed to talk about.
Yeah, that this is the horror of the reality we're in. And so that's a disgrace. And they're trying to make it look like this guy's a hero when he was just a Russian collaborator who just got himself into the trouble he deserved, as opposed to Brittany Griner, who was trying to earn a living because she can't earn it here. By the way, Sheila Sampson says, have a good night. Well, bless you, honey. Thank you so much for that thought. And thank you very much for joining us for the amount of time you did.
There is supposed to be an asteroid coming in 2023. I want to know if maybe it might be possible to magically influence its orbit to hit planet Earth.
Oh, God. Please, go in a different direction. I'm not in the
Yes!
mood. Yeah, just not in the mood right now for half the directions you go into. But aside from that, all right, let me try and get myself together. The problem is maybe we'll find someone by the time that I've gone off a bit onto some contemporary politics. But, honestly, if I want to do the subject justice, you've got to give me some time. So in terms of what we have going on right now, I do want our man to continue, just go on with where you've been going. We've had a fire in Oakland recently, just comes to my mind, that burned up a homeless encampment and all of their belongings. Very sad. With everything that goes on these days, it's amazing that more people don't notice the plight of the impoverished. But such being said,
we're all
it's
destined to be there.
I'm sorry?
I said we're all destined to be there.
God, I hope not.
Eventually.
Don't bring that up. And I should have brought something up while our man, Peter was here, but, I can bring it up with him Wednesday, which is just going to be like tomorrow. So that was the fact that they were saying, Russia's trying to pull, it was something, I saw this headline that had it ass backwards. It said, Russia's trying to pull Transnistria into the fight by their Moldovan territory or something. What they really meant to say was that they're trying to pull Moldova into the fight by the Transnistrian territory, which is the Soviet Union in exile. It goes to show that nobody really grasps the geopolitics of this. So I actually
I don't get why Nancy Pelosi is visiting Ukraine while there are evacuations underway.
It was
okay.
By the way, what did our young lady Amalia have to say about that? Did she bring that up?
I was trying to veer it out of.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't particularly like it when she goes geopolitical either.
I had gotten the feeling that with the propaganda net that has swept the web, there is no
that is a problem.
Alternative. There is no alternative journalism you can trust aside from Douglas Dietrich, folks.
Thank you.
You're the only person who has any fucking grasp of reality.
Thank you.
So if you're getting your facts on what's happening in Russia or Ukraine from anywhere else,
yes,
what the fuck are you doing? You might as well just put your head in the meat grinder.
It's so true, and it's sad, and it's just very it's unfortunate, and so she's obviously exposed to a lot of what's called alternative media, and I admire the fact that she at least holds contempt for Alex Jones and so many others, but still, much of what she reiterates is still very much along those lines.
Well, yeah, I think that was what led to our initial miscommunication. Because I was very impatient, and my tendency is to just want to blow people out of the water rather than giving them a chance to connect. And that's something I think I'm going to get over, at least when dealing with women. With men, I'll still blow you out the fucking water because you're a man. And, who cares?
Thank you. I mean, basically most men need to be blown out of the water. It's definitely, most of them are not worthy of any kind of sympathy. They certainly don't present themselves as such. All right, let's try and get this a little bit more into some. Oh God, I'm just not.
All
there.
right, so I can see what I can pull up as far as I mean, we
Don't forget
got
to every few minutes just do a round and see who you can reach out to. Eventually someone will probably turn up. We'll net somebody.
yeah.
But in the meantime, you can look up something that will anger you. I mean, there's several ridiculous, titillating items out there.
Here's the problem. All
Mm-hmm.
right. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, is that I've grown indifferent to everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Okay.
like I don't feel the only thing I feel anger to is existence itself. I don't. Yeah. So
Okay.
so the
Well, we
thing
know
is, like, I
that. Okay, we
yeah,
got
yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah. That's a beaten horse. We know, we get it. But you see, that's the thing, is that I don't want to get into feeling for humans because of how fucked up things are. Things are that fucked up that I would rather stay dissociated from the human race than rejoin the population and become angry with the rest of you and experience
Well,
being
this
human.
is this is why you get on the news feed and you shout at the universe, and it's kind of like a skunk spraying to scare people away. Yeah, we see the pattern. It's one
Yeah,
of those
yeah,
things
but you
that,
see, but
yeah.
you see that usually that is an existential thing. That's not like because such and such is going to do such and such. Honestly speaking, look, I'm not going to lie. I'm still getting used to being a human being who isn't a fucking cultist of chaos
Mhm.
and destruction.
Mhm.
So I'm giving this a chance. What I will say is where I'm from
Mhm.
was just obsessively casting the same spell over and over again for most of the human race to be wiped out, which luckily did not happen because I don't want to die, and I'm sure I don't want the human race to be wiped out because, well, it would be boring.
Uh, well, good of you to say that. At any rate, all of that being said, what I do want to present to people is just the fact that I started off with the kami and speaking about the Shinto religion with our latest transmission. I could go back to that for a few minutes and kind of buy us some time because that's an area in which I could speak to. Or at the same time, what I can do is just try and oh God, continue meditating, centering myself, get ready to dive into the current events, put them into some mode of, shall we say, comprehensibility for you. I like the way that Amalia Willard was saying that, what Douglas is saying, yeah, you could get that on, just by turning on CNN. Yeah. I mean, like,
No,
really?
you
You
can't,
know,
because you don't get
it's-
the historical context.
thank you.
One,
Yeah.
two, you're not getting facts. You're just getting literally, they're just glossing it over. They're
Yes.
not going into the details.
Mhm.
I mean, the information is in the details. It's not in the, overview.
Yes.
It's not
Yes.
in the introduction. It's in the freaking details. So no,
Yes.
you no one can get what you're giving us on CNN. CNN did not talk about commie. They did not talk about the eight what the government what the US government recognizes as the 8 classes of espers. And I'm fairly certain that there are other classes and there are other like mutations and stuff out there that
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
but it seems that most of what you revealed to us was in terms of information retrieval. And that is right up Michael Aquino's alleyway, because he was like intelligence man. He was like information warfare.
Yes.
So that's his bag of bag of tea. I'm sure you.
That was cute. Yes.
I mean, I'm sure you got other things like people who can connect to, who have an affinity for kami. There are probably people who, with their affinity to kami of objects, can cause them to levitate, could cause things to aport or teleport. For all we know. I mean, the capacity of things out there is interesting.
Yeah. Yes. Well, definitely. If we could just get somebody on to help us by a few hours or an hour, then I can. By the way, here we are. Somebody is saying something to us in the chat of the what is this? And I believe it's the Curious Girl.
All right.
You can ask her if she wants to come back on or she's busy throughout the night. Honestly, if we kept her up throughout the night, it'd be exploiting her, but that's fine. I don't mind that. I mean,
I
she could
can.
go totally right wing on me, and I couldn't care less right now.
I could see if she's available.
You just ask. You just send her a message. You don't send.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't call. Yeah, because she might be doing a video, and
all right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, remember she does this for a living. She has to do the videos, so you can ask her, "Are you making your videos right now?" Because somebody said, yeah, something to us.
What I can ask if she's free. I could ask if she's free. I'm trying to get this freaking chat layout thing. It's like switching the screen from like the general chat to the to the actual call is just a little difficult. Yeah, okay, here we go.
And me, for my part, I'm just dealing with, the computer not working at all. And that's fine in its own way as well. Oh my God, it's just one of these days. So,
I asked her if she's available for a few minutes. Noreen Helpan said, have him message me. Thanks. Okay.
Okay. Messenger. So let me see if I can turn my messenger on. And with that, here we are.
Yeah.
Messenger.
Chris. Oh, let me see if I could get Daniel Arola on. I mean, we can only hope. Because I can only stretch things so far.
Well, Noreen Helphand, if she says have them message me, I'm getting there. So let's see if we can reach her in terms of that. And
all right,
the one thing I can guarantee you is she'll burn bandwidth. We know that. And
I mean, either you could go all right, go do whatever. I mean, shit. You can.
Well, you'd have to burn it with her. That would be my. You're under orders. So that's
okay. So I'll be like the counterbalance.
Well, not in any hostile sense.
Not in a hostile sense. Understood.
Everything would be with the attitude of, you get what I'm saying. You would.
Yeah. I won't raise my voice or anything. I'll just be like calm and stuff.
That's right. So let's see if she's here. So the computer's so fucked up right now. It's blitzing. I can't even message her, but it'll get there. It'll get there. This is like what I'm getting is the page is slowing down. Firefox, speed up your browser, stop this page, and of course I can't stop the page. So
my question is how many tabs you have open on Firefox?
Don't ask. This is like
that could be eating your RAM.
Well, it's just a fucked up chicken shit computer, and nothing works. So the problem is that I need to get a computer like yours, and then I'd be able to produce with some level of shall we say practicality. Right now I'm dealing with something that's operating at the speed of a retarded cockroach. So this is the world I live in. This is poverty. So in terms of what everyone we'll see what we can do in the future, but it's going to take ultimately getting some kind of sponsor, which I've already got kind of like my deal with my son's husband, Sugar Daddy, is very limited in, what I get out of that. We have our territory, we have our boundaries, our envelope of what I do for what. So the one thing I can't do is get him to get me a new computer or anything like that. So it's one of these things where we're stuck with what we've got. Now, Noreen Helpan has a peace symbol. So, hey, honey, let me write this down and see if it even types out. Hey, honey, would you like to come on bandwidth? Would you like to come on? Would you like to come on transmission?
All right.
Okay.
And in the meantime,
what?
In the meantime, I'm trying to add Sammy Romero to the call. It seems like he's available, but it's like doing this loading thing. So, we'll we'll see what happens with that. I can buy some time by just, and he's unavailable. There we go. Okay, so yeah, it's literally like my battleship is just sinking right
Hey, honey,
now.
would you like to come on transmission? I entered that. It seems to have gotten through. Let's see if she responds. And so, does she want me to contact her on Skype? Is that what she meant? Have Douglas message me? Did she mean on Skype? I thought she meant on the Facebook timeline. So let's try Noreen Helphand on Skype and see if she responds to that. Noreen Helphand. And the reality, of course, is that there's far too much to talk about. And once I get started, I won't stop. But the problem is getting to the point where I get started. Getting to that point is a challenge in and of itself. So in terms of all of the bandwidth that we're eating up with, for whatever reason, everything's moving extraordinarily slow. This is just, where we're trapped. In the meantime, your battleship's not sinking. There's got to be something you can bitch about. And
if I bitch about, you mean like something so you want to hear me angry, but you don't want me to be like, universe is going
well, you don't even need to be angry. You could just talk about, something that is. It's hard for me to imagine you effusing about anything, but maybe try to effuse about something that's not so macabre, something that's not bizarre, something that's not morbid.
Basically, something that the general public would have knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know
about.
if they'd have knowledge about it, but you could talk about hyenas. Talk about how you like hyenas. Why you like hyenas. There we are.
Well, I mean, they have one of the strongest bite forces of all terrestrial mammals. I could just regurgitate facts, of course, but I find it fascinating that they're a female-dominated species, and they have an advanced social structure, which is almost more advanced than other primates. And I just needed to choose something other than a cat, because when I first started to create this character, she was originally a cat girl. So I was like, okay, yeah, maybe a cat is too cliche. So let me try something more exotic. And so I bumped into the hyena. I was like, holy shit, I remember everyone's done lions, everyone's done this, everyone's done that. Let me just try hyenas. And so I started to do research about hyenas, and I grew more fascinated by them, and came to realize how much of a significance they are in the ecosystem. They're literally the indicator of how healthy the ecosystem of the savanna is, because if they're struggling, chances are everything else is falling to shit as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very bad sign.
Mm-hmm.
And they are, one of the most successful hunters out there. Lions steal food more times than not. Lions steal food from them, from their own kills. Of course, if we were to go into the most successful hunter of the savanna, that would be the African spotted cat, which is a tiny little cat. It's smaller than even your domestic house cat. Yet the thing is able to its kill ratio is 90%. Basically, 90% of what it eats is what it kills. So I mean, that outdoes even hyenas and of course lions. But there's just so many fascinating creatures out there. Mm-hmm. I think the hyena is one that's been underrated, and it's one that people are beginning to like more and more. And it's something that resonates with the idea of a female character who is just not going to take shit from anyone, who is not going to be pushed around by, men. Mm-hmm. Well, because of course she'll fight women and other things, and and who knows? I mean, world building is a complicated thing. Rather than going backwards rather than going from the end to the front, I decided to take the hard route and go linearly.
Try and call George Knight. See if you can call George Knight.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, I'm trying to go linearly to see if, maybe the character will write the story for me, and this is interesting because there does seem to be some sort of intelligence there that I've connected to.
I think you have. And by the way, I didn't mean to interrupt when I said what I said. Just noticed that he was poking around on Facebook, so he, seems to have enough leisure time to do that. And, that would... and I think what you're talking about is brilliant. I think what you're talking about is fascinating, interesting, and certainly relevant. So there you go.
Yeah.
You don't give yourself enough credit. Noreen Helpan says that she's busy with on call with a client right now, but she says she could be done soon. She'll message when she's ready. Thanks. There we are.
All right. That's
gracious
good to hear.
Yes. And then to...
And I gave Judge Knight a call, so we'll see if he comes through. In the meantime, it's like the world is the first thing that's constructed before the character, for me, at least. I don't know if it's the other way around with other people, but usually it's the world itself that was the easiest thing to construct. The character was just influenced by an encounter with an entity I've had a number of encounters with. And it seems like for all intents and purposes, we might have merged consciousness or something. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, anything's possible in this weird, wonky universe we live in. It didn't get through with him. Send
him a message. Ask if he is able to come on now. A text message, and send him that in the Facebook Messenger.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And so while we deal with that, people, everybody who's so patient with us tonight, I'm proud of you all. I mean, this really is people who are part of the Dietrich family. I mean, holy shit. You really are here just to listen to me breathe. And aside from that, our man Jameson did admirably by going into something he's truly passionate about. And, it's not a morbid topic. It's a vital topic.
Yeah.
So
that's
important. And also Maria Gregorich, you could also just send her a message, ask her if she's available right now, though I doubt that. She's on Eastern time, so she's probably asleep. But,
it's 1:43 right now.
Oh, God, You'd be amazed at how people get up at night. No point in messaging her, though. She is definitely asleep. And with everything else that's going on, let's see, you had what other odd things in news that came up before, aside from...
I mean, we have like in Europe, inflation is taking its toll. So, I mean, we're definitely seeing the beginning of what's going to be an unwinding in a descent into what will become a very real hot war, without a doubt.
Yes.
There's the usual, unease that's coming with, and if we were to sort of correlate this with what's happening astrologically with the Mercury being retrograde in Gemini, which is like basically anti-communication in the extremes. This is we're literally sitting on a powder keg, or basically this is sort of like what happened in oh my gosh, this is sort of like that factory in Lebanon that just wiped out that whole Beirut. This is sort of like that. That's what we're sitting on.
No, that's horrible. That's horrible. Yes. And
but the thing is, with this information, people know what to prepare for. I mean, we get a lot of grains from Russia, we get a lot of grains from Ukraine. These are countries that are like the breadbasket of Europe. And Africa and other places. So things are going to really just get really dire Oh, wow. Here's something interesting.
Uh-huh.
Mexico Caribbean beaches may see the worst sargassum since 2018.
What? What is
All
that?
right. This is foul-smelling seaweed like algae.
Mhm.
This is, oh my gosh. It's like they're the boat's literally floating on seaweed with like very little water. That is
Could you provide me a
disgusting.
link? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I'll send it to you in Facebook.
Hmm.
All right.
And
But
that would be appreciated. It certainly that sounds like it's hideously fascinating. Just how our environment is mutating to adapt to the toxicity of everything we're spewing out.
well, here's the thing is that we're knocking out a lot of keystone species.
Mhm.
And I was learning about this. I think the other day I was watching a video about keystone species and like what happens if they get taken out. And the idea came from someone who decided to like take all these starfish out of the water, and soon all these mussels began to just grow everywhere to the point where the habitat for other animals was just unlivable. So it turns out that when you remove certain predators or you remove certain species that serve certain functions, like beavers and whatnot, you can cause catastrophic changes to the ecosystem.
Mhm.
You know, animals that just do what they do naturally, like beavers, they just build canals and dams, you know, and the fact that they killed so many of them in the West is the reason why now it's a barren wasteland. Where, you know, my brother's trying to this is hideously funny. He's trying to see if he can convince my mom to go to California, and I'm like, no, because you know my mom wants to sort of go to Virginia. She wants to move to Virginia to start anew and all this other stuff, and my brother's thinking of California, and I'm like, why would you go towards the fire, man? So that's hideously funny to me. I mean,
Yeah, no, it's definitely. I don't understand why he would think that. That's even how. First off, explain to him that nobody can afford to move to California. You don't just move to California these days. It's
yeah, yeah, but he's even talking about other places out west, and I'm like, dude, those are red states.
Mhm.
Red states. You're black, dude.
Yeah, yeah,
It's but it's not connecting. It's like, yeah, well, there are all types of people there. I've driven through all these states. Okay, you've driven through all these states, but you haven't lived in all these states
yes,
long enough to know the ins and outs of things. So there's a sort of naivete there that comes, and I think it might be just his generation, because I've noted that with other people in his age range as well. There's this sort of naivete where, oh, don't trust what you see on the news, don't trust what you see here and there, you know, you got to go out and see for yourself. And it leads to sort of nihilism where, you know, you just believe whatever you experience is the only reality that's out there. It
yes.
it
That's
doesn't
yeah. Go
it's
on.
it's bad because it doesn't make room for wise decision making.
No,
It
not at
makes
all.
it makes room. It's erratic decision making, and when someone's life gets clusterfucked, you know, it's like, well, what went wrong? You know, oh, gee, I mean, you're the one saying we can't live in fear. We can't live in fear. Well, now you understand why there was a reason to fear.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
and that I think that's that Generation Z type of mentality,
Mhm.
which is being all too exploited by the Russian disinfo mill and the right and these quote so-called alternative venues, which have convinced us that, you know, which has tried to convince people that the only news that the actual real news is fake news, and so that they can spew their fake bullshit to you and market it to you.
Yes.
Basically mind control. You know, Generation Z is generation, I would call them Generation Zombie instead of Generation Z, because they've literally they've been mind fucked. completely.
Yes, yes.
They've all been a Kino mind ward.
Yes, yes, very much so. And it's so
It's frightening.
yeah, yeah, definitely. And again, it brings me several threads that I have to put together when I start monologuing. But oh, that was interesting. What was that? Did
What was
you
what?
the noise?
I heard tapping on the keyboard.
Yeah, what
And
I heard was this kind of bloop 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 bloop. Like some kind of like electronic sound. Like there was an electronic bloop. So you didn't hear that, I take it. So
no, what I heard was a tapping on a keyboard sound. So what's even interesting is that you and I are hearing different sounds. That's
yeah.
alarming.
Well, there's the NSA for you. At any rate, I would.
Well,
Yeah, go on.
yeah. There's so I kind of diverge, but there's so much algae that they're using bulldozers to try to clear all this algae.
Mhm.
So, if anyone's into the health food stuff and where they eat algae and all that shit, well, here you got a whole algae farm.
I don't believe that's the edible kind, unfortunately, or the kind
Yeah,
anyone
they
would
are
want to
saying
eat.
that the algae has a lot of salt.
So this is
So,
sargassum, is what you pronounced it like it was an orgasm. Sargasm, you said sargassum. It's like Sargasso, like the Sargasso Sea, where
okay,
obviously it
so
takes its name from.
yeah, I
Uh,
mis I mispronounced it.
mm,
That shows where my mind is.
no worries. In terms of what do they feel is causing this?
Let's see. It's probably just more or less this probably has to do more with the global heating that we're going through. Uh, yeah, it's definitely global heating. This has to do with the variations of ocean currents and all types of other stuff based on what they're saying. They're not going into the actual root cause. They're just going into how they're going to attack the problem, basically, and what they're going to do with this stuff. I say they should just I don't know. They should make a giant catapult and just I don't know, throw it all over to Russia or something. That would be funny.
Yes, that would be. At this point, honestly, you just want to do something because they're so fucking slow about doing anything, as far as I'm concerned. Though what you said, of course, was how the Americans are just kind of flexing it. That was quite valid. And so,
Now here's
go on.
something
Yeah.
concerning I bumped into now.
Mhm.
All right, I don't know how to approach this, but the U.S. pediatricians group moves to abandon race-based guidance. That spells that. Just thinking about that makes me cringe
Say that again.
because. All right, so here's an article. U.S. pediatricians group moves to abandon race-based guidance.
Race-based
Uh,
guidance. So what are they saying about the race-based guidance? Because this reminds me of, just this whole critical race theory, which you noticed even our young lady was
yeah, well,
kidding, I guess.
that's yeah, and when she said that, it's like it's
That was
you
very
know I
programmed. Yeah.
yeah
That's-
I didn't say anything because I'm thinking to myself, you do realize that all that stuff is historical fact, right? There's no
thank
theory
you.
there.
Thank you. I'm
That's
actually
a
proud of
blanket
yourself that
term.
you didn't go
That's a
off.
blanket term that they
Yes.
use.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I'm not going to go off on it. I just know how far, I just know where to establish boundaries
Yeah.
and where I will invest my emotions. So basically it means that if we're discussing that topic, I'm just not going to be emotionally invested in it and I'm just going to be distant. Whereas if it's something that seems like I can connect, then I will be more emotionally invested. And doing this should just allow me to regulate communication without, fucking things up.
Mhm. And so that's certainly appreciated. And aside from the animals, such as the hyenas, what other things do you feel some kind of sympathy or some kind of, uh, you relate to?
Oh, well, there's the Infernal Legions, of course.
No, not that. You know what I mean. Something that
Uh,
back to the hyenas, which was much more healthy for you to speak about, and talking about that to keep us occupied for a bit. In terms of hobbies, there must be something besides drawing sigils. There was art that started elsewhere. You were talking about the world building. So the world that you're inserting the character into, who's more of a hyena lady rather than your typical cat girl. What kind of world is this?
well, it's a world that has all the technological advances that we have today, except there are people who can use magic, and there's technology that utilizes arcana. And for people who can't use magic, there are enchanted, artilicas they could use to exert magical effects in the world and whatnot. But basically, it's a world where basically 85 years ago there was some kind of cataclysmic disaster that killed a large amount of the population,
Mhm.
and the remnants, of course, can't remember what the event was.
Okay.
There is no record of the event having taken place. So it's almost like the world has an intelligence of its own.
Mhm.
And I was trying to, pull something from the likes of, I was trying to put together a world that has its own sort of, sinister presence to it, in the same way that H.P. Lovecraft was able to do with some of his environments, in his writings of horror. And I always loved how he was able to do that. He was able to, project this sort of menacing, character to things that were completely inanimate,
Mhm.
and almost in a way that makes me wonder if he might have been, intuiting something like the kami or whatnot,
Oh yeah,
or
most
a
certainly.
consciousness behind objects, because he almost definitely, in everything he writes, he comes across as if, that is what is happening.
Hmm. Yes. Yeah. Definitely. And
And
so.
that's and that's one of the things that made it really easy to start reading his work and really just get into it.
Mhm.
It's sometimes where I would be reading his stories and I'd start laughing, because it would be, it's not that there's humor behind it, but it's like the way he put it together was just so incredible that it just made me sort of, it was just that amusing.
Yeah. Okay. And his capacity for his art was something that struck you to the point where you laughed out loud. And it's
Yeah.
yeah, and that's not a negative at all.
Even his writing style, which I'm sure you find a bit excessive, verbose,
No,
but
no, not at all. I mean, it never bothered me like it does so many other people. Obviously, it doesn't bother anybody because everybody keeps reading his shit.
yeah,
So,
I mean, everyone
yeah,
loves it. I
yeah,
mean, everyone's just,
they can't get enough. So, there you have that. In terms of what else might be going on now that you might address, of course. Has there been anything on TV that you've ever followed? I mean, for instance, you don't have a television. Your parents have a television, and they watch television.
yeah, they watch TV. I don't watch it with them. I just do most of what I do online. I
Okay.
literally live online. I live and breathe online.
But you go out for
I
these long walks.
Yeah. I
Okay.
do walk. I walk. I try to walk as much as I can to keep my figure, slim, because I don't want a belly that just, you know,
Uh-huh.
I like to keep, granted, I don't have a six pack or anything, but at least it's flat, whatever I do have, and I can always get the six pack back.
Uh-huh.
And that's just because, I'm just someone who likes to be agile. I like to be flexible. I like to move fast. I like to move really fast.
Okay.
Speed is intoxicating to me, and it reaches a point where, even when I'm walking, I try to move as gracefully as possible, to the point where I can even startle a cat. And, it's very difficult to do that. Well, actually, they're startled by everything. But it's what I mean is it's difficult to sneak up on them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And yes, that's for certain.
And it's not with that in mind. It's just that, that's just, I take pride in that. And I think I guess that's just the Lucifer in me, more or less, to take pride in one's physical appearance, because I think a lot of guys, once they start getting laid and they start, and they get into relationships, they start getting doughy.
Like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Yes,
they do. But I kid you not. All the guys on the block who used to be single now, they all have kids. They all have.
Could you check into this for me? Elon Musk tweets unleash racist abuse on female Twitter employee. I'd like you to check on that for me. And
yes, Elon Musk. All right, racial tweet. Okay, and this is our guy who has been inducted into the black race by our so-called
supposedly your overachievers. Yes,
conservatives. All right. So this is all right. Elon Musk runs a racism and racist-filled company with no interest in changing. And this is according to Ellen K. Powell. Which okay, this is, I'm looking at Twitter. I don't have a Twitter account, so I would rather just read an article. All right, here we go. Elon Musk, and there's this ad blocker wall thing, which is moving on to the next place. Another fucking ad blocker thing. Let's try the Rolling Stones.
Oh my fucking
All right,
God.
here we go.
Information is something you have to pay for. It's
it's gotten bad. There was a time where you could only find certain types of information on the internet, but now you have to pay for everything. I did, however, learn that if you check in the oh my gosh, what was it again? There's this you can search like the official government archives and find occult grimoires. So that's very interesting. That's a tidbit I just bumped into by accident, and I started to look for like some old grimoires, and they have the pictures of them and everything. So that's very fascinating. I'm sure you can find just about everything you want in the occult without paying $1,000 for a book. By searching, what is it? Oh my gosh. If I could remember this shit, how the fuck can I not remember this? This was just like the other day. This was something that was so big. I was like, oh my God. I made a post about it. And now all I see is my ranting about how I don't want to be here on my timeline and all this other bullshit. Oh man, God, I suck.
yeah, it's pretty lame. I'll be the first to tell you that that's not the way to win friends and influence people. No, it's yeah.
And that's the thing, is like I'm not really trying to. It's just I'm just using it as an expression. But yeah, that's not something I'm proud of at all.
And I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. All right, this is the Library of Congress archives.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can find old occult grimoires in the Library of Congress archives, which is very fascinating. They have, I mean, shit, who knows? Maybe this is where Michael Aquino's old tomes and grimoires are, for what we know.
Well, certainly some that he worked with. Let's put it that way. Not his own collection. His own collection, of course, wouldn't go there.
I'm sure his own collection, the collection that he was using after he turned over to the anti-gods, we wouldn't find.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to find that.
Yes, it's quite
But
true.
I mean, the stuff went before then, probably. All right, so okay, so this is two of Twitter's top executives are receiving harassment and abuse from far-right trolls as a result of having been singled out by Twitter owner Elon Musk. So he's using this as his own PR. What he's probably going to do, he's probably going to restore the privileges to Donald Trump and get him in office. This is what I saw. This is what I've been saying from the beginning, and no one's listening to me. They're like, "Oh, Elon Musk is going to give him free speech. He's going to do this."
Try and find an article by this individual. Sundaravelu. It's about Elon Musk. So the surname is spelled Sunda, 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 and then Ravelu, Sundaravelu, and see if that gives you any specifics.
All right. I got someone else with an Indian name, but not that. Because the one that I did get was from Metro UK.
So that's probably the same article.
The problem is that's the one that I can't access.
Okay, for whatever reason, you get a paywall when you see it.
Yeah, I got a paywall with the LA Times.
Yeah, by the way, as do I. But there we are. It's that's
there's no way to click past the paywall.
Yeah, that's it's one of those things.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Yes.
It's
information is now a key resource if their job is to keep you fucking dumb, and so it's lame, and this is why the world is getting dumber, and it's one of those things. Maybe you can tell us about what was it Trevor Reed did, the Marine who was in Russia when he got arrested. Tell us what is that they say he fucking did to get arrested. This I want to hear. Why he was detained at all. I mean, we know why they detained Brittany Griner, simply because she's black, a female, and a lesbian. And all three together, that made her public enemy number one in fucking reactionary Russia.
Why am I getting a pro wrestler?
Yeah.
Okay. U.S. Marine veteran Trevor Reed is released from Russia in a prisoner swap.
And the Russians are getting a pro wrestler in return?
No. That's... No. This is someone who had a differently spelled name.
Okay.
It was just a spelling. Russian Foreign Ministry said Reed was exchanged for jailed pilot Konstantin Yuroshenko. Wow, that is.
You said it right. You said it right. You've been hanging around with me long enough. You're picking up the Russian.
All right. Let's see if they go into what he was detained during a trip to the country in 2019 and accused of attacking a Moscow police officer. So he was sentenced.
Yeah, he was drunk. He was high.
He was sentenced in 2020 to 9 years in jail. He says he didn't remember the events of the night because he was drunk. Of course he doesn't,
because he was. Yeah, of course he wasn't, because he's a fucking rageaholic drunk. This is. Yeah.
So they let a rageaholic drunk come back instead of a black woman.
Instead of a black woman who is one of the most accomplished athletes on planet Earth. Yes.
Fuck the United States.
Thank you.
Fuck Russia. Fuck the West.
Thank you.
And you know what? I'm not going to go as far as say fuck the world, but I can go there, and I'm not going to though.
Yeah. This is one of those you'd almost be justified when you see something like this. It doesn't make sense.
No,
it's
this piece of shit.
Yeah.
I'm just going to call him a piece of shit.
That's what he is. Yes, because that's what he is.
The 30-year-old made headlines recently for holding a second hunger strike in prison to protest his treatment from Russian authorities. So he's saying he was not being treated for symptoms of tuberculosis. I hope he dies. And instead was forced to stay in solitary confinement. Good. You know what? Well, maybe they should just... What the fuck was Biden... Oh, never mind. Biden,
was he smoking when he decided this?
Joe. All right. His parents, Joey and Paula Reed, staged a protest outside of the White House last month to raise awareness for his situation, and somehow they got more attention than an internationally known athlete, a basketball player.
Yes. Yes.
How the fuck does that work?
It works because they're white, James. They're privileged. Yeah. This is the bitterness that comes out that many people may find repulsive.
It's not. I don't think I'm wrong in hating the race. I really don't.
Well, let's just put it this way: it's
rather than
what hate, I really hate is they can't come to grips with their privilege. That's what we need to hate. Is that
is that they put themselves first ahead of everything, irrespective of the context. They're going to put themselves first. That's disgusting. They would put a piece of shit first before someone of greater worth that's of color. That's what sickens the fuck out of me. It's disgusting, and it's why instead of hatred, I hold the race in contempt. Like I see them as like a squadron of ants.
Yes.
Stepping on them I wouldn't feel anything.
Yeah, it's almost at that point. So honestly, I can see where it would get to that with just the kind of crap that we deal with at times like this. So when it comes to
and for people to say, well, they want us to be divided. They want us to fight amongst ourselves. No, actually, It seems like they have their agenda, and their agenda favors the people who say that we shouldn't be divided and fighting amongst ourselves, not the people like me who are fighting because we need to stay alive against you fucking people.
Yes. Yeah.
You whites.
Yes. And it has to come down to expressing it in such a way that it sinks home. Such being said, we got that out of the way, and with other things you might look for, go ahead, find something that is current while I get my thoughts together. Historically, try to contextualize the war in Ukraine in particular, how that affects us here at home. And obviously, we have a lot.
And now here's what's absurd. There's a link to another ad of what Brittany Griner's detention in Russia tells us about basketball's gender pay gap. Now they're talking about the gender pay. Why are they not talking about the fact that, here's a black woman stuck in jail indefinitely, being detained indefinitely. They're not talking about the fact that this fucking cracker piece of shit,
yes.
Got motherfucking precedence over her.
Yeah.
Who's probably a piece of poor white fucking trash living off of the VA or some shit.
Yeah.
And probably went to Russia because he sucks Putin's balls and listens to Alex Jones bullshit.
It had to be something like that. Why would anyone go to Russia?
I mean, why the fuck
we could understand why Brittany Griner did. It was the only way she could earn some money. This is where we, get into some really awful territory. The sense of white privilege. He went there because he thought that he was king of the world, and he's found out.
And what does America do? America treats him like he's king of the world.
Yes.
America does things to reinforce it.
They exchanged a pilot for this fucker, and
this guy was a pilot.
No, this guy was just a piece of shit, but they exchanged a Russian pilot for this guy, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what you said? Yeah. I mean, they exchanged a pilot for this guy. So,
pilots are rare.
Yeah, pilots are rare. Yeah.
It's like, so this piece of shit has more value.
Yeah. Yeah, it's enough to make me angry. Yeah, it's enough to make me angry. And so there we have it. There's some outrage for you. And oh God.
Well, I can rest assured. You and I both know what's coming. I think hopefully with time, Amalia will start to see what's coming.
She senses it, but it's like she's got this filter. She sees it through right now. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's. I can only just. Yeah, I'm not going.
Let's
I'm
put it
not
this
going
way.
to. I'm not.
One of the asteroids that's going to hit America is white Christian nationalism. That is a social asteroid. That is one that's going to hit America, and certainly at some point we'll have to confront that. It's certainly we see that in what I'll try to articulate tonight to try and explain to people. Obviously, one of the things that happened with Amalia was she definitely triggered me in a number of ways by things I'm going to have to address. I just can't let them slide. So I'm going to have to bring up in a way that doesn't attack her the kind of challenges that we're dealing with when it comes to the kind of influence the Russians have in the United States.
Yes,
So
and
that
one of the
people understand.
things I did note was her continually trying to link the Zionists with Nazis,
Yes,
and
that
that
is.
and the
Yes.
problem is that sound it seems completely out of historical context.
Uh, yes.
So that's my
Yes.
criticism on that
But did you
specifically.
notice that's also part of the entire desire to say that the Reds and the Blues, the Democrats and the Republicans, they're both the same wings on the same bird sort of thing. Is
It's
this way?
that
Yeah.
maybe once there might have been a time in the past where that was the case, but not anymore.
Yeah, well, there never was a time like that. And it's certainly not the case now. It was, let's just put it this way, certainly in the past, there was less of a division than what we have now, but certainly wasn't that way during the American Civil War between the states. During the American Civil War between the states, obviously the South was Democrat and the North was Republican. That was essentially what it was.
So the
Uh,
split is as old as this country's history,
Pretty
honestly.
much. Pretty much. Yeah. And it's just reversed. They've reversed polarities. So the polarities have reversed. Now, of course, you can understand why it's convenient for somebody to say, well, that's part of the conspiracy, and that, all part of the conspiracy to keep you embroiled, etc. And,
See,
yeah.
the problem with that thinking though is that it takes the accountability out of the hands of the people who are to be held accountable, and it puts it into a group of people who have nothing to do with its hands, like George Soros and Rockefeller and
Thank
all these other
you.
people. It's like
Oh, okay.
these old wealthy people. They don't even control their own money. They have other people do that shit for them.
Thank you, thank you. And
It's like
she was getting
they don't know
towards
half
there.
of.
She was getting towards there when she was saying you need to put yourself in their place. Then she was basically coming towards a kind of. There's a potential for her to realize that. So you
Yeah, well,
understand
if
what
I
I'm
put
saying?
myself in their place, I wouldn't even touch money. I'd have someone else do it for me. I'd have everyone just have my money, make money however you can make it.
Well,
And
that's
that's
pretty much what they do.
exactly. So I
And
mean, there's the idea of now, in all in all fairness, I can say with Mr. Gates, Bill Gates, I suspect that his whole issue is something that deals with a sexual deviancy, which I suspect is something they might have found out, or something that they might
but
be
by the way,
targeting.
I'm not defending Bill Gates at all. But why that? Why would that kind of
It's like
that's the
he's
least
just
threatening of of what he has to offer, right? That's it's like
it's like I'm looking at the guy. I don't see it. I mean, yeah, granted, his father might have been in the eugenics and all that. I don't see. I just don't see him masterminding a plot to eradicate all colored people in the world.
he's too fucking stupid. He's
Yeah,
just he's an
he's
idiot. He's an idiot. But where I
well.
could
Let
have
me
gone
put it.
with that,
What I
yeah,
could put it is like this. He's too artistic for that,
yeah,
in a sense. He's
that almost compliments him. That almost
oh
compliments him,
yeah, yeah.
really.
I don't mean that in a complimentary way.
Yeah.
I well, what I mean is that his focus is just too. He's not grounded in the real world.
Thank you. Thank you.
He
Yes.
lives in a world of abstractions.
Yes.
You know, you see the difference between a guy like him and a guy like me is the fact that I'm aware of what the real world is like,
Yes.
whereas he is so in enmeshed in those abstractions that he can't see the real world for what it is.
Yeah, yeah, very much so. And so I'm definitely proud of you that you can see that. It's one of these things that, unless people understand that, they just don't understand the world. So understand that he is. I could have taken it further in a direction she probably would appreciate, which is that he was very influenced by Jared Diamond, and Jared Diamond is just this old Jew. It's very seldom I use that term with that level of vitriol, but I would in the case of Jared Diamond, simply because this is the guy who wrote Guns, Germs, and Steel, and basically is rationalizing colonialism in his books. And so when you have this kind of asshole, and he's the biggest influence on Bill Gates, his Alexander Dugin, if you will, then you get to see why he's so fucked up and why his ideas are so fucked up. That would be something that you would go off on, and should go off on.
Okay. So I'm gonna tell you something funny. This is funny as fuck. Now I'm just scrolling through videos, like I'm on your channel and I'm looking at the videos that they're trying to recommend.
Mm-hmm.
And of all things I see, Dave Chappelle explained why smart people smoke. What the fuck?
There you go. That's yeah.
What? How would he know? He's not smart.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Not smart.
Thank you.
And what says it all is that the channel ends in wiki.
Yeah.
So that just drives the point home to people who utilize Wikipedia and anything with wiki in it. It's, what are you doing?
Yeah, why are you doing this to yourself? But you notice that Peter Moon will go for wiki because it's the first thing that comes up on the screen, and I find that rather disconcerting.
I do.
Yeah,
I do too. I even try to pull Penny Bradley away from going to wiki.
Does she go to wiki too? That's and she'll do that on air. That's
no. It's just that she'll refer, some of the posts she makes, she'll refer to things that were on wiki, and I'll be like, yeah, wiki's not the best place to look for anything. I think we were talking about we were talking about the wife of someone. Oh my gosh, who the fuck was? Damn, this was just a few hours ago too, and I can't remember it. Ah, man, it's doing its job. I love it. That's what I want. I want to forget. I want to forget.
Well, we're shoulder to shoulder in that regard. Yes, there's everything we're trying to forget. We got that down.
Yeah,
that's a mutual interest.
All right. Let me see. I think the context was whose wife was it that we were looking up? It couldn't be Elon Musk's. No, it couldn't be that piece of shit. It was definitely not that piece of shit. It was some other piece of shit. Well, I mean, these white pieces of shit who have influence are all the same, right? I mean, what makes one different than the other, aside from their names? But yeah, I can't offhand remember the context of what the conversation was, but I think she referred to something that was on Wiki, and I noted that it wasn't the right person's name. Oh wait, it's come Jordan Peterson.
Okay,
there we go.
Okay, and
yes. Because
that was why Our Lady brought him up the other day. Sarah Thomas Lyons was bringing up Jordan Peterson the other day. And
I was taking a shit on him, and
I like
she
that. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, I like that. Yes.
She pulled up that his wife was connected to something in and she pulled up the name of someone who was connected to something, to politics in Canada, but it wasn't the right person. And she said that's the person, that's the first thing that came up when she did the search. And I'm like, yeah, well, you really got to screen through these things. Wikipedia is not really where you want to go for these answers. And also, it's also how you type what you're looking for. First of all, Google is not even worth using anymore. I use DuckDuckGo to search for things most of the times.
Okay. And how does that work for you? This is going to sound very naive on my part. Are you happy with it, and what's it like? Can you just?
Yeah, I just use it as the homepage. I mean, it's all right. I'm not going to say that the results are phenomenally different. It's just that they won't filter certain things if you're looking for things like gore and destruction, mutilated things in the images. They won't filter, you won't get like these, because even if you remove the safe search on Google, you still won't get gory results anymore. And I noticed that within the last 2 years, and I'm like, what the hell? How are they censoring gore on Google? What's happening here? This is and the reason why this disturbs me is because this is eerily similar to what they do in China.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
And this is pretty much dead on. We're seeing this geomorphology unfold right before our eyes, as you know, in real time, and nobody's paying attention to that.
Yeah,
You're the only person who brings it up, and so I did not. CNN doesn't bring it up.
no,
MSNBC doesn't bring it up.
This is why it's rather, how would I say it? I know she doesn't mean offense, but it's rather offensive when, Amalia says, oh, I can hear on CNN what Douglas says. No, you can't.
You certainly can't.
Oh
You
my
couldn't.
God.
You couldn't. You wouldn't get a grasp of anything on CNN. In fact, watching CNN is like watching. It's like staring at Wikipedia all day.
It's not. Let's just put it this way. It's certainly orders of magnitude quality above alternative media. You're far better off watching CNN than alternative media simply because they're not totally batshit fucking crazy. So it's by the way,
You're probably even better off going on Wikipedia than viewing alternative media.
Thank you. At this point in history, I'd almost say that. Yeah, I'd almost say that, even though they're kind of like the same. It's but how would I say?
Yeah, I had also been getting some weird friend requests from like these like almost Russian sounding white dudes, and I'm like, okay,
that's
not
to be
going
expected.
to accept it.
That's to be expected. When I first started off, yeah, go on. Yeah.
So I decided to give this one guy a chance. I don't remember his name. I bleached it from my mind. I probably unfriended the guy today, but at first I decided to give the guy a chance, and then I noticed for some reason on the ad feeds they kept showing all this conservative shit, and I'm like, I didn't notice any of this conservative shit until I accepted the friend request of this person.
Yeah.
And so now I'm clicking on why these ads, when they're asking the Google ads, and they're saying because this person you fit, because
this somehow
once you friend once you friend someone, whatever that person is into, all that stuff becomes ad fed into you. This is what I'm learning with their algorithm. Yeah. So it's like now it's like literally, if I don't want to be inundated with whatever bullshit these people are feeding, whatever shit they're putting up their ass, I literally have to just say no. If you're not on Team D, if you're not someone who's been following us for years, if I don't know you, no, I'm not accepting your friend requests. Yeah. I don't need new friends. If I wanted new friends, I would go outside and make them. Yes. People I could speak to face and shit. Really, electronic family is electronic family, but it's not the same as someone, that you're hanging out with and seeing every day of the week, because it's electronic.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my God. Though I have to admit, we'd have to admit that some people on the electronic spectrum are far higher quality than some that we meet face to face. But such being said,
that's the sad part, and that's one of the reasons why I have remained in solitude for so long. And everyone's trying to push me out of it, because this drinking, I don't have this under control.
Yeah, and there we are, and that's where she deserves so much credit. She reached out to you to talk about that.
Yeah. And I truly appreciate that. And I've actually taken her advice, you know. I
Okay,
had
so Noreen says she can come on for a short bit. She says, "Is it tonight?" Yes. Yes, we will call you now. Let me tell her that. So don't call her just yet. Let me say this to her. Yes, honey, we will call you now. Yes, honey, we will call you now. We will call you now. Okay, and now you can call her.
All right. And there we go. All right. So hopefully this will go through and spare me from having a raw throat at the end of the night. I don't know how you do it, Douglas, honestly speaking.
I drink a lot.
No doubt.
This is all right. So let's see. Is she responding?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hey, honey. So it's so good to hear you. Tell us about everything that's been going on with you. Are you still involved with Revolution Radio? And tell us where people can find you.
Yes, I'm still on. That would be, well, West Coast time where I'm at. That would be tomorrow, Monday night. And that would be 9 p.m. for the West Coast. But Revolution Radio is based out of the East Coast time. That's where the server is. So that would be 12 midnight. And this is Studio A, Wild at Heart Roundtable Show.
Yes, and tell people that they need to disambiguate Studio A from Studio B, which that used to be on. Wasn't it used to be on? You moved to Studio A, right? You relocated.
No. I've always been on A. Always.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And of course, look, we really appreciate this. You have no idea. I was really partying far too hard. I'm hungover and just trying to buy myself some time until I can breathe and get my head out of my ass. And honestly, you're gracing us with your presence is a blessing, and it's a privilege. And for everybody who doesn't know, this is Noreen Helphand, and Jameson Reese will testify to this fact. Have I not always credited her with the fact that I was able to make it home from Australia? I have always done so, right?
Yes, I can affirm that.
Yes. So I've always given you credit for that. I never would have gotten home from Australia without you. So by all means, we want you to kind of introduce to people what you do and why it, what you feel they should be paying attention to when it comes to your show and what you try to bring to the attention of people through your program. So tell us a bit about that and how long it's lasted and what things have been like since the death of Mike Ringley. What exactly happened when Mike Ringley died, and how has it changed the whole environment, if at all? I'm sure it must have.
Thank you. Yeah. It kind of did. If anything, it's fine to me. Revolution Radio is fine. I think it's going to have its 11th year right now is what's happening. So been around for 11 years, and I've been with them maybe 8 years, something like that. So yeah, Mike Ringley, the basic, what do you call it? How do you say it?
Basic, you mean format of the template? You mean standard operational procedure? Honey? Did she go offline?
What's going on?
Oh, yeah. What is going on, honey?
I'm here.
We lost you there for a minute. And
how weird.
Yeah, that is disturbing. So did something happen, Jameson? Were you aware of something? Just continue,
maybe,
honey. Yeah.
It just technically dropped for a moment, maybe, right?
Yeah, who knows?
I don't think it's anything.
Yeah. I mean, Jameson didn't do anything, right, Jameson?
No.
We seem to have lost him. We seem to have... Okay.
No, I didn't do anything. I was just trying to eat this peanut butter sandwich before the bread
got
goes
it. Okay, go mute
stale.
while you do that. Ooh, disgusting. Yeah. Yeah, so honey, go on and tell us a bit not only about that, but also about Sean David Morton's reappearance. Have they brought him back onto the station? Or
yes.
Oh God, you're kidding! Oh God!
Well,
what
I wanted to tell you. No, that's fine. He I was in the middle of saying whenever happened with the technical thing was Mr. Rowe. I don't know if you remember him.
Oh, how could I forget? So go on.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so he's actually been quite a good member of the staff because he really made a lot of things user friendly. Like he made the archives free. I don't think it was his decision alone. Don't get me wrong, but he's one of the tech people. And what else? Things like that. He just made some things like him and the other staff. They made it to where the listening lines were a little bit better and other things like that. So good things have been happening. Sean David Morton. Yeah, no. I actually hung out with him a little bit since he got out of jail, whatever. Him and his wife, they still support each other.
And did you meet his wife as well, or just him alone?
Oh no, I've met her a few times. Yeah, just no. We went to let me see, California Adventure, Disneyland, and we went to, I think it was I don't know, it was Applebee's or maybe it was Chinese food. But yeah, I went with them a couple times, I think. So they're doing okay, and yeah, so it's true that he's back because he went to jail for all that stuff, whatever, and he is back on air on Hawk's Nest, actually.
Okay. And Hawk's Nest used to be Mike Ringley's own show?
Well, that was like one of these funky little third wheel, right? Like they.
Oh shit! It's dropping again. Okay. What are they doing to us? So, James, do you have any idea?
No idea whatsoever what's going on.
Okay. Yeah. There we are, honey. So, good God, I don't know what is going on. For some reason,
it's Skype. It's something with Skype, probably.
Yeah. So, but go on, honey. No, I'm just wondering, when Mike Ringley died, how did everybody handle that? Did you personally? Was there a funeral? Did anybody attend?
You know what? He's all the way in Kentucky, so I don't think too many. Maybe some people from the station went. I can ask again. Maybe they did. I don't remember. I think because he's so far from many people. So yeah, I mean, his wife and everybody, they were involved in kind of like finishing the business, but his wife Liz she just let go of the whole situation, and the servers went to they went to Mitchell Bupp first, and then from there, I think somebody else.
So did his wife kind of like vanish? Like, is she no longer involved with the station?
She's not involved at all anymore. After he died, that was it. Yeah.
That's what I felt would happen. So you're telling me basically that Mr. Rowe essentially took over then?
No. I don't want to make it out like that at all.
Okay.
I was just complimenting the fact that, and I'm not saying he acted alone on these decisions, but he's one of the tech people, and the decisions they made technically were actually slight improvements, so that's good.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody how did they? If she kind of just let washed her hands of it, somebody had to take over. Do you have any idea who it was, or? I'm just curious. I mean, it's certainly, I don't need to know. I mean, but I was just curious because it seems
Hello?
like. Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, no, I think I'm back on. You didn't hear me. It's okay. It's all right.
Okay.
I was saying that Thomas Becker,
Yeah.
Painter, is he is a station manager now.
Okay, Matt Painter, right? Thomas Becker is his real name.
Yes.
So he effectively, because like I was saying, once Mike Ringley died, and if his wife washed her hands of the whole affair, then somebody had to take over, and so
it was Thomas. Yeah,
okay.
Ahmad.
Okay, but how does he? I guess he just stayed in contact with all the sponsors to kind of fund it. Then, right? I guess.
I'm assuming that, I don't know. I mean, I'm not
understood
part of that staff, but just I think what happened is they just made a consensual decision that it was going to be Ahmad as the station manager.
Okay.
And pretty much all the people you kind of know as being part of staff are still main staff, except Jer Bear. He's not main staff anymore, hasn't been for a while. But other people are still kind of staff, if you remember who they were.
Right. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. So it's still pretty much the same machine in so many ways.
More or less.
Yeah.
More or less, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so when Sean came back, and like you said, he's in the Hawk's Nest now, which is like that name was that supposed to be? Correct me if I'm wrong on this. If I misremember it, wasn't that was Mike Ringley's show, right? that he took over, I guess?
That was his. No, Mike. Well, Mike Ringley, if you even recall this, because even to the day he died, it was pretty much the Hawk's Nest was never a consistent. I can't say it like there wasn't consistent air shows. It wasn't like airing stuff constantly. You know, it was kind of intermittent, right?
Yeah.
So basically, what up until Sean entering it as a more consistent host, right?
Okay.
It was still very intermittent in terms of what they would put on. Yeah.
Okay. And so with that in mind, of course, tell us a bit about everything that you've been covering lately, and I'm hoping things are better with yourself. How's your own health? And now, forgive me for asking, is your mother still alive?
Yes, I take care of her. Okay. She's older now, and I take care of her. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So she's survived, and that's beautiful, and I'm so glad about that. And you're now. I was talking in the past about your getting recognized as her care provider. Did that ever happen?
Hers, you mean?
Yeah. You
yeah. No, that's a very the way that process is kind of complicated. Yeah. So I sort of put it on the shelf for now because I have another client that a lady across the street, her mother, I'm supposed to go through all that process with her. Okay. So that's kind of the next step. So yeah, things are okay with that level of whatever I'm doing, you know. And what else?
I'm so glad to hear that, and I hope that this is helping you survive, and you're able to, you know, at least make it with that. Obviously you've managed to survive this far, and that's I'm proud of you. It's not an easy world to survive in. So
no, and I've been fortunate in these levels, even despite the fact that I have Morgellons, if you remember. Yes. But that's actually gotten a little bit better in some ways, because since I last spoke to you, around that time till now, I've really cleaned up my diet. I mean, like majorly. So, because I didn't really have a choice. So yeah, that's fine though.
Oh God, so you've kind of were able to find out that it was diet might have had a lot to do with what you were experiencing.
Well, the thing about something like Morgellons is that it's not like the diet. The diet helps. In other words, because when you have something like this, you can't really eat bad foods. You just can't. It's just really, detrimental if you eat bad food. So it's almost like it prevents you from doing it anyway. So, my diet has gotten better, definitely.
Oh, wonderful. And could you tell us a little bit about your diet? Like what?
Oh, just, I don't eat a lot of, I still eat grains, but I just eat certain ones. Like I don't eat regular bread, like I'll eat like Ezekiel bread or non-wheat bread or like almond tortillas or something like that, so the bread thing is kind of like that. Or I still eat a little bit of rice because of course, I love rice, but I can't eat gobs of it anymore. I don't eat pasta. I do eat some mung bean noodles a little bit, or rice noodles sometimes for pho or whatever. What else? Yeah, I don't eat dairy anymore. I don't eat sugar. I don't eat dairy. I mean, when I say I don't, I'm saying that I do very little, very little of all these things. So yeah, so my diet's become kind of like that, but that's okay.
Wow. And but you seem satisfied with that. And what about? By the way, I finally blocked Harlan Noriko Sampson. I got tired of her shit.
Oh no! No, I did not know. Well, when was this?
That was it's like maybe about a month or two ago. Maybe it feels like that, but maybe just about a month ago. Yeah, I mean, time passes by really fast and slow depending on how. I mean, are the two of you getting along? Oh shit! They got her. We keep. They keep dropping. It's just horrible.
It's like they know our weak spot and they're just digging in.
Yeah, they are.
Oh my God, can you hear me?
Oh yes, we can hear you now.
Yes.
Oh, I was just saying that I get along fine with Erilyn, but she never told me that you blocked her. I didn't know. I didn't know. That's funny. I think it's funny.
Yes, yes. Well, I know there was times in the past when both of you were kind of, on the outs and then kind of got along again. Has she...
We were never really on the outs, never, but
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Did she finally move out of that office building?
Oh yeah, that was like, God, 6 years ago or something. Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. Well, it feels like just yesterday when I was, when she was trapped there, and so and she finally got rid of that stupid husband, or what?
No, please, no. She's still with him. That's a complicated story, though. But it's like, but at least he did move her into a nice apartment, so that's a good part of it,
Okay, I'm glad they managed that, and
yeah, I know.
So, and then aside from all of that, she's involved with taking care of dogs professionally, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so and I forget. Are you both in the same city, or she?
Oh no, she's always lived in Vegas since she came from Hawaii. She's always lived in Vegas. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, we're getting some weird feedback, and it's like I don't know if Jameson hears that, but do you hear that, Jameson, in the background? It's
yes. It's like an echo.
Yeah. There's some echo there that's coming through, so hopefully that stops. It's probably because
I don't hear it. I don't hear it at all.
Oh, you're lucky. No worries. It's rather distracting. But honey, just to kind of take over, I want you to just kind of like tell us what's been going on with your life that you're willing to share, and tell us about if you're curious as to why I blocked Erilyn. Is simply because
well, you want to see it on air? It's just like it's news to me, so I'm like, what is this?
Oh yeah, I'm fine with saying it on air. It was just basically I got tired of her bullshit. She was like constantly, whenever I was putting up any of my promotional banners, and oftentimes cross-dressed, she'd put some hyper gay GIF, a graphic interchange format image of something like the Village People, or something like or something like Freddie Mercury, or something like that. It just went on and on. So at first I just took it and just fine, that's nice. I would just put a ha and then pretty much just hide it. But after a while, I just said, you know what, fuck you, and I just blocked her. I think I think that was incredibly rude, to tell you the truth. I think she's just,
yeah, she's she grew up, with two parents with low IQ. Yeah. And I think I don't know if she has low IQ though, but I think that I notice sometimes her judgment with things can be a little bit different. Yeah, let's just say that.
Yeah. And thank you. And there was just no point in trying to communicate that, so I just blocked her. It was the easiest thing to do. But fuck, I had tolerated her for years. Really, it was like it was like maybe about 2 years that kind of went on until I really began to notice it as irritating. So I just finally said, yeah. Because sometimes, that shit would be up there for several hours before I got to it. It goes without saying, or half a day or something like that. Not that I think anybody was really looking at it, but you get my point. I'm stuck looking at it, by the time I get there. And so in terms of your following and the people who listen to you, you were holding a round table for a long period of time. Is this still a round table you're letting?
It still is, but I do have guests occasionally. And so when I do have a guest, then I have the show in kind of more like a standard, guest format or whatever. But, it's either a round table or a guest, or just me and I guess I could call him a co-host. He doesn't consider himself that, or sort of, but it would be Nick from Canada. Mm-hmm. So, he's on with me a lot. So.
Was he anyone that I knew, or?
I don't know if you knew him.
Okay, probably.
You might have heard of him, but I'm not sure.
And so I remember that when Mike Ringley was alive, of course, he had us constantly asking for thousands of dollars every month to maintain the station. They don't do that anymore, I'm presuming.
No. I mean, of course, we promote in a normative way. Mm-hmm. You could donate money, become a Patreon, buy things from Zazzle, or whatever promotion thing they have now with mugs. So, the thing is that still we are encouraged to do, and I always do, and most of us do. But as far as that constant hankering, the way Mike did, no, that's done.
Thank God. Oh my God.
I know. I will say that was the worst part of that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so,
oh yeah.
So when he died and his wife just washed her hands of it, then it must have been a tremendous relief. I get the feeling everybody must have felt liberated.
In a way, I hate to say it, but you're probably right. You're funny. That's kind of funny.
Yes. It's yeah. Well, I'm definitely glad that you've handled it so well and you adapted. So when it comes to what you do to schedule, how many times a week are you on? By the way, Jameson Reese says he had a wife. Yeah, Jameson can't even believe that Mike Ringley had a wife. Yes, believe it or not.
Oh yeah, no, that was his second wife, because I don't know if you remember. I mean, I'm no expert, but I remember things about his life. His first wife was the one that he had the daughter Ariel with.
Yes.
He had, remember the daughter? Okay. So
yeah, and the daughter had a crack baby all of her own. Yeah.
Yeah, something. So, but Liz was his second wife. That they had no children together, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they were still kind of caring for the child of his first wife. I thought that was their child. I didn't know, but what you say makes sense.
No, no, Liz and him, I don't think they had kids. She might have had a kid from another, I don't know. They each, whatever, but he definitely, that daughter was from his first wife. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. And Jameson's saying he had offspring. Yeah, believe it or not.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, to be honest, even though Mike was kind of strange in connection to the Rev Radio thing, his personal life, I mean, whatever. He had a wife and a kid and grandkids and a farm and whatever. I mean, everything else is pretty much normal, I suppose.
Well, there's nothing normal about having a farm. That's actually pretty unusual. So he was rather unusual in that regard.
Well, you know what I mean. In other words, if people are saying, "Oh, he had kids or wife," yeah, he had all that stuff. Yeah.
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 And so, honey, it was like, thank you. I mean, no, you helped put some things in perspective for me. I mean, I honestly did my best to not know anything about him if I could. And of course, with many of the people at Revolution Radio, many of them were just had their own issues. So I just ignored the majority of them as much as I could. But
well, I will say though, since his passing, that high drama between all the hosts is not as bad. Really,
I believe it. No, I believe it. He was very negative in that regard, in that he was just such a horrible person that he got everybody.
He was an instigator on that station, I will say. Yeah.
Yeah, it was awful. And the horrible aspect of it was he tried to present himself as some kind of peacekeeper or keeper of order. He was just the opposite. It was like, obviously, since he died, his station has run obviously much smoother. So, the best thing.
It has.
Yeah, the best thing for Revolution Radio was the death of Mike Ringley. That is.
Here's the irony. We're on this venue, so we could say this, but I would never say that on Revolution Radio.
Understood. Yeah, I get it. By the way, this is not Noreen Helpan saying that. That's Douglas Dietrich.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm just saying it because I'm on here.
Yeah. Noreen Helpan is not saying this at all.
And I don't mean any ill will or death to him personally like that, but yeah.
Yes, thank you. She means nothing negative. No,
not like that. Not when it comes to people dying and stuff. No, we're just talking strictly about the station now.
Yes. And so it's definitely I'm just glad to see that it's come out for the better. So with this, like you say, sometimes you have guests, and sometimes you're not taking the calls as much as you were before, or at all. You've kind of changed it then, right? Kind of changed. Oh shit, they took her again. Okay, we'll see if she comes back on. Hopefully she can hear us. There we are, honey. Yeah. So
okay. Yeah. No, I still take calls. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So like when you do take calls, are there any favorite callers? Like, what do they usually bring up? I mean, certainly there must be.
Now I'm getting just more like just regulars from before or random. I actually don't get as many calls as I did say like 6 years ago, but that's fine. whatever. I have Nick with me, and I have a lot of listeners still, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's fine.
And what does Nick from Canada provide? What does he usually bring up? Or is he just kind of there to,
He's just there to help me to talk, to bounce things off of. And also he helps with a lot of technical things because the bandwidth on my computer here is very slow. Mm-hmm. So I can't even upload and mess around with my YouTube very much. Oh yeah, I have a YouTube too. And it's called Noreen Halpern's Wild at Heart. It's my YouTube if you want to sub to it. So, but he helps me with that. So he converts all my audio files from archives or whatever to the video, yeah.
That's wonderful.
That's
incredible.
It's really good. Yeah, it's pretty good that he does that. Yeah. So and he provides a slideshow with it, and because I just picked images, and sometimes if I have a guest, I will pick images of the guest to put into the regular slideshow, and then something like that. So yeah, works out good.
And in terms of your YouTube, let's take a look at that. Let's try and open this up on the YouTube channel and see if we can find that by looking up Noreen Halpern and see where that takes us. So, of course, I've got incredibly slow bandwidth right now. This is all my fault. I was running the computer for days without shutting it down because, of course, I went out and partied like an idiot without taking precautions, and I'm paying the price for that tonight in terms of computer speed. Oh God, Wild at Heart, Noreen Halpern's Wild at Heart. It comes up on the searches, and so great. And there's Wild at Heart with the guest Sean David Morton. Oh my God, and oh my God, and Wild at Heart session 2. The Poser, okay, that might be with someone else, but no, that's Waterbrook Church TV, so that's not you. And yeah, some different stuff that we have out there, but definitely. So you were talking about Pluto return, so you also do astrology. That's right. So tell us a bit about what you see. We have Venus in Aries coming up, right in a matter of a few minutes, right? We enter May 2nd when that event takes place. So
hey, you're learning about astrology now too, huh?
Oh, only a little bit. It just rubs off on me, and so
That's
you can
good.
tell us what's going on. Obviously, this is a hot and steamy period where the love planet is in the planet of action, the Ram. So this is the time to ram it home, and
that's right.
Yeah. So tell us a bit, honey, about what you do.
I think we've got that, and we have I think Jupiter is going to be in Aries eventually too here.
Yeah, Jupiter and Venus are almost, looks like they collide. They're not physically colliding, but they're,
conjoining. They call it a conjunction. Yeah.
Yeah. So tell us about all this.
Well, I have to say, I never heard you speak about astrology. You're learning a lot. You've learned a lot.
Only
yeah,
thanks
I could
to
tell.
you, of course.
Oh no, I don't. Well, thank you. No, but yeah. So that's going on. So I think we're at the tail end now of the Neptune-Jupiter conjunction. I think that's kind of separating. And that was a very creative one, which was a month ago. That was really creative in the sign of Pisces. But now we got Venus in Aries. Yeah, that's going to be steamy. But we also have the USA Pluto return. That's Pluto in Capricorn coming to the same point as it was when the Constitution was written. So that's actually happening now, kind of in and out. But it's that's a very big implication for this country, like a death or transformation. Mm-hmm. But I think because of the position, without getting political, the position of U.S. and the entire world, the connection to the U.S., for back and forth to other countries and everything, the whole world is impacted. It's not about whether that's good or bad. Okay, it just is. So because with astrology, sometimes you have to look at it like it's not always bad. It can be, but it can be neutral or good too. So that's another way to look at this. So it's definitely a transformational time though for mankind. Because in a few years, Pluto will be going into, can you hear me? I hope I'm not.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. All right. Pluto will be going into Aquarius. And when that happens, because Pluto has a very long transit. So it's going to go in and out between Capricorn and Aquarius for a little while before it settles into Aquarius. So when Pluto goes into Aquarius, again, without it being a judgment, well, yeah, we can judge it, I guess. But the thing with Aquarius is it rules technology. Mm-hmm. So whenever Pluto, the planet of transformation, happens, you know, it goes to a sign, then every sign and its meaning and what it represents in this world and the people goes through a transformation. So as we're headed kind of towards the end somewhat of Pluto in Capricorn, then that means that we had a period where we saw the institutions in this world kind of like be undermined or transformed or exposed. So the banks were exposed, you know, a lot of in medical institution was exposed, or the system. And then when it goes to Aquarius, that would be technology. So I figure this has to do with the contact tracing. I hope you can hear me. The contact tracing. Okay. And the transhuman element, unfortunately.
Okay.
That's the downside. If you want to look at the positive side, this might mean also that people will stand up and say, no, they don't want this kind of tyrannical digital lifestyle, which they're trying to, you know, the agenda of the globalists is to try to impose a global digital slavery or digital surveillance, you know, situation. So Aquarius, you know, when the Pluto planet goes into that, it'll be interesting to see what direction this goes. Mm-hmm. You know.
Yes. No, definitely. That was beautiful. And you are so wonderful, and you've really matured and come so far with your ability to speak and express.
Oh, thank you.
So proud of you. And so, honey, in terms of some of these people who call in, I mean, you must have people who make passes at you. That must be happening fairly regularly.
Oh, my God. You know what? Yeah. They don't make outright passes. People are very polite, and everybody's intelligent mostly. So I don't have, you know, like any weird, I have to say most Rev Radio callers are not that crazy. I mean, you know, they call, they call to add to the conversation. And if they don't, it's not because they're doing something perverted. Usually it's because they're just maybe whatever. Maybe some people don't have a lot to say or whatever, but usually people call with good intention, you know. Right. So it's been good.
Right. Just to throw a curveball at you, just for the sake of gossip on current affairs, did you know anything about Eileen Gu and her basically thanking China in a farewell post that sparked some controversy? Or were you aware of this situation?
You know, Eileen Gu, I may have heard of that story, but I'm shocked that I don't know much about it. You want to let me in on it a little?
Oh, not too much to say, really. I mean, basically, she said, "Thank you, China," complete with a Chinese flag and heart emoji. It might have seemed innocuous enough as a farewell message from China's Winter Olympics.
Right.
Yeah, but in terms of, we live in a very politicized world, so it just is what it is. It got a lot of controversy going. It's one of those things that I would say maybe we would make too much of it just by talking about it. But you know, what was your opinion of the Olympics? I mean, both the Winter Olympics in Japan and China were both, of course, impacted by COVID to a great extent. Were you watching any of that or speaking of any of that during the time it was all going down? Or... Oh God, they got her again. So the
Hello?
There she is. There we are, honey.
Oh God. Yeah. It seems like when I go out on this thing, the Skype, it's just for maybe like 30 seconds and I come back. It seems like it's very, Anyway, just let me know though if you can't hear me. Right. So the thing is when it comes to myself and television, okay, now when I was younger, I followed the Olympics a lot, but I look at it now, sadly, and I say this sadly because, you know, the Olympics used to be more of like a interesting, unifying, showcase of people with their talents. And it still is, but it's become such a tool to use against, I don't know, whether it be countries or people or politics or finance or the economy, it's been used as a tool. And this is where I just feel sad about it. Yeah. That's how I feel.
Yeah, it becomes depressing. Yes.
Yeah, because it just becomes like, and which I have to admit, television itself has become that, and I really don't tune in. My mom watches a lot of it. I don't, so.
And I don't blame you. It's honestly, if you watch news a lot, it's just going to piss you off, really.
Yeah, exactly.
And so do you find yourself but because you do hostess a roundtable, you've got to keep up on current events. How do you do it?
Yes. No. I get my news mostly from just online.
Okay.
Various things online.
Oh, do you have any favorite sources? Or regular sources? I mean, or is this something you'd rather keep as a trade secret? I mean, I can understand that. It's just
no, not at all. If you can hear me, I guess.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm saying that because of this Skype thing. But anyway, you know what?
And don't worry about saying that. You can say that as often as you want. We'll be fine with it. Believe me. So go on. Yeah.
Okay. That, I follow, as far as news, I mean, I'll just see it online, or I do keep the talk radio in the background just for the very basic news, and if I hear it, then I'll go online and look it up. Okay. But as far as who I follow on YouTube, and this is not necessarily for news, although it can be news related, I like to follow, let me see, I was just sharing with my friend, I don't know, are you familiar with Days of Noah?
Heard of it. I've heard of it. I have, but I don't know much about it. Go on.
Oh, it's like a young, I don't know how old he is, young African-American, very thoughtful, thought-provoking, and he does long podcasts, long shows. And I learned a lot about, what's going on with this COVID situation and this global agenda by people like him. Although sometimes he just confirms what I already know, but it's enjoyable to listen to him. Let me see. Who else? Sometimes Tim Pool. Okay, he's okay. And who else? Oh, gosh. Well, I have somebody that I found that has been on my show a few times, and he's actually become kind of a friend that I talk to, although I haven't met him, and that's Robert Phoenix, and he's an astrologer.
Okay, they cut her off again. So, honey, we can no longer hear you. It was right after you brought up Robert Phoenix.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, they cut you off at Robert Phoenix. So, Robert Phoenix,
Hello?
Go on. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
Robert Phoenix, he's an astrologer, too, and he's been on my show a few times. Me and him are kind of friends now, although I never met him, but we talk on the phone sometimes. And his show, I recommend, these people that I'm putting out there, whatever, if you guys want to check them out. And so that's who I like. So maybe some of you, if you check them out, you may or may not find them good, but that's who I like. So yeah, I think I just said Tim Pool, Days of Noah, that's DAYZ of Noah, like Noah's Ark, and Robert Phoenix. Who else? Those are like the top three, but there's others. Mr. Obvious sometimes, or Felix, that guy who lives in Japan.
Whoa.
People like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he ever someone who called into my show, the Felix guy who lives in Japan? Or?
No, I don't know about that.
Okay.
He's a pretty big YouTuber, kind of. I mean, not that. I mean, I don't hear him going on very many shows, but
okay.
Understood.
Yeah, and so the Days of Noah sounds almost like a religious theme. Is that the case?
Oh, you know what? This guy is Christian, but the thing about him, though, it's not even whatever your religious persuasion. The content of material, as far as the research, is pretty good. So it's good. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And in terms of, say, for instance, just out of curiosity, did Harolyn ever call in or ever talk? She never did she? She never tried to call in or be on any of the shows at all, right? Oh, shit. They took her down again. That's, it's...
Should come back on.
There we are. Now we're back. Yes.
Yeah, Harolyn has called into my show with
did?
her phone. Oh, this is like a few years ago. Yeah, she used to listen pretty regularly. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh wow. And well, I mean, that's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. It's good that she, that's healthy. That's healthy for her.
Yeah.
And yeah. And so aside from that, any other friends that we remember from the old days? I mean, obviously, Sean, and the fact that you met both him and his wife, I'm rather surprised. It's actually interesting to me because...
Well, don't forget, though, that I met, the very first time I met him was when I met you at the UFOCon, and his wife was with him. Right.
That's right.
But then after that, I met him down here at the Conscious Live, and then me and him became like he's friends with so many people, right? But I did become his friend in a way. You know, we did hang out, and we did hang out recently, not a lot, but you know, I mean, and we do text. We text each other 2 nights ago, just when he was on air. So I shot him a message. He wrote me back and extensively, and yeah, no, I mean, you know, and he really thanked me and a few people. Because when he was in jail, you know, we wrote to him regularly, kind of, you know, that kind of thing. And so that's why he took me and this other woman to Disneyland, him and his wife, and, you know, and then we went out to eat. But, and then, you know, we text each other occasionally. So yeah, we're still in contact.
Wow.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, he's back here. He's back down here in Orange County, but he's on the other side of me, like more like I'm up here on the border of Long Beach. He's more like down towards South Orange County where he's staying.
So that
right
horrible thing that was on his throat, is that gone? You've met him personally?
Oh, the tumor, yes. The tumor is gone. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He actually took it out himself with
Ooh, oh, how did he do that? Oh, shit, they cut her off. Okay, she'll be back on in a second. There we are, honey. You're back.
Okay.
Go on. Yeah.
Okay. Black Solve it can extract tumors, and it did for him.
What was it?
His cancer's in Black Solve.
Black Solve. So he put balm on it.
Yeah, he put it on top of the tumor, and it did go away.
Oh wow, that's incredible.
And he's in remission now. He doesn't actually have active cancer anymore.
Oh wow, incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So and that's miraculous. And how about his wife? Is she doing well health-wise?
She's I guess her health is better because she is working now at different events, you know.
Okay.
So yeah, I think she's doing okay.
Well, she was working with Disney in the past, and wasn't she involved? I'm sorry.
She was.
Yeah, yeah. And so was she able to get a job there again?
No, now she's working at SoFi Stadium.
Okay.
Down here in LA, you know.
Oh wow.
She's working as I think where else? Oh gosh, is it Anaheim? I don't know. She's working different things right now, but yeah,
okay.
she's okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. I'm so glad to hear that. And you know, very worried about her. She had the tumor in her brain and everything. Did they?
Yeah, I think she's okay now.
Okay.
You know, the miracle is her and him are pretty much cancer free.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
I mean, it's a miracle. He survived jail. He was in solitary confinement. He was in jail, like big time jail, and had cancer, and he survived everything. It's like really miraculous.
Yeah. Yeah. Did he ever catch COVID while he was in there?
I don't think so.
Right. Wow. That's incredible. So. Truly miraculous. How about yourself? Have you ever had any encounters with the COVID or?
You know what's weird? I've had some friends that have had it, but most of them survived, and I never had it. My mom never had it. But you know who? She didn't die.
Oh God, they cut her off. She didn't die. You'll come on in a second. Watch.
Hello.
There, she didn't die, and then you got cut off. Who was it? Didn't die?
No, my friend didn't die of COVID, but she did die. I have to mention her because you might have heard her name. No, my friend Noelle died. Do you remember the name Noelle?
Barely.
Okay. Yeah, she died this last April.
I'm sorry.
But she didn't have COVID though. But she had COVID before. But she had diabetes, a heart problem, and she had a lot of stress from people around her. So she died of that. Basically, that's what we think.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
I know.
Did I ever speak to her, or was she?
No, you never did. I think you remember her name a little bit, but yeah, you never spoke to her.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Mm-hmm. And how old was she?
Well, she died the day after her 54th birthday.
Oh my God. Oh, yeah. Jesus.
Yeah.
So sorry. Yeah. And
thank you.
And how about with has there been any other deaths of anyone we mutually know, or who was it?
Well, the only thing you do remember when Rectify died, right? You remember that?
Who was he again?
You know what? He was a host back on our station, and you guys had a funny interchange on your show where he called in with Heather, and then I think he took it well, but I think you called him rectal.
Did I really? Oh my fucking God. Holy shit. By the way, we can't hear you. As soon as she said rectal, she'll be back now. You'll be back now. The way this is working.
Okay, rectal.
Okay,
you called him rectal probe. Remember?
Oh my God! Did I really? Oh my God! Oh, I feel so bad about
you were
that.
being funny. No, you were being funny. It's okay, but no, he died like 3-4 years ago.
Oh my God!
He died of cirrhosis of the liver, and he was only 40.
Oh my God! It was he the Jameson Reese says, "Oh shit! I remember that. There you are. Holy shit!"
Yeah, you remember? Yeah, yeah.
And that poor guy. I like. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm like. I'm speechless. Oh, how did he, he had cirrhosis of the liver, and I barely remember this individual now, so he might have been one of the people who was helping with the technical stuff, right?
A little, well, not directly. He wasn't staff, but he was very technically savvy. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh my God. And what about your model friend, the Vietnamese girl who became the model, or whatever, Sarong or something? What was
it? You mean Sotavi?
Yes!
Yeah, I haven't spoken to her much. I just text her. Oh God, this was months ago, but I haven't spoken to her in a while. So I think she's okay, but I don't know too much. But
okay, yeah. And you hear that? Jesus, now that was quite the echo we got just there. If you're not hearing
wow.
it, yeah,
I heard that. It sounded like a parrot or something.
Yeah, bizarre.
That's weird.
Bizarre. Yeah, it was. For some reason, honey, they find you a threat. We haven't had all this interference until you came on, so they must find you.
I'm not even really saying anything that outrageous. I don't know, maybe, but maybe, but.
Oh my gosh. So
wow.
it's just you're being here. Well, it's like you said before, when you try to make something good happen, evil forces do their best to interfere. You remember when we were interviewing yourself about, of course, your Soka Gakkai,
right.
Buddhism, and how is that going? My understanding was you no longer participate, or what's happened with that?
Oh no, I mean I'm still connected, but just like any organizations, they have their issues. So I'm just kind of like whatever. I mean I'm part of it, but it's complicated. There's issues because I have to bring this. I guess I should bring it up. I'm not jabbed. You know what that means, right? Okay.
You can explain it for our listeners who don't understand it. Okay, feel free to explain it. It'll be fine.
Jabbed. I think people know what jabbed means, but anyway.
Yeah.
JABEBBED, like jabbed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You mean you're not vaccinated? Go on.
Yeah, and I okay, if you use that term, then that's fine. On my show I don't, but that's only because I worry that right? Like they're listening to that. But anyway.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. And this is what,
yes,
we had a young lady on earlier named Amalia Willard who was afraid that if she said certain things that would get, no worries here.
Right.
So go on. Yeah.
Okay. So, like Soka Gakkai, some of their centers, not all, but some require, the jab or the vaccine passport. And I thought to myself, no, like the one closest to me, I think does. And I'm just like, I can't. So they have like Zoom meetings in place of the one that if you can't go to a certain one, but whatever. So, I'm just saying, I know some churches do this too. So whether it be Soka Gakkai or church, whatever, if they have some of their places like this or some church.
Oh God, they got her again. By the way, the curious girl is in the chat. And she's saying Pluto in Aquarius potentials technocracy. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Technocracy.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
yes.
Go on, honey. Yeah. Go on.
No. That's a good point. So that's all I wanted to say about whether it be the SGI or church. Some of the places, they require this, and I'm just not into it.
Okay.
So that's about that part. But,
yeah.
As far as practicing a religion, that's separate to me. That's, whether you chant or pray or whatever, those are your own personal connections to your spirituality and religion. But, the physicality about going into a center or a church is a different matter to me,
Okay. And, share some of the good word of Soka Gakkai with our listeners. Tell them a bit about it.
The positive part would be to chant Nam-myoho-renge-kyo. It gives you a sense of peace, and it's like a manifestation as well. It's praying. It's like similar to praying too, and that's always a good thing to do. So if you whether people pray to God or they chant Nam-myoho-renge-kyo, that's all good.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
so, honey, aside from that, and obviously, I'm so proud of you that you've investigated care provision. I understand that the bureaucracy is incredibly difficult. I'm very proud of you that you managed to get at least some recognition for helping this lady across the street. How did
Oh
you?
well, no.
Yeah,
See, I have other clients, but
yeah,
through IHSS or whatever. But my
yes.
mom is
Oh God, they cut her off as soon as she said my mom. She'll be right back on in a second. The way this is working. Yeah.
I
Okay, she's
I
on.
don't know why.
Yeah.
Okay, no, the thing with my mom is different because my mom has private insurance. So the
Okay.
process to get her under my wing is complicated. But other people have different setups so I can get them on, easier. If they're on
Okay.
Medi-Cal or Medicare, it's just a straight application.
Amazing, amazing. And again, I'm proud of you for working with this. The system is not easy at all. It's
Mhm.
extraordinarily difficult to work with. So,
Well, IHSS, to their credit, has not been that hard. I have to say that's probably one of the few agencies to where it hasn't been a big problem for me. But other ones maybe are. But this one actually has been pretty smooth, fairly smooth. It's just that with my mom, because she has private insurance, is a different situation.
okay,
But the other people I got on, that I still have on board with me, it's still fine.
okay.
Hmm.
Wonderful. And so, honey, tell us a bit more about, say, for instance, what do people usually talk about when they call into your shows? What is the kind of what you would say would be the background topic, and then what would
You know,
be? Yeah,
uh,
go on. Yeah.
I'm pretty open with my topics. I'm pretty varied. I talk about many things like current events, astrology, health, um, politics to some point, the vaccine.
Uh-huh. Oh shit! They cut her off as soon as she said that. Oh,
And I should be coming back on,
yes.
or whatever. The educational system. I talk about a lot of things.
Okay.
Entertainment to some degree too. Yeah,
And
everything.
tell us what your impression is of this defamation trial with Johnny Depp.
I haven't followed it closely, but it does look to me like when those two got together, I guess, whatever, they were in a party mode, and then she's saying all these things that he did. I'm not so sure he did all that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. That's my take on it. But
Right. No, I think it's pretty hard to believe everything he's claiming.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Not that I'm following it either, but from what little bit I see. But
yeah.
yeah. And it seems like very much character assassination. It's
I think it is. Yeah.
yeah. And so yeah, that's pretty fucking lame. And he seems like a really repulsive individual anyway. Yeah, in so many ways. I'm sure you find him that way as well.
Well, I'm not. I'm kind of neutral about him, but I can see what you're saying.
Okay.
But I wanted to mention Madonna quickly because
Sure.
that video she did where she looked like she was high, she had plastic surgery. Not that I care about the plastic surgery part, but the being the high, people saying she's high. Yeah, I think that something's going on with her. That's kind of weird, though.
Okay. Yeah. You mean
Yeah.
like they felt she was high when she took the stand?
No, I'm talking Madonna. I'm sorry, I was talking about Madonna.
Oh, I thought she was brought
Not
in as a witness to the Johnny Depp defamation trial or something like that. But they were saying she looked high during a performance, a recent performance or something. Is that what was going on? Or, oh shit, they knocked her off again. Yeah, it's that Madonna will get us cut off every time. It's
Well,
yeah, we're back.
hi.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I just happened to just interject and mention Madonna because
Okay.
you were talking about celebrities. So I go,
Got
did
it,
you
got it,
see
got
the
it.
video?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
she people were saying she looked high during a recent performance.
video,
Video,
a
right.
video.
Okay. Well, why would that even be a surprise? I mean, is that
Well, it's not surprising, but the whole thing, her look, because the plastic surgery is very different, and
okay.
the look in her eye, not that she's never been high before, but that it was very apparent this time,
Okay.
like something's going on with her, but whatever.
Yeah, no. Got it. And so that's understood. So this is a little fun with entertainment industry. And
Yeah.
aside from the entertainment industry, so with what was going on with the vaccinations, I mean, well, maybe we shouldn't go there. I mean, it's like you say
It's
that.
up to you. It's
Oh,
really
oh,
up to you.
what? You say you've gotten better with the Morgellons a lot due to diet a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I did some protocols.
Okay.
I think cleaning the diet was a big step. But, I'm not over it per se, but I mean, I've gotten better. And, this is the kind of thing where it's trial and error for the individual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I very much appreciate your bringing that up. Is there any other details with the struggles of Morgellons syndrome that you'd like to share with people? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people out there who think they have it.
Is that true? Is that really true? Maybe?
Yeah, that's really true. Yeah, it's believe me.
No. Let me ask you. Let me ask you literally, because I'm not hearing that literally. But are you noticing people are claiming this more?
Yeah. I mean, look, I was reluctant to bring it up with Sarah Shields, but as soon as I really kind of, just articulated a little bit about it, Sarah Shields felt that she probably has it. So, I mean, it's not rare. I mean, basically, a lot of people think they have it. Yeah, believe me.
Well, I have to tell you, I think you're probably correct because, me and Nick on my show, we've discussed this and others where it seems to me like a lot of people have it because of the toxicity that's around us. Okay, whatever, whether it be chemtrail related, whether it be even other pollutants, in the air, water, food, whatever. So I'm not shocked.
Okay, honey. She should be coming right back now. Right, honey? Okay. Yeah, there you are. You're back.
Where did I get cut off at? What point?
It was just basically you're not surprised. And then it was right after that you got cut off. You're not surprised that other people...
Yeah, then I think I got cut off pretty good this time because I got into more about the difference between I think most people have it in their body because of, chemtrails, pollutants and all this. But, when you have it in the full-fledged form, it.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm getting a little better, but it's just like, how it manifests might be a little bit different for everyone, So it could be really weird to talk about the stuff that comes out of you, but, again, whatever, and I think that maybe more people feel they're getting it because they might be getting, oh, hello?
Oh, well, that's Jameson Reese is asking if you're Rh negative.
I'm not. I'm an O positive blood type.
Okay. We have the exact same blood type. Go on,
my
James.
question is, were any of your parents of negative?
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure, though. I don't think so, but that's just my guess.
I only asked because what I intuit in the very least is that you are targeted for whatever reason. That I have no doubt.
Okay.
Well, then let me ask you this, though.
Only because of how they're interfering with the broadcast.
Yeah.
It could almost they could probably because you saved Douglas's life, Ron.
Yeah,
honestly.
They probably hold that against you and will never forgive you for that. But go on. Yes.
Well, yeah, it's funny. But here's the real kicker. Okay, for those who've been vaccinated or whatever, they have parasites in them, And so I'm not saying Morgellons and the vaccinated people are exactly alike. I'm not saying that. But some things that are happening with vaccinated people, when I hear it, I'm like, well, they have a multiplicity of symptoms. So, which can happen with Morgellons, although obviously with Morgellons, you actually expel things out of your body, which not all vaccinated people do, but the vaccinated do have parasites in them though, implanted in them. So that's where it's similar in that way.
Well, you're not insinuating that everyone who gets vaccinated gets this, are you?
Not Morgellons, okay. No, but they have. Look, some people got placebos. So quite frankly, and you can't even, who even knows? They say you can tell by your lot number or your.
Oh God, they cut her off right there. Okay, honey, you should be back on in just a second, the way this pattern's working. So, let's see.
She was on a really good part too.
Yeah,
I was eager to hear this.
Well, it was honey. Holy shit. They really took her down this time. Holy shit. At any rate, fuck.
Yeah. That just adds more credence to what I suspected.
Hello.
Oh, there we are, honey. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Right as soon
that was
as
the
you said
longest.
the lot number, as soon as you brought up the lot number.
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
My goodness. Well, I better be quick with saying that. Yeah. Accordingly, there's supposed to be a lot and a batch number to your quote vaccine if you could find it online or somehow. And, again, some people got placebos, but whatever. If you got the real deal, you have some form of parasite in you from that. But anyway.
Okay. All right. That's well. And now I'll hear that noise. You hear that, Jameson?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's our NSA guy. That's our Jim Foreskin.
It's Jim Foreskin. Jim Foreskin. We had this old man who came onto, basically came onto us, and we let him,
Weird.
Yeah, we let him on the show. And he claimed he invested in a new microphone, which I'm sure he did, or he always had it. And, he was very weird. He was probably listening to us for a long time and actually on the calls without us bringing him on the calls for, before he came on kind of publicly and openly. And then while he was with us, he kept bitching about how much we were hurting him and were, rude to him and shit. And it just didn't make any fucking sense because, the guy was coming on bitching about his life and how his family had steamrollered him and shit, and then says we're cruel to him. And then, then basically blocked me and, and kind of, this was after, of course, promising to help me with, monetarily, which is what a lot of these guys do. It's just a psyop. Many of these people who make that claim are just trying to get your hopes up. So it was just altogether, I should have brought him up while Peter Moon and I were talking about trolling, but, I guess we can always go back to that. It's at some point in the future. I have a feeling that'll be an on-running theme. But
did Peter actually say anything about trolling? Because I don't remember.
I think
they got caught up into astrology at that point.
Well, he was, but he was taking it in the direction of people keep responding to Douglas Dietrich's cross-dressing, but I think that almost is not. It's not really hitting the point because the people who are stuck on that, they're stuck on that, right? There's nothing you can do about that. And then the question becomes, why are they here, right? I mean, either they're here to watch me cross-dress so they can get all excited, or or they'd stop, right? It's kind of like it's a 50-50 choice. You either stop looking or you keep looking, right? So there you go with that. It's a bizarre situation. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. But so that being said, honey, it was just a very funny thing altogether. It was more funny than anything else. This guy named Jim Forsyth, and he's probably listening in on us and probably providing us with the echo because he's got this fucking super microphone that picks up everything. So it's probably blasting back to us bits and pieces of our own transmission. And maybe his riding the bandwidth is what keeps knocking you off. It may be because, we've got so many people on the bandwidth, more than would be normal, and he's probably also siphoning off energy, for whatever into how would we call it? Transmitting the call to his controllers in Langley, Virginia or something. But anyhow, honey, so obviously you're under a lot of attention. I will tell people that when I interviewed Noreen Helphand about Soka Gakkai, at that time, our manageress for the station manageress was Kat Jenkins. And Kat Jenkins. Oh,
that's right, yeah.
Yes, she brought up the fact that she had never had a transmission ever that was interfered with as much as Noreen Helphand's interview with Douglas Dietrich. It was when Douglas Dietrich interviewed Noreen Helphand. And they did everything to knock us off. It was just, wretched. But, we carried through, and her, she carried on fine. You did great. Now, is Kat Jenkins still with us?
Oh, you mean, she's not with Rev Radio. She hasn't been for a while.
Okay.
I mean, I think she's still alive. I haven't heard anything different, but.
Right. Wait, do you remember what had happened was that there was somebody that Mike Ringley employed, and Mike Ringley, or rather a volunteer, and this guy was a out and out pedophile, and
that was Weisenberg, right? Weisenberg.
he was living
Right.
with Kat Jenkins.
Yeah, that time, yeah, and I think he did go to jail or something. Yeah.
Well, what happened was she was so frightened, she evacuated her own home. She abandoned
Right.
her own home and left him there.
I know.
And so that was a. Maybe you could tell us what you remember about that situation, so our listeners can understand what kind of environment.
Oh, that. Yeah, that was weird, huh? That was
Yes, to put it mildly.
Yeah. You're right.
And at that
Yeah.
time, everybody was. It was what the hell else was going on? It had to do with again. What was the model's name? So what's her name again? The Vietnamese model, Savani or something. Honey? Oh shit! They knocked her off again. Damn. This is, of course, we're getting into a hot topic here, so they'd have to. She'll be back on, right? Okay. Stop riding the band with Jim Foreskin. You know, you're eating up all of our fucking bandwidth. That's yeah. He's up there with his. Fuck, we may never get her back now.
He's doing something.
Yeah.
You know, it's just whatever it is, it's irritating.
Oh yeah, well that's his intent, right? That's all he lives for. This is his purpose in life. That and magic tricks before the kids. Tell everybody how Jim Forsyth used to do magic tricks for the kids.
Yeah, he was saying how he was doing these magic tricks for these girls outside or something.
Yeah, the disappearing elephant is what Peter Moon called it.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, and that's why he thought my promotional banners made everybody think that he was a pedophile.
Hello?
Oh, hey, honey. Okay, you're back. So, oh my God. So we were talking about. So I'm sorry. What was the Vietnamese model's name again?
Oh, Satavi.
Satavi. So Satavi was at that time somewhat. I'm sorry. Satavi. So anyhow.
You know what? She's not Vietnamese. She's Cambodian.
Cambodian. Yeah. Cambodian.
Yeah.
Thank you. Or Laotian. Laotian. My apologies.
Yeah. No, I don't think she was Laos. I think she was Cambodian. I think,
okay, yeah, my apologies.
Yeah.
So, and that would be
That's
much more
okay.
in keeping with the name, Savati, I think, or something, whatever
Right.
it was.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So-
that's not a Vietnamese email.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, honey. You're an angel. So she was at that time somewhat involved with Revolution Radio, and at that time there was this guy named
Right.
Pony, and Pony was all pissed
Right.
off because she was like had this guy in Australia who was trying to make the moves on her, and then all this went down while this guy was living with Kat Jenkins. What was his name again? The pedophile who got arrested?
Oh, Weisenberg.
Yes, so all of this was going on with Weisenberg, and what happened was I think Weisenberg was just talking to Savati, which got Mr. Pony from Canada all raged out to kill him.
Oh, I forgot about that aspect with
Yeah.
how that was involved with Weisenberg. That's
Yes.
true, Weisenberg, right?
That's right.
Mhm.
That's right. So Weisenberg maybe was going for Savati because she was very childlike looking, because a lot of Asian girls are petite. So it's like having sex with a child to a lot of white guys. So maybe that was going on. But whatever it was, he was just really talking to her. And that's when Pony from up north in Canada was coming down on him with a rage, saying that, basically he was going to kill him or threatening violence. And then all that was going down when suddenly he was uncovered as being a pedophile, as if it was the guy up north suddenly went through his records or something and exposed him. And then he was exposed while living with Kat Jenkins, who then ran away from her own home and left him stranded there in the home, where he was ultimately picked up by the police. It was something like that. You remember all that, right? Kind of, or bits and pieces of it. Oh shit, they took her off again. So fun with
Hello?
Revolution.
Hello?
Yeah, there we are, honey. Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm noticing something interesting with my screen too because I'm on my phone right now with you. And when I notice when I'm not on air, the screen goes back to like the screensaver. Then I have to flip it to push it up, and then I get back on air. It's kind of funny how that
Holy
goes.
shit. Yeah. So at least
Yeah,
you know a
it's
trick
kinda
now,
weird.
which helps with that. And
Yeah, that is strange though.
yeah.
It is kind of weird.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, honey, you have no idea that I'm just so happy to have you on, honestly, and we have to make this a bit more regular, perhaps. And
Yeah.
honestly, you're handling yourself very well. I'm proud of you. You've really learned to to speak well. You've learned to interact very well. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
And so, honey, so like I was saying, this was like life at Revolution Radio was full of this shit where you had, and Mike Ringley, of course, was infamous because he went on during some drunken period and said that he was making money through preggy porn, pregnant woman.
That was very strange.
Thank you. You remember that?
Yes. That's the strangest thing to me. That whole thing.
And then when I was trying to relay this, I can't remember who I was relating it to, whether it was Judith Thagard or Amanda Yude or Laura Lee Solomon or all three of them at once. I remember relating that, and they responded with, how much pornography do pregnant women consume? And I had to explain to them like they were children.
Oh
I said, it's not the pregnant woman consuming the pornography. They are the pornography.
No.
It's like, oh my God. This is like, it's like, see what I have to deal with. There we go, honey. And, oh God, they took her again. I can feel it. She's gone.
No, I should be here.
Oh, there, she's there. Yes.
Yeah.
So, honey, do me a favor. Can you right now, just how late are you able to stay up?
You know what? Actually, I was tired earlier, but now I'm okay. I can stay on a little bit longer. It's fine.
I was hoping you could stay with us to the top of the hour, which would make it about 1 a.m.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah. So
I think maybe almost. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
what time is it now?
It's 12:40. So you've got 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you can stay with us for 20 minutes, I was going to ask, Jameson, are you there? Let's see if we have lost him.
Yes. I'm here. I'm just trying.
Can you hold a conversation with this young lady while, I remember I told you before I really wanted to go puke and it has to do with all the drinking I did and everything else and all.
Gotcha.
I just need to, handle a bit of refreshing myself. And the two of you take the stage and you both seem to be doing so well. And I'm so proud to have you here, Noreen. And really, honestly, you're saving my ass just like you did back in Australia. So, you were born for this. And so love you dearly. And this young man will be your foil and just kind of go on. And I'm sure the two of you can handle the interruptions they throw at you. And I'll be back in about, 10, 15 minutes. Okay. And
all right.
Refresh myself. Thank you so much. I'll go mute.
Sure.
All right. So from what I did gather about the vaccine, that is supposedly people who are like Rh negative are getting bad reactions.
Wow. My goodness.
But I haven't noted that in, I didn't note that in myself. I mean, I got I'm probably like super vaxxed up. So, if these things are giving us parasites, then I am flooded. I'm like a I'm like a walking factory of parasites.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. Well, I don't know what to say because I'm speaking from my perspective, which others share it too, but then everyone else is different, and you have your situation. So, when did you, so you've gotten all of it. So you feel okay? I mean, so far?
Yeah, I feel all right. I mean, aside from the usual overindulgences, I seem to be holding together.
Well, that's good. That's good. I think everybody's different. Some people have gotten really ill. Some people have gotten nothing. They feel okay. It's varied, right?
Yeah. And I wound up getting COVID as well. So, I mean, that's
a downside to this, that I don't even think it makes much difference in lieu of that. So it's very strange to me about that part too, but whatever. Yeah, that happens.
Yeah. But, so have there been any strange occurrences or anything that you can share with our listeners?
Strange occurrences in terms of?
I guess just anything out of the ordinary. I guess anything your regular person wouldn't see on the news or something. Just anything out there, like
Oh,
paranormal stuff.
you know what's interesting? Just for a moment to digress a minute. How do I, usually on my phone, I have a mute option on here. Oh, wait, maybe if I push this. I don't know how to mute on here on this particular page because normally I can.
I don't think you'd have to worry about muting. It just, yeah.
Well, let me try something. Hold on.
All
Does
right.
that work? Oh, wait, no, that was recording. Oh, okay, that's different. Well, no, because you might have to speak by yourself for like a minute because I have to use the bathroom and I
All
can't
right.
mute
Gotcha.
myself.
Gotcha.
So I'll be right
All
back,
right.
okay? I'm just going to lay my phone down. I'll be right back. Thank
All
you.
right.
Okay.
All right. So here we, oh my gosh. And this is the time, folks, when, what do you know? The shit bots are hitting us, the sex bots. There we go. Tonight is definitely not my night. I can say that much. Wow. This today has been a massive kick in my ass. I've a spell that I tried to construct, and I'm lucky that I do everything by writing. Um, Whatever it is, it did not turn. It's now that I'm deconstructing it, because the thing about writing these things is that I have to go over it multiple times to make sure there's no inconsistencies. The last thing you want to do is to fuck something up that's going to uh, serve some kind of very important purpose for your well-being. Um, and that on top of a whole slew of other things going on right now, the fact that, my attention is not only pulled by these stupid fucking Russian bots, but, the fact that, we just couldn't get anyone on call. And, nobody wants to hear, I mean, let's face it, folks, nobody wants to hear the life of like some fucking occult practicing incel who just does nothing but write spells all day. I I got
Hi,
nothing
I'm
interesting.
back.
Oh,
You were talking
thank
about incels.
thank you for
But
coming
no,
back.
I want to hear you. You were saying something about incels. This is
No,
interesting. Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, nobody wants to hear about my life. My life is not interesting.
Oh,
So
you're calling yourself an insult? I didn't know that.
yeah,
Oh my God.
I'm not like one of those guys who hates women. I don't hate women. It's just I can't communicate. So I don't,
Hmm.
because I can't communicate
Mm-hmm.
properly.
Oh,
Uh, Nothing happens, and because I
just
don't know how to express
interesting.
my feelings, I'm alone all.
Oh,
So
oh,
that's it.
no.
So I spend that
I
time
see.
writing spells, casting spells, and sometimes doing artwork, or sometimes making
Mm-hmm.
music. But it's a
Oh,
lot of time spent alone.
okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and so for that reason, when it comes to trying to hold airtime, there's not a lot of interesting things I have to talk about
Oh,
because of.
that is, you sound interesting, but but I'm here now, so go. Sorry, go ahead.
Great, great,
Yeah.
great, great, great. Uh, yeah. So, yeah. I have you noted a lot of people falling ill or sick recently? Because I noticed, Peter Moon was talking about Peter Moon, and also I think,
Oh,
um,
you cut out a little bit.
oh,
You're cutting
interesting.
out now a little bit, somewhat.
That
Hello?
is so odd. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, now. Uh-huh. Yes.
Okay, okay. I don't know what's going on with that. I was saying, have you noted a lot of people getting sick or ill from like other things recently? Like, or people just
Oh,
feeling under the weather? Because I wonder if there's something strange going on.
oh, I mean, there's something strange going on that board. Um, Again, forgive me. I know you've been vaccinated, but it could be vaccine related, but I don't know that for a fact. I can't say that for a fact. I think that there's a lot of pollution, right, out there, and I think a lot of people are falling ill because of different types of pollutants. As I was mentioning earlier. So that might be something that is going on because the body is getting polluted with all this stuff, and that could be what's going on, what you're talking about.
That's a very astute observation. It's
Mhm.
I wonder how much of this is actually being facilitated also by climate change and whatever chemicals are in water, food, clothing, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, it's all of that. Or whether the term climate change, I like to use weather manipulation more, but climate change is more of a natural, I guess, progression, which is part of it too. But yeah, there's that and other things. And then, as I was mentioning earlier, toxicity, in food supplies. Yeah, the water, the air, water, and food. That I honestly, because there's been an increase in cancer and diabetes and other illnesses in the last 50 years or more. So we're all related to this toxin issue. hmm Definitely.
Yeah, that's well. I mean, we've also got a lot of things. A lot of environmental. We've also got a lot of imbalances going on. I mean,
Oh
we were
yeah.
just mulling over, all these massive seaweed, this invasion of like algae that's been going on all over the
hmm
place, and
Right.
that's a sign of like not enough oxygen in the water.
Right. hmm Yeah, definitely. There's strange phenomena going on. Ultimately too, the children suffer, and they're they're trying to make it to where future generations will be infertile. It's another issue, so that's part of it too.
Yeah, that well, that's probably going to happen as a result of the effect of plastics and how
That
they
too.
sort of and how all these plastic chemicals, these forever chemicals, sort of mimic estrogen, and
Right.
they've actually done studies where they've found that around the world. This is going to sound strange, but there's supposedly the male penis size is getting smaller. So
Is that
this is
true?
yeah, as insane as it sounds. What they're saying is that this might have to do a lot with like
The
the
estrogen.
chemicals. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And
Oh
so,
yeah, because a lot of young men now have breasts. Breast meaning they have that disorder. So yeah, I can understand that different parts of the body are affected with this. Yeah.
yeah, and it's like, no one's putting any restrictions on these industries that are, marketing these chemicals. The Dow chemical industries must have killed more people than anyone on the planet alone.
I agree with you. But the sad part of this, Jameson, is that all these companies, they're part of a global agenda. I mean, everything is McDonald's, Dow, um, the Gap, whatever, Victoria's Secret. They're all now part of a globalist agenda, and this is why they're able to do what they do to us.
And so the question is, how much of this is just the lack of restriction on the industries, and how much of it is actually something planned by a group of people? That's
I think
that's
it's
another thing.
both. I think it's both. I think the group of people quote that run this situation, they make it to where there's stipulations and issues, that create chaos and disintegration and falling apart of these, paradigms that we know of, basically.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I'm certainly one of the things I hope come out of these times is the tendency of people to stand up against it and
Mm.
try to
Yes.
turn this
Oh,
stuff
yeah. Right
around.
now is the time. Right now is the time to do that. Definitely. Yeah, I have my show, whatever, but yeah, it's time for people to just share it, even with your friends, if you can, your neighbors, whatever, about, what's going on. And I've been lucky. Most of my neighbors have been really receptive, and some of them even already know. But yeah, it's just, that's what's going on.
That sounds really good. Do you live in a type of community where people are like more close knit?
I'm not sure if close knit is the term, but some of us who our parents have owned houses here for a long time or whatever, or they've lived around here, we do communicate and we're in communication. Some of us are. But the newer people that have moved into the area on the street, not as much. But yeah, I would say that close knit could describe something of this neighborhood somewhat. Yeah, a little bit.
Right. That's a fortunate thing because
Yes,
if you're in a place with strangers and there's no one to
right,
communicate with, then
right.
things, I can imagine things would be a lot more difficult, in a way.
Yeah, the irony, like I said, half of the street, the inside half of it, some of the people are new. I don't know them at all. They don't know me. But then others that have been around a long time, we know each other. And with some people I have more regular communication with than others. But I think it's good that at least half of us know each other. That's really important, like you said. So I do feel really sorry for people who live in apartments. It's not their fault, but they may not be able to establish communication because people move in and out of apartments at a more faster rate, than even a house. So that's the nature of that. But yeah, well, I don't think those, I'm not anti-apartment, but I
Yeah.
am anti-overdevelopment. So I think the problem is we have overdevelopment and, people transition in and out of a large apartment complex over time. Yeah, you don't really, unless you happen to strike up a friendship that's ongoing, that can happen. Other than that, yeah, apartment life has become somewhat transitory. So, a house or a condo is a little bit of a better situation depending, but
Yeah, it's because they use that sort of Robert Moses strategy of like hostile architecture and just like
yeah,
stacking.
that's an interesting theory. I have to look that up again. You're right. Yeah,
Yeah, they
that's
literally
interesting.
just they stack people on top of each other,
Yeah,
and cluster them in ways where the instead of having an open setup, it's an isolating setup.
exactly.
So instead of creating an apartment where people can gather and interact with each other, they make it more like a prison, and you're in your own cell.
Yes.
And
Oh, yeah.
they've constructed these things. They've gone so far as to incorporate the psychological hostility
Right.
into the architecture of buildings.
You're absolutely correct. That is the nature of modern apartment living, and I think the irony is, I think in the old days, people living in apartments still managed to somehow interact more. But I think now, because people are, so hooked up to their phones or whatever, they're really trying to push this virtual existence, through your phone, through your computer. And that, we're already enmeshed in it now. But, what they want to do is to literally, transmute the human being into that apparatus, so forth, however they do it. They have different ways of doing this, but yeah. So this is where people have to be very, very, very watchful about this because not just for themselves, but their children, grandchildren, and so forth, because this is really, a very, very important time right now to pay attention to all this, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. And
Hmm.
I have no doubt that the repercussions of that sort of virtual escapism is going to make it so that people are less socialized and less used to dealing with each other on a
Yes.
face-to-face level.
Well, yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and the only outcome I could see of that would be more violence, things,
Yep.
things that are just more heinous and things that are just more horrible than,
Hmm.
if people were, socialized to
Correct.
communicate, in person.
Correct. You're absolutely correct. But the even more heinous than that is the fact that this transhuman agenda to merge man with machine and the computer is where the person lives a life that is virtual. That is unbelievable. But that's the ultimate goal. I'm not here to say that that will occur. Okay, who knows what will happen? But that is their goal. So they do want that kind of bizarre existence for human beings. And that's something we have to very, very much go against.
I agree. And to a degree, that is sort of where I think Michael Aquino was trying to direct things
Wow.
when he was like planting taking parts from car accidents and whatnot and putting them in airlines so that the spirits of the departed would be bound to like physical objects and whatnot. So I mean, and there's a lot of study, from what Douglas was talking about in the last two transmissions, where they were going into the nature of the soul, and the sort of the sort of trinity of the triune nature of like man,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that there is something that if a death is too violent or if a death is too dramatic, what happens is the sort of consciousness gets trapped in this sort of area and haunts an area, and I'm sure they can do this with objects as well. um
Mm-hmm.
the the uh the plane that was crashed by the people that was supposed to hit like oh my gosh, during 9/11, the that
Oh,
that
the
passenger
field.
plane.
You mean that the Pentagon or whatever? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
mm-hmm.
That
So, both
yes.
of you kids, I've survived, and go on, by all
Oh,
means.
hi.
You're doing fine. Everybody continue. What was it you were talking about, 9/11? Yes, come on.
Oh yeah, we were talking about you remember that plane that was down? You said that when people were guarding the parts that they were seeing all types of apparitions and whatnot.
Absolutely. Yes.
And I was just alluding to that because the whole idea of the transhuman, of trapping man and machine, that sort of drives home the perfect example or analogy of it. And this is something I think Michael Aquino was really trying to create ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
A binding of the spirit into matter. Of course, this is a very how would you put it? This is a very left-hand path modality, of
Mm-hmm.
course.
Mm.
So, in terms of I'm sorry, were you both speaking of transhumanism before I came here? Because there's a term that was
Yes.
used by
Mm-hmm.
Amalia Willard, and I just don't believe that most people are really using that term with any understanding of it, or I believe they have a misunderstanding of what that term
Yeah,
means.
I'm
And
I'm not looking at it from the transhumanistic perspective. Rather, it's the sort of technocracy and their
Mm-hmm.
desire to hook everybody into these virtual worlds. I'm just like kind of looking at I'm looking at it as a sort of analogy as to where I don't know. I just see parallels.
okay,
Yeah.
and
I don't know if they're appropriate parallels, but it's like the idea of there is some irony to like spirits being able to be human spirits being able to be trapped in objects, and people being trapped in a virtual world.
mhm.
Right, right. That's what their goal is. And, that's something that we have to prevent. Or I don't think we can or cannot. It's not about that, but that is definitely something that what I was saying earlier, right, was that people have to be watchful of this because this is their goal and this would not be good. So, this is what we have to be watchful for.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. Now, by this, do you mean like an ultimate vision that they might have would be kind of a Matrix dystopia?
That and also me and James were talking about the eventually trapping a person into a virtual reality. That's their life.
Mm-hmm.
Because their body is somewhat or in certain ways merged with the machine, merged with the computer or the cell phone or the chip or whatever. So, it starts with surveillance and tracking, and then it goes into just a virtual reality where this is why people, don't need, in that scenario, they don't need to necessarily leave their home. It's a very strange existence. But that's not a natural existence that, mankind is not supposed to have that.
Okay.
So,
Mhm.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
so okay, go on. How
So
were you?
it's like us being a social species, without people being socialized into being able to encounter each other face to face, I was just predicting that we'll probably see spikes of violence everywhere because of, a lot of people not knowing, just not knowing how to communicate. Especially with some of the more extreme astrological alignments that we probably have ahead of us.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
Yeah.
so both of you are doing so well with this. So go on. Yeah.
And I can see the sort of Mercury retrograde in Gemini playing a
Right.
big role in that.
Mm-hmm. Yes. There you go.
And,
Yes, it's in the 9th house. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when you use the term transhumanism, honey, how do you define it?
Oh, just like I said earlier,
Okay.
natural man being merged into forms of machine or the machine. So that would be variations of, which would be your cell phone, your computer, microchip, some way in order to, I guess, alter the body or the mind or the body, but the mainly to hook it up into this system.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big part of it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I mean, I'm slow, so I wasn't really absorbing a lot of what you were saying. And so go on. What were you going to say there, Jameson?
It's a sort of slave circuiting the human
Right.
mind to the computer so that people could just pay more and more money for digital shit that they don't need. And it's a way to just like rip all the capital from people. So it's like, there used to be a time where you can buy a game and you own it and you play it for the rest of your life. Now you have to unlock this for this period of time, and it goes on and on and on. And TikTok, we have them like shortening the attention span of people, and although there is some grim humor to be taken in the sort of stupidity that people are willing to subject themselves to just to become popular on, of all things, a platform that was launched by communist China with the intention and weaponized to turn Americans into more degenerate creatures than they already were.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so honey, when it comes to say for instance the anti-Asian violence that has come with COVID, could you address some of this from what you may have known or seen? Obviously you're an Asian Pacific Islander American young lady, and obviously you're potentially vulnerable, so can you share with us any experiences of people you know or anything that may have happened?
In terms of, are you talking about transhumanism?
No, I kind of flipped over to anti-Asian violence and the anti-Asian prejudice that came with COVID. That was...
I think that I believe from what I've researched that a lot of that came from criminal-minded people. Your average person is just not into attacking random Asians. I think those were already criminals with records that was... or derelict, homeless, so that kind of people is really behind it from my research. Your average person's just not into that. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, the criminal element, is run amok in a sense, right? Homeless, whether they be homeless or not, and that's a lot of the attacks on Asians were more from that, I think. Mm-hmm. So the more talk about COVID, which honestly somewhat is related to China, but I don't want to put it all on China, but, and so these criminal-minded people who really want to just beat up people, rob them, they took advantage of it. And yeah, that's kind of the basis of it, I think. Mm-hmm. Sadly. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so, by the way, you've done so well with so much of what you discussed. I'm certain that we have many more questions to ask. And in terms of... Yeah. And go on with yours, Jameson. Any come to your mind right now? By all means.
Well, to reinforce what she's saying, it's like people who are just opportunists. Mm-hmm. They when a certain population would be targeted by the media or like something, and Trump played a big hand in that, unfortunately. And of course, I don't think he gave a shit, but yeah. when you have a group of people targeted like that, then they become vulnerable. And people who are violent, they prey on vulnerable people more likely than not. They're not going to try to fight someone who's more violent than they are. They're not going to try to go after someone who's stronger than they are.
Right,
They're
because a
gonna,
lot of these victims were older people, so you got it exactly. Well, you know, they might be holding purses and yeah, all that. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, and but you yourself, have you ever felt in danger or that something bad could happen? Has anyone, have you feel that anyone's ever been threatening to you at any time that you were just out and about?
No,
Okay.
I mean, but myself, see, I look at this from a bigger picture. I think all of us, everybody is a target in this agenda. They're going to target everybody in some manner because they want to depopulate a lot of the world's population anyway. So, you know, um, and whoever's left over is going to be the digital slaves, I guess. So, you know, we're all kind of, I mean, I think us here on the call will probably be dead before they really move on with this, but I'm seeing those left over, and I'm being very general. Yeah, no, most people, most humans, unless you're very, very wealthy and on the top of the heap, which is just it's not most people, right? So, you know, you're protected if you're a part of that group, but who is that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You know, I think your average person is not protected at all. So, to anything at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And
well,
so
if
go on, James.
anything, this system is a natural course in our human evolution, and whatever nature is transforming us into, we have to be mindful to remember that we are not outside of nature. And
Right.
this is something I like to emphasize because people talk about, the wild. We're doing this, we are of nature.
Hmm.
So, no matter how disconnected we are, that could be just our natural state in our evolution. Our disconnect from the harmony with the natural world around us could be just another expression of, where nature is experimenting. Because it experiments, and it doesn't always experiment in ways that are rational. And it's interesting
Hmm.
watching, certain channels about videos about certain animals and whatnot, because you'll see how some creatures do get the short end of the stick.
So,
Hmm.
so honey, what are your normal sleeping hours?
You know, I'm not. There were cycles when I was younger where I was a night owl. I'm not as much now, although occasionally I will stay up. But I don't know. My average would be maybe I don't know, sleep by 11 or 12, just generally, but not always, and then get up about maybe 7 or 8. But that
Okay.
really depends on what's going on.
Okay.
Depends.
So you do have a fairly flexible schedule then.
I do now. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's amazing.
Somewhat.
That's amazing.
Well, because a lot of reasons, because I take care of my mom now and I'm home quite a bit more, right? And I do have clients, but, as far as like, I'm not saying I'm afraid of COVID. It's not that, but ever since this whole COVID thing, a lot of us, or me, myself, whatever, have been staying home more just because things are different. And, it's not whatever. And I am more home more because of my mom, whatever. So, I don't know how to explain it. I just, I don't have as much of I have a schedule, but it's not that rigid. It's flexible in a way, kind of. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
Somewhat.
Oh, that's great. And
I am happy about that. I do enjoy it and like it.
thank God.
For whatever it's worth.
And I'm happy for you. Yes.
Thank you.
I'm glad things have worked out so well for you. And, really am. And it certainly took some work on your part. Now, oh my God, I was really concerned about your health for a while there because I remember one time I was... oh my God, it was just, you haven't had any blackouts or anything like that, right? Nothing?
No, not like that. But
yeah. And
Are you talking about my Morgellons, or I wasn't sure what you're referring to?
oh gosh, well maybe we should speak about this privately. It's just the way I remember it. One time you and I were on the phone together, and then oh my God, it was you suddenly wound up on that island in the middle of the street. Do you remember that? The car, you were in the car, and then you were, yeah.
That was driving, which that hasn't happened to me in no.
Oh my God, that was scary. Yes.
Wow.
See, I do remember everything about you. Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
Even things I don't remember. Just kidding.
Yes.
But so no, no. And the irony about driving, which I think this is not unusual, but because gas prices are so high that I'm glad I'm not driving as much. So that's kind of a plus. But whatever. I mean, I still drive, but
right.
It's like.
No, it's probably for the best, honestly, that, the way that, but, okay, honey, and with your gifting us with your presence tonight, honestly, you've made this bearable, what otherwise would have been very hard to get through. I just had to certainly get my head out of my ass and try and move my way towards monologue. I should be doing that soon, but not too soon. Right now, while we're gifted with your presence, and as long as you can stand it, we'll certainly carry on the conversation. And I'm just glad to find out that you're attuned to a kind of biorhythm that suits you. And that but you're basically surviving. And what about aside from that? Did Harolyn stay with Soka Gakkai, or was she ever was she ever really apart, so to speak?
Oh, okay. I think she's kind of branched out into different things. So I don't know if she's still with them either, but she was into this Indian guru guy for a while too. So I'm not really sure what she's doing right at the moment with that. But
okay. There you are with that. Oh my gosh. Well, kind of unfair of me to keep bringing her up, but she was a mutual acquaintance of both of us. Was there anyone else that both of us knew that that died or anything like that? Like, oh my God, did I mean, obviously, for those of you who don't know, this young lady lives in Los Angeles, which is the largest population of Asian Pacific Islander Americans in the United States. I
thought that San Francisco was larger.
Hawaii. It would be most concentrated. Yeah. It would be most concentrated in San Francisco. Hawaii would be like probably the you'd have like a solid Japanese majority on one of the islands and a Filipino majority on another. I would have to look at my ethnic map to just, and there are such things, I would have to look at that just to ascertain which. I don't remember offhand. But in terms of Los Angeles, generally the most Asian Pacific Islander Americans.
It really is. Yeah.
So you would be less prone to be threatened there than in other places. There's at least that advantage, but nevertheless,
I don't even think it's an ethnic thing. Again, I think this is about a targeting because of, like he was mentioning the term opportunist. So opportunists are in every area depending on what they're up to. So I mean, I'm looking at it like that too. It could be anywhere as far as like opportunity. You talk about criminal behavior. Yeah, this gets to be kind of strange like that. But yeah, it's weird. He's weird. It's definitely weird.
Yeah. Well, these are strange times, and they are, times which we have to support each other. So let's be supportive towards each other in times like these. And with that having been said, tell us what you think we should be paying attention to. What is it that comes to your mind that you feel that that we should all be kind of paying attention to, on the lookout for?
Yeah. Well, before I get into that real quickly, we were talking about just mentioning, Asians around here, and I was just thinking about DNA testing. The reason this came up is because I was thinking about your background. Before the Ancestry.com thing was popular, you were telling me about your background. Did you ever get your DNA tested? Did you ever do any of those kits?
I never felt the need to. My genealogy is actually pretty straightforward. So I mean, if somebody were willing to pay for that for me, but it'd have to be something serious. Those kits are like nothing. The kits are like, I mean, help me out here, Jameson. These kits, when you get them and they tell you, it's especially when they're dealing with haplogroups. I mean, a haplogroup is like so extremely wide a target. That's like,
they tell you to spit in a vial.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally, what are you going to tell from that?
Yeah.
I mean, I actually wanted to conduct an experiment by sending a sample of one of our cat's saliva.
That would be a legitimate experiment, and I bet you'd still get human results. Go on. Yeah, go on.
Just to see what they would come up with, and to claim it as some family member, come up with like a fake email address and all this other stuff, and just see what happens.
Yeah. Just a lot of that stuff just isn't valid. I mean, the real DNA test, now granted they're getting cheaper with time, but it's not rapid light speed cheap with time. It's like it'll take some time before they're really accessible, and the majority of real solid DNA tests, you're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I wondered about that myself, as far as like, and it's funny you brought up the cat. That would be interesting, really. Mm-hmm. That would be amazing if what they come up with that, right?
Oh yeah, and I'm sure that they'd say the same shit. They'd say, "Oh, he's got some Egyptian background, some relations who are British." It'd be like the same shit. That they say about everyone. It's almost like they just have what would you call it? Some kind of spin machine, and I mean, literally, like you did the old things they used to spin, like Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, like the centrifuge.
Yeah, where they I don't mean like centrifuge to divide your DNA. That adds some technical sophistication. I mean like a spinner like they had Vanna White working with on Turn the Vowels. All right, it's just they got something like that.
Oh shit! They randomly generate it using some algorithm or some shit.
I can almost guarantee that, because it doesn't make any sense, the shit that they come up with. You'll have somebody who's like comes straight out of Blackest Africa, and they'll say something like, "Oh, you have Viking relations and shit," and it's like it's just crap. It's and people buy into this crap and start saying, "I'm proud of my Cambodian heritage" and shit, and it's some blonde-haired, blue-eyed motherfucker with a chin so straight you could draw it with a T-square. I mean, it's bullshit.
But it is true, though, that people see. It is true that there are people that don't look a certain way, that they do have something different in them. That does happen, though.
Oh, of course.
That actually does. Yeah.
Of course. But don't forget this also. I mean, people talk about political agendas. I mean, there was this one Nordic-looking, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Swede-looking motherfucker who was going around on, public broadcasting service, and he's like hugging every motherfucker out there who looks like, some guy looks like he just crawled down from the trees and shit, and he's like saying, "Yeah, this is my relative." Then he grabbed some motherfucker who was like, looked like a Mongolian caricature, and said, "This is my relative," and, we're all...
Is he basing it on the DNA test? Because, again, I'm not saying those tests are accurate or not.
Oh, no, that wasn't based on no DNA test. That was just based on political...
you know what, though?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, well, that's something weird. I'm talking, like, people who actually do have, different, unusual, whatever. I know people that have taken these tests that were surprised at what they came up with, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, but that's part of the bullshit. I mean, obviously there's some people who are going to be like, "Wow, I never knew I had that in me." Obviously there's going to be somebody like, say for instance, former slave owners who look really white, and then they take some DNA test and, "Hey, you got some black blood in you." Okay,
you know what? Let me tell you, that happened to a close friend of mine. When she was younger, this is weird. When she was younger, she knew, even though she didn't grow up with her dad, she knew on her dad's side that there was an actual black slave from whatever. Okay, I don't know how long ago. Yeah. She knew this when she was a child. Then when she did the DNA, it was confirmed.
There you are. There. Now, that makes sense. So every once in a while, maybe these things can... and it depends on the cost of the DNA test, the repeatability.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask her which one that was, because she did meet relatives from that she talks to right now. Actually, it's interesting. Both black and white. It's really interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah,
very
no,
interesting.
definitely. I appreciate that. And what brought this up? You were just kind of interested to see if I've verified anything about my
Because I
background?
remember you were saying that you're generally German, Chinese, Japanese, and a little bit Native American. So I just was wondering if you ever had your DNA done. That's all. No big
Oh,
deal.
right. No. Valid question. And again, we'll talk about that as the future progresses. So you see, the point is, if the man who raised and guided me, the chief petty officer of the U.S. Navy, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, if he were my biological father, I would indeed have some Native American blood in me, about 1/8, which would legally make me a Native American because, they're all basically exterminated. So there's they have to count down to that level in order for the United States to avoid being called a genocidal nation. That way they can say, see, we still got some left, even though they're only about 1/8 in bloodline.
Well, you know what I think happened with the Native Americans? They were exterminated, but it was also a lot of it was their bodies couldn't they had no resistance to diseases that were from everywhere. So there's a lot going on. But yeah, there's a whole situation with that after many years
I understand what you're saying, honey, but of course the Europeans knowingly brought these diseases and they knew these
I think some people did, but I think a lot of people just came here and they had it in their bodies and they, because from what I read about these diseases, this is kind of like how it happens when people travel to it's a lot of complicated stuff.
I understand what you're saying. And it's valid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just
it's all of it.
Yeah, they're just bringing diseases with them because that's just they're.
Well, no, that's just part of the traveling man. But it's just and then what happens? I think with what happens with diseases is sometimes they could be used as tools, but that the human that has it in them just has it in. It's kind of weird setup. But I know it's so strange. It's weird.
Right. I mean, let's just admit it, honey. Most of the Europeans were just foul. They didn't bathe, so they really. But
that's how people all over the world were. The Japanese are exception of everybody, I think. But
well, the Native Americans bathed, honey. The Native Americans, It
depends on the tribe. I think some did. I think I don't know. Maybe a lot. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have to study that. I don't know. Maybe they did.
Sure, honey. Yeah. No. I appreciate what you're saying. At any rate, what I can tell you is that basically I didn't talk about this much at Revolution Radio because there was really no time. We had only 2 hours a day, and it was only twice a week, and I had to concentrate on subjects as fast as I could. Our man Chris Collins was listening to a lot of those past Revolution Radio transmissions, and he says some of them are extraordinarily intense because there was so much I had to fit into just a few hours. But definitely one of the things I didn't have time to bring up was my genetic background, my genealogy to any great degree. I tried to explain to people a lot about the Native Americans, and I relate to them. Certainly, I respect the man who raised and guided me. I respect all of his genetic background.
Oh, you mean your dad? Your dad wasn't really your dad after all?
He almost certainly wasn't because, and I tried to allude to that several times when I was on Revolution Radio, but there was just no point. So finally, what I did was I brought up kind of the reality of my genetic background later, and I knew it would cost me. I knew it would cost me support that I had at the time. I had a sponsor who was providing me $100 a month for a long while, and I lost her immediately. Soon as
why just because your dad wasn't your dad? That's kind of I don't understand what happened at all.
It's because of the complexity of the background. Basically, my mother, of course, was very young. She was a child prodigy. She, of course, had the royalty in her background. So because she came from the Chinese and Japanese background, and she was, of course, her father was a Chinese man who married a Japanese woman in Tokyo.
I remember that,
and so that was quite exceptional. One of the reasons it happened was because he had a background that was effectively royalty, so the Japanese recognized that and cultivated it because they were establishing ties, as you know, with Manchuria and the Manchurian royalty. And
Mm-hmm.
so in his case, basically, many hundreds of years ago, during the reign of the first Chinese emperor, the first Chinese emperor, the Emperor Qin, whom the name China derives from,
Oh, okay.
he tried to find immortality, and he dispatched an alchemist to retrieve immortality from the western islands of Japan. And he said that he was prepared to sacrifice many thousands of children to do this. He gave this alchemist many thousands of children to experiment with, and the alchemist did not want to do this, so he essentially escaped with all of the children to Japan. He helped to found a dynasty in Japan. So a lot of people understand the Yamato dynasty, and they understand that the Yamato dynasty has existed for many thousands of years. And what they failed to grasp, of course, is that Japan is very similar to England in the sense that there were dynasties that warred with each other. And when it came to the wars in England, such as the War of the Roses, these warring dynasties decided who was emperor and, or rather king in England. And this brought about, of course, great changes in their society. In Japan, that war was between two dynasties. Now, you've heard of some of these later in history, where, of course, the empress and the Eiki, if you remember, I don't know how familiar you are with Japanese history, honey, but do you know anything about Eiki, Heike, the Eiki dynasty?
I'm not familiar with every dynasty, but I kind of get the gist of what you're saying. So
the Kyushu dynasty was the southern dynasty that was established by the Chinese alchemist in Japan. Later on, the Yamato dynasty overwhelmed them, and they returned to China. So it was from that dynasty that my mother's Chinese father was descended. Does that make sense? So that's why the Japanese, in terms of allowing him to marry a Japanese woman, it was a reunification of those two royal houses. So there's that background from that side. But because she was privileged and because she was born of nobility, then because she was gifted and very much a prodigy, then at a very young age, by Western standards, about the age of 17, she served as a translator and an interpreter because she had already picked up several languages by that point in her life. So she was dispatched by the Japanese to go to Germany, where she met Adolf Hitler and served as a translator with the Japanese dignitaries.
Oh, wow, I didn't know this.
Yes, so
I did not know this.
One of the photographs that she took was one that I later released. But one of the things the emperor asked her to get was Adolf Hitler's sperm and a sample of it because he was a marine biologist. Don't forget, Emperor Hirohito was a marine biologist. And he felt by getting the sperm of a world leader that he would be able to have a hold over Hitler, that he could present him later with grandchildren that could have been potentially born of essentially like test tube babies carried in another woman's womb. It would simply be like a surrogate motherhood. And so whatever purposes he had in mind beyond that, I don't know what was ever done with the original vial, but she collected more than one sample.
Wait a minute. The timeline is confusing to me because
the sperm holds in refrigeration, honey. It can hold for 100 years.
No. I'm not talking about that. The timeline about your mother's age at this time, because what year was she born in?
She was born in 1923.
That's right. I remember because my dad was born then, and so was my friend's dad. So 33, 43. Oh, so she was very young when this occurred. Okay.
Yes.
Didn't he die in the 40s? So I'm thinking something. Okay. All right.
So they say he did.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Don't forget, there's still controversy about that.
Yeah, I know.
But the sperm she collected, some of it was sent back to Tokyo. The other she maintained in refrigeration and sent it back in the refrigerator.
What do you mean she collected from Adolf Hitler? How did this happen?
It wasn't too hard, honey. She just basically got him into the right situation where she could give him a blowjob. It wasn't that difficult.
Well, no, but I mean, this is a very strange, interesting story or situation. Wow.
Oh.
Okay. I'm not saying it didn't happen. It is odd, though. All right. Okay.
It's not that odd when you think of the people involved, when you think of Hitler and Hirohito and just how these people worked. And Hirohito was a marine biologist. He thought in terms like that. The collection of sperm wasn't something perverse. It was more like something that, don't forget, the Japanese are very much into familial bloodlines. Every Japanese anime is just how would I say it, saturated with family lineage. Is an enormous part of any Japanese story, even if it's meant for children. So the idea of having someone literally by the balls, so to speak, it's not an illogical thing to do. When you not only that, it was potential blackmail. So she made certain to take a photograph of him in a kimono, which was never released by the Third Reich. And when I released it later, then of course a massive campaign was unleashed to try and discredit it. But no one has ever been able to discredit it. They just try and attack and say, "Oh, it's me. I was in a costume for Halloween." Assholes come out online and say that, but of course it's all bullshit. It's a historical photograph. Yeah, so aside from that, when my father was almost certainly rendered sterile, bear in mind that George Joseph Henry Dietrich, and this is a matter of record, the chief petty officer of the U.S. Navy who raised and guided me, was married 4 times before he married my mother and was unable to have children with any of those wives. It wasn't because he was impotent. It was simply because he was probably sterilized by all of the atomic bomb tests that he was exposed to while he was in the Navy, both at Eniwetok, Bikini Atoll, the various tests that took place. My father was there. And so at any rate, all the other wives that he had couldn't bear him any children. He married my mother and suddenly had 2 children. One of them was out of wedlock. That was my sister. And then, of course, there was myself. Now, in both of those cases, she told me later on that she had just basically used the sperm she had taken from Adolf Hitler to have children because she wanted. Are
you kidding? No. So your sister and you are Adolf. You guys are the. Really?
Yes. I brought this up, and that, of course, I knew I would lose sponsors when I said that because they would just say.
I think it's amusing and interesting. It's kind of shocking. I mean, it's just interesting. Wow. Okay, go ahead.
Well, that's pretty much it. I mean, I could go on about some other details, but that's pretty much it. I mean, I could bring up interesting facts like when my sister was born. The man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, thought she was so brown and hairy. He thought she looked like a little Filipino to him. So he thought my mother had actually had sex behind his back while he was out at sea. And it was when I was born, then he felt I looked exactly like him, which was blondish. And certainly that was what impressed him. And so then that hair changed with time. But nevertheless, the one thing that's most noticeable is as I became his care provider and was taking him to hospitals, I remember several times the nurses would just have no sense of tactful ability to communicate. They would just say things like, "You two don't look alike," or something like that when they would see my father and myself, which was, yeah, anyhow, it was then my mother would show up and they'd say, "Oh, you look like her." And it was like, and these are white nurses. We're not talking about Filipino nurses that, may have been more primal in their response. These were like European descended Caucasian nurses that would act like this. So it's amazing how people are and how they have no sense of tact. But yeah, there you have that. It's ironic because all the while I was trying to contact Native American tribes and trying to get in on some benefits from the Native Americans, I couldn't get anywhere because they are so incestuous. They're so locked into themselves that they are just they're expelling people. As you know, it's like they're getting smaller and smaller as a
Mm.
yeah, as a community, and just really withdrawing, and the tribe that
As the Ancestry.com tests proliferate, maybe that's why it's gay, right?
yeah,
Too
no,
many people going, look at my Ancestry DNA shows this, and then they're like, sorry, we got too many of those.
no, that makes sense. Thank you. No,
Yeah,
thank you. I mean, touche.
yeah,
I mean, that makes
yeah.
perfect sense. And so, the tribe that my dad, or the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, was likely affiliated with, was the Mandan tribe. And they were like, I might as well have been trying to contact people on Mars. It's just, there's no response to anything, you know? So it was
Mm-hmm.
like, it was almost like, okay, no loss. By the time that
Mm-hmm.
I
Right.
finally just said, I might as well come up and tell people what my mother said. And then I knew there would be a loss. It would be a loss of immediate sponsors. And, you know, that's what happened. So most people
I
thought that
don't know why there would be a loss. To me, that's ludicrous. There'd be a loss of sponsors.
because they felt that I was going off the deep end in terms of trying to
Oh,
just get attention. Like this was like some kind of publicity
oh,
stunt. And this is the
oh.
stupidity, is because of course there's easier ways to go about life than to. The point was that look at me. At the time that I came to just letting it out, is because at this point, look at me now, I'm 55 fucking years old. I'm over half 100 years old. There's no point in my taking the secret to the grave. And if there's anything to be brought out about it, it has to be brought out now, because it's just been, it has been no advantage to me to hide it all these years. So I may as well bring it out now, and just it's something that I think it's that time that it needs to be confronted by the world. So I've been certainly talking about that, and of course you have your range of people who have a few of them just responded negatively, but honestly, the number of people who do that are truly in the minority. Most
Right.
people understand that what I say stands to reason. The science behind it is inescapable and impeccable. I mean, sperm lasts for, certainly half 100 years easily when frozen.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that
But why would your mom use his sperm like that? Why? What's the motive
because
with that?
she had already given the one test tube full to her government, and there was, the others was hers to keep. They didn't know about it, and why not use it since her husband was effectively sterile? Why not use it? Because don't forget
But
that
that's a very odd choice, though. I don't know.
not really,
I'm not
not
saying
really.
I don't
So
believe
again,
it is a strange
to
choice.
put this into perspective for you, honey, don't forget that Adolf Hitler is only regarded negatively in the West. In Asia, he's very much the hero, and as I've
Oh, that's
explained,
right. That's right. Now I
yeah,
remember. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, as I've
Okay.
explained before, he rescued hundreds of thousands of Chinese during the rape of Nanjing.
Oh, that's right. I
Yeah,
remember that. Yeah.
and
Mhm.
so he was held positively by both the Japanese and the Chinese.
Right.
And
Okay.
it was so in that regard, and in the rest of the colored world, they were begging him for help in the Belgian Congo, and he provided what help he could. So the end result is he was looked on as the person who waged war against the colonial powers. So he was looked on as a liberator by the people who were colonized, such as Asian India, where Asian Indians felt that Adolf Hitler was the incarnation of the god Vishnu.
Oh,
And
wow.
so in all the world, he's a hero. Only in the West is he a villain. So
That's interesting.
yeah, so she felt that this was a hero's sperm, and that this would be a father for her children, and this way she
Mhm.
could make the husband she was with feel better, and ultimately, with my birth, he came to peace with us being his children, and pretty much believed that till the day he died. And in fact, he did believe that till the day he died, so I was never going to disabuse him of that. And then after a while, I was trying to, quite seriously and honestly and hopefully understandably to our listeners, take advantage of whatever I could to get some benefits from being a Native American. But that didn't work out. There was no way to break into that. So, I might as well just tell the truth. It's honestly. And the irony here is that Adolf Hitler himself had a tremendous affinity for the Native Americans and had tremendous sympathy for them.
Well, I do want to mention an interesting point that you say about that, because the swastika, which is a variation of the cricket cross, which is, that's like Native American and Japanese and other cultures of Indian. I have one actually from India, whatever, anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So actually that's interesting you say that, because I can kind of see that. That's interesting.
Absolutely, honey. And definitely appreciate your asking, and hopefully that clarifies for you. The Revolution Radio was never the environment in which to bring that up. It was that was that.
Yeah, true. You have to do it on your own. That's absolutely true. You have to do it all on your own.
Yeah, definitely. You get it. I mean, you totally get it, and I appreciate that. Believe me. Aside from that, just so people understand, Noreen Helpan's own father was a Jewish American Secret Serviceman, and he was in Japan because they were specifically trying to stop all of the counterfeit money that was being printed in North Korea, which the North Koreans would try to launder or spend in Japan. And in particular, this is how he wound up meeting Noreen's mother. Really, that's yeah, and he was doing some other things too, wasn't he? Working on cameras with planes.
That was part of his Secret Service thing, I think. But yeah, that's interesting. That whole thing. So it. I don't know. I have a very strange relative on that side too. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah, it's interesting.
Oh, yes. And we've spoken before that she has a relation going back in her genealogy to a radical communist who was responsible for the murder of millions. Yes. Yeah. So go on.
I don't know if it's a direct, I would say it's kind of stated. I don't know how to say it. I don't know if I would use the term directly or indirectly, but nevertheless, his actions were part of it. I mean, one can argue this is direct or not. Okay, but there's different things he was involved with, let's just say,
Yes.
I mean, for one thing, putting aside communism or whatever, he worked with Lenin and Trotsky. He was a mentor to Trotsky. So yeah, you could say that tangentially that is true. And also he helped to fund the Armenian genocide. He gave money towards that.
Jesus.
So he was a Rothschild banker. See, so the whole point is that's actually correct about what you said.
Yeah.
And again, this is why I'm tempted to do DNA tests, although whatever, I don't know how accurate or whatever, if I can find that person, because in the lineage, I should ask my cousin who I've never met on Facebook. I have many cousins, but one of them, but anyway, I think that, this person, whose name is Parvis Alexander Halpan, I just wonder, my aunt, who's got complete, Alzheimer's now, but when she was still of sound mind, maybe about 4 years ago, I happened to ask her, how am I related to this person? I didn't tell her all the bad things he did. It's just how, because she knew who he was, kind of. She goes, I think it was one of my great uncles, which would be one of my great uncles. But you see, she might be right. He's either a great uncle of mine, or he could be a great cousin. That's also possible. But she's got Alzheimer's now, so I can't even ask her that. But my point is that he's one of either, probably maybe the uncle might be accurate. But yeah, so that was really weird. So I was wondering if the DNA, if it's accurate or whatever, can show that. But, I also wonder, they say, you shouldn't give out your DNA. It's not good. But then somebody told me, well, what's the big deal? You give blood to your, for your blood, your blood work to your doctor. I go, yeah, well, that's similar. I don't know what you guys think of that. But
I personally wouldn't be too worried about it. I mean, like, what are they going to do? Clone you? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Right.
And, so, it's probably something that it's just you want to make certain that it's worth the money if you're going to spend money on it, rather than.
Yeah, there's a few. I think 23andMe is supposed to be a popular one, and they do have sales. So
that
I have
alone
no.
would make me suspect. That would make.
Well, when they have sales, you're talking like $100 a kit, something like that. But
Yeah.
that's not too bad to find out that I may swab my mom and me. I may do both because I'd be interested in finding out the difference or whatever. It's interesting. I don't know.
No, I understand. It's of course it's interesting, and of course we want to find out these things. I mean, oh my God, with the background you have, that's understandable.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do it.
Yeah. And are you still with us, Jameson, or did he fall off? Is he? Holy shit!
Yeah, I'm still here,
Oh.
lurking around in the background.
Oh, thank God. Okay, okay. So, obviously, I have to earn my pay, and I have to start monologuing at some point soon. Not just all that ready just yet, but this wonderful young lady has carried us to the point where I'm more ready than I was before.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and so, honey, that's amazing that we've caught up at least a little bit. Have you traveled much since Australia, since we were on that trip together and you helped me get home?
Only very little. I'm trying to think, maybe somewhat, but not internationally since then. So maybe within this country, but really the weird thing, and this is not because I fear COVID at all, but ever since this COVID thing, just with all the BS, I just haven't really done much. So I haven't really, no, I mean.
Yeah, no, like you said, maybe that's for the best. I mean, honestly, the COVID has kept people safe to a degree and, actually been advantageous.
It isn't even that. I just didn't want to hassle with masks or documents. I mean, I know it's not that bad right now for that, but
it's still
also,
bad. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I'm just home with my mom more too. So I don't know, whatever. I don't know,
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's not a bad life, and but I'm surprised you haven't met someone through Revolution Radio. No one has become a friend of romantic interest in that environment.
Oh, I've never. I mean, the people on Rev Radio, we're also scattered. Number one, and no, I haven't focused on anybody. There's been nothing like that. If anything, I've dated a couple of people in this area, and that's been okay, but that's nothing to do with the radio.
Okay. So it was okay, but nothing came of it? Nothing exciting to report?
No. It's I can't talk too much about it. It's
okay,
kind of complicated.
Got it. Yeah.
No, I mean, it is complicated, honestly, but one of the people, he's really great, but it's not that he's bad. Our circumstances are kind of difficult because I'm taking care of my mom. Mm-hmm. So, I'm just saying there is that, but it's otherwise, great person. So it's not like weird like that. It's just more like circumstantial. So, whatever. It's just, yeah. Mm-hmm. Other things, not just my mom. There's other things too with that, but, whatever. It's not about him at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That's wonderful. Well, at any rate, honey, you're an angel. It was wonderful having you with us tonight. I definitely appreciate it beyond expression. It is now close to 2 a.m., so you've really pulled us through. Honestly, couldn't have been doing this without you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to finish up this liquid Coke, which already kind of like went out and refreshed myself and did some of the lines. So the liquid Coke will hold me a little bit. After I rinse my mouth to get that malted battery acid taste out, I'll start doing the monologue. But in the meantime, honey, just what else comes to your mind on this night? I mean, we haven't spoken in so many years. Is there anything else
I think we spoke, what was it, 2 years ago?
It certainly feels like it. Yeah, it feels like a long time ago. And it was...
it might have been just after the announcement of COVID or something, something like that.
It might have been, yeah. It feels like before. Something it was like pre-COVID. That. It feels like pre-COVID.
Oh, was it?
It feels like it. I mean, I might be wrong, but oh my God.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, the COVID, it's like... and the COVID feels like it's been around forever by now. I'm sure you... Yeah. Oh my God. And so it's just one of those things where... matter of fact, now that I remember it, when you wound up in that island in the middle of the street, it was almost like... That was around Halloween that year. It was like you might have been in a costume, if I remember correctly. Holy shit.
Now I remember. I was meeting up with a friend who I left the place, and then now I remember. Yeah, it was weird. But,
Oh, you mean when I first brought it up, you didn't remember? It was like you were.
Well, I did and didn't, but now it's more clear to me. That was I know what that was. Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh my God! See, I never forget these kinds of things. So, yeah, sometimes I even impress myself. And
Wow.
well, I'm being a bit facetious there, but oh my God! And we've kept up good numbers, effectively, as far as I'm concerned. Considering, oh my God, we kept them up throughout the night. And so 9 to 10, 10 to
Oh,
11, 11.
that's good.
Yeah, we did it. And all right. So honey, I love you beyond expression. We'll keep in touch, and by all means, every once in a while I'll be calling you, probably much more than we were in the past. I mean, how are you generally for opening hours? Like about 5 p.m. on weekdays. I mean, like Wednesdays and Sundays is my transmission. So what time's your transmission usually? Let everyone know where they can find you again. Your YouTube channel, when your roundtables
Mine
on.
is my YouTube is not live normally, so you would catch me live, or you can go on the archives now for Revolution Radio are free, so you can catch me either live on my show or in archives, or just listen to. I don't post all my shows on my YouTube, not all, but I do pick and choose, guest ones with featured guests or other ones that are general that I post occasionally. So you can find me on Revolution Radio. Freedomslips.com is a website, but we also have listen-in lines that are posted on the website. You can listen in on your phone if you like, without going on the webpage. But I'm on Studio A, and that would be my time on the West Coast, 9 p.m. to 11. But on the East Coast, where the server is in the United States, the show is at 12 midnight, going from Monday to Tuesday. Studio A, Wild at Heart, Roundtable Show, and Noreen Helpband. And my YouTube is just Noreen Helpband's Wild at Heart. So just type that in, and like Doug did. And and archives are free on Rev Radio now. So those are the ways you can find me, or you could friend me on Facebook if you want. And just find my name on there, and I'll be in there.
And
so
yeah, that's wonderful. And so like you're on from midnight for how long? Midnight to...
No. It's just my show. I just said midnight because that's the Eastern time zone. Yeah, which is midnight. But where you live is same. Our time is 9 p.m. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm only on for 2 hours from 9 to 11 here where I live. Yeah. On the East Coast, it'd be
midnight till 2 a.m. in the morning.
That's exactly.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit! And you get people calling you at that time from the East Coast, I bet.
Well, no. See, I get listeners from not just the U.S. but Australia. Obviously, as you recall, a lot of Aussies listen, and because there's a lot of hosts that are from Australia, and then there's people from different parts of the world, Europe, Australia, wherever. So.
Oh God, that's right. And well, honey, do me a favor, hang out with Jameson for a few minutes. When I return, I'll start monologuing. I'll take over from that point.
Another thing, I'll do that, but you guys might have to hang me up when you come back, because I can't see where the hang up is on this.
Okay, so we'll do that when I come back. When I come back, we'll hang you up.
All right.
So I'll be right back in a few moments. Thank you, honey.
Sure. So Jameson, as I recall, it's his. I'm subscribed to his YouTube, so when you hang me up, then I can go back to YouTube, Douglas Dietrich OMISSIONS, and find him. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's under Douglas Dietrich.
Right. I'm subscribed to like one or two of his things, so I know I get alerts, but this one would be that one. Okay. Right. So when he said the numbers were doing good, what's the average viewership of this show, say like at this time?
Probably a lot more than it says are watching, because from what he said, they seem to downplay the numbers. As far as because it says that there's like 27 watching now, but I'm fairly certain we have more than that.
Sure. And besides YouTube, is this broadcasted through other venues that you know of, or?
No, it's just right now. It's just YouTube.
Okay.
Which works,
Right. I think it's still one of the more prolific ones. I mean, a lot of people, alternatively also do Rumble to, they might do a YouTube and then post that on Rumble or something, BitChute. I don't like BitChute as much. I think it's harder to navigate, but,
I haven't even checked out the other venues. Like I'm someone who's really slow with these things, just because it seems like every other week there's like something new,
right.
and like everyone's on it. It's like, if there are so many different things that people are on, it's no wonder why everyone has their heads buried in their phones all day.
Yeah.
Where do you get time to go through all these many different things?
I know, huh?
I mean,
well, my face is not buried in my phone, but, like I said, I've been home more since I take care of my mom. So, I was able to find like these, pretty decent podcasts that I mentioned earlier, but yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can relate to having to take care of a loved one. Because for a while I had to, act as a caretaker for my father. And that was until my mom retired and was able to, help look after, and she looks after him, almost. Yeah, and I help her from time, I help her with certain things, but most of the time they're spending time together. I mean, that's the only good thing that's come out of it, is that at least they can spend that time together now that they didn't spend together.
Right.
But yeah, I know exactly. I can totally empathize with, having to provide care for, parents and whatnot.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's thank you. As of course can I, as you well know.
Oh my goodness, Douglas did like a lot. You had two parents to care for at the same time.
Oh, it was awful. Yes, it killed me, honestly, and I've never really described it at length because I've done bits and pieces in the past. Of course, Noreen knows more than most. And so we love you dearly, Noreen. Thank you for being in our life. We'll hang up on you in a matter of moments.
Right, and I'm going to listen on YouTube, as everybody knows. This is your main, no pun intended, your main apparatus for transmission, right? Is
yes,
YouTube.
Yes, yeah. And
it is.
So thank you, honey, and you have a blessed night, okay?
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We'll be calling you again soon. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night for now. And
what
a wonderful young lady. Thank you. And there.
Oh, he has to hang up on me because on this particular call, I can't find the button to hang up.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, honey, for reminding
me. All right. So I'll hit the remove from call now.
There we are. And actually sad to see her go. And God knows I'd rather go out talking than...
Honestly, that went well. I'm actually glad that happened, because between two guys just bouncing things off of each other and trying to see what sticks doesn't work for too long.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah.
As Sammy Romero could attest, there needs to be a female component.
Yes, he does much better with that. We all do, and so yes, that went well, and I am so glad we were able to bring her on, and hopefully we'll do so again in the future. And so in terms of the solicitation, this is usually where. Oh, by the way, Noreen says, "Thank you for having me on tonight. It was interesting and enjoyable." And believe me, honey, the pleasure and the honor was all ours. And let me see, where did she enter that so I can acknowledge that? I think that may have been on the private messenger, and maybe not. I saw the text somewhere.
Oh, it's in the chat for the Skype.
Okay. Oh, it's on the call, so I have to get back onto the call. How do I get back onto the call? Because I'm in her Skype as opposed to on the call. I know. Wait, here we are. This thing, share screen. Okay, so if I share a screen, this brings us back to the call. That's what happened. So that brought me back on the call. And so there we go. And so we both gave her hearts and give a thumbs up there as well. Love you dearly, Noreen. And let me see, what else do we have available for that? I guess that pretty much, is that'll express it. So that being said, usually when I start solicitation is when our man Jameson Reese usually goes for a piss break. I can't say I blame him. And so is that the routine? Shall we start that now?
Yes. I'm going to brush my teeth. I'm not going to get ready for bed. I probably should try my best not to go. I'm not even going to look at the bed because that's going to trigger me. Anyway, I am totally backlogged with work that I should have fucking had done. And I did find an error. So yeah, folks, if you're writing a spell, don't do it while you're drunk.
Yes.
Do it.
Yes, it helps when you're not turfed. That is correct.
This is actually 4 hours of work that need to be completely redone. So it's going to take a lot of time.
Well, Sophie,
which is fine.
Yeah. By the way, Sophie Hop from Australia says, "Hi from Australia. Mwah. Hey, honey. So glad to have you with us. And you get to hear me as I go into solicitation while our man Jameson, just let me know as soon as you're back, all right?"
Gotcha.
And so he'll take his little break. And all right, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, and Aftermath Tour. See theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. For instance, use the word Tucson as if you would spell Tucson, Tucson, and put the word the in front of it for thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And as well, I need to reemphasize the fact that at theunfinishedman.com you can access excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. Also, don't forget to check out his Man of the Soil YouTube channel for his landscaping company. There's nothing more exciting than finding out how he provides you all those services from artificial landscapes to AstroTurf, all the stuff that makes your garden green all year round. He's the man who can make it happen. So check that out and avail yourself of his services within the Four Corners region. All such being said, shout outs tonight to, oh my God, how many people? So many that I owe a shout out to. And I don't think I could do any of them justice. Even though only one of them left the message that I can access, everyone else seems to have contributed without leaving a message, but I'll follow up on that before next episode. The shout outs are to Eric Laystick, who contributed $250 United States dollars. Wonderful human being, quite the poet. Salman Sheikh, who has recently progressed to like upper levels of the inner sanctum of Freemasonry on Pike Day or whatever, or something similar to that. He can explain that to us when he returns from Ramadan. And, Eid Mubarak to our dear friend, Salman Sheikh, who contributed a quarter of 100 United States dollars. Mike Miller contributed 40 United States dollars. I've read his letter at the beginning of the show. And thanks to both Eric Laystick and Mike Miller contributing at the time they did, they helped to carry me through that desert between my paying the rent and the depositing of my check on the 3rd of the month. And they were contributing quick enough towards where, if I had to, their money could have helped me towards the rent. Fortunately, Chris Collins, shout out unto he and hugs to that dear brother, had already helped me make that mark. Aside from that, to help me carry me through the desert till the 3rd of the month, Stephen Myers contributed 70 United States dollars. And aside from that, our man in Canada who wishes to remain anonymous, I should ask him his permission to see if I can say his name in the near future. He had a few good things to say to everybody, and maybe I should bring this up next episode as well. And let me see if I can locate what he said so I can read it to yourselves. Had some wonderful input from some other people along the way. Yes. He said, Sammy's picking up the subjects well and almost carrying his own interpretation. And yes, gratitude to JoJo, as I grew up beside a house like the one she grew up in. I better bring this up next transmission. This will go well then. All right then. Aside from all of that, we'll dive into what needs to take up the rest of the night with my monologue. We've got 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got 3 hours remaining. Sophie Hop says, thanks, with the peace sign. Goddess bless you, honey. Mwah. And just glad to see somebody in the chat room, and it shows us the interactivity is always appreciated. And aside from that, we've held numbers pretty well, considering the hour, considering the fact that today's a weekday after the weekend. It's amazing that we have the numbers here at all. So just glad for all of the people who showed up. Now, expect Vladimir Putin to make a big announcement on May 9th before he goes in for cancer surgery. He's holding off the cancer surgery until then. And it's something that apparently is not urgent, but at the same time cannot wait forever. And our man Jameson is back. So do me a favor, Jameson, while you're on with ourselves, can you look up Vladimir Putin's cancer and tell me about the surgery he's going to have after the 9th? He's going to put off his surgery until after the 9th. Can you look this up and tell us what you can find? And on May 9th itself, which is known as Victory Day in Russia, the tyrant of Eurasia, Vladimir Putin, will need to make a bombastic and very public display to suggest he is winning the war in Ukraine. But more than 2 months in, well, 3 months by now, the war is going far from how Russia originally envisaged. May 9th, then, might present Putin the occasion to declare a symbolic victory over Ukraine, a great demonstration of patriotic ecstasy aimed at shoring up his manipulated, sanction-wary audience. Now, that date marks the day that the Third Reich on the surface world, well, at least Nazi Germany, or Hochdeutschland, High Deutschland on the surface world, supposedly surrendered to Soviet forces. The day after its supposed capitulation to the Western Allies, which is why the United Kingdom, the United States, and their allies commemorate victory on May 8th. Now, Moscow initially partnered with Nazi Berlin to divide Eastern Europe between the two totalitarian regimes. But after that partnership ended with the German invasion of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in 1941, the Soviet human contribution to defeating Germany, backed by enormous shipments of food aid and military equipment, and all the fuel the world could squeeze from the United Kingdom, the United States, and the Dominion of Canada was critical. Such being said, the USSR lost hundreds of millions ultimately to their own gulags and starvation campaigns, but at least 100 million, well over that, 124 to 27 million citizenry and soldiery, soldiers and civilians, in the course of the Second World War to the Germans, many of them in the then Soviet republics of Ukraine and Belarus, or White Russia. And over the entirety of his regime, Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin killed more people both in his own country and in occupied territories than Adolf Hitler. But these days it is a crime in Russia to recall this history or to compare the atrocities committed by the Soviet Union with those of Nazi Germany. Fresh flowers are still placed on Joseph Stalin's grave in Red Square, where the May 9th Victory Parade is held. Now, before I go into how important May 9th is to Vladimir Putin himself, Jameson Reese will appear with us for a moment and tell us about these other ailments that Vladimir Putin suffers from. So, Vladimir Putin...
He has Parkinson's, and he also has a schizoaffective disorder. And a schizoaffective disorder just means he's in between bipolar and schizophrenia on the spectrum, according to the DSM-5, at least as we would know it here in the United States. They're not saying where his cancer is. Mm-hmm. I'm going to hazard a guess it's his stomach.
I agree. Yeah, as a matter of fact, that's what I've heard. So,
because that's exactly where I'm having a lot of problems.
Interesting. So, in terms of this, I do want people to understand something bizarre here. Now, when my biological father, Adolf Hitler, wanted the world to think he was on his way out, wanted to make certain nobody went hunting for him, wanted everyone to think that he was tired and old and weak and had nothing to live for, his acting that he was trained in by Hanusan, the Jewish actor, in the expert presentation of himself as a Parkinsonian invalid, was brought to bear, and he presented this image to the world where he had the shakes, was tremulous, and yet went around in the bunker where everyone said he was perfectly fit and had the pink of health. So his acting was something for the sake of the foreign cameras, as he definitely was looking forward to a life in Unterland. In terms of Vladimir Putin, he is now suffering for real, apparently, Parkinsonian symptoms. And this is indicated apparently by his tremulousness, his hanging on to tables for dear life with a death grip, his chewing his lower lip incessantly. It goes on and on. The stresses he put himself into are enormous. The abdominal cancer is reflective of Napoleon Bonaparte, who suffered from abdominal cancer, and that's ultimately why he performed so poorly at Waterloo. He was a man who by that time should have been in a hospital. So when it comes to these gentlemen in history, it's like Vladimir Putin, who so much wanted to be like them, is now becoming like them in the worst possible way, which has a certain kind of occult justice to it, something karmic, something ironic. And as Jameson Reese says, evil does not pay. This is a case where we see that before our eyes. Now, in terms of Vladimir Putin's holding off this surgery on his stomach cancer, which we can be certain is what it is, until after the 9th of May, Vladimir Putin is an ultranationalist who does not believe Russia's territorial and political ambitions should end at its internationally recognized boundaries. The countries that used to make up the former Soviet Union other than Russia are not considered sovereign by Russia itself, by most Russians, in fact, and especially by Putin. But with no friendly tools to attract other countries available, to retain or regain an empire, Russia needs a powerful army. May 9th is designed to show off to the home crowd, to intimidate the opposition, and to please the dictator of the time. And over the years, all secretaries general of the Communist Party similarly stood on Lenin's mausoleum on Red Square, acknowledging Russia's military might with satisfaction as it drove past and flew over. Now, Ukraine is deeply personal to Putin, but fortunately for the future of Ukraine, even more personal to Ukrainians. Its waywardness is a betrayal in its very existence, an historical aberration in the eyes of the Russian dictator. Something had to be done about Ukraine's Western ambitions, and as Russian-style diplomacy, read coercion, had failed, Putin felt forced to turn to more muscular methods to restore rightness. What he didn't realize, although nor, to be fair, did most Western analysts other than myself, was how fundamentally corrupted and incompetent Russia's supposedly modernized and professionalized fighting force had become. Ukraine's heroic resistance deserves every credit, but they could never have achieved it without the Russian army's inadvertent help. Meanwhile, such is the vertical nature of Russia's political structures, there is surely little accurate information circulating among the rest of Putin's elites on the state of play. And what this could mean for the course of the war, let's put it this way. If Western analysts are correct that Putin has demanded victory by Victory Day, this means Russia's military commanders need to achieve something, anything, after the humiliating defeats in the first 2 months of this war. The attempt to take the capital of Kiev was repelled. The Russian fleet's flagship cruiser has been sunk by a country effectively without a navy, and they have lost at least 15,000 soldiers, far more than in all previous post-Soviet campaigns. Chechnya, Georgia, Syria, Ukraine in 2014 combined. Russia's Plan B, well, I would say it's more likely Plan F or G, is to redouble efforts and ground forces and focus on taking more of Ukraine's east. And hopefully for the Kremlin, but far less likely, the rest of the Black Sea seaboard. Whether this can be done in time for the May 9th parade is highly debatable. Ukrainians are still receiving weaponry and morale is high, although Kiev controls the information surrounding the war and we do not know the real state of their armed forces. Its greatest challenge, from the east, is yet to come, however, and the next few weeks will see intensified fighting as Russia tries to capture more land in Donbas, where they are raising Soviet flags. The question remains, however, whether Moscow will seek to continue the offensive beyond its minor territorial gains or choose to freeze positions on the ground, dig into Ukrainian territory, and sue Ukraine for peace as the war enters a new, more static phase. Recent attempts to destabilize Moldova through its Russian-controlled breakaway territory of Transnistria remind us that Moscow won't give up so easily. Both sides are effectively maneuvering for a better position at the negotiating table when that time eventually comes. In military terms, the war might be reaching a stalemate in the coming weeks, where neither side has sufficient force to completely change the tide of war and achieve a decisive victory over the other. So, when people ask me, as this one individual did, what's the game here? He's basically asking me what Putin's strategy in Ukraine even is. Well, Russia's tactics may have changed, but its strategy, that is to say its overall goal, has not. That goal is to ensure that Ukraine is no longer an independent country able to make its choice to be European and westward facing. The good news is the objective cannot possibly be realized. Ukraine's subjugation, physically or politically, is forever beyond Russia's grasp now. Russia has not performed well enough on the battlefield or in the political arena to make it so. The bad news is that Russia does not yet know this, and so will continue to send its own men, and far too many Ukrainians as well, to their deaths. Russia does at least know that this is not solely a war against Ukraine, but against the rules-based international order, which it has not profited from. Russia has been saying this for over a decade. NATO knows this too, but refuses to publicly recognize this to help prevent it from getting dragged in. Discussions with NATO in private are a different matter. And if sanctions are maintained, Europa can continue to wean itself off Russian energy. And if foreign investors remain deterred, the Kremlin will run out of money later in the year. This in turn may dictate an eventual change of policy. But not by May 9th. None of these changes will be visible by then, in the progress of the war or in the eyes of ordinary Russians. So May 9th will be a show of strength, as it always is. But it will be as hollow as it is shrill. Just as hollow, as I suspect, as the feeling in the pit of Putin's stomach. Now, Jameson Reese says they won't let him off the operating table alive. My response to that would be, does it even matter?
Yeah, it would be a job well done.
There will be that. If your spell casting does work, you could put that as a prize notch in your belt, to be sure. So thank you. That having been said, the Russian TV hosts are already discussing. Now, there's a railway bridge. I just got a news flash that's collapsed. An act of sabotage, according to a Russian official. I have no idea where this railway bridge is, whether it's in Russia or Ukraine. Jameson might be able to find that out. It doesn't really matter. But if it, maybe it does, but not in the immediate moment. So the important thing is that what is going on in the immediate moment is that the Russians are preparing for war. I mean, like World War III. Putin is preparing the Russians for a third world war. Russian TV hosts are already discussing nuclear strikes on the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. A news program in Russia discussed the prospect of nuclear strikes on Europe, with one guest suggesting Moscow's latest missiles should target the United Kingdom because of its support for Ukraine. Russian television has often discussed the idea of war spreading beyond just Ukraine, promoting the idea of an inevitable, their words, war against Europe and the world. Again, their words from the Russian. Russian channels have been known for vitriolic rhetoric being broadcast to rationalize Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And on Thursday's Channel 1 program, 60 Minutes, the Russian version thereof, Alexei Zhuravlyov, excuse me, I'm usually good with the Russian names, Zhuravlyov, who is chairman of the nationalist Rodina political party, said, "One Sarmat missile and the British Isles will be no more." After co-hostess Olga Skabayeva interrupted Zhuravlyov by saying, "But we are serious people." The politician countered by saying, "And I am saying this seriously." So understand, this is a person who has the ability to run for president of Russia. He is someone who is on the record as doing so, and he is recommending using salted nukes to forever radiate the British Isles. Now, just yesterday, last week, Russia test-fired the nuclear-capable intercontinental ballistic missile, the Sarmat, also known as the Satan II, which Vladimir Putin said would make Moscow's foreign adversaries think twice. Zhiravelyev raised the topic of this missile following a segment that included a clip from British TV, in which United Kingdom Armed Forces Minister James Heappey referred to London's military support for Kiev to help it fight the Russian invasion. Heappey also said this week that Ukrainian military strikes to disrupt supply lines in Russia were a legitimate part of the war. Moscow has accused the United Kingdom of provoking Ukraine into attacking Russian territory. So Zhiravelyev said, they're accusing us of state terrorism. And the other host, Evgeny Popov, pointed out that the United Kingdom also has nuclear weapons and that no one will survive in this war. Actually, what Popov also said was, when you propose a strike with the Sarmat, do you understand that no one will survive? No one on the planet. And Zhiravelyev seemed comfortable with that prospect, saying, we'll start with a blank slate. And he even continued to go on to say, since we are talking about these weapons, the question is, can they shoot it down? The missile cannot be intercepted. Their abilities are limited. And Skabayeva then weighed in, listing the time it would take for the missile to travel from the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad to Berlin, Paris, and the British capital of London, as a map graphic appeared on the screen. And she said, you're interested in London, which the Sarmat would take 202 seconds to reach. And Zhiravelyev continued, they need to be shown this picture. Count the seconds. Can you make it? Let them think about it. Get a stopwatch. Count 200 seconds. That's how you talk to them. They don't understand anything else. Now, I myself personally have contacted the British, French, and German foreign ministries for comment. I have received no response, which is no surprise. That clip was tweeted by the journalist and Russian media watcher Julia Davis, who wrote that Russia keeps threatening nuclear strikes against Western nations, desperately trying to deter them from continuing to help Ukraine. But she added, on a side note, this is the first state TV host who doesn't seem to be eager to die for the motherland, arguing with a trigger-happy lawmaker. Now, Jameson Rees says they'd have done it already, and there's validity to what he says. Skabayeva has been one of the main faces on Russian state television whose comments have pointed to an escalation in hostilities. 'Twas this week, she said, either we lose in Ukraine or the Third World War starts. I think World War III is more realistic. Now understand how Russia is framing this war. Think back on what the young lady who was with us in the opening hour was talking about. Critical race theory, about, yeah, the Nazis are cool in Ukraine, facetiously saying how the Jews are saying it's okay that they're there, and then conflating Zionazis. Russia is framing her war. Russia frames this war as a war against critical race theory, organ harvesting, and Nazis. So, yes, she is regurgitating Russian propaganda. In fact, in a jarringly expansive interview with Rossiyskaya Gazeta on Tuesday that touched on a variety of cultural and geopolitical grievances, Nikolai Patrushev, one of the Russian President Vladimir Putin's most loyal and most powerful aides inside the Kremlin, giving voice to the embittered views of a Kremlin inner circle that finds itself besieged by war losses and international condemnation, Patrushev even waded into American culture losses in their own culture wars over critical race theory and gender identification, denouncing the so-called progressive models of education, that were mentioned by our young lady, Amalia Willard, that he said had become the norm in the United States and had no place in Russia, and praising Soviet education as the finest in world history. Patrushev said, and to quote his T, in fact, I'll translate it for you from the Russian, "In the USA, for example, many people already say that in mathematics lessons one should sing and dance because solving problems and equations depresses and discriminates against someone. Americans are accustomed to working on scorched earth. Long ago, America divided the whole world into vassals and enemies. From childhood in the United States, they have it hammered into their heads that America is a shining city on a hill, while the rest of humanity is just a proving ground for military experiments and resource extraction." Yeah, like Jameson Reese says, they learn how to drink and beat women to death in Russia. That's your Soviet education. And this idiot, Nikolai Patrushev, also condemned the internet, which he said can serve as a font, a fountainhead of politicized disinformatia. Politicized disinformation. Wouldn't you know it? A Russian bitching about disinformation. That's rich. They're the men who made it so. Using the kind of Soviet-era rhetoric that is more reminiscent of 1982 than 2022, Patrushev aimed his remarks not only at ordinary Russians, but also to all war dissenters in the West, to be regurgitated here, even on my bandwidth. At other times, Patrushev seemed to borrow from the attacks that conservative Americans use against what they perceive as excesses in public education. Russian media regularly amplifies the voices of Fox News host Tucker Carlson and other Biden administration critics seen as useful to the Kremlin's purposes. Useful idiots like RIA Novosti, the state news agency, ran a column this week praising Rod Dreher, their useful idiot of the American conservative, that's a rag, for predicting that what he described as transgender madness would lead to the collapse of Western civilization. The Russians are threatening to nuke our Western European allies. If nothing else, think of them as our industrial satellite states across the Atlantic with salted nukes that would render the Earth itself uninhabitable. And this man says we need to worry about transgender madness. Patrushev himself predicted that Ukrainian dreams of unity would come to naught because nationalist battalions would sow division and lead Russia's neighbor to shatter into several nations. Regions of eastern Ukraine, as well as the Crimean Peninsula, have been under Russian occupation since 2014. And the only real separatist movement that has threatened Ukrainian unity in recent years is the one insurgency backed by Moscow. Oh, and by the way, our man Jameson said maybe the black woman offended by CRT, who was mentioned earlier, was one who considers Elon Musk black. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If nothing else, the interview that I'm citing, translating for you from the Russian, offered a view into Vladimir Putin's own thinking, because nothing broadcasts in Russia without his permission. He gave the go-ahead for this, as he did for the nuclear threats against Germany, France, and England. Even as the invasion that began in late February descends into the kind of protracted confrontation that Russia's generals promised their leader they could avoid, the official line remains as ambitious and bellicose as ever, rife with historical inaccuracies, lurid nationalist fantasies, and arguments intended to fragment a Western coalition whose durability has surprised the Kremlin. For his influence over the nation's vast security and military apparatus, Patrushev has been called the most dangerous man in Russia by Kremlin analyst Mark Galeotti. He has pushed for an increasingly aggressive foreign policy ever since a KGB psychic was said to have revealed to him that the late U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright had dreamed of conquering Russia for its natural resources. Putin also subscribes to the Albright conspiracy theory. A defender of American power, Albright died, was it last week or last month? Not that long ago, but not too soon enough, and was laid to rest in Washington on Wednesday of, was it the week before Yester Septimania? Paranormal fantasies aside, there was no shortage of conspiratorial fear-mongering in Patrushev's interview. He said Ukrainian refugees would reintroduce long-forgotten diseases and revive the shadow market for the purchase of human organs, while also, in his view, demanding to remain in the countries that have accepted them, but refusing to work. You know, most of the Ukrainians who have fled west long to return home, motherfucker. This xenophobic view of refugees fleeing cities ravaged by the shelling of civilian targets is sharply at odds with the Kremlin's invocations of a Russo-Ukrainian brotherhood. Defending the invasion, Patrushev said it had been necessary to conduct a denazification and demilitarization of Ukraine due to the fact that a weapon-saturated Ukraine poses a threat to Russia, including from the development and use of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. You know, Ukraine gave up not only its entire nuclear arsenal, but all of its Black Sea fleet, so it didn't have a single ship, and it gave up all of its bombers, its armada of nuclear bombers, all part of its Soviet legacy and its three-legged stool of strategic defense in 1994, as part of what is known as the Budapest Memorandum, in return for Russia promising it would never invade. And as Jameson Rees says, it still managed to kick Russia's fucking ass. Now, all these fictitious reports that Hunter Biden, the president's son, and Jewish-American philanthropist George Soros are funding bioweapons laboratories in Ukraine are commonplace not only in Russian media, but in American reactionary alternative media, which is nothing but Russian propaganda in English. The State Department has proven such reports complete and total nonsense. They were established to counter the Russian deployment of the African swine fever, which ultimately decimated the pork population of China and forced it to become dependent on the Russian super pigs they breed in concrete skyscrapers, creating lakes of pig shit that are toxic to the environment. Ukraine is known to not possess any chemical weapons. Russia, meanwhile, helped the Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad conceal his own deployment of chemical weapons for mass murder. Russian propaganda always reflects charges made against the country back onto Russia's adversaries. It also seeks to overwhelm its audience with a relentless procession of lies that are difficult to sort through, especially in a nation where access to information is so tightly restricted as to be inaccessible. At one point, the nameless Rossiyskaya Gazeta interviewer tried to goad Patrushev into saying that Western technology was used by Nazi Germany for development of Zyklon B, the deadly gas it employed to exterminate Europe's Jews during the Holocaust. While this former intelligence chief did not exactly take the bait, he came close, reminding his listeners that it was on IBM's calculating machines that the Nazis kept records and planned the processes of extermination of people in concentration camps. The Kremlin has argued that the West has repeatedly been caught sleeping on a rise of fascism, most recently in Ukraine. More than 8 of 10 Russians back Putin's unprovoked attack on Ukraine. That's according to the Levada Center, simply reading Russian polls. Support is especially strong among all the older Russians, who are bound to remember the pride at being told they defeated Adolf Hitler, that sustained the Soviet Union on that lie throughout the post-war decades. Patrushev appeared to be appealing to these supporters during Tuesday's interview, as well as to Westerners concerned about the rise of right-wing nationalism, and all of the above approach. That is another hallmark of Russian propaganda, which tends to show little interest in any coherence. The goal, instead, is to find sympathetic Westerners wherever they can be found, from the anti-war left to the reactionary far right. The specter of Nazism has featured especially prominently in these efforts when it comes to Ukraine, a country that lost millions of residents during World War II. Predicting a revival of Nazi ideas in Europe to manifestations that not so long ago were considered impossible, Patrushev said, Europe is already facing the intensification of officially prohibited manifestations of fascism and neo-Nazism. Yeah, Ukraine is governed by a Jewish president and does not have any claims to territorial expansion, as my biological sire Adolf Hitler did. Instead, it was Russia that invaded Ukraine first in 2014, then again earlier this year. And it was Putin who helped fund far-right presidential candidate Marine Le Pen's political campaigns, not Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky, who had family members perish in the Holocaust. Others served in the Red Army to defend the Soviet Union. Few in Moscow are as thoroughly equipped to speak for Putin as Patrushev, who has been on his side and by his side for 100 years, since they served together in the Soviet intelligence services in the early 1970s. Patrushev's appropriately opaque official title, Secretary of the Security Council, belies the power he wields inside a cloistered Kremlin. Galeotti, the Russia analyst and host of the podcast In Moscow's Shadows, has described him as the Director of National Intelligence, the National Security Advisor, and the Chief Political Strategist, all rolled into one. A single person in charge of a portfolio that large in scope would be unthinkable in the West or any uncorrupted land. But it is not seen as at all unusual in an empire whose flirtation with democracy hardly survived a single decade. This is a dictatorship of 6 men leading Russia to its doom. Patrushev is believed to have been involved in the 1999 apartment bombings that were likely ordered by Putin himself as a pretext for starting the Second Chechen War by blaming it on innocent Muslims. Early success on the battlefield helped pave the way for Putin to win Russia's presidency in the year 2000. After that, the Boris Yeltsin-era experiment with Western-style liberalism was quickly concluded in favor of the autocratic arrangements that remain in place to this day. Patrushev was the face of the official response to those bombings, which blamed Muslim terrorists and led to the deaths of thousands of Chechens. He was at the time a director of the KGB successor agency FSB, Federal Security Bureau, which Putin had also headed, albeit much more briefly. When in 2006, the dissident Alexander Litvinenko was fatally poisoned in London with a radioactive isotope that had been slipped into his tea, it was almost certainly at Patrushev's direction. That's what a British investigation would later conclude. Earlier this year, Russian politics expert Ben Noble of University College London told the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, that Patrushev is the most hawkish of the hawks, thinking the West has been out to get Russia for years. At least some of Patrushev's animosity toward the West appears to be rooted in the paranormal vision of KGB psychic Georgy Rogozin. Now, I'm the expert who exposed to you Russian psychic warfare and the West's attempts to counter it by categorizing all the talents they could muster and mobilize. One of their primary enemies was the Soviet psychic Georgy Rogozin. And according to the Guardian journalist Oleg Kashin, Rogozin used a photograph to penetrate Madeleine Albright's subconscious, where he discovered thoughts about the need to strip Russia of Siberia and the Far East. The United States has emerged as the top Russian adversary in the past 2 months, a replay of the state of international affairs at the time Patrushev and Putin were young KGB officers. In many ways, both men are much more comfortable operating on a Cold War footing than under the rules of 21st century democracy. But Georgy Rogozin's photograph into the mind of Madeleine Albright was what drove them to declare war. This is madness. This is insanity. I see her plans to strip us of Far East Asia and Cyberasia. This fat old bitch, Madeleine Albright, will be our nemesis. And now Georgia's president calls the Republican Rand Paul's Russian line on NATO and Ukraine quite laughable. The Georgian presidentress, Salom Zurabishvili, on Thursday, called statements from Senator Rand Paul, the Republican from Kentucky, criticizing NATO's expansion as provoking Russian President Vladimir Putin, laughable, and said the senator was parroting Russian propaganda. Now, Rand Paul, in a hearing with the Secretary of State Antony Blinken on Tuesday, sought to criticize American support for Ukraine's aspirations to join NATO as crossing a red line set by Putin, a notion rejected by Blinken, who said it undermines sovereign nations' right to decide their own foreign policy. Paul, while specifying he was not justifying Russia's invasion of its neighbor, noted the invasion of Ukraine was part of a pattern of Russia attacking former Soviet states, adding that Russia's invasion and occupation of territory in Moldova and Georgia were also because they were part of the Soviet Union since the 1920s. And Blinken rejected Paul's opposition and his proposition by saying it is the fundamental right of these countries to decide their own future and their own destiny. Zurabishvili is in Washington meeting with lawmakers in an effort to get the United States to show more political support for Georgia in the midst of Russia's war on Ukraine. Russia invaded Georgia in 2008 and occupies 2 of its territories on the northern border. A meeting with Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris was canceled because the Vice Presidentress tested positive for COVID-19 this week. Zurabishvili met with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the Democratress from California, who went on to visit Ukraine on Thursday and was also meeting with senators, including Senator Chris Coons, a Democrat from Delaware, and a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, who visited Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, where Joseph Stalin himself was born, last week. Now understand, these are all Democrats because the Republicans are refusing to meet with her. It's the Republicans like Boebert, Green, and Cawthorn who, among so many others, are voting against supporting Moldova's democracy amid the Russian threat. These are the people who want Russia to win, the Republicans. Understand, there is a divide here. So Zurabishvili raised warnings that Russia is Russia is capable of fostering destabilization in Georgia and Moldova while it is fighting in Ukraine, and called for Washington and European allies to be more vocal with their support for the Eastern European nations. Zurabishvili highlighted a proposal for a referendum from the separatist leader in the Russian-backed and occupied Georgian territory of South Ossetia as a threat that Russia will seek to annex the territory like it did following a staged referendum in Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula in 2014. And she further pointed to recent explosions in neighboring Moldova's separatist Transnistria region, which is backed by Russia. The Soviet Union in exile resides there, as important for the United States and Europe to show support for Moldova, on whose territory they occupy. In an interview with The Hill on Capitol Hill, where she is meeting with lawmakers, Zurabishvili said, "That's the usual Russian line. Anything that touches to reinforce the security of its neighbors, it's something that is a provocation and a threat for Russia. And it's quite laughable." So Zurabishvili said she has not reached out to Rand Paul for any meeting, but invited the Kentucky senator to visit Georgia, the nation, not his fucking state, and see what we have to say, is what she said. To quote she, "It's very important that our partners at this time pay attention to what's happening in both countries, despite the fact that, of course, the priority that the support to Ukraine should continue and be reinforced. We are the two countries that are closest to Russia with occupied territories and where Russia can play games. There should be attention to these two other points where there could be attempts by Russia to create a sense of destabilization." And this is, of course, when she's asking for that support, the Republicans are voting against it. Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Madison Cawthorn were among a handful of Republicans to vote against a bill supporting the small European nation of Moldova amid fears it could be dragged into the war in Ukraine. The House voted to pass a motion by 409 to 17, expressing support for Moldova's democracy, independence, and territorial integrity, and to strengthen relations with the United States on Tuesday evening. The show of bipartisan support came as Moldova's pro-Russian breakaway region of Transnistria, the Soviet Union in exile on that river, said on Wednesday that it had come under fire from Ukraine. The trio of far-right lawmakers have criticized all U.S. support for Ukraine, and last month were among 17 House members to vote against providing aid to Ukraine at all and banning oil imports from Russia. They want us to keep sucking up Russian oil and providing Russia our blood money in exchange. In March, a leaked clip showed the scandal-plagued Mr. Cawthorn calling Volodymyr Zelensky a thug and the Ukrainian government incredibly evil. I'm speechless. This clip was widely aired in Russian state media as part of its propaganda war. And despite a Republican backlash, Ms. Greene offered her support to that North Carolina congressman. When Mr. Zelensky addressed the House in an impassioned speech on March 16th, Marjorie Taylor Greene was seen checking her mobile phone while lawmakers gave a standing ovation. She was receiving her instructions directly from the Kremlin. Mr. Cawthorn missed most of Mr. Zelensky's speech, which he confessed to the New York Times. Ms. Greene was accused of echoing all of Trump's complicity with Vladimir Putin by Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin, as he was heckled during a speech in the House earlier this month. Mr. Raskin said, "I accept the heckling because if she wants to stand with Vladimir Putin, she is free to do so." I say that cunt is not free to do so. And fears that the war could spread beyond Ukraine's borders were heightened this week when Moldova raised its terrorist threat level on Tuesday, and the Kremlin voiced concerns as two blasts damaged Soviet-era radio masts in Transnistria, the Soviet Union in exile. Moldova's president, Maya Sandu, said on Tuesday that the series of attacks were an attempt by factions within the territory to increase tensions. Meanwhile, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said the danger of a third world war was serious and real, and that Moscow views weapons provided to Ukraine by the alliance as legitimate targets. Russia has had troops based in Transnistria since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Kiev fears the region could be used as a launchpad for new attacks on Ukraine, while there are concerns of the situation leading to a wider conflict all across the European continent. Now, all of this puts the fact in gear for you that Transnistria, the Soviet Union in exile, is in Ukraine's rear. Ukraine could get attacked in its ass by the Soviet government in exile while it's fighting for its life in the East. And Elon Musk is choosing between liberals and conservatives amid this world war. That means between Russia and the West, people. Don't take it as anything else. Elon Musk is definitely not a CEO like the others. He seems to flout traditions. He shakes up the norms and seems to want to completely shake up the system and get rid of the status quo. The billionaire wants above all to create his own rules that he will no doubt shape according to whatever suits himself. There is a tradition that the leaders of large corporations remain neutral on political matters because the consumers of their products are as much Republicans or conservatives as they are Democrats or progressives. This old, widely shared tradition is often verified by the fact that companies often encourage their employees to donate to the two major political parties unless the interests of the sector are really endangered by one of the two camps. But generally, the watchword is not to insult the future as things move quickly in politics. And when the bosses do engage politically, it is often on a particular issue or a particular subject that is close to the heart of some of their employees. We saw this with Tim Cook, Apple's CEO, who spracketh against the adoption of anti-LGBTQ+ laws in certain states. On March 10th, Cook posted on Twitter, "As a proud member of the LGBTQIA+ community, I am deeply concerned about laws being enacted across this country, particularly those focused on our vulnerable youth. I stand with them and the families, loved ones, and allies who support them." But rare are the CEOs who clearly say what their political color is. They often tend to say that there is good in conservatives as well as in progressives. But Musk is atypical. He doesn't see himself as just the CEO of electric vehicle maker Tesla. Musk wants to be seen as the greatest visionary of human history and the most important man of the current century, which is the most important time in human history. He promised to save our planet from pollution and to conquer Mars. He promises us a machine into which we can download our personalities and our brains. So, atypical. Musk has just proved it once again by clearly indicating what his political position is. In a post on Twitter, he describes his political journey since 2008 when Barack Obama won the presidential election against John McCain. Musk tweeted this drawing, which represents three characters. One to the left representing Democrats, one to the right representing Republicans, and a third character who happens to be Musk, the most important man on planet Earth, between the twain. In 2008, Musk explained that he was close to the ideas of the liberal and very far away from the conservative. He was well to the left and away from the center. We can therefore logically conclude that he was voting for the Democrats at that time. To contextualize, it is also a period during which Tesla was trying to convince people of the need to invest in less polluting cars as the financial crisis raged. Musk became CEO of Tesla the same year. In 2009, General Motors and Chrysler went bankrupt. Musk is now close to the conservatives. But in 2012, there seemed to be a divide. Musk explains, according to his stick figure drawing, that the liberal he felt close to in 2008 began to radicalize and be more left-wing than ever. Consequently, Musk, who stayed in the same place in the drawing, was relatively closer to the conservative. He still stayed away from the conservatives, but less than 4 years earlier. Basically, he seems to mean that it was not he who changed, but the Democrats, who were pushed to their left by the progressives of the party. We can, however, conclude that that year the richest man in the world had voted for Democrats. It is also the year of the re-election of Barack Obama. From 2012 to 2021, a direct inversion of numbers in the most occult sense, it's a real political change. The tech tycoon seems to say that the Democrats have radicalized to become what he calls the woke progressive. It also seems to say that this extremism of the liberals has also pulled the political center farther left, leaving him in the right-wing camp. Equally striking is that Musk seems to be saying Republicans haven't budged one iota. Their positions, according to Musk's stick figure drawing, appear not to have become radicalized. We can therefore imagine that Musk will probably vote for the Republicans during the upcoming midterms. Musk's stick figure graphic seems to deny all studies and press articles also describing a radicalization of the Republican Party led by extremist elements, while the Democrats move not at all, indeed, have moved quite right in order to try to accommodate the Republicans, totally dumping the squad and all of their younger people to install a geriocracy of the elderly. Pelosi and Biden and the palliative care crowd in hospice. It's noteworthy that the billionaire does not mention 2 election cycles, 2016 and 2020. The announcement of the political positioning of the richest man in the world comes at a time when many concerns are emerging following his pending acquisition of the social network Twitter for $44 billion United States dollars. As The Street's Riley Gutierrez McDermott reported, many fear that many voices will be silenced by a Twitter controlled by Musk because the billionaire said that his Twitter would be authenticating all humans. Jeff Kosseff, an associate professor of cybersecurity law at the United States Naval Academy, said, "What would concern me most would be if everyone had to authenticate their identity with Twitter." Musk has indicated that his decision to buy Twitter is due to the fact that he is concerned with the fundamental principle of free speech, meaning the free speech to shit all over anyone who's not a white, heterosexual, cisgendered male. Welcome to the era of cultural authoritarianism. Lawmakers in Missouri this week debated the possibility that adults up to age 25 could be covered by a set of bills designed to limit the access of minors to gender-affirming health care. In Idaho, legislation was proposed that would have restrained trans health care only for minors, but made it a crime for their parents to take them out of state to obtain it. That bill was ultimately blocked by the Idaho Senate, or within the Idaho Senate. In Texas, it's the parents of transgender children who fear facing legal penalties, as the state government has sought to charge them with child abuse. The measures drafted in Missouri, Idaho, and Texas are expansive in their attempts to control the residents of their states, and they are hardly exceptions. A flurry of bills that show a breathtaking disregard for individual rights on topics from abortion to race are flying through legislatures in these and many other red states. To criminalize seeking out-of-state services is a clear affront to the ability of people in this country to enjoy freedom of movement. To expand the constraints on adults to make their own healthcare decisions and to allow neighbors to act as bounty hunters on transgressors, as Texas law does when it comes to abortion, phrase the relationship people have with their bodies and their neighbors. To threaten parents with abuse investigations for medical treatment doctors endorse is to fundamentally warp the nature of how the state relates to the American household. Across this country, local and state politics are beset by transgressions of liberal values. To be clear, I do not mean progressive values. I mean what might be called capital L liberalism. Those beliefs in the freedom of the individual and the commitment to tolerance, rights, and conscience that are commensurate with a free society. Taken together, the trend in these red states represents a high water mark of illiberalism in 21st century America. To call this phenomenon merely a new manifestation of the long-ranging culture wars, as so many are doing, is a mistake. It is no less than cultural authoritarianism, a strategy that has been modeled by the self-proclaimed illiberal democracy of Hungarian Prime Minister and Putinist politician Viktor Orban, and adopted by populist political leaders in Central Europe, South America, and Asia, and Florida as well. A number of America's right-wing figures have become open cheerleaders of Viktor Orban's dictatorship and even frequent travelers on their own pilgrimage to Budapest, capital of illiberal Hungary. The very term illiberal democracy is apt because, as is true in Magyarország, Hungary, the majority of voters in many of these red states have put such illiberals in power. Orban has proven his case that a hostile approach to ideas and speech he deems unfriendly, as well as to positions on hot-button social issues that don't conform with reactionary Christian values, can be democratically successful, and that when the nation gives you such a mandate, the rights and dignities of those on the losing end are completely obliterated, ultimately exterminated. This connection is important to underscore because for all the focus on the threat to American-style democracy by challenges to the 2020 presidential election, the January 6th assault on the United States Capitol, and voter disenfranchisement throughout the country, the current cultural clampdown needs to be understood as a threat to our political system as well. Unfortunately, the successful deployment of cultural authoritarianism in the ostensibly democratic world is hardly limited to Hungary, demonstrating the strength of its appeal. Poland, Hungary's illiberal partner within the European Union, has engaged in a significant rollback of abortion rights, with Amnesty International noting that abortion in Poland has become impossible for those who are eligible to obtain. LGBTQIA+ rights are also under threat with the rise of so-called LGBTQIA+ free zones, which the BBC calculated to be about 100 Polish towns and regions that passed resolutions, some later repealed, declaring themselves free of LGBTQIA+ ideology. Beyond Europe, elected populist Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil, the Trump of the tropics, and Rodrigo Duterte, dictator of the Philippines, have demonstrated even more brutal civil society and cultural clampdowns, murdering men, women, and children by the thousands. Of course, the United States has much stronger safeguards against cultural authoritarianism than these countries. State governments aren't simply free to kill as they please. Americans have constitutional protections. Yesteryear, a federal judge halted a bill passed in the former Clintonistas' own state of Arkansas that would have banned gender-affirming treatment for youths. Judges in Texas have also intervened in the efforts to prosecute parents of trans children for child abuse. But fighting state laws in the courts is a time, labor, and cost-intensive endeavor. In some cases, the law is murky, and right-wing courts, particularly the 6-3 reactionary majority on the Supreme Court, cannot be relied upon to intervene in defense of minority rights anymore. That a wide range of deeply illiberal violations of freedom and dignity can exist below the federal level is nothing new in American political history. But this particular moment cometh as we are facing a democratic crisis in this country, and both must be acknowledged. Democracy is a process, and while it's one that produces winners and losers, liberal democracy is one in which the losers are not abused, and in which they can be assured that their right to remain and participate in society will never be abrogated. Today, in state capitals across this country, a spate of illiberalism threatens to extinguish that security forever. Because Ron DeSantis is following a trail blazed by the Hungarian authoritarians. The Florida governor isn't doing competent Trumpism. He's inventing American Orbanism. In June of yesteryear, Magyarország, that's Hungary's far-right government, passed a law cracking down on LGBTQIA+ rights, including a provision prohibiting instruction on LGBTQIA+ topics in sex education classes. About 9 months later, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, a Republican, signed the so-called Don't Say Gay bill, banning classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity up through third grade. According to some knowledgeable observers on the right, these two bills were closely connected. During a panel interview in Budapest, Rod Dreher, a senior editor at the American Conservative magazine, said, about the Don't Say Gay law, it was in fact modeled in part on what Hungary did last summer. I was told this by a conservative reporter who said he talked to the press secretary of Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, and she said, oh yeah, we were watching the Hungarians, so yay Hungary. When I myself called up that DeSantis press secretary, her name's Christina Pusha, about a possible connection, she initially denied knowing of Hungarian inspiration for Florida's law. But after I showed her the quote from Dreher, she did not respond any further again. Dreher himself did not reply to my two requests for comment at all. It's easy to see the connections between these bills in both provisions and justifications. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán described his country's anti-LGBTQIA+ law as an effort to prevent gay people from preying on children. Pushaw described Florida's law as an anti-grooming bill on Twitter, adding that if you're against the anti-grooming bill, you are a groomer, meaning a person preparing children to become targets of sexual abuse, a slur targeting LGBTQIA+ people and all their supporters that's becoming beyond increasingly common on the right. It is their mantra, their axiom, their doctrine. This is not a one-off example. DeSantis, who has built a profile as a pugilistic culture warrior with eyes on the presidency, has steadily put together a policy agenda with complete plagiarism of Orbán's governing ethos, one in which an allegedly existential cultural threat from the left justifies aggressive uses of state power against the right's enemies. Most recently, there was DeSantis' crackdown on Disney's special tax exemption. Using regulatory powers to punish opposing political speech is one of Orbán's signature moves. On issues ranging from higher education to social media to gerrymandering, DeSantis has followed a trail blazed by Orbán, turning policy into a tool for targeting out groups while entrenching his party's hold on power. This is the world in which we are now entering. This is the world where a Eurotrash sewer shit Magyarország, fucking Hungary, is the model for red Republican American ideas of civilization. This is the insanity of the new right. This is beyond disgusting. There are no words to do this justice. So, where do I begin in the 2 hours we have remaining? Less than 2 hours available to us. Orban has recently emerged as an aspirational model for everyone on the Trump-friendly right. During his presidency, his dictatorship, many observers on both sides of the aisle compared Trump to the Hungarian autocrat, and not without some justification. But after a 2018 visit to Hungary by one of my own affiliates, the information he provided myself forced us to conclude that Trump was not competent or disciplined enough to implement Orban-style authoritarianism in America on his own. The real worry, we then concluded, we now know, was a Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgency that takes on the features of Viktor Orban's Fidesz party. And when I dwell upon this, I am brought to nausea. Yes. Our man Jameson says Trump was groomed. Well, there you go with that. It's certainly something that we have to confront, is that fact. And of course, it is something that if we don't confront it, this reality, we're not going to be able to effectively deal with the reality of how we're going to solve this problem of the Republican insurgency on behalf of the Russians and Hungarians in the United States. We should now refer to them as Russo-Hunnish, the enemy. And the enemy is not just the Russians, but the Huns, the Hungarians. So understand that DeSantis' agenda in Florida is evidence that the Republican shift in this direction is continuing, indeed, actually accelerating. He has shown absolutely no interest in moderation or consensus building, instead centering his governing philosophy on abusing policy to own the libs. While Trump may have been an ideological catalyst for the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgency's authoritarian lurch, DeSantis is showing how it could actually be implemented in practice. The consequences for democracy in Florida and America in general, they be dire. There are all too many places where DeSantis and Orban meet. There be no doubt that Magyarország, Hungary, an authoritarian state in all but name, is becoming more and more important in the American right-wing imagination. Tucker Carlson, the most influential media figure in today's Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgency, is at the forefront of this effort. In January, Carlson released a documentary on Orban's government lionizing his regime and encouraging all Republicans to emulate it. That same month, Donald Trump endorsed Orban for re-election, calling him a strong leader who has done a powerful and wonderful job in protecting Hungary. Yeah, this is the only man willing to pay the Russians in rubles for their gas. And this makes the echoes between DeSantis' agenda and Orban's especially notable, with the "Don't Say Gay" law and the ensuing fight with Disney being the most glaring examples. Orban's political model has frequently employed a demagogic two-step. Stand up a feared or marginalized group as an enemy, then use the supposed need to combat this group's influence to justify punitive policies that also happen to expand his regime's power. Targets have included Muslim immigrants, Jewish financier George Soros, and most recently, LGBTQIA plus Hungarians. Hungary's version of the "Don't Say Gay" law, which the government labeled an anti-pedophilia bill, expanded both government control over curricula and its powers to regulate programming on Hungary's airwaves. You see a similar logic in DeSantis' Florida, alleging that classroom education on LGBTQIA plus topics somehow threatens children. The governor and his allies pushed through a vague and broadly worded bill that empowers both the state and private citizens to go after schools that teach about LGBTQIA plus identity. A moral panic about alleged LGBTQIA plus grooming services serves to justify the imposition of ideological controls on public education and the speech rights of progressive and LGBTQIA plus teachers. Relatedly, both Orban and DeSantis have taken aim at curricula and textbooks used in K-12 schools on expressly political cultural grounds. Predictably, the Florida bill provoked a backlash from corporate America, which DeSantis used as a justification to engage in even more Orban-like behavior. After Disney put out a statement criticizing the "Don't Say Gay" bill, DeSantis moved to strip the corporation of its special tax status in a 40-square-mile area around Disney World. In this area, called the Reedy Creek Improvement District, Florida allows the mega corporation to essentially function as a local government, giving it the power to, for example, collect taxes from itself and build roads. These privileges, first granted by the state in 1967, are enormously beneficial for the company. And on Friday, DeSantis signed a bill revoking them all. In doing so, he was very explicit about his reasoning. This move was a direct punishment for Disney's stance on the "Don't Say Gay" law. In a fundraising email, DeSantis wrote that Disney and other woke corporations won't get away with peddling their unchecked pressure campaigns any longer. In an appearance on Newsmax, Lieutenant Governor Janet Nunes noted that Disney had changed what they really espouse, lambasting the company's very public agenda to indoctrinate our children. Now, this abuse of regulatory power to punish political opponents is right out of Orban's playbook. In 2015, Lajos Simica, an extremely wealthy Hungarian businessman and longtime Orban ally, turned on his patron, using a vulgar term to describe the prime minister. In retaliation, the government cut its advertising in Simica's media outlets and shifted contracts away from his construction companies. After Fidesz's 2018 election, Simica sold his corporate holdings, mostly to pro-government figures. He moved to an isolated village in western Hungary. His last remaining business interest was an agricultural farm owned by his wife. DeSantis isn't the first Republican to follow Orban here. Trump tried this kind of move a few times, most notably attempting to block AT&T's purchase of Time Warner because he hated CNN's coverage of his campaign and administration, according to Jane Mayer's reporting in The New Yorker. But he failed to follow through, whereas DeSantis actually made good on his threats, at least for now. Higher education is another area where DeSantis, like Orban, has taken special aim. On April 22nd, DeSantis signed the Stop Woke Act, woke all uppercase W-O-K-E like it's an acronym, a bill that, among other things, expressly regulates what professors are allowed to teach about race and gender in college courses. You're never too old to never learn. In a letter to Florida State University, the free speech advocacy group FIRE, that's all uppercase, FIRE, an acronym for the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, a Philadelphia-based nonprofit that aims to protect students' First Amendment rights at U.S. colleges and universities, argued that the bill, also known as HB 7, was so obviously an unconstitutional abridgment of speech that administrators might simply refuse to enforce the bill. FIRE writes, and I quote is from their writ, by barring any instruction that espouses, promotes, or advances a prohibited concept, HB 7 chills vast swaths of academic discussion and inquiry protected by the First Amendment. Florida's new prohibition will silence discussions on, among other topics, systemic racism, the gender pay gap, affirmative action, and reparations for slavery, or indigenous peoples. Orban's assault on higher education has been even more striking. In 2018, his government issued a decree removing accreditation for Hungarian gender studies degrees, a move that effectively banned Hungarian universities from even teaching the subject. Later that year, his government forced Budapest's Central European University, a widely respected liberal arts college founded by Orban's foil, George Soros, to leave the country altogether. For both men, the focus on academia is unsurprising. Universities are places where cultural liberal views flourish, and a forceful conservative agenda should take the fight to them. Conservatives believe state power can and should be wielded to prevent professors from indoctrinating students into a left-wing worldview, which never actually fucking happens. It's a chimera. On another hot-button culture war issue, social media, DeSantis has actually outstripped Orban. In February of 2021, Hungarian Justice Minister Judith Varga proposed a bill to regulate the Hungarian operations of large tech companies to counteract what she earlier called their restrictions, their alleged restrictions, on Christian conservative right-wing opinions. Well, that's all you fucking see on the internet, bitch. While Varga's bill never passed, a version of it became law in Florida, just 3 months after her proposal across the Atlantic. Florida Senate Bill 7072 gave state regulators the power to fine social media companies if state authorities determined they improperly deplatformed a political candidate for office. Shortly after its enactment, a court ruled that the bill violated the First Amendment. Oral arguments for Florida's appeal are set for mid-May. Finally, the Hungarian and Florida governments share a penchant for extreme gerrymandering, as, to be fair, do quite a few other Democratic and Republican state governments. Shortly after its initial victory in 2010, Fidesz created a new set of single-member districts that gave its supporters outsized representation in the country's parliament. In the 2022 election, Fidesz won 53% of the vote nationally and 83% of the seats in single-member districts, including a whopping 98% of seats in districts outside of the capital of Budapest. All due to their instituting an American-styled electoral college. During the current redistricting cycle, DeSantis rejected a congressional map drawn by Florida's Republican legislature, instead insisting on new maps that would give the party a substantially larger leg up in House elections. The State House complied, producing new maps that are so biased that, by one estimate, they could swing the national House bias a full point in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's direction. Now, DeSantis and Orban have converged for reason. The similarities reflect a certain ideological convergence between the post-Trump Republican Party and Fidesz, a belief in the central importance of cultural war and the need to wage it using state power, ultimately inspired by Vladimir Putin, because Viktor Orban is a Putinist satellite state and prides himself as being the state that shall make all of Europe return to Soviet status as satellites in the Russian fold. They brag that through the Red Republicans, they can bring America under Russian rule. And that is their ultimate intent. Understand this, and understand that promoting their propaganda makes you a Russo collaborationist. Broadly speaking, how do I express this? Both Orban and DeSantis characterize themselves as standing for ordinary citizens against a corrupt and immoral left-wing cosmopolitan elite. These factions are so powerful in their telling of the story that aggressive steps must be taken to defeat their influence and defend traditional values. University professors, the LGBTQIA+ community, woke corporations, undocumented immigrants, opposition political parties. These are not merely rivals or constituents in a democratic political system, but threats to a traditional way of life. In such an existential struggle, the old norms of tolerance and limited government need to be adjusted, tailored to a world where the left controls the commanding heights of culture. Since the left cannot be beaten in that realm, because the right produces no culture whatsoever, not even yogurt, government must be seized and wielded in service of a right-wing cultural agenda, an anti-culture. These ideas are not exclusive to these two political figures. They are widely shared among far-right thinkers and parties across the Western world. You can find versions of them in factions ranging from Poland's ruling Law and Justice Party, which is anything but law and justice, to the former Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud Party. You know, Our Lady Amalia Willard's Zionazis. In these United States, Trump was supposed to be the avatar of this far-right thinking, which in this country is broadly associated with a loose group of intellectuals and writers called the New Right. But it turned out he was too self-absorbed and haphazard to successfully implement a New Right agenda. Trump's most notable legislative achievement? A tax cut written by an old-school pro-business conservatives. For him. DeSantis is actually walking the New Right walk. His policy agenda has been described as competent Trumpism, but that's a bit misleading. Trumpism was never a coherent intellectual doctrine, because the person whose name it bore did not have a coherent ideology, nor much of an intellect. What DeSantis is doing is taking far-right ideas and making them into policy reality. Nate Hochman, a writer at the National Review affiliated with the New Right, so boasts, "There are important parallels between Orban and DeSantis, although I think they're less exclusive to Orban than they are indicative of a broader shift in right-wing parties across the West. DeSantis and Orban do share a much starker view of politics than the traditional laissez-faire, business-friendly Republican approach to politics, which is much more willing to draw sharp lines between political friends and enemies. That starker view of politics, and the foregrounding of the culture wars it entails, threatens to further undermine the status and security of marginalized groups. It also serves as a vehicle for maintaining and expanding Orban's and DeSantis' own power and influence, all at democracy's expense." This is what brings us to the parallels between democracy in Magyarország, or Hungary, and in Florida. Any politics that puts emphasis on punishing political and cultural enemies tends towards illiberal and anti-democratic practices. In the Hungarian case, this was a feature rather than a bug. Orban designed his ideological message around his desire to create a central political force field that would dominate the country. The culture war was more of a means than an end, a legitimating tactic for policies explicitly designed to undermine Hungarian democracy, weaken political rivals, and strengthen Fidesz's grip on power. Today, the Hungarian political system is best described as a form of competitive authoritarianism, a system where leaders do not ban elections or nakedly stuff ballot boxes, but instead hold contests under profoundly unfair background conditions. Pervasive state control of the media, for example. No rival parties are allowed any time. By combining repressive tools with a culture war message that genuinely resonates in Hungary's reactionary countryside of superstitious white trash pieces of shit, the government can maintain a near absolute hammerlock on power without needing to resort to the most obvious forms of electoral cheating. They are an anti-culture, a white trash sewer of shit in the middle of Europe that needs to be detoxed. In other words, wiped off the fucking map as they want to wipe off the rest of us. It's them or us. As Jameson Rees says, nuke it. Because this model has proven all too effective. Orban has been in power since 2010 and has won 3 separate re-election bids in 2014, 2018, and April of 2022 on an increasingly uneven playing field. DeSantis is operating in a very different context for now. His goal is not to establish a permanent DeSantis regime in Florida, but over the United States. By improving his status in the National Republican Party in order to launch his eventual presidential bid. Bare knuckles culture warring in Florida is also constrained by national politics and a legal system his party does not yet entirely control. It is very plausible that some of his signature legislation, like the revocation of Disney's tax status, will be struck down on constitutional grounds. But that is cold comfort. The American federal system delegates huge amounts of power to state governments, enough to severely undermine democracy within a state's boundaries. The United States has a long history of state-level authoritarianism. Jim Crow laws, in addition to being a form of racial apartheid, were also designed to guarantee indefinite Dixiecratic, that is, Slavocratic democratic control over southern states. In this political context, any diffusion of Hungarian-style culture war authoritarianism to the state governments is extremely disturbing, potentially accelerating a decade-plus process of democratic decline in all red Republican-governed states. If DeSantis is in fact creating a red blueprint for American Orbanism that Republicans across the country choose to follow, the implications for our American democracy are disastrous. All this while Donald Trump is asking Vladimir Putin for favors again. On Thursday, President Biden went all in supporting Ukraine, asking Congress for $33 billion United States dollars in military and economic aid to that embattled country, 10 times more than previously sent. If you wondered what would have happened in Ukraine had Donald Trump won re-election, wonder no more. Here's a tip-off that slipped under most people's radar, but you can bet Vladimir Putin picked it up. On April 22nd, in a talk to the Conservative Heritage Foundation at the Ritz-Carlton on Amelia Island, Florida, Mr. Trump bragged that during a NATO conference while he was in office, he threatened that he would not honor the NATO treaty's Article 4, or is it 5? The pledge that all signatories would defend any member attacked by Russia. That tells us all we need to know. I'm left speechless. When it comes to Article 5, that is the tripwire. That is, all NATO members are committed to defend any NATO member under attack. That means if the United States were nuked by the Russians, all other member states in Europe, Germany, France, would come to our defense. Nathan Brooks says, finally home from work. Greetings. Blessings, brother. Nathan Brooks. Understand this much. Think about the time of dropping. Think about the timing on April 22nd of dropping that memory bomb. Was it an accident that Trump made the comments in a speech while Putin carried out his barbarous invasion of Ukraine? At such a moment, would any politician more concerned about Russia's purposeful murder of civilians than his own future have boasted of a threat not to defend NATO countries that he was committed on paper to defend? I think Trump was sending a message to Vladimir Putin. The 2022 version of his 2016 campaign invitation to hack Hillary Clinton's email accounts. Russia, if you're listening! Back then, the implied quid pro quo was that if Trump got the campaign help, he'd return the favor by cozying up to Putin's strategic objectives, the conquest of planet Earth. With every intention, even then, of reducing sanctions. Now, just as in 2016, Trump is running again for president, and he wants Russia's help. Trump would never mind having some foreign assistance now against his rising Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent rivals, such as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. But he certainly knows he could use Putin's help going forward, whether through hacking of Hunter Biden's email accounts or a disinformatia campaign that duplicates the one in 2016 that got 12 Russian military officers indicted. Sure, Trump's bragging on April 22nd was about his past blustering, how during his presidency he pressured NATO members to up their financial and military contributions. But he's always been good at coding his tantalizing offers to unsavory types, as well as his threats to anyone who opposes him, including by reference to the past. Recall during the 2016 election campaign his attack on John McCain. Trump said, "He's no war hero. I like people who weren't captured," referring to McCain's imprisonment by the North Vietnamese after his plane was downed in 1967. During the 2016 campaign, McCain had slammed Trump for firing up the crazies, and Trump was warning other Republicans what was in store for them if they opposed him. Similarly, there was method to the madness when Trump refused to condemn violence by the militant Proud Boys during the September 30th, 2020 presidential debate. When moderator Chris Wallace asked Trump whether he would do so, Trump famously responded, "Proud Boys, stand back and stand by," awaiting his order to attack. That alliterative soundbite sounded then like it reflected preparation and strategic intent, as if Trump were offering an embrace of extremists and preparing for them to back him up if he needed them after the election by force majeure, right of violence. The Proud Boys certainly took Trump's statement as a rallying cry. They were in the violent vanguard of the January 6th insurrection to overthrow our government. The Justice Department has indicted their leader for conspiracy to obstruct a congressional proceeding. Now, with Trump's April 22nd braggadocio about having threatened not to defend NATO nations if attacked by Russia, he is playing with fire on a global scale. Just as he apparently sought to reorder the lawful transfer of power in America on January 6th, so he seems now to signal his willingness to restructure the world order. Trump's comment came as on the same day that a Russian commander described how Putin's focus on taking over the Donbas and southeastern Ukraine is a gateway to neighboring Moldova, which is not a NATO member. If Trump would not defend NATO members, is there any doubt about what he would do for Moldova? Or what he'd have done for Ukraine as Putin's army rolled in? Remember, this is the same motherfucker who withheld 400 million United States dollars in military aid to Ukraine until it became public he'd done so in an attempt to extract a favor from President Volodymyr Zelensky, an investigation of Hunter Biden. That was 2019, and Trump got impeached the first time for that attempted quid pro quo. March polls showed that most Americans want to see President Biden get tougher on Russia. He's responded with Thursday's huge commitment in support of Ukraine's resistance to aggression. That is good for world order. It's also good politics against the likes of 2024 rivals like Donald Trump, who would fold like a house of cards in the face of Putin's ambitious aggression against the world. The conflict has become a proxy war between NATO and Russia, with more risks for everyone involved. Everyone is starting to admit something frightening about Ukraine. The war between Russia and Ukraine is swiftly evolving into a war between Russia and NATO. In one respect, this is good. It gives Ukraine a higher chance of repelling Moscow's invasion and even winning. In another respect, it is risky. The wider the war spreads, and the more Russia seems to be losing, the more compelled Vladimir Putin may feel to lash out with extreme violence. Now, you'll have to give me a few minutes here to get my voice back. Understand that this is obviously a labor, and I'm talking about subjects that literally make me ill, about people that literally make me ill. And understand another thing before I return to the battleground of Ukraine, that Disney's Don't Say Gay misstep holds a key lesson. CEOs are human rights leaders now, whether they like it or not. Fortunately, the man my son married always understood that corporate leaders are having to get political whether they like it or not. And that one strategist said Disney's response to the so-called Don't Say Gay law didn't please anyone. Still, advisors say CEOs need to adapt quickly because the social outrage machine is not going away. I mean, the Walt Disney Company has always meant to evoke happiness and magic. But the company is at the center of an ugly cultural and political battle because of its response to the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's new parental rights and education law in Florida, where Disney employs some 60,000 workers. If Disney were to belly up, Florida would be eviscerated and its economy would die. Opponents call the law Don't Say Gay because it restricts instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity in schools and bans it in kindergarten through third grade. LGBTQIA plus advocates also argue the law could lead to teachers outing their students. The new law forced Bob Chapek, who's been the CEO of Disney since 2020, to step into the fracas. And he faced a storm of criticism over his statements about the law and their timing. By the way, Jameson Reese says that needs to happen. Florida needs to die because it's a retire and die state of red shit rags anyways. Yes, I can make an argument for that. Experts say the way that CEO Bob Chapek handled the company's response to the law is a lesson for business leaders to be proactive and deliberate about social justice issues. Rodel Molinio, a co-founder and partner at Rock Solutions, a bipartisan public affairs and strategic communications agency in Washington, D.C., said, "I think that they didn't please anyone. They moved too slowly on the front end, and then there was awkward execution on the back end." And critics said Chapek appeared to take a stand on LGBTQIA plus rights only after outrage from employees and consumers, something that seems at odds with the company's purpose, as outlined on its website, to amplify underrepresented voices and untold stories and champion a multitude of perspectives. To many employees and consumers, Chapek appears reactionary. Business professors and consultants have concluded that he faces the wrath of Florida Republicans, whereas Disney will be losing its special tax status in the state. A Disney spokesperson never responded to my request for comment, but Disney's mishap is emblematic of an issue that leaders are wrestling with, figuring out their new role in society as it ushers, well, not only as the ushers of profit, but also social fairness. The professors and consultants concur that instead of avoiding social issues, leaders must be prepared to take bold stands on those that are relevant to their stakeholders. Experts suggested business leaders work with employees and consumers to identify human rights issues that are important to them so they can be proactive. They also said CEOs should better incorporate social issues in their company's core strategies and be prepared to communicate more often on these issues. Martin Whitaker, the CEO of Just Capital, a research nonprofit and business consultancy, said this is not going away. And it's not just about LGBTQIA plus rights. There's a broader shift that's happening. It's about what role business plays in society itself. Rock Solutions pointed to Harris/Just Capital polling from June of 2020 that found that 72% of consumers indicated they would remember the companies that took missteps in their response to the issues related to the COVID-19 pandemic, economic security of their workforce, or racial injustice long after this is over. But 82% indicated they thought that this is an opportunity for large companies to hit the reset button and focus on doing right by their workers, customers, community, and the environment. So Steve Rochlin, the CEO and founder of Impact ROI, a sustainability firm, said that many companies are committed to environmental, social, and governance work, but aren't synchronizing it with their public policy work. And they're facing pressure from activists who expect these agendas to be aligned. So he said, this is literally terra nova, new earth, new frontier, unexplored territory for a lot of these leaders. So it's a very, very tricky situation. By the way, I'm getting a news flash that the Emerald Fire in Laguna Beach, California, has spread through 145 acres. The neighborhoods have been ordered to evacuate in Whittier, California. So another fire is destroying multiple homes in Whittier simultaneously. California is afire. So for companies, speak out or risk your reputation. The old way of conducting business was, by and large, to stay silent on controversial issues and focus comments exclusively on business issues. But over the past 30 years, companies have been moving toward becoming more environmental and social leaders and talking about it. Political polarization and the events of 2020, including the pandemic and the murder of George Floyd, changed the playbook. All CEOs and consultants concur here. Rochlin's even going so far as to say that investors are turning to the activists and the loudest voices of the advocates to figure out what questions they should even be asking during investor calls. So Impact ROI and Rock Solutions, spelled ROKK, last year partnered to develop customized response frameworks to help companies decide when and how they should communicate when issues come up. And Ron Bongine, another Rock Solutions co-founder and partner, said that while we're now in a new phase of business, some companies haven't caught up. Bongine is a former spokesman for Republican leaders in the House and the Senate, said it's better to have a purposeful, formal process for dealing with issues to avoid an accidental domino effect. And Molyneux said that Disney, for instance, could have, throughout the legislative process, explained its displeasure with the bill and pledged to work with Florida legislators to make it more palatable. If the bill didn't change, it would have been able to tell employees and other stakeholders that it had tried to make the bill better, and that's a better process. Silence isn't acceptable anymore. Ranjay Gulati, a Harvard Business School professor who wrote the book titled Deep Purpose, The Heart and Soul of High-Performance Companies, said that, based on research from Edelman, that empowered employees and consumers want leaders to take action on global issues. And Whitaker said, this is the reality now. This is just the reality now. If you don't create a narrative that is rooted in really what you stand for, then one will get created for you. John Haynes, the CEO of C Street Advisory Group, a business consultancy, said Disney's Chapek isn't the only one struggling with this new era of business. Whether today's CEOs signed up for it or not, they cannot be just business leaders. They need to be human rights leaders. And indeed, many other companies have recently been embroiled in America's culture wars. In June of 2020, Facebook lost millions of dollars in revenue after companies pulled their ads from the platform over the fact that the tech giant wasn't doing enough to stop the spread of hate on its platform. Hate that Elon Musk wants to spread again. A South African, a pro-apartheid white supremacist, who black conservatives call an African American because he comes from Africa. What world do you fucking live in? In March of 2021, the CEOs of Delta, Coca-Cola, and other companies spracketh out against a restrictive voting law in Georgia after pressure from black executives. In May of 2021, several base camp employees quit the company when it banned political talk at work. In December, Netflix employees staged a walkout over Dave Chappelle's comedy special that everyone knew to be transphobic. So whether it's LGBTQIA plus rights, whether it's Black Lives Matter, whether it's abortion, it's about people at your company feeling marginalized and feeling under attack. So the question is, are you standing up for your employees? Or are you saying this group of employees doesn't matter to me as much? I think that is really where the rubber hits the road. It's all about incorporating social issues into business strategy. That's where we're at now. That cannot be avoided anymore. In a situation where you can't please everybody, you have to figure out what your objectives are. Don't trust your assumptions. Get real data. CEOs can gather insights on social justice issues through internal company surveys, and consumer surveys are through work with diversity consultants. Leaders should also revisit their company's mission and see if their current stance on social issues even aligns with it. There is real meaning attached to Disney, and they need to tap into that meaning and really remind themselves of their place in the world. A 2019 survey conducted by the Brunswick Group, a corporate leadership firm, suggested that people thinking about changing jobs or joining a new employer consider leaders' stance on social issues. And investments focused on social issues, also known as ESG investments, have skyrocketed over the past few years. CEOs taking social stances that are important to employees and consumers should not be conflated with the notion that they are ignoring shareholders, who may suffer short-term financial blowback. Creating more loyal employees and consumers in the long run benefits shareholders. Purpose is not saying shareholders don't matter. Purpose is saying we have greater clarity on our mission, and that will help us create long-term value for shareholders. So this is why the corporations and Republicans are at their worst in terms of relations than they've ever been. It's like the Republicans are no longer business, and business is no longer Republican. Both these elements are now antithetical to each other. The Republicans are simply no longer the party of big business because big business relies on diversity. And the Republicans rely on the elimination of all others than the overwhelming power of the white heterosexual cisgendered male. This is really where the rubber meets the road. Their romance has hit the fucking rocks. And that, of course, is for the best. What's the best way to sum it up? I would say the party of business has turned on its benefactors. And that's something that they're paying the price for. And good riddance. The Republican president, Calvin Coolidge, famously said that the chief business of the American people is business. And that was a slogan that nicely captured the relationship between the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency and the American business community for the past 100 years. But now that relationship is soured as Republicans lash out at their corporate benefactors. These attacks range from taking on tech giants such as Facebook and Twitter over their canceling of conservative voices such as Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, and Steve Bannon, to blasting old line companies such as Coca-Cola and Delta over their criticism of restrictive voting laws. But the most extreme example so far is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis's canceling of Disney's preferred status in the Sunshine State. So last week, the state's Republican legislator did DeSantis's bidding, sparing no time to rubber stamp a law revoking the special privileges Disney's Reedy Creek Improvement District enjoys to essentially self-govern its 27,000 acres of theme parks and other properties in Central Florida. Local politicians immediately said the move, which was scheduled to take effect in June of next year, will raise taxes on residents around the Magic Kingdom by as much as 2,000 United States dollars a year. Disney right now provides its own fire, police, and other services, which now will have to fall to Orange and Osceola counties where Disney operates, meaning all of the local old folks and white trash will have to pay for it. They're going to have to pay for security and police and fire department and paramedics. It was a brazen attack on the state's most powerful company, its largest employer of 80,000 fucking Floridans, and the destination of 58 million visitors a year. But it was the direct result of the global entertainment colossus speaking out against a law championed by Ron DeSantis that prohibits classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity in grade school. Now, critics have branded it the Don't Say Gay bill, although the word itself is missing from the legislation. While Disney did not speak out publicly in advance of the bill's passage, reportedly working behind the scenes with legislators, CEO Bob Chapek did once it was passed. Said he had reached out to DeSantis to express our disappointment and concern that if legislation becomes law, it could be used to unfairly target gay, lesbian, non-binary, and transgender kids and families. Since the legislator voted to revoke Disney's special privileges, the company has made no public comment. DeSantis has been anything but silent. He's made frequent comments about the leftist agenda of Democrats who are using corporations to further goals they know cannot be advanced at the ballot box. And during an appearance on Fox News' Tucker Carlson show, he said Disney pledged themselves to mobilize their considerable corporate resources out of the coffers of this Burbank, California-based corporation to overturn the rights of parents in the state of Florida and effectively commandeer our democratic process. Now, Joe Kielsheimer has lived in Central Florida for decades, worked as a reporter at the Orlando Sentinel, then as a public relations consultant, even served as the mayor of Apopka, a town of 12 miles northwest of Orlando that has prospered from Disney's presence. And he said, Walt Disney World is the rock upon which modern Florida is built. And the Reedy Creek Improvement District is the rock upon which Disney is built. The impacts are just too many to measure. Disney's charitable giving in the community and its support of the arts and other activities. Disney is woven throughout the life they all have in Florida. This is shaking the foundations for short-term political gain. And while the fracas over sex education in the classroom and Disney has grabbed the recent headlines, the Republican about-face towards big business has been brewing for a while. One of the first and most significant splits came more than a decade ago over the Common Core state standards, a set of academic benchmarks for what children should know by the time they finish each grade. Before denouncing them became a purity test for Republican candidates, the standards were created at the behest of governors, including a handful of Republicans who drove that effort, and business leaders, both of whom were alarmed that the educational establishment was not preparing students for the workforce. The standards were published in June of 2010 and hailed by both parties as a national commitment to improving learning for students, but particularly among Republican governors and the business community as a way to increase the global competitiveness of the United States. Leading lights of the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent establishment praised the effort, including the former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, lover of W. Bush, the Florida Governor Jeb Bush, and others. And the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the Business Roundtable endorsed these standards, which were adopted by 45 states and the District of Columbia. And the man who played an outsized role in the creation and adoption of these standards, Bush himself, wrote in a Wall Street Journal op-ed, an opinion editorial in 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother died, with Joel Klein to do the writing for him, the former New York City Schools chancellor who at the time was CEO of News Corporation's educational division. They both wrote, America's economic strength and standing in the world economy are directly linked to our ability to equip students with the knowledge and skills to succeed in the 21st century. Students are no longer competing with their peers in other cities. They are competing with students across the globe. Business leaders have become champions of education reform, recognizing the role that rigorous academic standards have on their success. But then the Tea Party struck, tying Common Core to the Obama administration and painting it as part of the nanny state. And the Republicans, including Governor Bobby Jindal of Louisiana, Mike Huckabee of Arkansas, Scott Walker of Wisconsin, and Bill Haslam of Tennessee, one of the most ardent supporters of the standards, were forced to backtrack at the behest of conservative voters, whipped into a frenzy by talk show hosts, blasting the Common Core standards as a push by progressives to indoctrinate children. Conservative radio show host Glenn Beck, back in 2013, said on his show, "This is slavery! They are breeding an entire new generation of slaves! These guys who are involved in Common Core are enslaving you to giant corporations and to the states." Now, education is a bedrock of the conservative movement, seen in the recent attempt to convince Americans that their kids are being forced to study critical race theory and other teachings that Republicans brand as anti-American. That, along with fatigue over COVID-19 school closures, proved a powerful message for Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin in his successful 2021 race. Dan Clifton, managing director and head of Washington research as Strategaz Research Partners, an institutional brokerage and advisory firm. He said the takeaway is that Republican governors are no longer saying the economic issues are going to be as important to us. That's a big change. We're going through a cultural shift in U.S. politics, driven by the move of higher income, educated voters toward the Democratic Party and lower income, less educated workers. It asked white trash pieces of shit, forming the bedrock of the modern Republican Party. As a result, Clifton concludes, CEOs are becoming politically homeless. Along the way from Common Core to Disney, the anti-business movement within the Republican Party has gathered steam and topics with which to bash corporations and Democrats as a single unit. Now, big business is considered the facade of democracy. A democracy to be destroyed, meaning the Republicans are now communist. They're anti-business. They're anti-capitalism. They go with a Soviet satellite state, a white trash sewer of shit in the Balkans called Hungary. This Russo-Hunnish front of communism is truly red republicanism. A review of newsletters sent by Republican members of Congress in late 2020 ahead of the presidential election, and then in July of 2021 as executives from the top tech firms were all drawn into the fray. Oh God, how do I remember it? Basically, it was testified on Capitol Hill the increasing mention of the term big tech. Big tech. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgency also started a group that month, July of yesteryear, called the Big Tech Censorship and Data Task Force, which coincided with hearings featuring tech CEOs throughout the summer. One newsletter from the Representative Drew Ferguson, a Georgia Republican, the state, not the country, dated October 4th of the year before, well, yes, yesteryear, 2021, featured a broad attack on corporate America. It reads, this year, the MLB, Major League Baseball, along with CEOs from several Fortune 500 companies, have decided to start playing politics, picking and choosing where they'll do business according to the whims of the woke mob. Unfortunately, when it comes to issues of real human rights and genocide, they fall silent. It's time to hold American organizations and companies accountable for their roles in propping up communist China on the global stage. Now, Republicans may be appealing to constituents who have soured on business in recent years. A Pew survey yesteryear found that the share of Republicans saying large corporations have a positive impact in the United States declined 24 percentage points from 2019 to 2021, from 54% to 30%. At the same time, Democrats have become slightly more positive toward corporations during the same period, with those seeing them as positive influences rising from 23% to 28%. Pew noted that As a result, while there were wide partisan differences in these evaluations 2 years ago, there is not a significant gap today. And Geoff Cabaservice, Vice President of Political Studies at Niskanen Center, a Washington think tank, said the incentives for Republican politicians are different than they were before the Trump era. You not only have to attack Democrats, you have to attack rhinos. That's an acronym for Republicans in name only, and all the corporations. Capitalism, big business, is now the enemy of republicanism. Go fucking figure. They are communists. This is a communist front under the red banner. Now, our man Jameson is back. I'm acknowledging him and appreciate his return. Case in point, the state legislator who led the effort against Disney, Randy Fine, said this week on CNBC that Dems lie. That's what they do. Branding a group who conducted a sit-in to protest a redrawing of the state's congressional districts that would remove one with a black representative, a bunch of thugs. And referring to DeSantis's Disney law, Fine said, oh fuck, what was it he said again? He's such a son of a bitch, I try to bleach him from my mind. But yeah, he pretty much said, when you are a guest in our state, you need to comport yourself accordingly. Dude, we're bringing money to you when we go to Disneyland. You need to be sucking our dick, not the other way around. We're not paying you to suck yours. When Delta Airlines and Coca-Cola spracked out in April 2021 over restrictive voting laws in Georgia, Texas Senator Ted Cruz was quick to pounce. In an opinion piece written for the Wall Street Journal, Cruz went on the attack. In April of 2021, Cruz wrote, "To them I say, when the time comes that you need help with the tax break or regulatory change, I hope the Democrats take your calls because we may not. Starting today, we won't take your money either." I guess the Republicans got so much Russian money up their ass they don't need it from their own American capital business. None other than Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who more than just about anyone in the party has nurtured a cozy relationship with business, joined the anti-capitalist fray. McConnell told reporters at a 2021 news conference in Louisville, Kentucky, the home of Mike Ringley. So my warning, if you will, to corporate America is to stay out of politics. It's not what you're designed for. And don't be intimidated by the left into taking up causes that put you right in the middle of one of America's greatest political debates. Now, Ken Spain, the founding partner of Narrative Strategies and a longtime Republican communications advisor, said Republicans and the business community are responding to competing constituencies. The populist wing of the Grand Old Party is ascendant and far less sympathetic to business, while large employers are often trying to balance the progressive interests of some of their employees and other stakeholders. The one thing that could keep the marriage intact in the short term are the myriad regulatory and legislative policies coming out of the Biden administration. Now, McConnell softened his tone the next day, clarifying that he was annoyed that Georgia legislature was being mischaracterized and did not do what the corporations criticized. Now, Jeff Sonnenfeld, a senior associate dean at the Yale School of Management and president of the Chief Executive Leadership Institute, said CEOs, rather than being cowed over the last year, they've become more vocal. And Sonnenfeld points to the long history of corporate involvement in social and political issues dating to the opposition to apartheid in South Africa, where Elon Musk came from so that he could install it here in the late 1970s and 1980s, as well as the rapid withdrawal of top companies from Russia following Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And, oh, God. Oh, my God. I just got some news flash, and this is from, I have to manage incoming news from the radicalized right so I can see where these fuckers are coming from. And it says, woke warriors. Just got a news flash. DEI threatens the military. Please. Really? Really? At any rate, even if McConnell backed off, the message never got to the rest of the party. In November, Florida Senator Marco Rubio gave a speech to the National Conservatism Conference in Orlando, one of many speakers who struck an anti-business tone. Rubio told the audience, and here I quote his tea, "The first time is it that anytime Marxism appears, there are always some who think they can protect themselves from its wrath by cooperating with Marxism. That is why right now big business is all in. With major American corporations boycotting states that pass laws which are not woke while sending our jobs to a China ruled by a genocidal government, it's why tech companies have become enforcers, censoring views they don't like and silencing those who dare to speak out." Yeah, guys who get online and say, "Kill all niggers." That's his idea of speaking out against Chinese genocide. Sonnenfeld notes that many of the most vocal Republicans criticizing elites and big business are creatures of those very institutions. Cruz and DeSantis, for example, are graduates of Harvard Law School, while DeSantis was an undergraduate at Yale. So he concludes and calls them out, "These are fake populists. They are attacking the institutions that sired them." While the moves may seem like a case of the party shooting itself in the foot, not to mention the wallet, it may be smart politics. Conservatives have developed a capability to raise small sums from multitudes of diehard supporters on social media and may well be less reliant on their traditional support from corporations. Zhao Li, assistant professor of politics and public affairs at Princeton University, says certainly corporate PACs, political action committees, are a diminishing part of candidates' campaign fundraising, at least on the federal level. And the very nature of businesses has changed. A company like Disney or Coca-Cola is a global enterprise that serves customers and employs workers around the globe. These companies must listen to a diverse group of stakeholders, including shareholders who favor environmental, social, and good governmental policies. Being seen as a company supporting legislation that is seen as targeting groups on account of their race or sexual orientation is not an option for companies today. So, the Professoress Li, Zhao Li, who I just forecited, she says she's hearing conflicting comments coming from Republican quarters, with the firebrand reactionaries seeing value in stoking the culture wars to rally the base, and others wanting to maintain ties to their traditional paymasters. So she concludes the more true traditional Republicans do care about the historic cultural ties to big business. Whatever the case may be, it's over. The world as we knew it does not run the same as it used to anymore. In many cases, the corporations are the good guys. And to attack them is really to attack one of the only hopes you have against the enemy. So understand this much. And I'll cover as much as I can in the few minutes we have remaining. We have a situation where, as I said, everyone's starting to admit something frightening about Ukraine. This shift in the West's approach to the war was first signaled on Monday of Yester Septimania, last week, when Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said the United States' goals in the war were not only to protect Ukraine as a democratic sovereign country, but also to weaken Russia as a military power. This has been obvious for some time, but even some U.S. officials were surprised to hear Austin express the fact so explicitly. A few days later, Austin hosted a meeting of defense officials from 40 nations, as well as NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg at Ramstein Air Base, headquarters of NATO Air Command, in Germany, to coordinate military assistance to Ukraine. The meeting prompted Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov to complain, "NATO, in essence, is engaged in a war with Russia through a proxy and is arming that proxy. War means war, but your own president, motherfucker, says it's not war, it's a special military operation, dumb shit." Ha! Back in February, on the day he invaded Ukraine, Putin warned that whoever tries to hinder us will face consequences that you have never faced in your history, which many took, reasonably, as a threat to deploy nuclear weapons. Putin later said he would regard direct NATO intervention as a threat to Russia, triggering those same consequences. For that reason, President Joe Biden and other Western leaders have stopped short of sending their own troops or mounting a no-fly zone with their own planes, noting that doing so would mean declaring war on Russia, which could set off World War III. In the first several weeks of the war, these leaders also declined to send Ukraine heavy weapons, including howitzers and artillery shells that, if fired from eastern Ukraine, could hit Russian territory. In recent days, the Western nations have relaxed the limits on heavy weapons. Even the United German Parliament, which, for historic reasons, has steered clear of any sort of intervention in foreign wars until 2 months ago, voted overwhelmingly to send Ukraine heavy weapons. Earlier, the German chancellor boosted his country's defense budget by extravagant sums. There's no way their military can absorb all that money. It's like drinking water from a fire hose. On Thursday, Biden asked Congress for another $33 billion in aid to Ukraine, 2/3 of it for military assistance, enough to keep the fight going for another 5 months. This is on top of the $13.6 billion Biden requested just 2 months ago. To put this in perspective, the total sum slightly exceeds the $40 billion that the U.S. spent on average each year to support its own 20-year war in Afghanistan. Biden also invoked the World War II-era Lend-Lease Act to speed up transfer of weapons from the U.S. military stockpile. That legislation authorized the lending of military equipment to foreign countries whose defense the president deems vital to the defense of the United States. There it is then, in Biden's own proclamation, written to law, the defense of Ukraine is vital to the defense of these United States. Perhaps in response to this surge in United States and NATO assistance, although also no doubt to step up his own army's dreadful performance, Putin is moving closer to viewing the conflict not merely as a special military operation against Ukraine, which he has dismissed as a mythical country, but a full-fledged war against a global superpower. On Wednesday, he appointed Valery Gerasimov, Wednesday of the week before last, the Russian chief of the General Staff, to take command of the offensive in eastern Ukraine. This doesn't necessarily mean the Russian army will suddenly snap to. Chiefs of staff, even one as celebrated as Gerasimov, don't necessarily have operational expertise. But it does signify that Putin has reassessed the nature of the war and elevated its stakes. Nor is Putin conceding any ground in Ukraine. Despite the recent retreat of Russian troops from the area around Kiev, though the fighting is now focused on the country's eastern region of Donbas, where both sides are exchanging fierce artillery fire, Russia fired 2 cruise missiles at Kiev just hours after the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres visited the capital and met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The timing of the missile attack, which no one sees as mere coincidence, suggests that Putin regards the United Nations as another outside institution arrayed against his motherland. Whether or not he really believes this, it plays into his domestic political campaign to purge all Western influences from motherless Russia, and to present the war in Ukraine, which he depicts as a hellhole led by Nazis, as one front in this campaign against the world. The intensifying barrages and the increasingly demonizing rhetoric make it hard to imagine a ceasefire or meaningful peace talks emerging anytime soon. One unexpected event this week did provide some reason to feel a little less pessimistic. However, on Wednesday, the United States and Russia carried out an elaborately planned prisoner exchange. Trevor Reed, a white trash piece of shit U.S. Marine veteran, was released from a Moscow prison where he'd been serving 3 years of a long sentence for assaulting an officer. Konstantin Yoroshenko, a Russian pilot, was released from a federal prison where he'd been serving a 20-year sentence for drug smuggling. Just like in a scene from a movie, 2 planes, one American, one Russian, pulled up side by side on a runway in Turkey. Each prisoner got out of his plane, walked a few yards, and got into the other plane. As the Associated Press noted, the prisoner swap would have been a notable diplomatic maneuver even in times of peace, much less at a time when the war in Ukraine has driven relations with the United States to their lowest point in decades. There are no signs that fruitful diplomacy on this one relatively small matter might translate to similar successes on the scale of war and peace. In fact, Biden, while trumpeting the prisoner swap, discouraged anyone mulling such implications. Still, the Reed-Yoroshenko trade indicates that diplomatic relations, civil contact between U.S. and Russian officials, do still exist on some level. Yet Putin is issuing a new threat to countries intervening in the Ukraine to dispel that. At first glance, there's no immediately apparent connection between Elon Musk's efforts to control Twitter, the war in Ukraine, and the recent election in France. And yet there was a perplexing similarity in the current of unease that gripped the world as all 3 of these events unfolded this past week. If you consider it closely, you can see the common thread. They may be thousands of miles apart in geography and substance, but at the heart of each lies a concern about the future of democracy. Whether it's Ukraine's fighting Russia's efforts to destroy its independence as a democracy, of France pushing back against a far-right populist and Putin apologist, or apprehension over what might become of Twitter, that cauldron of where conspiracy theories, electoral lies, and disinformation campaigns can cook up a brew capable of infecting society and tearing our country apart, we're all witnessing the great challenge of our times play out around us. For the past 16 years, democracy has been losing ground to authoritarian rule around the world, according to the watchdog organization Freedom House. Authoritarian leaders, Freedom House so warns us, are working together to undercut democracy and human rights around their world, seeking to discredit the competition and spread their model of government. The challenges to global democracy are deeply worrisome, to say the least, but it's not all dismal. In fact, the current crises have created unexpected opportunities. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's campaign to erase Ukraine's nationhood and counter NATO has already backfired on multiple fronts. By unwittingly fortifying and uniting NATO, boosting Ukraine's national identity, and eroding Russia's standing in the world, Putin may have just created the conditions to strengthen the forces of democracy. For several years, Putin, along with other authoritarian dictators, have tried to use propaganda brigades to sow divisions among Americans in an attempt to weaken the West and prove to their own people that their system is superior. It didn't help that the U.S. political discourse was dominated by divisive squabbles, many of which were fomented by politicians with authoritarian populist leanings in emulation of their European brethren. It's no wonder democracy has been losing ground as people grew exhausted, apathetic, and disgusted with politics. But Russia's brutal and unprovoked war, which has resulted in thousands of civilian fatalities, has shown us just what is at stake. And many who have taken democracy for granted and viewed it with jaded eyes now understand that it is in need of safeguarding. In Europe, there are glimmers, early glimmers, that the wave of anti-democratic populism may have crested. Russia's weaponization of natural gas could backfire by destroying all demand for it. In December of 2006, The Economist magazine published a cover drawing of Russian President Vladimir Putin dressed like a 1930s gangster in a dark suit and fedora hat under the headline, "Don't Mess with Russia." Putin held a gasoline nozzle, gripping it like a machine gun. The target was obviously Europe, which relied heavily on Russia for oil and natural gas. By the way, here's another incoming news flash. Utah pushes back against pro-Putin financial analysis. That's interesting. Well, I'll have to remember to take a look at that. Now, The Economist magazine's cover stories subheading. Oh, here we are. Woke Warriors, they call it. And I don't know if I hit the paywall. Didn't hit the paywall, it says. Oh, that's good to know. I'll take a look at that some other time. Now, again, The Economist magazine had a subheading that issue. Russia's habitual abuse of its energy muscle is bad for its citizens, its neighborhood, and the world. Today, that assertion still rings true, with Russia's cutoff of natural gas deliveries to Poland and Bulgaria. Now, as someone who fought the war in Europe, the first war in Europe since World War II, well, there were plenty of wars in Europe since World War II before the Bosnia conflict and the siege of Sarajevo, but it was one of the few. In between the war between, well, the Turkish invasion of Cyprus, the war between Greece and Turkey, both NATO members. I could go on, I guess. But as someone who's lived and worked in Europe and fought, I know that gas is a precious commodity that is critical for industries, power generation, and heating buildings, especially in Northern Europe, where winters can be harsh and long. This explains why European nations import gas from many sources and have grown to depend on Russian supplies to keep their homes warm and their economies humming. But we're going from oil embargoes to gas cutoffs now. The energy weapon can take many forms. In 1967 and 1973, Arab nations cut off oil exports to the U.S. and other Western nations that supported Israel in conflicts against its Middle East neighbors. Withholding supply was a way to inflict economic pain on opponents and win policy concessions. Today, an oil embargo might not work as well. Oil is a fungible commodity in a global market. If one source cuts off shipments, importing countries can just buy more oil from other suppliers, although they may pay higher prices on spot markets than they would have under long-term contracts. That's possible because more than 60% of the world's daily oil consumption is delivered by ship. At any given moment, a flotilla of seaborne vessels is carrying crude oil from one point to another around the globe. If there be disruptions, the ships can change direction and get to their new destinations within a matter of weeks. As a result, it's hard for one oil-producing country to prevent a consuming country from buying oil on the global market. By contrast, natural gas is moved primarily by pipeline. Only 13% of the world's gas supply is delivered by tankers carrying liquefied natural gas. This makes gas more of a regional or continental commodity, which, well, with sellers and buyers who are physically connected to each other. Slave circuited. Chained, if you will. Shackled. It is much harder for buyers to find alternative natural gas supplies than alternative oil sources because laying new pipelines or building new liquefied natural gas import and export terminals can cost billions of dollars and take us many years. Consequently, gas disruptions are felt quickly and can last a long time. But that brings us to the real cost of buying Russian gas. European nations' dependence on Russian energy, particularly natural gas, complicates their foreign policies. As many observers have pointed out since Russia invaded Ukraine in February of 2022, European consumers' heavy reliance on Russian oil and gas over the decades has funded and emboldened Putin's criminal regime and made European governments hesitant in the face of bad behavior. It was no accident that Russia invaded in February when it's coldest and European demand for gas for heating buildings is highest. Because the European gas grid spans many countries, Russia's shutoff of gas to Poland and Bulgaria doesn't just affect those two Balkan satellite states. Prices will rise as gas pressures in the pipelines that run through those countries to other nations drop. The shortage will eventually ripple through to other countries further downstream, such as France and Germany. If Europeans can reduce their gas consumption quickly as the heating season winds down and gas power plants are replaced with other sources, they can slow the onset of pain. Fuller use of liquefied natural gas imports from coastal terminals can also help. In the longer run, the European Union is working to increase energy efficiency in existing buildings, which are already efficient compared to U.S. buildings. It also aims to fill gas storage caverns, well, to 90% capacity during the off-peak seasons when gas demand is lower, and ramp up local production of biomethane, which can substitute for fossil gas, derived from agricultural waste or other organic renewable sources. Building more import terminals to bring in liquefied natural gas from the U.S., Canada, or other friendly nations is also an option. However, creating new fossil fuel infrastructure would conflict with efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to slow climate change. Ramping up wind, solar, geothermal, and nuclear power plants as quickly as possible to displace the continent's natural gas power plants is a key priority for the EU. So is replacing natural gas heating systems with electric heat pumps, which can also provide air conditioning during the continent's increasingly frequent and intense summer heat waves with global warming. These solutions align with the EU's climate objectives, which suggests that Russia's gas cutoffs will ultimately accelerate European nations' efforts to shift to renewable energy and more efficient use of electricity, which will save our planet. Will save all of us. All of these options are effective but take time. Unfortunately, Europe doesn't have many options before next winter. Prospects are worse for energy customers in poorer regions such as Bangladesh and sub-Saharan Africa, which will simply go without in the face of higher energy prices. But will Russia's cutoff backfire? While gas supply disruptions will undoubtedly inflict pain on European customers, they are also hard on Russia, which badly needs the money. Currently, Putin is ordering unfriendly countries to pay for Russian energy in rubles to boost Russia's currency, which has lost value under the weight of economic sanctions. Poland and Bulgaria refused to pay in rubles. They were cut off. Hungary, under Viktor Orban, pays in rubles, which is why they get gas excess. But cutting off gas supplies in February would have been expensive for Russia and surely would have inspired even more backlash in Europe. By welding natural gas as a weapon when the weather is mild, Russia can flex its petro muscles without being too aggressive or losing too much money. The key question now is whether Europe needs Russian gas more than Russia needs revenue from European sales. But I'll give it to you straight. Russia's gas blackmail is Putin bringing a knife to a gunfight. On Wednesday, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin escalated the geoeconomic war between his country and the West by suspending gas deliveries to Poland and Bulgaria, citing the two countries' refusal to pay in Russian rubles. Which is a lot like saying we're paying you in rabbit shit, as far as I'm concerned. As a matter of fact, you're better off with the rabbit shit, because the rabbit shit will grow you plants. By the way, Elizabeth Beam says DDD for president. Goddess bless you, honey. Oh, someday, with the collapse of democracy, we'll be taking it by force majeure. At any rate, the decision to suspend gas deliveries to Poland and Bulgaria will not only fail to strengthen the Russian economy, but it will significantly increase the Kremlin's long-term economic losses. But to understand why Putin's maneuver will not deliver the desired outcome, you would first need to look at his motivations for making it. Sanctions have cut Russia off from foreign exchange reserves worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Russian imports are cratering amid restrictions on dual use and computer technologies, and Western firms are pulling out from Russia or self-sanctioning by refusing to sell goods there. Putin, however, still appears to be under the delusion that he can win the economic war being waged over his invasion of Ukraine. On the surface, it seems like there is some reason for the confidence the Russian state displays. The ruble has more than recovered its value from before sanctions were introduced, hitting a 2-year high against the euro on April 27th, and Russia is once again growing its foreign currency holdings on the back of sky-high hydrocarbon prices. All of this, of course, belies the real state of the Russian economy. First of all, the interruptions to supply chains caused by sanctions are crippling Russia's production capacities. In March, for example, there was a whopping 72% drop in passenger car production in the Russian Empire. The Kremlin is also all but certain to formally default on its foreign debts in the coming days, which will make financing a future rebuilding of the economy extremely difficult. Moreover, Russian wealth abroad is increasingly under threat, and the much-celebrated exchange rate recovery has only been achieved thanks to extreme capital controls. The Central Bank of Russia and Putin's advisors in the finance and economy ministries know that the ruble is sustaining its value, is overwhelmingly dependent on hydrocarbon prices and continued Russian state control over trading. They are also wary of how much ruble liquidity has already decreased in light of the existing sanctions on Russia's banking system. As Putin's brutal war on Ukraine continues, sanctions are expected to expand. Washington has warned that it may still cut off ruble convertibility entirely, and there is no significant Western demand for rubles. As I said, you're better off with a bag of rabbit shit. It'll grow you plants you could eventually eat or feed your rabbits. This is precisely why Putin has ordered European gas firms to pay for the natural gas they buy from Russia in rubles. Payments for gas in the local currency would leave the window open for ruble convertibility, something the Kremlin desperately needs, given oil prices are unlikely to remain so elevated permanently. At the moment, the global financial system runs on the US dollar, and the Kremlin is aware of this. But as Russia's Security Council Secretary Nikolai Patrushev said in his April 26th interview with state media that I've already cited, Russia is now working to create a dual-loop monetary and financial system in which the ruble will be backed by both gold and commodities to put the ruble exchange rate in line with real purchasing power parity. Well, Russia forcing Europe to pay for gas in rubles is just one part of this major plan. But there is little reason to believe this plan will work, with or without ruble payments for gas from Europe. The Soviet Union already tried to do this, including a brief gold-ruble period in the early 1920s. And despite all their ideological fervor, they could not make it work. The attempt is much less likely to succeed in Putin's ideologically bereft state. Putin is weaponizing his country's gas supplies and foregoing the profits that could be earned by selling at spot to Poland and Bulgaria, which have refused to renew contracts to demonstrate the seriousness of his ruble demand. Some European gas companies have already capitulated. 4 European gas companies have reportedly already made payments in rubles, and others are preparing to do so, including Italy's Eni, despite European Union warnings. This could be seen as a Russian victory, but even if EU unity does collapse over the issue, and gas payments ensure that the ruble's convertibility remains in place for now, Putin is overplaying his hand. Moscow had been receiving accolades for acting less overtly political in European supply and pricing markets before its invasion of Ukraine. It was seeing beneficial EU reforms, arbitration court rulings, and market liberalization. The Nord Stream 2 Baltic Sea gas pipeline project, designed to double the flow of Russian gas direct to United Germany, was underway. However, Russia's aggression in Ukraine changed all this. And Berlin, capital of Neue Verhin Deutschland, the new United Germany, canceled the pipeline project in response to Russia's recognition of its proxies in Donetsk and Luhansk on the eve of the invasion. Of course, Europa will remain dependent on Russian gas for at least 1 to 2 years. But Putin's actions have already spurred a search for alternatives, including the Baltic pipeline linking Norway and Poland that is expected to be completed later this year. All this will only accelerate in light of his maneuver to suspend gas deliveries to Poland and Bulgaria, which permanently put to rest the idea that Russia will not weaponize its gas exports. The EU could increase liquid natural gas imports from sources other than Russia by nearly 70 billion cubic meters this year, reaching more than 40% of what it received from Russia. Maximizing production at the Dutch Groningen gas fields and working with Azerbaijan and Algeria, as well as Turkey and Morocco, through which key pipelines run, could further help address the shortfall. Before the Ukraine war, Europa had little motivation to swiftly reduce its dependence on Russian gas. But Putin's own actions, first the illegal invasion of Ukraine, and then the overt weaponization of gas exports, created the political will to address the issue. Putin is teaching Europeans that interdependence between Russia and the West has failed as a strategy. But his economy remains a one-trick pony, dependent on commodities and stuck responding to sanctions rather than striking its own serious blows. A lesson for Putin can be found in what is known as Healey's Law, named after Dennis Healey, the British Chancellor who himself experienced the difficulty of resetting a country's finances when he negotiated an IMF bailout from the International Monetary Fund circa 1976. Follow the rule of holes. If you are in one, stop digging. As for Europa, Healey's Law contains a corollary that applies: when your opponent is in a hole, why would you want to take away his shovel? Putin may have scored a short-term victory, but he is digging the grave of Russia's economy. In these United States, our country remains deeply divided, but it is coming together on the issue of Ukraine with an intense bipartisanship that would have been hard to imagine just a few months ago. We have Putin to thank for that. In the last few minutes we have remaining, and by the way, DJ says, Douglas, what's your date of birth and time of birthplace? High noon, October 20th, 1966, Taipei, Taiwan. High noon, the hour of the rat, in the year of the fire horse, October 1966, October 20th, 1966, in Taipei, the capital of Taiwan. She says, if you don't mind me asking, blessings. Mwah. Love you, DJ. Don't mind at all. In fact, in terms of Americans, they overwhelmingly support Ukraine's right to set its own democratic course, and nearly 3 out of every 4 Americans backs the effort to supply Ukraine with weapons. That's according to a Reuters Ipsos poll, with strong majorities among both Democrats and Republicans saying they prefer candidates in November's midterm elections to support arming Ukraine. And a war launched by a Russian tyrant who has turned deranged conspiracy theories into government policy shows just how dangerous misinformation is. In these United States, majorities of Democrats and Republicans say the spread of misinformation about Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a major issue, according to an AP NORC poll. Americans are also worried about their own democracy, telling pollsters that they're concerned that Russia will try to interfere with the midterms through misinformation and disinformation on social media. Concerns of interference also played a role in the presidential election in France this last weekend. One key issue was far-right candidate Marine Le Pen and her party's still outstanding loans from Russian banks. She had also previously expressed admiration and respect for her sponsor, Vladimir Putin, and denied the fact that Russia had illegally annexed Crimea in 2014, all of which raised questions about her independence from the Kremlin. If she had won the election in France, that would have had more impact on the stock markets than Brexit did. And given that Russia has used social media to further its goals, it's no wonder there has been a fierce debate about the future of Twitter. That platform, which provides a direct port into America's political bloodstream, has tried to rein in extremists, conspiracy theorists, and those who used it to divide our country with hate speech, disinformation, and propaganda. Now, it's unclear precisely what Elon Musk's plans are for Twitter, but his rhetoric proves he will make it more, not less, amenable to extremism and divisiveness. We're talking about a pro-apartheid South Afrikaner white supremacist who wants to bring apartheid to the United States and has dumbass American niggers saying he's an African American just because he comes from the continent. During an onstage interview at the TED conference earlier this month, Elon Musk said, "If in doubt, let the speech exist. If it's a gray area, I would say let the tweet exist. But obviously, in the case where there's perhaps a lot of controversy, you would not necessarily want to promote that tweet." And of course, there's the issue of whether former President Donald Trump, who used Twitter to rise to power and perpetuate a conspiracy theory about widespread election fraud that inspired a mob to attack the American Capitol on the 6th of January in 2021, will be reinstated under Musk in a maneuver that could very well propel him back into the political limelight ahead of the 2024 election, which is why Vladimir Putin said he wants Elon Musk to purchase Twitter and has provided Russian rubles to do so. And the prospect of a more inflammatory Twitter amid a raging war already ridden with disinformation makes the risk more palpable to Americans concerned about democracy both at home and abroad. Of all the polls about Americans and Ukraine, perhaps none is as stunning as this. 78% of Americans said they support the resettlement of 100,000 Ukrainian refugees in these United States, according to Gallup. That level of public support is the highest Gallup has ever found for admitting refugees since 1939. For context, only 26% said they'd support bringing 10,000 refugee children from Germany in 1939. 16% said they supported more Jewish and other European refugees than were strictly allowed by law to be admitted in 1946, just after Americans were told World War II was over. Clearly, the war in Ukraine has touched a nerve in the American psyche. The deep sympathy and concern for the Ukrainian people and the outrage over Putin's push to usurp their freedom has sparked a renewed appreciation for democracy. But this growing consensus will not on its own save America from its ills. It will not by itself reverse the tide of authoritarianism sweeping the globe. It does, however, present an opportunity. Americans don't have to agree on everything, but to move forward, the country needs to come together on at least two crucial points: that democracy must survive and that truth must be respected. That consensus is materializing not a moment too soon. Those who worried about a pro-Putin populace winning in France, about Twitter turning into a more powerful weapon for disinformation, hate, and division, and about the fate of Ukraine, have created an opening for responsible, eloquent, and principled political leaders. You can only find that truly in myself, and you know that. Those of you who realize this must seize the moment and try to bridge the widening divisions that have emerged in these United States in order to put it back on a path to becoming a stronger, united, and lasting democracy. Putin's only hope, his only hope for victory, is Elon Musk buying Twitter and putting Trump back on it and making it a platform for white supremacy and apartheid that he lost in South Africa. He wants to realize South African apartheid here, in the service of Vladimir Putin. Elon Musk must die! Kill Elon Musk! Kill Elon Musk! Kill Elon Musk! Elon Musk is your enemy. Free speech is not the answer. Free speech is hate speech. That is all that he promotes. Disinformation and conspiracy theory. We've seen that promoted tonight. DJ says thank you. You're welcome, honey. And understand all that I have said and the seriousness of where we're at. Elon Musk must die. Elon Musk must be killed. Elon Musk is your enemy. He serves white supremacy in the name of South African apartheid brought here to the United States, all in the service of Vladimir Putin. He is Putin's only hope. He is Putin's great white hope. Now, we'll cover more on Wednesday night. I'll have to return to some of these issues reluctantly, but inescapably, because they